When Pei Wu first joined the company, everyone believed he would not last 3 months. General Manager Liu was known for his strictness, fastidiousness, and nitpicking nature, making him the most challenging boss to deal with. Pei Wu diligently served as his personal assistant, juggling files in one hand and a spoon in the other. Eventually, Pei Wu became involved in the company's significant decisions, proving himself capable of standing on his own. However, he did not receive a promotion. Chapter 1. I am Beta. At 2 in the afternoon, Pei Wu exited the airport. The cold winds of Hongdu lifted the edges of his clothing as he casually removed the gold-rimmed glasses from his nose. His slender and lean figure stood out remarkably in the crowd. Before he could attract too many gazes, a car pulled up and Pei Wu leaned in. Assistant Pei, General Manager Liu is at the number 1 mansion, said the driver, Lao Zhu, who had worked with Pei Wu for several months and was quite familiar with him. Pei Wu replied, "Yes, let's go there now." Was the business trip successful? It was fine. Pei Wu paused. I believe it won't disappoint General Manager Liu. Lao Zhu instinctively shrank his neck, as if General Manager Liu were present. Pei Wu completely understood. It was indeed challenging for everyone working under General Manager Liu to maintain their positions. The number 1 mansion was nestled close to Honghai, with a meticulously maintained expansive garden in front, offering a panoramic view and splendid scenery, making it a favored spot among the elite.as. Soon as the car stopped, the manager greeted them with a smile. Inside, a group of wealthy youngsters was enjoying themselves, with water from Honghai flowing into the swimming pool and ornamental fish added for effect. A few of them playfully pushed each other to jump in, while several tables were set up on the shore for card games and drinking. However, everyone was discreetly wearing neck rings or taking suppressants to ensure no pheromones escaped, as General Manager Liu despised any scent of pheromones, a well-known fact. Noticing something, Liu raised his gaze. He sat at the center of attention, his features illuminated by the sunlight. His eyes, strikingly long and beautiful, glimmering with a hint of mischief and coldness, making everyone around him appear insignificant. A habitual smirk played on his lips, rendering him difficult to approach. Upon seeing Pei Wu, Liu let out a cold chuckle. Pei Wu sighed, as if he had already heard Liu's unspoken thoughts. It took 3 days for a contract. Why not take 2 weeks to enjoy the scenery at their place? However, 3 days was nearing the threshold that could provoke Liu's ire. Kwang Junmeng, who had interacted with Pei Wu for business, waved at him. Pei Wu reciprocated the gesture and walked over. Your little assistant has arrived, Chao Guan joked. He had known Liu for over a decade and was well aware of his critical nature. Pei Wu was a rare find, managing to endure 3 months after a series of assistants had come and gone. Who knew what he had gone through? Liu withdrew his gaze, merely responding with a low HM. As Pei Wu drew closer, he inevitably overheard their conversation. Kwang Junmeng remarked, "The eldest son of the Zhou family is already 32 and still wishes to marry my cousin, claiming it's a union of strengths." Liu retorted, "Does the Zhou family not own a mirror?" The Zhou family's washing technology had long been fragmented due to internal strife, surrounded by wolves from outside, and now they thought of relying on marriage for salvation. It was rather too late. Moreover, the eldest son had lost a leg in an accident years ago, making the match with Kwang Junmeng's cousin quite audacious. Liu's sarcastic comments were something Pei Wu had grown accustomed to. After all, this was his 4th month serving as Liu's assistant. He had worked tirelessly, often burning the midnight oil, accumulating countless overtime hours, leaving little time for himself. In the entire Hongdu, it was hard to find anyone more difficult to manage than Liu. No wonder, on his first day, the HR director had almost broken her high heels from excitement, looking at him with a mixture of admiration and sympathy, warning him to be exceedingly cautious, especially with the memorable phrase, "Even if you are in the restroom, when the phone rings, please stretch your arm 8 meters long." He pondered how demanding of a person Liu must be, as expected. He was not disappointed. Pei Wu stood still, General Manager Liu. His voice was gentle and clear, drawing the attention of many. True to his name, Pei Wu possessed a gentle appearance and demeanor, devoid of any aggression. He stood straight, slightly bowing his head, embodying humility and propriety. His smile radiated warmth, and he presented himself impeccably, exuding a meticulous nature and distinctive style. With just one glance, Many understood why Lu had chosen to retain him. Lu remained silent, and Pei Wu naturally positioned himself behind him, scanning the surroundings. Pei Wu noticed that the tea on the table by Lu had barely been touched, and the pastries, seemingly made of water chestnut, were also untouched, indicating they did not suit Lu's taste. In a wonder, Lu's expression was so sour. Just then, a waiter brought in new tea, and Pei Wu gently intercepted it, taking the cup from the server's hands. Upon recognizing it as Jin Junmei, he felt a wave of relief. "You continue with your tasks." The server was momentarily dazzled by a smile. Pei Wu removed his windbreaker and draped it over the back of a nearby chair, leaning over the tea tray with ease. His movements were casual yet graceful, as the peony pattern on the ceramic teacup seemed to bloom during the motion, causing those around him to hold their breath in admiration. As the fragrance of the tea wafted through the art, Lu glanced over with an air of aristocracy, his long and dense eyelashes framing his striking eyes. As the tea leaves unfurled, the liquid took on a lustrous hue, and Pei Wu served the first cup to Lu. Lu responded with a noncommittal sounding almost like a dismissive grunt as he sipped, quickly finishing the cup. Pei Wu promptly refilled it. Hey. Kwang Junming lightly tapped the table, waiting to be served. "Assistant Pei, we are human too." Pei Wu smiled. "There's enough for everyone." After taking a sip, Kwang Junming found the tea to his liking, despite not being fond of black tea, as Pei Wu's skill was commendable. These 2 cups of tea seemed to ease Lu's tension, and he slightly tilted his head. "Have all matters been resolved?" Yes. Lu did not elaborate further, but introduced Pei Wu to a middle-aged man beside him. "This is General Zhang from Banhiri." Pei Wu instantly grasped Lu's intention. Before, Changrong had sought Banhiri's representative regarding potential cooperation with the Lindong Port Hotel, but the negotiations had been far from smooth. General Zhang had been elusive, and after 3 meetings, when Lu inquired about the progress, everyone fell silent, unable to bear the situation any longer, prompting Lu to step in personally. In any case, it was now Pei Wu's turn. General Zhang had a favorable impression of Pei Wu, and the two quickly struck up a conversation. After sipping 2 cups of tea from Pei Wu, General Zhang's mood lifted, and he asked, "Do you play cards?" Pei Wu smiled. "With such a good hand, you're granting me a favor." What a joke. General Zhang was sweating bullets, unable to compete against the cunning Chao Guan. Pei Wu took over Zhang's cards, and Chao Guan, who had been lounging, suddenly sat up straight. Pei Wu substituted for Zhang, ending the first round in a draw, but in the second round, he dominated, leaving the opponents in disarray. General Zhang was animated, sipping tea while patting his nearly bald head, looking as though he had been rejuvenated. Come on, General Zhang exclaimed. "If I lose, I'll pay." Pei Wu, of course, would not lose. He had to maintain a balance to ensure that Chao Guan and the others did not appear too embarrassed. General Zhang, elated, remarked to Lu, "General Lu, please don't take offense, but honestly, if it were Assistant Pei who contacted me initially, our business would have been settled long. 8G. Lu merely offered a nonchalant smile. General Zhang sighed, and then tentatively inquired, "Are you an A level?" This was a question regarding Pei Wu's classification as a beta. Such perceptive abilities draw individuals towards the alpha. Pei Wu calmly stated, "Mr. Zhang, I am a beta.Mr." Zhang's smile faltered, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Look at that. Kwang Jun felt a sense of relief in his heart. He was not the only one taken aback. Beta? Mr. Zhang expressed disbelief. Pei Wu affirmed, beta.Mr. Zhang's gaze remained one of admiration, yet tinged with sympathy. It is no small feat for a beta to reach Pei Wu's level. It is not merely a matter of capability, but rather an inherent privilege bestowed by genetics. Alphas are destined to be stronger, swifter, and more agile, differing significantly from the soft elegance of omegas, who resonate with alphas through a dependency on pheromones. Betas caught in between often appear unremarkable. To ascend from the mundane to the forefront. Pei Wu would inevitably have to exert 10-fold, 100-fold more effort than the average alpha. As the gathering concluded and they emerged from the mansion, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. In the past 3 days, Pei Wu had scarcely slept for a few hours. He blinked his weary eyes and turned to see Lu Shiwen, impeccably dressed and exuding a commanding presence. A top-tier alpha, a finely tuned, high-efficiency machine, could stride through a week of continuous work with an effortless grace that evoked envy. As the car approached, Pei Wu gently inquired, "Mr. Liu, shall we return?" Lu Shiwen casually replied, "I am hungry." Pei Wu thought to himself, "It seems we will continue working late into the evening." Chapter 2. Are you foolish? Pei Wu initially applied for the position of a personal assistant to Lu Shiwen. However, with the former assistant, Lanja, absent, Pei Wu seized the opportunity to demonstrate his worth by tackling several challenging tasks. This diligence earned him Lu Shiwen's favor, leading to business trips and the responsibility of hosting General Manager Zhang today. Should the day come when he could be promoted to a special assistant, Pei Wu would gladly endure any hardship. Returning to your home? Pei Wu inquired. Indeed, Lu Shiwen replied. In truth, top-tier alphas are indifferent to meals. Their physical vitality remains perpetually robust. During their attendance at banquets, Pei Wu seldom witnessed Lu Shiwen lifting his chopsticks, often reverting to the favored thick omelet from that initial day. Polite as ever, Pei Wu encouraged Lu Shiwen to sample his culinary skills. Perhaps it was the alluring golden exterior of the omelet that prompted Lu Shiwen's rare appreciation. He did not voice any distaste but polished off the dish, prompting Pei Wu to realize he had succeeded in his endeavor. Before entering the vehicle, Pei Wu discreetly spritzed a refreshing tonic infused with natural ingredients and mint oil on his nose, invigorating himself. He drove steadily, arriving at Lu Shiwen's residence in Yunlu Bay before dusk. Upon entering, Lu Shiwen's demeanor visibly brightened. I don't have Jin Junmei here. Should you desire it, I can arrange for it to be delivered tomorrow, Pei Wu offered. I do not wish to eat Western cuisine. Then let's have Chinese food. Lu Shiwen ascended the stairs with the grace of a pampered feline, his fluffy tail held high in regal splendor. Meanwhile, Pei Wu rolled up his sleeves and ventured into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator. He recalled the first time he encountered this fridge, which resembled a barren wasteland, containing only bottled water. Now, it was brimming with a plethora of ingredients, allowing Pei Wu the creative freedom to prepare whatever he desired. After thoroughly cleaning the sea base, he drizzled oil and began to sauté it. Once the skin was slightly charred, he set it aside and used the residual oil to sauté garlic and chili, followed by the addition of boiling water. After a few minutes, as the broth turned milky white, he tossed in the clams. A simple seasoning of salt and pepper sufficed. In another pan, he dry-fried pork belly until the fat rendered, then removed it, preparing tiger skin chili and quail eggs, as Lu Shiwen preferred the latter over chicken eggs. All ingredients were then combined in a stew pot with a richer array of spices, including a bottle of the homemade sauce Pei Wu had crafted, enhancing the flavor with 2 generous spoonfuls. Finally, he stir-fried a vegetable dish and simmered meatball soup, sufficient to satisfy their appetites. Clad in an apron, Pei Wu moved with ease, not out of servitude, but rather as a result of the generous rewards bestowed upon him by Lu Shiwen. Last month, upon his confirmation, his salary had tripled compared to his previous job. While Lu Shiwen was notoriously discerning, he compensated handsomely for aesthetically pleasing endeavors. A delectable dessert and a bowl of pork bone soup delighted Lu Shiwen. In his exhilaration, showered Pei Wu with monetary rewards from his personal account. Who could refuse such generosity as a worker? Noticing a penetrating gaze, Pei Wu turned to find Lu Shiwen standing at the doorway, arms crossed. Lu Shiwen had changed into comfortable home attire, his expression tranquil. Where did you learn such culinary skills? I practiced myself, Pei Wu replied, after growing weary of takeout for a time. With a dismissive hum, Lu Shiwen acknowledged this and, as was his custom, refrained from assisting in serving the dishes. Only after Pei Wu had arranged the tableware did he take a seat. This was not Pei Wu's first dining experience with his employer. In the Lu family, discipline is exceedingly strict, and the only sounds that punctuate the air are the faint clinks of bowls and chopsticks. However, Lu Shiwen eats with remarkable speed and, without noticing, bites into a pepper, causing his lips to flush a deep crimson. Frowning, he gestures for water. Pei Wu rises promptly to fetch ice-cold lemon water. Drinking it cold isn't good for the stomach. Perhaps honey water will be better? Pei Wu suggests. Lu Shiwen, disliking contradiction, insists, I want the iced lemon water. With no other choice, Pei Wu complies. After finishing the lemon water, Lu Xiwen sets down his chopsticks and states, regarding the collaboration with the Half-Sunset project, "You should discuss it with the team and follow up collaboratively." Pei Wu hesitates. "The team members are already fixed. It might be inappropriate for me to intervene now." "Are you foolish?" Lu Xiwen's face adopts a familiar, mocking expression. "Have we made any progress as a team during this time? If not, I would consider disbanding us mercifully. Today, President Zhang only relented because he wanted to please you. My intention in sending you is for them to assist you, not for you to worry about overshadowing their contributions." Pei Wu nods repeatedly. "Understood, I will remember." After finishing the meal, Pei Wu takes the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen and soon cleans them. As she returns, she hears Lu Xiwen remark, "These ants know how to handle it when they arrive." Pei Wu chuckles. "The ants are coming tomorrow. It's not appropriate for them to stay overnight." Lu Xiwen scoffs lightly and continues perusing the financial magazine in his hands, his every word and action dripping with disdain for this foolish world and its foolish inhabitants. When Pei Wu first encountered him, she was left in awe. It seemed that even the slightest misstep could easily provoke his scorn. Perhaps this is the nature of a top-tier alpha, with a worldview incomprehensible to ordinary people. "Mr. Lu, you should rest early. I'll head back now." Upon returning home, Pei Wu tidies up briefly, then quickly takes a shower, falling into a deep slumber in an instant. The next day at the office, after completing her tasks, Pei Wu heads to the project department. Upon explaining her purpose, the team members responsible for the Half-Sunset collaboration fall into silence. They had already known this morning that it was Pei Wu's achievement, but the disparity was too great. They had worked tirelessly without even seeing President Zhang, and they were left puzzled about how Pei Wu managed to secure the collaboration. Not only had she succeeded, but she had also joined the team, and more significantly, Mr. Lu had tacitly approved it. Wasn't this a slap in the face for them, the veterans? The team leader, Ji Bin, had not worn a pleasant expression since Pei Wu entered. Finally, Ji Bin forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, saying, "It seems Assistant Pei has her ways." Pei Wu, seemingly oblivious to the hostility, responds with a gentle smile. "This is the result of everyone's collective effort. After we complete the work, I will report truthfully to Mr. Lu." The implication that the credit belongs to all elicits a few friendly glances from the team. Yet Ji Bin remains unconvinced, interpreting Pei Wu's words as blatant boasting. Ji Bin is infuriated. His uncle is the deputy general manager of the branch, and the collaboration with Half-Sunset was a commitment he had made, a stepping stone for his advancement. Yet, Pei Wu had suddenly intruded upon his plans. That evening during dinner with his uncle, Ji Bin vented his frustrations. His uncle clicked his tongue and remarked, "Why are you so stubborn?" The individual, surnamed Pei, serving as an assistant to General Manager Lu, clearly indicates a life destined for toil. "You may treat him as you please, without concern for the effort he invests, for the project leader's name is yours. When the time comes for document approval, I shall subtly downplay Pei's contributions, and the accolades will ultimately be attributed to you." Ji Bin's eyes lit up at this notion. Would General Manager Lu truly remain oblivious? Who is General Manager Lu to concern himself with such matters? Ji Bin's uncle scoffed, remarking that a mere life assistant would hardly provoke such fear. "In fact, I suspect General Manager Lu holds Pei in slight disdain." Ji Bin, intrigued, inquired further, "How so?" "I have witnessed General Manager Lu nitpicking Pei's work on multiple occasions, criticizing this and that. It seems he cannot last long in this position, being merely a beta. Do not take it to heart." Ji Bin felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Ji Bin's greeting, regardless of what Pei Wu instructed in the group, the team members were lackadaisical and procrastinated. After several instances, Pei Wu grasped the underlying meaning. Troublesome, Assistant Pei, the capable must bear more. Ji Bin waved goodbye to Pei Wu and left for the day. Pei Wu was not accustomed to mentioning Lu Xiwen's name. He understood that Lu Xiwen was not a reliable ally. One must find ways to serve him. Complaining is a sign of incompetence. Thus, Pei Wu refrained from voicing the lack of cooperation from team members. Should collaboration falter, Lu Xiwen would surely address the project team and subsequently turn his attention to Pei Wu. Pei Wu cherished this position, and during the 3 months spent alongside Lu Shiwen, he had indeed gained invaluable insights. The talents of a top-tier alpha were truly admirable, particularly in problem-solving and pinpointing key issues. A mere Bin was insufficient to dissuade Pei Wu from his path. He poured himself a cup of coffee and resumed his seat at the computer. Chapter 3. Suppression in the bar owned by Kwang Junming. Lu Shiwen took a sip of a newly crafted cocktail, only to push it away in distaste. Kwang Junming remarked, "Well, being looked down upon by Lu Shiwen is a commonplace occurrence in life. Fortunately, he treats everyone equally, as a brother. I am not at the bottom of the hierarchy, which I can accept. Speaking of which, I did not anticipate you would eventually involve Pei Wu in the hotel project with Bonri Luo." Lu Shiwen responded, "He possesses that capability. There are many capable individuals in your company." Lu Shiwen lifted his gaze. Ability can be cultivated, but identifying a clever mind amidst a sea of fools is no easy feat. Pei Wu's initial role was to manage his daily life, meals, coffee, and tea. At first, Lu Shiwen had little hope for him, assuming he was akin to those previously dismissed for their lack of intellect. However, Pei Wu proved him wrong, not only performing flawlessly but also excelling in the culinary arts, particularly with his sweet and sour fish, which could brighten Lu Shiwen's demeanor for an entire day. Despite his inherent stoicism, as the year drew to a close, Pei Wu assisted the accounting department in reconciling the books and also contributed a striking project proposal for the planning department. When Lu Shiwen reviewed it, he felt a rare sense of satisfaction, only to later discover it was Pei Wu's handiwork. This indicated that Pei Wu was not only competent but possessed a hint of talent as well. Kwang Junming understood, and thus inquired, "So, you intend to nurture him? Is that a problem?" Lu Shiwen replied, "After all, how many alphas can truly compare to him?" This left Kwang Junming momentarily speechless. Lu Shiwen was still engaged in his task, remarking that he was indeed superior to you, merely occupying an A-level title while idly passing his days. Kwang Junming interjected, suggesting it was time for him to get to work. Rising from his seat, Lu Shiwen requested a change of bartender, expressing dissatisfaction with the drink. Kwang Junming was momentarily taken aback. He had recently developed an interest in mixology, and the drink he had just prepared was praised by the establishment's bartender as commendable. Meanwhile, Pei Wu found himself immersed in a project that, while intricate, was manageable. The critical aspects had been streamlined, leaving room for refinement in the details at a later stage. Perhaps due to an instruction from General Manager Zhang, the liaison on the other end was notably amiable upon hearing Pei Wu's voice, which alleviated some of the pressure. However, the workload required him to toil late into the night, rising at 6:30 in the morning, leaving him with scant hours of rest. By the end of the week, he had depleted 2 bottles of energy spray. Pushing open the office door, Pei Wu carried with him a meal box designated for Lu Shiwen. Arriving 10 minutes earlier, Lu Shiwen had already reviewed several documents. The menu included a nourishing abalone soup and steamed buns filled with fresh meat. The former had been simmered by Pei Wu the night before, while the latter was a result of his foresight, having prepared and frozen a portion in advance for convenience. Instead of partaking in a meal, Lu Shiwen fixed his gaze on Pei Wu. Although his stare lacked intensity, his typically unapproachable demeanor instilled a sense of unease. "Mr. Lu, have you been experiencing insomnia lately?" Pei Wu blinked in response. "Not at all. I fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow." Lu Shiwen frowned. "Then why the dark circles under your eyes?" Pei Wu, with his fair complexion, sported only a faint shadow beneath his eyes, subtle enough that most would overlook it. He had glanced in the mirror before departing and deemed himself presentable, unaware that Lu Shiwen's discerning eye had caught the detail. Indeed, the pursuit of perfection by a top alpha was meticulous. Pei Wu chose silence, and Lu Shiwen did not press the issue further. Seizing the opportunity of Lu Shiwen's quiet breakfast, Pei Wu began to report on his work. When he reached the planning for the Lingdong Port Hotel, he hesitated slightly. Lu Shiwen, noticing this, wiped his hands with a tissue. "How is the progress on the project team?" Some words lingered at the tip of Pei Wu's tongue, but he held back, deciding to report directly once it reached completion to avoid ridicule. "It's going well." A flicker of concern crossed Lu Shiwen's eyes. It was rare for Pei Wu to offer such ambiguous responses. Next item. After half an hour, the report concluded. and Pei Wu returned to his workstation to address some pressing matters. He spent the entire morning without a moment to sip water. Closing his laptop, he took a USB drive to the project team. Most members were present, and upon seeing Pei Wu, their lively conversation abruptly ceased. Pei Wu found their cliquish behavior quite bothersome, as it impeded productivity. He needed to copy a crucial document, but Ji-bin was present, engaging in nonsensical banter and evading the matter at hand. Observing Ji-bin lounging in his chair, Pei Wu's patience began to wane. Noticing the shift in Pei Wu's demeanor, Ji-bin chuckled. "What's wrong, Assistant Pei? Are you upset?" Mr. Liu inquired about the progress this morning. Pei Wu replied calmly, "I have been overseeing this project from start to finish. If there are delays, do you think I will be the only one facing the consequences?" The levity vanished from Ji-bin's face as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The rectification of Pei Wu is undoubtedly significant. However, should an unforeseen incident arise, with Liu Zong's temperament, he would not hesitate to deal with them harshly. Ji-bin gestured to one of his team members. "You should have it on your computer, right? Send it to Pei." Pei Wu continued, "By the way, remember to add my name to the project proposal in the section for the team leader." Liu Shiwen had previously stated that the project department was to assist him, and given his contributions, that request was hardly unreasonable. Yet, Ji-bin suddenly rose, his expression turning icy. "Don't overstep your bounds. Am I the one who is being unreasonable?" Pei Wu spoke at a measured pace, yet there was a subtle pressure in his tone. "If I were to abandon this project, do you truly believe you possess the capability to carry it forward?" Ji-bin despised nothing more than being looked down upon, especially by someone like Pei Wu, a beta. He could tolerate omegas, but what was a beta to him? In a fit of anger, Ji-bin stepped closer to Pei Wu, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. "Pei Wu, do not test my patience, should you truly offend me. I assure you, I can make your position in Changrong untenable. Do you believe that?" Ji-bin's voice was chillingly soft, as the pheromones characteristic of a B-level alpha began to permeate the air. Pei Wu could not quite discern the scent, but it was undeniably unpleasant. Alpha pheromones do not subjugate betas, yet they can alter the surrounding atmosphere, akin to an invisible hand gripping his throat, making it difficult for Pei Wu to breathe. Ji-bin took satisfaction in observing Pei Wu's rising wariness. After all, regardless of a beta's prowess, their inherent limitations rendered them mediocre, even useless. Yet, Ji-bin's attention was drawn to Pei Wu's subtly pale lips. Truth be told, even among omegas, Pei Wu's visage was striking, typically exuding an air of refined gentility. The buttons of his shirt meticulously fastened, he appeared composed, though one could only speculate about the tumult beneath his surface. As Ji-bin pondered this, his demeanor became increasingly frivolous. "Group leader, someone is struggling to endure Ji-bin's incessant pheromone release." A voice trembled in warning. "Silence, Ji-bin retorted, accustomed to a lack of regard for others." He felt an impulsive urge to shatter Pei Wu's cold defenses upon noticing his elegantly elongated neck. In contrast, Pei Wu's gaze clearly reflected his disdain for Ji-bin, that despicable alpha who, relying on a mere genetic advantage, believed himself capable of crushing all in his path. Suddenly, Ji-bin raised his hand. Realizing his intent, Pei Wu clenched his fists, just as the door was forcefully thrown open. Ji-bin's displeasure was palpable. However, before he could discern the intruder, a chilling voice cut through the air. "You are using pheromones to suppress him?" Ji-bin's mind went blank. The sensation that struck him was more disorienting than pain itself, as he lost his balance, toppling along with his chair, collapsing into a crumpled heap on the floor. Chapter 4. Pei's assistant calms the storm. Pei Wu abruptly turned, finding Liu Shiwen standing at the entrance. Additionally, the assistant Lan Zhe, who had been on a business trip, had returned. He had been accompanying Liu Shiwen for 3 years and was rumored to be an alumnus of the same school, a high-ranking alpha. Liu Shiwen entered with a stern countenance. Unlike Ji-bin, whose pheromones engulfed the entire room like a toxic gas, a top-tier alpha could meticulously regulate the extent of their pheromones' reach. Within the current confines, Ji-bin finds himself amidst a raw competition among alphas, where the hierarchy is starkly evident. The one with the superior rank reigns supreme. Remarkably, Ji Bin has maintained his composure, entirely at the mercy of Lu Shiwen's restraint. Chang Rong espouses an unwavering inclusivity towards all secondary sexual characteristics, with omegas constituting 1/5 of the workforce. Thus, the company has instituted a clear mandate forbidding any deliberate release of pheromones to prevent irrevocable consequences during heat or sensitivity periods, particularly condemning any alpha attempting to subjugate betas and omegas through pheromonal dominance, which is unequivocally an act of oppression. Ji Bin has no grounds for argument. The pheromonal assessment among equals is infallible. Lu Shiwen has even discerned a distinctly displeasing emotion emanating from Ji Bin's recently released pheromones. Lan Zhe glanced at Ji Bin, sprawled on the ground, and felt no pity. He had indeed collided directly with Lu's ire, with a visage often described as stern and rarely graced by a smile. Lan Zhe's gaze towards Pei Wu bore no hostility, merely a cursory appraisal. When Pei Wu joined the company, Lan Zhe had been deployed elsewhere, making this their inaugural meeting. A mere glance from Lan Zhe prompted Pei Wu to swiftly comprehend the unspoken cue, positioning himself alongside Lan Zhe behind Lu Shiwen. Pei Wu, explain what transpired, Lu Shiwen commanded in a low tone. Pei Wu paused momentarily before calmly recounting the events, only to be interrupted by Lu Shiwen after a few sentences. Is it necessary for you to personally retrieve the documents? A team member frequently associated with Ji Bin could no longer contain himself. Lu, it's merely that Assistant Pei didn't wish to trouble us. Is that so? Lu Shiwen retorted, directing his attention to the speaker. Have you fulfilled your duties? The individual dared not refute. They were all aware that Pei Wu had been solely managing the project lately, relying on Ji Bin's backing, leading them to become complacent. Yet, if Lu Shiwen were to discover this negligence, the situation would transform drastically. Of course, rest assured, Lu, they exclaimed, though Pei Wu internally mused that such blind optimism was reckless. Predictably, Lu Shiwen inquired, to what stage has the contract with the Half-Sunset project progressed? A profound silence enveloped the room. Was there anything left unexplained? Lu Shiwen had granted Pei Wu the authority. Yet Pei Wu had not only failed to utilize it, but had also been treated as a scapegoat. It was no wonder his spirits had been low in recent days while maintaining an appearance of normalcy. Lu Shiwen remained silent, his pheromonal presence lashing out at Ji Bin, who was now rolling his eyes in exasperation. Everyone should head to the HR department now, Lan Zhe announced. One employee, startled, protested, no, Assistant Lan. This doesn't concern us. Your ability to utter such a statement would not absolve you from being dismissed, Lan Zhe replied coldly. Colluding and bullying is expressly forbidden, and the collaboration with Half-Sunset is a top-tier project, receiving a salary while contributing nothing. How could that be justified? You're at fault, not me. Lu, this is all GS intention, came a foolish protest. Idiot, Lu Shiwen retorted icily. Does he have the authority to dictate your fate? Pei Wu had not anticipated the situation escalating in this manner. Then, in the next moment, Lu Shiwen turned to him. Pei Wu, he began, his tone sharp. You are even more foolish than they are. Pei Wu felt the sting of those words, while Lu Shiwen ignored Ji Bin's pitiful state entirely, retracting his pheromonal influence and striding away with purpose. Lan Zhe felt that Lu Zong's outburst this time was markedly different from previous occasions. Just as he was pondering, Pei Wu softly remarked, "This is a matter for Assistant Lan." With that, she hurried to catch up with Lu Shiwen. Although he was utterly perplexed, Lan Zhe prioritized addressing the mess before him. If you have grievances, you may lodge complaints with the relevant departments. And you, Ji Bin, he added with a disdainful expression, regardless of company regulations or the ABO Protection Act, if an alpha releases pheromones in a hostile manner without cause, it is deemed an act of violence and can be met with coercive measures. The implication was clear. Consequences would ensue without regard for timing. Lan Zhe glanced at his watch. Have your belongings cleared away by 2 o'clock this afternoon to make room for the newcomers. There are plenty eager to join Changrong, and ridding ourselves of such pests will allow us to infuse some fresh talent. Once Lan Zhe departed, the team exchanged glances, each one filled with panic and regret, their eyes casting daggers at Ji Bin. Are you mute? Pei Wu had barely closed the door when Lu Shiwen's furious voice inquired. It was said that top-tier alphas were rational, lacking warmth, and that their emotions were as elusive as the depths of the ocean. Yet, Lu Shiwen was not such a figure. He often exuded a critical and mocking demeanor, as if he were a being from another dimension, too powerful to bother with pretense. Disdain visibly etched upon his face. Pei Wu looked at him. Lu Zong, it is not as you think. Lu Shiwen raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. While Jibin's group does exhibit a tendency to form cliques, it is not a significant issue. General Zhang places great importance on this project, and for me, it presents an excellent opportunity for growth. I have already warned Jibin. My name will be listed as the project leader, and it will be evident during meetings who is involved. Before Pei Wu could finish, he noticed Lu Shiwen curling his lips in a cold smile, his gaze sharp. This man, strikingly handsome with the perfect bone structure of a top-tier alpha, even managed to make an expression that should be loath to appear as though crafted by divine hands. Pei Wu, Lu Shiwen's voice deepened. You're first, overly ambitious, and second, you do not truly believe I would side with you. Your gritted teeth reveal your tenacity. His words struck a nerve, causing Pei Wu to feel a shiver of unease. Lu Shiwen settled into his chair, backlit, his features shrouded in shadow. When silent, the very atmosphere seemed to constrict, yet a faint scent lingered at the tip of his nose, relaxing Pei Wu despite the tension, and he found it quite pleasant. In such a context, Pei Wu felt less fearful. He contemplated before speaking. Lu Zong, I do not wish to burden you. An awkward silence ensued, leading Pei Wu to continue. Would you like some black tea? The Jin Jume I ordered has arrived. He then made his way to the tea station, wondering if he should add ice given Lu Zong's evident anger. Who puts ice in tea? Lu Shiwen's tone was cool, yet he at least acknowledged the question. Pei Wu chuckled softly. All right. Lanja entered, files in hand, pleased with his fruitful outing. However, upon entering, he found the new life assistant to be determined, presenting a fragrant cup of tea to Lu Zong, stating it was at the perfect temperature. Lu Shiwen accepted it with a sour expression before lowering his head to take a sip. Lanja finally realized what the strange feeling in his heart was when Pei Wu had chased Lu Shiwen out. It turned out that Pei assistant was merely coaxing someone. Chapter 5. He is actually quite easy to talk to with Lanja's arrival. The atmosphere gradually returned to normal. However, Lanja felt a peculiar discomfort. President Lu was clearly still in a bad mood. For whatever reason, his pheromones had not been entirely subdued, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority that made Lanja feel slightly uneasy. President Lu. Lu Shiwen's eyelashes drooped, revealing a weariness characteristic of someone in a position of power, yet his brows relaxed, seemingly finding pleasure in the tea before him. Lanja couldn't help but glance at Pei Wu again. President Lu has matters to discuss with Assistant Pei, so I shall take my leave. No need, Lu Shiwen replied. Stay and listen. Indeed, Lanja felt a chill in his heart. President Lu's intention to cultivate Pei assistant was unmistakable. How had those under Jibin, led by him, managed to offend him so thoroughly? Lanja was neither daunted nor perturbed. For him, having someone to share his burdens would be the most delightful experience in the world. Upon receiving Lanja's gentle and sympathetic gaze, Pei Wu felt a smile tugging at his lips. This matter quickly spread. Jibin, with such a formidable background, frequently relied on his uncle's connections to form cliques. Yet, offending Assistant Pei and being dealt with by President Lu was merely a matter of moments. Jibin's uncle dared not utter a word. Who was it that claimed a life assistant could not withstand 3 months and would be expelled from Changron? That day, as Pei Wu made his way to the company cafeteria, he distinctly felt the eager gazes of those around him. Pei Wu relished this attention, for it signified that his path would be smoother in the future. Assistant Pei, the head of the project department, Zhou Sheng, called out from a distance, then approached with a tray, taking a seat across from Pei Wu. His expression radiated unreserved joy. With Jibin, the malignant tumor, removed, he felt he could live 2 more years. Assistant Pei, are you having just these 2 dishes for lunch? Yes, Pei Wu replied, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm not hungry. Zhou Sheng dug into a chicken leg, finishing it off in one breath until only the bones remained. He exhaled heavily. Assistant Pei, thank you this time. Pei Wu understood his meaning and chuckled softly, shaking his head. I couldn't have dealt with someone like Bin. Zhou Sheng's mind raced. Lowering his voice, I never realized, Assistant Pei, that President Liu rarely gives anyone a chance to shine. Pei Wu raised an eyebrow, contemplating how rumors had escalated. It was Bin who had violated company regulations. Whatever the case, I'm comfortable now. As they conversed, an accounting supervisor from another table turned around. Assistant Pei, I've noticed you don't seem afraid of President Liu. I am. Pei Wu paused slightly, but President Liu is a person of principle. He is quite easy to communicate with if one performs their duties well. Before Pei Wu could finish, the surrounding gazes filled with disbelief. Well, had the phrase easy to talk to ever been associated with President Liu? It sent shivers down one's spine in broad daylight. I assure you, he really is. Assistant Pei, your perspective is quite tinted, someone remarked. It's not a filter, Pei Wu asserted. Changrong's benefits are among the best in the industry. Overtime is compensated. Bonuses are awarded upon project completion, and employees can leave work on time and take vacations. If there are special circumstances, leniency is granted. If it weren't for Liu Shiwen's intentions, how could it be so comfortable? Assistant Pei. The accounting supervisor's expression was fierce, and I conceded that I could not refute him. Pei Wu chuckled softly. In truth, you are all aware without my saying so. It is merely the formidable presence of Liu Shiwen, coupled with his eternally derisive demeanor, that commands reverence. At the corner, Liu Shiwen had overheard the entire exchange. Beside him, Lanja inquired, what with the again? Please have a copy sent up. Having said this, Liu Shiwen turned and departed. Lanja shrugged, accepting the request. At this point, Lanja's understanding of Pei Wu's charm was limited to his amiable demeanor and formidable abilities, leading him to believe that working alongside him would be effortless. However, the following morning, Pei Wu presented 2 portions of breakfast, xiaomai filled with 3 treasures and salted egg yolk sausage, hearty multi-grain soy milk, and slices of fried steamed buns coated in egg batter, all meticulously arranged in the lunchbox, the colors harmoniously balanced, exuding a pristine appearance. While everything else was satisfactory, it was the toasted bun that made Lanja slow down his chewing. It contained an exceptionally delectable sauce meat. He savored every bite, and as he observed Pei Wu standing beside President Liu, calmly explaining the project as progress, he gained a newfound appreciation for him. Previously, Lanja had no concrete concept of the adage that to win a person's heart one must first win their stomach. Yet, as he cleaned up the last crumbs of the bun from his palm, enlightenment dawned upon him. Did you bring some for Lanja as well? Liu Shiwen suddenly asked. Pei Wu's nerves twitched slightly. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, yes, since I arose early today, I made 2 portions. With those dark circles from a few days ago, you could easily be mistaken for Panda at the zoo. Yet here you are, rising early again, steadfast Pei Wu. Pei Wu, upon hearing this, remained silent at the moment, but later explained to Pei Wu, such is the nature of an alpha. Territorial instincts are ever present. As President Liu's personal assistant, he instinctively prefers not to share. Pei Wu had a moment of clarity. Lanja reminded him, next time you make these, you can privately share some with me. Absolutely. In the afternoon, while at work, Pei Wu rubbed the back of his neck, which felt warm and itchy. He decided to pull out his phone and make an appointment with Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou responded promptly, indicating availability the following morning. Coincidentally, Liu Shiwen was scheduled to go out, so Pei Wu requested a half-day leave from Lanja, who readily agreed. Zhou Yu was Pei Wu's attending physician, and given the time constraints and Pei Wu's persistent headaches over the past few days, he felt it was imperative not to delay. Upon arriving at the hospital punctually, Zhou Yu immediately arranged for an examination. After the entire process, Zhou Yu, holding the report, casually remarked, old ailment, shall I give you 2 injections? Yes, if it can stabilize things, Pei Wu acquiesced, accustomed to this routine. A slender needle was inserted at a certain point on the back of his neck. Despite being psychologically prepared, Pei Wu clenched his fists slightly in response to the pain. This sensation was not unfamiliar. In fact, from the ages of 12 to 20, he had undergone such treatments periodically. Rather than exhausting him, it had rendered him ever more acutely aware. All done, the nurse whispered. As the needle was withdrawn, a stinging sensation accompanied the rush of blood, and Pei Wu gently opened his eyes, devoid of his usual gentleness, leaving only a shroud of gray desolation. His public persona is that of a beta, yet few are aware that Pei Wu's initial genetic testing classified him as an omega. However, as his peers gradually underwent the differentiation of secondary sex characteristics, Pei Wu found himself ensnared in a bottleneck. The area at the nape of his neck, where glands were supposed to develop, ached and itched to an unbearable degree. The torment he endured was indescribable. He later received a diagnosis of a rare condition that prevented him from transcending the omega threshold, ultimately relegating him to live as a beta. In truth, Pei Wu could accept either designation, but he grew increasingly agitated by the frequent hospital visits necessitated by his condition. Chapter 6. Tomorrow, I will bring you a jar. Pei Wu could not ascertain how much he had spent at the hospital. This reality fueled his parents' incessant reminders of the debt he owed them, a burden he found himself at a loss to address. He clung to his position at the company primarily to cover medical expenses. After receiving 2 injections, he floated out of the injection room. Zhou Yu awaited him in the corridor, as there were several more patients to attend to. He spoke rapidly. Rest well, drink plenty of water, take your medication on time. These 2 injections should last for a while. Return to me if you feel unwell again. Don't just me. You can't even manage the first point? Zhou Yu interjected. 1 injection of the stabilizer costs 3,700. Pei Wu responded nonchalantly. Zhou Yu was momentarily rendered speechless. Having practiced medicine for 20 years, and being a decade older than Pei Wu, he had encountered a myriad of patients. Yet Pei Wu remained indelibly etched in his memory. Initially brought to the clinic by his parents, he had been a quiet and obedient child. However, the financial burden of this illness was overwhelming. His parents' anxiety quickly morphed into impatience within just 6 months. By the time the second child was born, Pei Wu had to navigate the hospital alone. On numerous occasions, he forewent injections, opting instead for the cheapest medications available, prompting Zhou Yu to realize that his financial situation was dire. In contrast to ordinary children, once their families relinquished hope, survival was nearly impossible. Yet Pei Wu excelled academically. Zhou Yu observed his remarkable journey from a prestigious high school to a top university, from an intern to a corporate elite, gradually affording the exorbitant medical costs, a truly inspiring tale. Nevertheless, weariness dominated Pei Wu's eyes. Zhou Yu understood the illness was relentless, presenting 2 outcomes: the complete disappearance of the omega's latent glands or the eventual differentiation into one. Regardless of the path, each was a miraculous prospect. Upon exiting the hospital, Pei Wu's spirits remained low. Yet, once he settled into the taxi and opened his phone, his demeanor brightened. Lon just said you took a leave. Where have you been? Photo, this horrid lemon tea? I want tea be pleasant to anyone today. Pei Wu, your excuse had better be reasonable. Pei Wu. As the nominal life assistant, he found himself absent precisely when the boss needed him. What a predicament. Driver, I'll pay more. Please hurry. Pei Wu calculated swiftly in his mind. He had organized the tea station in the corridor, ensuring everything was in order, including the lemon tea. When he knocked on the office door, holding the lemon tea, and looked up, he was met with Lu Shiwen sitting behind the desk, his expression dark and brooding. As he passed by Lanja, Pei Wu even noticed a fervent look of prayer in his eyes. It is highly likely that the morning's collaboration discussion was hindered by a rather unprofessional liaison. Lu Shiwen, suppressing his frustration, was about to inquire about Pei Wu's whereabouts when he suddenly detected the scent of disinfectant. Did you go to the hospital? Pei Wu paused, then nodded yes. The lemon tea, adorned with mint leaves and ice cubes, exuded a delightful sweetness. Lu Shiwen scrutinized Pei Wu. Are you unwell? Just a slight headache, Pei Wu replied. Revealing only what he could, it's an old ailment. Lu Shiwen frowned. How old are you? The doctor said it's not serious. Pei Wu anticipated Lu Shiwen's reproach, but was met with silence instead. Lu Shiwen refrained from further inquiries, bringing the lemon tea close to his nose, delicately inhaling its fragrance before reluctantly taking a sip, his brow slightly raising as he sampled it again. The project nearing completion. Lu Jia and Pei Wu would henceforth take charge. Pei Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Having assistant Lu by his side was akin to having wings. Furthermore, clear your schedule next Wednesday. You're accompanying me to Haishur, Lu Xuan instructed. Pei Wu eagerly replied, all right. Being entrusted with such responsibilities indicated that Lu Xuan intended to personally mentor him. Is assistant Lu not coming? Lu Xuan regarded him with perceptive eyes. When did you two become so close? Pei Wu remarked, I was just asking. Even Lu Jia felt a twinge of surprise. He had observed the subtle dynamics for several days and finally understood that, despite Lu Xuan's critical nature, he was in fact quite satisfied with Pei Wu in every aspect. A simple breakfast and a cup of lemon tea could effortlessly quell the fierce temper of this T-Rex. What he had said to Pei Wu previously was indeed correct. Subconsciously, Lu Xuan had begun to regard Pei Wu as part of his personal domain. Ultimately, Pei Wu was exceedingly competent and had been overly indulged by Lu Xuan. Although such thoughts might seem inappropriate, Lu Jia could find no other descriptor present. Lu Xuan, Lu Jia began earnestly, if we can work harmoniously with Pei Wu, our future endeavors will undoubtedly progress smoothly. Indeed, Lu Xuan reluctantly accepted this notion as the project approached its conclusion. With Lu Jia assisting in managing the details and filling gaps, Pei Wu was finally freed from overtime. Lu Jia was also pleased with the work Pei Wu had managed. It was well organized, and even with Lu Jia's late intervention, it required little effort. That morning, Pei Wu prepared 2 substantial rice balls, generously filled. As he exited the elevator, he encountered Lu Jia, who was about to enter. Pei Wu casually tossed one into his pocket. Lu Jia tightened his grip on his coat pocket, exchanging a calm glance with Pei Wu. Friendships between intelligent individuals often form swiftly. Pei Wu did not expend excessive energy on this relationship, allowing him ample time to prepare lunch for Lu Xuan. After a brief stint in the microwave, the meal emerged, still fragrant. Braised pork, spicy chicken, stir-fried beef with bamboo shoots. Upon closing the door, Pei Wu felt his phone buzz. Opening it revealed Lu Xuan generously sending a substantial monetary gift. Enough for Pei Wu to procure 10 times the ingredients. Such a magnanimous employer. What was wrong with cooking a meal for him? Pei Wu felt invigorated. He was not particularly finicky about food, as long as it was not pre-packaged takeout. The cafeteria's offerings were quite satisfactory. What is that crunchy thing in your ice ball? Lu Jia inquired, approaching with his plate. Radish cubes? Pei Wu replied. No, I made it myself. Lanja fixed his gaze on him for a couple of seconds and remarked, I can flawlessly conclude the project by sunset. Pei Wu, feeling fortunate, replied, I'll bring you a can tomorrow. Lanja, satisfied, slapped the table lightly and bent down to take a mouthful of rice. Not far away, a group of people huddled together, chattering away and occasionally glancing in their direction. Indeed, Pei Wu possessed an irresistible charm. In just a few days, even a most aloof assistant Lan was engaging him in pleasant conversation. Yes, assistant Lan had just exhibited genuine happiness. These two would not disappoint. Lanja was a man of his word. The names submitted for the project would only include him and Pei Wu, and the prospect of the reward was enough to inspire Pei Wu to dream sweetly for several nights. As time swiftly passed to Wednesday, the sky appeared gloomy. Pei Wu changed from a lightweight sweater to a cashmere one and took a paper bag he had prepared in advance. Chapter 7. This alpha is quite dangerous. Upon arriving at the company, Pei Wu did not ascend to the upper floors. After answering a phone call, he proceeded directly to the underground parking garage, where he waited for 5 minutes until Lu Xuan emerged with the driver, Old Ju. Regardless of the circumstances, Old Ju instinctively shrank his neck whenever he encountered Lu Xuan, and today, his neck was entirely hidden. Pei Wu, having been forewarned, recalled that Lanja had sent a message 5 minutes earlier, alerting him to Lu's foul mood. It was not unusual for Lu Xuan to be in a bad temper. Eliciting a genuine smile from him was akin to witnessing red rain from the heavens. Once in the car, Old Ju pressed the accelerator towards the airport. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, causing branches to sway back and forth, while plastic bags occasionally danced through the air. The weather showed no signs of clearing up, seemingly on the brink of a torrential downpour, which was quite disheartening. Old Zhu drove with focused determination, thinking that reaching the airport would bring relief. Pei Wu sensed that Lu Shiwen's current discontent was unrelated to work. Otherwise, he would have already unleashed his venomous remarks. Lange's calm demeanor in his message further confirmed this. In the silence, the sound of Pei Wu fiddling with the paper bag was particularly pronounced. Lu Shiwen cast a cold glance in his direction. Pei Wu retrieved a thermos, unscrewed it halfway, and offered it to Lu Shiwen. Coffee, with a splash of milk. Mildly sweetened, but be careful, it's hot. After a few seconds of scrutiny, Lu Shiwen reached out to accept it, facilitating Pei Wu's ability to produce more items. He then presented a homemade sandwich, with 2 blueberries peeking out from the edges, Lu Shiwen's favorite fruit. The egg was cooked to a perfect medium, yielding a soft tenderness upon biting. As Lu Shiwen did not favor ketchup, Pei Wu had improvised a sweet and spicy sauce, wrapped in oil-absorbing paper to prevent any mess. Lowering the tray table from the seat in front, Lu Shiwen quietly savored his breakfast. Pei Wu, leaning back to enter Lu Shiwen's blind spot, felt emboldened. Truly, this individual resembled a purebred cat, possessing a strong temperament and character. While he often displayed a fierce demeanor towards others, once the right approach was discovered, he could be easily coaxed. If old Zhu could hear Pei Wu's thoughts, he would likely bury himself in the nearby greenery. The primary reason for Pei Wu's secret delight in feeding Lu Shiwen lay in the latter's striking beauty. He dared not confess to anyone the satisfaction he derived from this act of nurturing. Perhaps it was the challenge that made the triumph all the more precious. The mere sight of Lu Shiwen savoring his food brought a sense of satisfaction to Pei Wu. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Lu's demeanor appeared more pleasant. Lao Zhu cast a quick glance at the rearview mirror before extending his neck slightly from his collar. Lu Shiwen retrieved a wet wipe, meticulously cleaning each finger, and casually inquired, "Have you eaten?" "Yes, I had noodles," Pei Wu replied. Noodles were cumbersome to bring on board, so he had only prepared coffee sandwiches. Upon arriving at the airport, Lu Shiwen donned sunglasses as he stepped out of the car, striding ahead with purpose. Lao Zhu hurriedly grabbed the luggage and quickly followed Pei Wu. "You've worked hard, Assistant Pei," Lao Zhu whispered, a tone of admiration mixed with concern in his voice. Pei Wu found it difficult to explain. This was hardly a challenge for him. In first class, they waited for 20 minutes in the VIP lounge before priority boarding. Lu Shiwen preferred to travel light, often taking only 1 or 2 companions, leaving the mundane tasks to Pei Wu. Seated next to each other, Lu Shiwen took the window seat while Pei Wu lifted a small suitcase and placed it in the overhead compartment. Just then, a hurried individual entered, colliding with Pei Wu. He stumbled slightly, the suitcase nearly slipping from his grasp, but a large hand caught it just in time. Utilizing the support, Pei Wu pushed the suitcase further inside and promptly closed the compartment door. Lu Shiwen then pulled Pei Wu aside, his tall frame emerging as he fixed an impassive gaze on the reckless young man. The youth, in his early 20s with light blue hair and a polished appearance, wore headphones around his neck. His expression of regret quickly transformed into a flicker of wariness. This was the instinctive perception of an alpha towards a fellow, especially one of higher status. In a hurry, Lu Shiwen asked, "Why not take a private jet?" "I apologize. I was a bit too excited and didn't see where I was going," the young man replied, glancing at Pei Wu. Not sensing any malice, Pei Wu interjected, "It's all right. Mr. Lu, you're quite the saint." The light-hearted sarcasm had little sting, especially since Lu Shiwen had just assisted him with his suitcase. The young man quieted considerably, removing his headphones and placing them into his backpack before picking up a foreign magazine, clearly belonging to a privileged background. He sat in a seat across the aisle from Pei Wu, perhaps feeling genuinely remorseful. After sitting down, he quietly asked Pei Wu, "Did I hurt you?" Pei Wu shook his head. "No need to worry about it." His delicate features radiated a serene calmness, a tranquility seldom seen in someone of the young man's exuberant age, captivating enough to momentarily silence any thoughts of response. The young man found himself holding his breath before initiating a conversation. "Are you also heading to Haishur?" "Yes." "For work?" "Indeed." The young man's heart raced slightly. He suddenly felt an urge to inquire if Pei Wu was an Omega. However, the words faltered on his lips as he caught a glimpse of the beast's eyes through the gap between Pei Wu and his seat. A silent yet chilling warning within their placid depths. His heart raced even faster, this time out of fear, prompting him to sit upright and steady his breath. Though a hint of defiance lingered. "Pei Wu," Lu Shiwen said calmly, "let's switch seats. The light is blinding." Although it was merely a matter of adjusting a sunshade, Lu Shiwen was known for his meticulous nature, and Pei Wu remained silent, simply complying. After settling into their seats, Lu Shiwen stretched his legs, while the flight attendant politely inquired if they would like something to drink. Lu Shiwen lazily requested plain water, believing that nothing could compare to the delightful beverages prepared by Pei Wu. Plain water was a safe choice. The young man leaned back in his chair, feeling a lingering sense of dissatisfaction that he could not quite express, too intimidated to turn and glare at Lu Shiwen. As a subtle yet palpable pheromone lingered in the air, emanating an unmistakable aura of dominance. Lu Shiwen's request for water, delivered in a low and relaxed tone, seemed to convey an unspoken challenge, as if he were not the one who had just been watching from the shadows. This alpha was indeed perilous, the young man thought. Pei Wu remained oblivious, only faintly catching a whiff of a refreshingly captivating scent. Was it Lu's signature perfume? Perhaps he would inquire about the brand later. Following the administration of a stabilizing agent, fatigue washed over him as tranquility enveloped his body. Logically, Pei Wu should not have let his guard down, especially with Lu Shiwen nearby, but as his head gently rested against the back of the seat, a comfortable position alleviated the tension in his neck, causing Lu Shiwen's figure to gradually blur in his vision, the final glimmer of light shrinking into a mere slit before succumbing to silence. So exhausted, Lu Shiwen observed Pei Wu, who had drifted into slumber. Chapter 8. Business trip together during the 2-hour flight from Hongdu to Haishur, Pei Wu had essentially fallen asleep. When he opened his eyes, the plane was taxiing, startling him into an abrupt sitting position. Had he been dreaming of nightmares? Lu Shiwen's indifferent voice cut through the remnants of panic, calming his racing heart. Pei Wu turned to him, still somewhat dazed. "Did you really have a nightmare?" Lu Shiwen inquired. "I'm sorry." "Elu," Pei Wu replied hoarsely. Lu Shiwen picked up a bottle of mineral water from the tray table, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to him. "I didn't wake you for any particular reason. I was merely curious about how much of a capitalist I appear in your mind, that even a little sleep makes you anxious." Pei Wu shook his head and took a few sips of water. This jarring fear of awakening abruptly had accompanied Pei Wu for quite some time. Initially, it stemmed from the hassle of medical appointments, often being roused from sleep by his parents in the middle of the night. Later, with the arrival of younger siblings, he found himself shuttling between school and the hospital, always racing against time. Upon entering university, he juggled studies, part-time jobs, and side ventures, feeling as though time was perpetually insufficient. As he embarked on his formal career, the beginning was far from smooth. Competition at a prestigious company like Xingrong was fierce, while smaller firms held his beta status against him, often placing him at a disadvantage in terms of benefits. He could only strive to learn relentlessly, comforting himself with the belief that opportunities would eventually arise, meticulously navigating through a decade on the precipice of time. Pei Wu swiftly adjusted his demeanor. Lu Shiwen noticed a certain darkness in his eyes receding like a tide, replaced by a gentler demeanor, reminiscent of smooth stones upon the shore. "Are you hungry, Lu?" Pei Wu inquired. "Not particularly," Lu Shiwen replied. The sandwiches from this morning were quite filling. This reassured Pei Wu somewhat. Lu Shiwen pondered if perhaps he had been placing too much pressure on Pei as of late. However, his rhythm was such that if one could not keep pace, he would not hesitate to dismiss Pei Wu. Lu Shiwen had no intention of showing mercy, not for any other reason than the ambition he had witnessed in Pei Wu's eyes. Moreover, he was not abandoning Pei Wu in a quagmire, but rather on a battlefield that the latter had longed for. Once the plane came to a halt and the cabin door swung open, the young man, clutching his backpack, walked away without a backward glance. The previous exuberance seemed but a mere illusion to Pei Wu, though he would soon dismiss this triviality from his mind. The individuals there to receive them had been waiting for some time. Upon exiting the terminal and entering the car, Lu Shiwen opened his laptop. Pei Wu sat beside him, promptly seeking information whenever Lu Shiwen briefly mentioned something. There was an investment concerning biotechnology. Ever since a research incident 2 years prior involving pheromone suppression had resulted in an omega's gland being damaged and nearly leading to death. Developments in this area had become discreet and cautious, making it increasingly difficult to secure funding. The Fong family in Haicheng possessed the most advanced medical techniques and comprehensive knowledge, ensuring a reliable partnership. To Pei Wu's astonishment, Lu Shiwen had taken an interest in this project. He gently caressed his phone, the screen illuminating with a headline regarding a drug that could inhibit absorption by 95% while minimizing side effects. Currently, aside from inhibitors, there were also neck rings and similar devices that could assist omegas during their heat cycles. Yet, the accompanying feelings of weakness, anxiety, and physiological cravings remained unrelieved, marking a dark period for solitary omegas. Most alphas were akin to incompletely evolved livestock. In terms of physical structure, only the highest tier could be deemed a complete being. However, such top-tier individuals were rare and lacked the most basic empathic abilities. At times, Pei Wu sincerely believed that betas were truly commendable. The car journeyed toward a resort in the suburbs, halting as the frigid wind whispered through the nearby valleys, sending a chill through the air. The individual greeting Lu Shiwen was not a member of the Fong family, but rather a deputy general manager named Rong Hongji. This man, in his 50s, had lost much of the alpha traits due to indulgence in alcohol. Aside from his keen gaze, he appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man with a beer belly. Not only Lu Shiwen, but Pei Wu also frowned slightly at such an arrangement. The Fong family had not even sent a key representative. A show of power? No. In projects like this, aside from Lu Shiwen, no one else dared to take such risks. The Fong family would not commit such a fundamental error. There was something amiss. But as Rong Hongji did not articulate it, they chose to observe the situation. Inside the resort, the space was grander and more spacious, adorned with opulent decor. From a distance, one could see the chandelier descending from the highest point. Upon entering the main door, the servants on either side bowed in unison. Pei Wu frowned at this stark display of hierarchy, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, while Rong Hongji appeared to relish it. This was not the most ostentatious display. After they were seated, a snap of Rong Hongji's fingers summoned the servers with drinks. All of these attendants were invariably young and beautiful, clad in coordinated black and white attire. Their bow ties easily undone, and the triangular hems of their outfits lifting with their bows, a clear insinuation. Rong Hongji lounged with one leg crossed over the other, taking a glass of red wine from a young server. His brown eyes, clouded and lustrous, glinted as he pinched the server's cheek with a certain intensity. Pei Wu remained vigilant. Lu Shiwen, however, exhibited a calm demeanor, inquiring in a low voice, "Where is Fong Shao?" For some inexplicable reason, Rong Hongji's gaze cleared momentarily, as if emerging from a state of infatuation, and he seemed to recollect Lu Shiwen's identity. He restrained himself slightly, stating, "President Fong has encountered a sudden matter and cannot attend. However, he will certainly arrive by noon at the latest. I kindly ask President Lu to remain patient. As per President Fong's instructions, everything is prepared here for your enjoyment." No sooner had he finished speaking than a round-eyed, charming young lad approached Lu Shiwen, standing there expectantly. Lu Shiwen's cold voice cut through the air. "I do not require anyone." Pei Wu wondered if Rong Hongji had neglected to do his homework in advance. Lu Shiwen was allergic to omega pheromones and preferred solitude in any circumstance. He silently occupied his space, creating a barrier that shielded him from all sense. Rong Hongji's actions evidently provoked him, causing Lu Shiwen's expression to turn frigid. "I see no sincerity in your negotiations." No, Rong Hongji hastily waved his hands. "Please do not be angry, President Lu. I shall have them leave at once." With a mere glance, the servers hurriedly departed. Rong Hongji was far from foolish. He knew that Lu Shiwen held dominion over Hongdu, and his overt habits were hardly a secret. Yet, having indulged in the allure of youthful beauty over the years, he could not fathom how someone could dislike such charms. Typically, he maintained a degree of discretion, but in this secluded environment, he assumed Lu Shiwen was merely pretentious. Conversely, Lu Shiwen regarded Rong Hongji as dim-witted, having assessed him thoroughly. He felt no patience for such individuals and intended to leave at once, only to receive a message from Feng Xiao. Blocked. Rong Hongji is a fool. You are safe there. Chapter 9. Pei Wu, follow me during dinner. Rong Hongji dared not show his face. Pei Wu discerned from Lu Shiwen's tone that they were to spend the night at the villa. Their rooms had been arranged on the same floor, yet they were situated quite far apart, nearly at opposite ends of a corridor. Unlike the spacious living room, this area seemed to lag behind in renovations, with a decor reminiscent of a bygone decade. The wallpaper exuded a sense of nostalgia, and the wall sconces, resembling flickering candlelight, cast an eerie glow down the long corridor. A young butler guided them, trailing behind Lu Shiwen with his head bowed, devoid of any discernible pheromones. Pei Wu glanced at the location of his room, feeling an inexplicable unease. The butler reminded him, "You may go rest now." "I will not," Lu Shiwen replied curtly. "Pei Wu, follow me." The young butler's eyes flickered with surprise, but Lu Shiwen's impatience rendered him dismissive of any protests. The butler, clearly hesitant to argue, turned abruptly. Pei Wu, of course, obeyed Lu Shiwen, following him into the guest room. The space was expansive, a suite, and the bedroom was tidily arranged. Without needing to be instructed, Pei Wu inspected both the interior and exterior twice. "Everything seems fine, President Lu." As the words fell, a brilliant flash of lightning tore through the darkened sky, illuminating the room momentarily, followed by a resounding thunderclap. Perhaps due to the open surroundings, the thunder seemed alarmingly close, reverberating with intensity. By the time Pei Wu prepared the tea and emerged, the raindrops on the window had transformed into torrents. The current situation was undeniably precarious. Pei Wu was oblivious to the message Feng Xiao had sent, and could not fathom why Lu Shiwen chose to remain. Yet, with the man himself seated merely 2 meters away, casually sipping tea and engrossed in his phone, Pei Wu began to feel a sense of calm wash over him. Lu Shiwen was known for his sharp tongue, fastidious nature, and propensity for temper. Yet one could not deny the overwhelming sense of security that accompanied his presence beneath the same roof. Pei Wu dialed the number on a landline for a server, and shortly thereafter, the desired items were delivered. Lu Shiwen, focused on his laptop, remained oblivious to the bustling sounds emanating from the kitchen until, at last, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lu Shiwen looked up. Indeed, it was a meticulously prepared dinner by Rong Hongji, of which Lu Shiwen had taken only a couple of bites, rolling his eyes at the sight of parsley floating atop the pumpkin cream soup. "What is this?" he inquired, eyeing the sour noodle soup. Pei Wu, clad in heat-resistant gloves, placed the dish on the table. "Come eat, there are fried eggs." Lu Shiwen set his laptop aside. "One fried egg is hardly sufficient." "That's why I made 2, Pei Wu replied, a hint of defiance in his tone. Lu Shiwen was not fond of being guessed or predicted, yet he acknowledged that Pei Wu possessed a certain perceptiveness. As Lu Shiwen slurped the noodles, Pei Wu sat opposite him, reviewing documents. His gray cashmere sweater fell just to the collarbone, accentuating the alabaster hue of his neck. Pei Wu, slightly nearsighted, casually donned his gold-rimmed glasses, leaning forward to type, the absence of his coat revealing the contours of his slender waist. Someone observed it all, then let out a huff. Pei Wu raised an eyebrow. "What?" Lu Shiwen chose not to elaborate, finishing his meal before heading off to shower. When he emerged, dressed anew, he found Pei Wu dozing, his head propped up on one hand against the armrest of the sofa. Lu Shiwen frowned, reaching out to check Pei Wu's forehead for warmth. Pei Wu stirred awake. "President Lu? You have a low fever," Lu Shiwen remarked. "Why didn't you mention it?" Pei Wu explained. "The side effects of a stabilizer include drowsiness. I took some medicine, and a nap should suffice." "Then go sleep," Lu Shiwen insisted. Pei Wu rose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I'll wait until you're finished, President Lu." "Your rest won't disturb me," Lu Shiwen countered. Pei Wu thought to himself, "But I'm sleeping right across from you? Isn't this sofa meant for use?" Lu Shiwen, reading the unspoken concern in his expression, revealed a hint of sympathy. "Who told you to sleep on the sofa? Go to the bedroom." "But there's only one bed in the bedroom," Pei Wu protested. You take the bedroom. I will stay here. Pei Wu was taken aback. President Liu, I do not make a habit of exploiting sick employees. Let us expedite this. It was evident that Lu Shiwen was on the verge of unleashing his sharp wit once more, prompting Pei Wu to abandon his hesitations. After freshening up, he dove into the bedroom, having completed most of his tasks, while Lu Shiwen, the quintessential alpha, remained relentless in his endeavors, proving to be an unyielding match. Pei Wu left a crack in the bedroom door, ready to spring into action at the first command from Lu Shiwen. Once, during a business trip with Lu Shiwen, even subordinates like Lan Zhou would find it difficult to sleep soundly, let alone someone as cautious as Pei Wu. Yet the truth was that within mere minutes of lying down, Pei Wu began to feel his eyelids grow heavy, as if consciousness were slipping into an abyss. Utterly beyond his control, hearing the rhythm of steady breaths, Lu Shiwen continued with his work. The rain intensified, beating against the banana leaves with a sharp crackle. Just as Lu Shiwen typed another line, the room was suddenly plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the flash of lightning revealing a half-formed shadow outside the window. Anyone would have been rendered speechless by such a scene. Lu Shiwen abruptly stood. Even in the pitch blackness, his almost beast-like superior vision remained unaffected, navigating around the furniture. He first closed the bedroom door before stepping cautiously toward the window. The window stood wide open, cold winds surged in, sending papers swirling across the desk. Lu Shiwen's expression turned stern as he glanced at the empty little terrace, and in a flash, he raised his hand, deftly grasping the collar of an intruder, yanking them downward with force. The individual, believing themselves well concealed, was suddenly yanked into the air. The speed was so swift that they barely had time to react, their hat blown away to reveal the face of a young steward. Rong Hongji sent you to spy on me? The young steward's face drained of color. They were on the 5th floor, and fearing Lu Shiwen might release his grip, they attempted to clutch at his wrist. However, under the penetrating gaze of Lu Shiwen's dark and brooding eyes, a primal fear took hold, as if a wild beast were watching them, rendering their body rigid and paralyzed with trepidation. Just this once, Lu Shiwen declared, "You fools had best not embarrass yourselves by showing up again." With that, he casually tossed the young steward, who widened their eyes in terror, suddenly overwhelmed by a sensation of weightlessness, as if life had become unbearably light. Just as their heart raced to their throat, their body collided with the ground below. Lu Shiwen had tossed them onto the terrace of the next level, enough to bruise, but certainly not fatal. Closing the window, he settled onto the sofa just as the power returned, as if signaling an unspoken concession. Useless, Lu Shiwen scoffed coldly. If Lan Zhou were present, he would surely rush over to Rong Hongji to toast him in admiration of his audacity. While other executives traveled surrounded by entourages, Lu Shiwen typically brought only a couple along. Did he merely crave tranquility? His elite status served as the greatest safeguard, while his potent pheromones and razor-sharp instincts enveloped them in an invisible fortress. Chapter 10. A smooth transition. The bedroom door was gently twisted open, and a shadowy figure on the bed stirred slightly, showing no signs of waking. Pei Wu slept soundly, Lu Shiwen mused. Moments ago, while dealing with the young steward, he had inevitably released some pheromones. Even if the fierce winds dispersed them, a trace lingered in the air. Suddenly, Pei Wu moved. Lu Shiwen initially thought he had startled him, but instead, the young man curled deeper into his blankets, murmuring a phrase that made Lu Shiwen's expression shift slightly. Uncertain if he had misheard. How fragrant! Pei Wu sighed in his dreams. It was crisp and cold, reminiscent of the winter winds sweeping through vast pine forests. Warmed by the sun, mingling with the scent of melting snow, particularly refreshing and invigorating. That night, the outside world was engulfed in a tempest of thunder and rain, which only began to subside as dawn approached, yielding to the crystalline chirps of birds echoing from the valleys. The entire manor basked briefly in the gentle morning light. Pei Wu slept exceptionally well. Rejuvenated, his spirits lifted, he opened his bedroom door to find Lu Shiwen frowning as he typed away on his phone, oblivious to the misfortune of another. As Pei Wu pondered this, he mumbled a greeting, "Good morning, President Liu." The atmosphere turned silent on the other end, And after a brief pause, Lu Shiwen responded with a dismissive grunt. Lanja, sensing the tension, completed his report and ended the call. After washing his face, Pei Wu felt considerably more awake. Upon emerging from a bathroom, his first impulse was to brew tea. The sofa bore no signs of having been used. The cushions were still in their positions from the previous evening. Pei Wu hesitated. President Lu, you didn't stay up all night, did you? The racket outside was akin to a battlefield. I must say I admire your fortitude. Lu Shiwen seemed unaffected by the lack of sleep, his energy undiminished. Exuding an air of superiority, a natural workhorse that Pei Wu couldn't help but envy. Before long, a server knocked on the door with news that last night's storm had damaged the power system, which was under repair. However, the manor had a backup power supply, so there was no need for concern. Breakfast was laid out abundantly. Yet after sampling a shrimp dumpling, Lu Shiwen frowned slightly, and after tasting the pork rib soup, he set down his spoon. Thankfully, the variety of dishes ensured there was something to satisfy hunger. Still, Rong Hongji was notably absent. His nerves evidently faltered at the thought of facing Lu Shiwen. Pei Wu was unaware that what was supposed to be a midnight scare had been thwarted by his boss, leading him to find Rong Hongji's behavior rather impolite. Not long after heading upstairs, the sunlight waned and the rain resumed. Fang Xiao had not arrived on time, and by 4 in the afternoon, the power system remained unrepaired, with the backup supply showing signs of depletion, the bulbs flickering ominously. I must inquire with Fang Xiao about the audacity that led to summoning the foolish Rong Hongji. Lu Shiwen appeared eager to sever ties with Fang Xiao, a sentiment Pei Wu wholeheartedly agreed with, attributing the predicament to Rong Hongji's poor managerial skills. Disheartened by breakfast, Lu Shiwen did not descend for lunch. Pei Wu observed his cold demeanor as he furiously typed at his computer. Grabbing an umbrella left at the door, he made his way to the kitchen at the back of the first floor. The gas was still functional, and there were ample ingredients. Firmly rejecting the chef's offer to assist, Pei Wu rolled up his sleeves, first slicing cabbage, sprinkling salt to draw out moisture, then deftly chopping a plate of meat filling. After incorporating 3 rounds of scallion and ginger water, he mixed and seasoned it, allowing it to marinate for 5 minutes before combining it with the cabbage. Upon testing the dough brought by the chef, he found it too soft, compelling him to reknead it, but with only 2 to serve, it required little effort. While the dough rested, Pei Wu received a call from Lu Shiwen. "Where have you gone?" The tone conveyed his displeasure. "It's cold. Let us have dumplings, filled with cabbage and pork." Lu Shiwen paused before adding, "Don't include scallions. I know you dislike them, so I omitted them. The dumplings are simply too dry." Lu Shiwen remarked. Glancing at the table, Pei Wu replied, "Egg drop soup? Sounds good." Lu Shiwen's response was a singular, refined affirmation. After hanging up, Pei Wu chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. He raised his hand to touch the nape of his neck, feeling rather perplexed. In the past, after taking stabilizers, he would typically endure a week of discomfort, with fever and loss of appetite being part of the process. The worst incident had left Pei Wu in a state of unconsciousness for 4 days, awakening in a state of utter exhaustion. Yet this time, aside from slight drowsiness, there were no signs of discomfort. As he pondered this, a faint aroma lingered at the tip of his nose, causing his mood to lift somewhat. After wrapping the dumplings, he brought them to a boil. Within a few minutes, the plump dumplings began to rise to the surface. Pei Wu prepared a dipping sauce and also made a pot of seaweed and egg soup. The chef brought over a rather antiquated food box, to which Pei Wu expressed his gratitude. Once Pei Wu departed, the chef huddled with a few assistants. "Goodness, being an assistant these days is quite demanding, isn't it?" one remarked. "Indeed," the chef replied. "The knife skills, I'm tempted to keep them on." The sky grew darker. 30 kilometers away, Fang Xiao kicked aside the last person, nodding to the head bodyguard. "Let us go." As he settled into the car, he reviewed a report from the villa and drew in a sharp breath. "What's wrong, sir? Was the tale not dealt with?" The head bodyguard instinctively glanced back as he spoke. "I prefer the tale to remain." Fang Xiao set down his phone and closed his eyes, his expression momentarily vacant. His thoughts were consumed with the safety of Lu Shiwen, neglecting his own security. The Fang family had been tumultuous lately. News of his collaboration with Lu Shiwen had set the third branch in a frenzy, eager to seize any opportunity. This multitude of troubles could not truly harm him. They merely aimed to delay, hoping Lu Shiwen would eventually lose patience. Yet they were unaware that Feng Xiao had known Lu Shiwen for quite some time. With their project firmly established 2 years prior, it's a done deal. Rong Hongji had become a pawn of the third branch, but alas, a pawn cannot match the intellect of a human. They attempted to catch Feng Xiao off guard, while Rong Hongji took advantage of Feng Xiao's distraction to replace him at the villa, posing no real threat to Lu Shiwen. But who could have anticipated that Rong Hongji would resort to enticing an Omega, engaging in midnight intimidation and surveillance? The tiles above the power supply room must have been removed by him in preparation for his own grave. Otherwise, how could one explain the power outage? After a day and night, Lu Shiwen's territory had likely been obliterated. Feng Xiao wiped his face, earnestly contemplating whether to wear a helmet or a noose, one for his own head, the other for Lu Shiwen's neck. Surely, he could not let it escalate to that point. If all else failed, he could sacrifice Rong Hongji, as he had no intention of being the scapegoat. It was not that Feng Xiao lacked resilience. If one were to ask, anyone capable of conversing with Lu Shiwen would admit to their fear. The rain showed no signs of abating, yet the room remained warm. Despite the unstable power supply, the dim lights barely illuminated the space. Still, with each hot dumpling consumed, Lu Shiwen's complexion improved. I'm trembling. Did I add too much pepper? Will it be overwhelming? Pei Wu inquired. Just right, Lu Shiwen replied. Pei Wu had only consumed half of his plate of dumplings before feeling full. Are you part cat? Lu Shiwen teased. You are, Pei Wu thought, but instead replied, I'm just not hungry. No wonder you're so thin, Lu Shiwen mused, taking the half plate away to avoid wastage. Pei Wu squinted and smiled, his visage radiating warmth in the dim light, prompting Lu Shiwen to inwardly click his tongue in admiration. Chapter 11. Soothing the throat after finishing the meal, the waiter approached to collect the dishes. Pei Wu handed over the food box along with the utensils. Just as she closed the door, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she realized that Mr. Lu had once again engaged in some clandestine dealings. The amount was substantial, and Pei Wu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Mr. Lu, you need not do this every time. Today, I am in good spirits, Lu Shiwen replied. That was acceptable to Pei Wu, she thought. The entire resort was shrouded in a delicate drizzle, and the earthy scent of soaked soil seeped through the cracks of the window. It was as if this space had become isolated from the world when suddenly, the sound of an engine starting echoed from downstairs. Pei Wu approached the window and beheld Rong Hongji, clad in a round-brimmed hat and a coat, hunching over, his shadow elongated like a bedraggled dog lying down. He gestured for his men to load several boxes into the trunk. The twin beams of light from the rear of the car illuminating the steps, clearly indicating an impending escape. Just as Pei Wu intended to turn and say something to Lu Shiwen, the door swung shut, accompanied by the man's parting words to wait for him in the room. Rong Hongji was filled with trepidation. While Lu Shiwen remained defensive, he ignored all else. The recent news had jolted him awake from a pleasant reverie, and the cold, damp rain splashed against his face, causing his heart to tremble with fear. Feng Xiao would not let him off easily. If he did not leave now, when would he? Yet, Rong Hongji's escape was thwarted. The moment Lu Shiwen appeared, Rong Hongji's bodyguards surged forward. But they were met with an unseen force that drained them of all strength before they could even draw near. One of them stumbled and fell, desperately trying to hide behind a pillar as if confronted by a ghost. Pei Wu understood that this was likely a formidable pheromone attack. In this scenario, there was no possibility for her assistance. Rong Hongji flung open the driver's door, but in the next instant, Lu Shiwen seized him by the collar and, with astonishing strength, hurled him toward the rear of the car, sending him sliding several meters. Pei Wu vaguely heard a muffled groan. Rong Hongji lay sprawled, unable to rise. Another individual cautiously approached Lu Shiwen, whispering something, to which Lu Shiwen waved his hand dismissively. The man promptly summoned several trusted aides, who proceeded to escort Rong Hongji and his companions back to the main hall. Pei Wu observed the entire spectacle, feeling as though she were witnessing an absurd silent play. The so-called power struggle among the elite, filled with ruthless calculations, did not seem to create much of a stir, even with Lu Shiwen involved. He was the first top-tier individual Pei Wu had ever encountered, and it appeared that the publicly available information on such figures was still insufficiently comprehensive. 4 or 5 bodyguards, akin to fledglings, were dispatched by Lu Shiwen with ease. The anticipated fierce confrontations between alphas did not materialize. No blood was shed, only a unilateral domination. "What are you staring at?" Lu Shiwen entered, looking impeccably clean. Pei Wu snapped back to reality. "Nothing. Make a cup of tea," Lu Shiwen instructed. "To soothe my throat." Pei Wu assumed he was simply thirsty until, about 10 minutes later, Feng Xiao arrived, and Lu Shiwen had already quenched his thirst. "Could you not handle your affairs before calling for me? Considering the time you've delayed me, I could have circled Haisher 10 times. That third branch of your family. With that crooked mouth and slanted eyes, even if I wanted to slap him, it wouldn't make a sound." Lu Shiwen pointed at the seemingly lifeless Rong Hongji. "And you let such a thing disgust me. Has your pheromone regressed? Have you experienced a drop in rank? Have you reported it to the Alpha Association?" Lu Ziwen's pace of speech was not particularly aggressive, yet it left Pei Wu feeling a chill running down his spine. Feng Xiao, who had initially worn a charming smile, soon found that smile fading away. From an effortlessly handsome alpha with a neat haircut and striking features, he appeared to age a decade within moments. His eye sockets seeming to sink in. Pei Wu felt as though he could see Feng Xiao's spirit waning above him, and his heart ached with compassion. "Mr. Lu, let us address the matter at hand." Lu Shiwen turned his gaze. "Do you two know each other?" "No," Pei Wu quickly clarified. "It is rather late." It was Feng Xiao's first encounter with Pei Wu, yet it did not deter him from wanting to extend a gesture of camaraderie towards this refined and polite gentleman. Feng Xiao explained to Lu Shiwen that he had been lured into a room saturated with pheromones, which had precipitated his sensitive period. That he managed to navigate through it in just half a day was already quite remarkable. Upon his discharge, the doctor had repeatedly warned him of the considerable risks involved, questioning the merit of their friendship. Unexpectedly, this revelation elicited a cold snort from Lu Shiwen. Feng Xiao wasted no time and produced the contract. Pei Wu pondered for a moment and began to comprehend the situation. It was evident that Lu Shiwen had not scrutinized the contract closely, suggesting he had already conferred with Feng Xiao beforehand. Observing their interaction, it was clear that their familiarity was casual, while Lu Shiwen was sharp-tongued. He reserved his barbs for those he deemed unworthy of his attention. Having been delayed for a day and a night, he remained at the villa, silently offering support to Feng Xiao. With Feng Xiao's return, it became apparent that the situation had calmed, and Lu Shiwen had managed to control Rong Hongji. Had Feng Xiao not returned, they likely would not have stayed at the villa that night. Feng Xiao, overwhelmed by a series of pressing matters, finally relaxed. He ran his fingers through his hair and turned to Pei Wu. "Your new assistant?" Without needing Lu Shiwen to speak, Pei Wu nodded slightly. "Hello, Mr. Feng. I am Pei Wu." "The mist?" "Indeed." Feng Xiao smiled momentarily, preparing to offer a compliment, only to be met with Lu Shiwen's penetrating gaze. Lu had a peculiar ability to communicate unspoken sentiments, his emotions concealed, yet capable of transmitting signals that could trigger a sense of alertness in others. Feng Xiao suddenly hesitated to voice his praise, muttering a vague response instead. "Perhaps you could spare half a day tomorrow?" Feng Xiao suggested amicably. "Allow me to extend my hospitality." Lu Shiwen frowned. "Where to?" "I have purchased a ship." Lu Shiwen raised an eyebrow. "On such a cold day? Are you afraid of the cold?" Feng Xiao questioned incredulously. "The heating is adequate. One could be completely undraped without concern." "Get lost." Despite his words, Lu Shiwen nodded in agreement. Following him back upstairs, Pei Wu glanced over his shoulder to see Feng Xiao confronting Rong Hongji, who now resembled a shrimp. His face contorted with anger. Pei Wu diverted his gaze, contemplating another matter. Last night, he had found himself in Mr. Lu's room, a situation fraught with tension. Lu had seemed uneasy about him being alone, aware that should anything go awry, it could jeopardize their efforts. But tonight, the coast appeared clear. Noticing Pei Wu's pace slow, Lu Shiwen turned, assessing him. "Are your feet sore?" Pei Wu promptly dismissed the concern, quickening his stride to catch up with Lu Shiwen, indicating he was perfectly fine. Lu Shiwen desired coffee, so Pei Wu went to brew some. He took a moment to observe Lu Shiwen's demeanor, then prepared the drink, 2 parts milk, no sugar, and presented it before him. Lu Shiwen's nostrils flared slightly, akin to a vigilant feline. Fortunately, he seemed satisfied. "Mr. Lu," Pei Wu remarked, "tonight, you should sleep in the bedroom while I stay outside." Lu Shiwen replied, "I'm not tired." Pei Wu insisted, "Even if you're not tired, you still need to rest." He sensed that Lu Shiwen's refusal to sleep in the bedroom was to spare him any embarrassment. Just one night would suffice. It wouldn't he due to impose upon the boss night after night. After a moment of shared gazes, Lu Shiwen, with his deep and beautiful eyes, finally conceded, "All right." Chapter 12. Am I breaking the law alone? Lu Shiwen put away his computer and, as was his custom, took a shower. Wrapped in a loose bathrobe, he was enveloped in a veil of steam, exuding a fresh scent. Pei Wu, absorbed in his phone, felt the imposing figure approach. "You should rest early," Lu Shiwen said in a low voice. Pei Wu responded, "Okay, Mr. Lu." From this angle, Lu Shiwen noticed that Pei Wu's hair swirl was perfectly symmetrical, round and fluffy, with soft texture. Although Pei Wu appeared engrossed in his phone, his fingers had not moved since Lu Shiwen drew near, feigning seriousness. Amused, Lu Shiwen scratched his inexplicably warm ear, cleared his throat, and took a sip of water from the cup on the table, the sound of swallowing distinctly audible. He thought it was time to return, yet stood rooted in place for a full half-minute. It was then that he belatedly realized that leaving Pei Wu alone in the room tonight might not be appropriate. Just as Pei Wu began to feel the sweat trickling down his back, Lu Shiwen finally returned to the room. Pei Wu exhaled, leaning back against the sofa, puzzled by the peculiar atmosphere that had just transpired. However, before he could analyze it, he was abruptly interrupted. He walked to the window to gaze at the rain, and once his emotions settled, quickly freshened up. The sofa was quite long. Although he slid towards the edge, he found it relatively comfortable when he curled up. Wrapped in a blanket, the continuous sound of rain became the perfect white noise, and within minutes, he drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, Pei Wu woke up first. While brewing tea, he heard the bedroom door swing open, followed by the sound of water in the bathroom. Just as he set the teacup on the table, a knock sounded at the door. Assuming it was a service staff, he was surprised when the door opened to reveal Feng Xiao, beaming brightly. "Pei Wu," Feng Xiao greeted. Pei Wu discerned something in his gaze and smiled lightly. "I woke up early. Mr. Lu wanted some tea. Please come in." As he stepped aside to allow entrance, Feng Xiao glanced inside, noting its tidiness. Ordinarily, this would be Feng Xiao's territory, yet Pei Wu sensed a heightened desire for self-preservation on his part. Lu Shiwen emerged from the bathroom, already dressed, looking exceptionally radiant after a night's rest. He settled onto the sofa, inquiring, "Shall we head out now?" "Yes, we must leave this place," Feng Xiao affirmed. "Perfect timing. I'll take you both there." "Are there many people?" Pei Wu asked. "Not too many," Feng Xiao replied. "Just show your face if you wish to leave. You can do so at any time." This arrangement seemed quite reasonable. Regardless of the internal chaos within the Feng family, Feng Xiao and Lu Shiwen had successfully collaborated, and their relationship appeared amicable. Anyone foolish enough to challenge them would need to think twice. They were carrying only a small suitcase, containing just a few belongings. This time, Pei Wu was at the wheel, while Lu Shiwen occupied the back seat. Feng Xiao, eager to discuss matters with Lu Shiwen, squeezed in beside him. The two exchanged business insights, with Feng Xiao doing most of the talking, his words flowing like a torrent, while Lu Shiwen listened quietly. Finally, after a lengthy discourse that left Feng Xiao parched, he twisted open a bottle of water and took a sip. Suddenly struck by a thought, he chuckled softly. "With your appearance, I wonder how many hearts will fall." Lu Shiwen retorted, "Do not be absurd. I understand, but I cannot control others, can I?" Feng Xiao continued, lowering his voice, "Speaking of which, my cousin, you truly have no interest? He cannot seem to forget you." Lu Shiwen let out a faint hiss of annoyance. How bothersome. "I do not like omegas." His pause lingered. "It is not an aversion born of genetic superiority or allergies, but a simple matter of preference. If second sexual characteristics lean towards omega, then there is no necessity for deep connections with me. Are you truly considering an AB relationship? Forget it. Betas are far too mundane for your taste." I understand you prefer the intelligent ones, double A perhaps, but finding another top-tier alpha is no easy feat moreover. Would the association even approve? Lu Shiwen regarded him as though he were a fool. Fang Xiao fell silent. Although he too was an alpha, rated as high quality, he was not immune to the whims of vulnerability. During his susceptible phase, when reason was overtaken by hormones, he sought the comfort of an omega. This involved a matter of pheromone compatibility. Fang Xiao had dated 4 individuals, both male and female, with the highest compatibility reaching a commendable 70%. However, that individual turned out to be quite demanding, attempting to leverage this connection to coerce Fang Xiao into signing a transfer agreement. A closer inspection revealed that signing would be foolish, essentially nullifying years of effort, and should the main and secondary families discover this, he would become the subject of ridicule for generations to come. Lu Shiwen, on the other hand, as a top-tier alpha, was immune to all omega pheromones, effortlessly navigating his vulnerable phase. By midday, they arrived at the port. Pei Wu, having eaten nothing that morning, felt a pang of hunger. Fang Zhao's ship, grand and towering, cast a shadow where numerous seagulls rested. "Let us eat first," Fang Xiao urged. Once seated in the restaurant, Pei Wu felt a wave of unease wash over him, likely due to low blood sugar. He had just administered a stabilizing agent, making irregular meals ill-suited for him. Lu Shiwen noticed the color drain from his lips, but fortunately, the food arrived promptly. Hot noodles and soup, freshly prepared by the chef, accompanied by seafood caught that very morning, with the presentation of the tuna sashimi particularly exquisite. Just as Fang Xiao was about to introduce a new dish to Lu Shiwen, the latter interjected irritably, "You should sell that mountain villa of yours. It offers nothing. This morning, I struggled even to nibble on a bun." Fang Xiao mused to himself about the relevance of bun consumption to Lu Shiwen. As a premier alpha, he was not one to succumb to hunger. During their previous gatherings, he had managed to abstain from food all day while others appeared disheveled. Yet Lu Shiwen remained ever composed. Furthermore, the cuisine at the villa certainly did not meet Lu Shiwen's discerning palate. "You should reconsider your picky habits," Fang Xiao remarked. "Who besides our close friends can endure you?" Lu Shiwen merely snorted in response. "Right, Pei Wu?" Fang Xiao rallied his ally. As the assistant to Lu Shiwen, Fang Xiao firmly believed that Pei Wu was deeply affected as well. To her surprise, Pei Wu swallowed what was in his mouth and gently remarked, "Lu is doing well." Fang Xiao responded earnestly, "Pei assistant, trust me, where there is oppression, there is resistance. How has Lu threatened you? Speak up so I may assess the situation." Under normal circumstances, Lu Shiwen would have retorted with sarcasm, yet inexplicably, the customary mocking smile on his lips softened considerably, revealing an undeniable trace of good humor. Fang Xiao observed as Lu Shiwen, gripping a glass, turned to him and said, "What do you know?" The elegant contours of his fingers were accentuated by the tea in the cup, and Lu's rare expression of amusement was indeed alluring, Pei Wu thought. Chapter 13. Talent. As noon approached, the sky cleared slightly. Fang Xiao hosted a gathering, with attendees from various industries. Pei Wu soon encountered several familiar faces from the film and television realm. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered, prompting Fang Xiao to greet him with a warm smile. The newcomer quickly noticed Lu Shiwen. "You go rest, but don't wander too far," Lu Shiwen instructed. "I'll mingle for a bit and return." Pei Wu replied, "Understood, President Lu," though he said it would be a moment. Lu Shiwen's status made it quite challenging to extricate himself once cornered. Many influential figures from both political and business spheres had arrived, subtly inquiring about his and Fang Zhao's recent investments. As drinks were swiftly served, anxiety brewed within Pei Wu. Just as he was about to approach, he was suddenly held in place by a piercing gaze from Lu Shiwen. Given the magnitude of the event, it would take mere moments for Pei Wu to succumb to inebriation, but Lu Shiwen was different. He could easily overpower others in the restroom. Reluctantly, Pei Wu retreated to the observation deck on the top floor, a spacious yet sparsely populated area, perhaps sheltered from the wind by the midday sun. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a cigarette after a brief search. Having recently encountered numerous partners, some of whom had a penchant for smoking, he carried a pack to share and foster connections. Pei Wu typically abstained from smoking, but on occasions of irritation, he would indulge. At present, his mood remained relatively calm. Yet after a couple of faint sounds of friction, Pei Wu brought the cigarette close to a lighter, taking a shallow puff. He exhaled slowly, the smoke dissipating swiftly. There was nothing more to it. He suddenly realized that his presence beside Lu Shiwen was due not only to his abilities, but also to fortune. In scenarios like the earlier one, had he entered, he could have been torn apart. Feeling somewhat helpless and emotionally conflicted, he thought to himself that he should continue learning. He took another drag when he heard the distant sound of sorrowful weeping growing nearer. "Please don't break up. I can persuade my parents. I really can." The man replied impatiently, "Enough. We're done. Your parents' approval is irrelevant. This won't last, do you understand? Such situations should not recur. Show some respect to my new girlfriend. Don't frighten her. Please don't cry. I genuinely like you. But I don't like you anymore." It was not difficult to deduce what had transpired. Pei Wu turned slightly and witnessed a man coldly pulling away the hand of a tearful girl, casting her aside and swiftly retreating. The young lady let out a brief, piercing scream before collapsing onto the ground, tears cascading onto her light purple gown, spreading in large, blotchy stains. It is ill-mannered to intrude upon another's privacy, and witnessing their embarrassment is equally inappropriate. Yet, the depth of her sorrow was palpable, just as Pei Wu found himself in a quandary. The girl suddenly steadied herself against the floor and staggered towards the railing. In just a few steps, her hand grasped the banister, her eyes reflecting the shattering of something within as she offered a dazed smile and pushed herself up with effort. "The view here is rather splendid, is it not?" A gentle male voice interrupted the tide of her resolve, her rationality coalescing in that fleeting moment. She turned hurriedly, encountering a young man leaning casually against the railing. The wind tousled the hair falling over his forehead, revealing a pair of clear, gentle eyes that sparkled with strength. The girl inexplicably steadied her nerves and quickly raised a hand to wipe her face. Her makeup was smudging. Pei Wu moved a step closer, but the young lady recoiled like a startled bird. "Do not be afraid." Pei Wu smiled amicably, producing a handkerchief and extending it towards her. Simple black and white checks. The young girl tentatively accepted it. The fabric was warm to the touch, and, as she drew it closer, she caught a faintly fresh scent. "This banquet may last until the wee hours." Pei Wu mused aloud. The girl tightened her grip on the handkerchief, her sorrow dissipating somewhat. Naturally reserved, she rarely dared to meet others' gazes, let alone contemplate leaping into the sea in front of strangers. Pei Wu quickly discerned this and maintained a respectful distance. "All night?" The girl's voice was barely a whisper, a hint of hoarseness lacing her words. "You cannot stay out all night, can you?" Pei Wu replied. "Your parents must be waiting for you." Upon hearing this, her eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, which she fought back as she bowed her head to wipe her cheeks. "How do you know?" "Female omegas are often subject to strict household rules." Pei Wu explained, "I have a younger sister whose genetic test results indicated she is an omega. Though she has yet to undergo differentiation, our family has curfews, and she must return by 8 o'clock. The girl responded, "I am the same. My little sister loves eating steamed sponge cakes, and my mother always prepares plenty for her. My mother makes various flavors of sweet soup for me." As she spoke of her family, her eyes finally sparkled, and her grip on the railing relaxed. "What does your mother prepare for you?" "Me?" Pei Wu shook his head. "I have none." "Why not?" "I am the eldest son, past the age of indulging in sweet treats. Moreover, I faced health issues in my earlier years and spent much time in the hospital. Later, when siblings arrived, I became less of a priority." As he spoke, his lashes lowered, concealing any sorrow. There was more a sense of desolation than sadness. His appearance, however, when vulnerable, easily elicited sympathy from others. In truth, Pei Wu was indifferent to the past, intentionally presenting this facade. As anticipated, the young girl's expression softened. She rummaged through her small bag, inching closer to Pei Wu. "Here, take this. It will surely lift your spirits." Pei Wu accepted the offering, gazing at the candy in his palm with a faint smile. "You possess a remarkable capacity for empathy." The girl blushed slightly. "Is that so?" "My older brother says I am weak and easily bullied." Pei Wu, taken aback, replied, "How could that be? It is a gift." "A gift?" "Indeed, in my eyes. It is an extraordinary talent." Pei Wu remarked that, apart from love, one possesses a keen perceptive ability in any field. Discerning between good and bad can prove to be immensely beneficial. The young woman stared at Pei Wu in a daze, her delicate face illuminated by curiosity. The gentle breeze swept away the sorrow she had been indulging in, and her previously frail figure suddenly seemed to fill with vitality, her curves beginning to emerge. It was then that Pei Wu realized she was quite young. "Has he marked you?" Pei Wu's demeanor grew serious. "You ought to inform your family or notify the Omega Protection Association." "No," she instinctively covered her gland, her explanation coming out in fragmented bursts. "My parents disapprove of him. He wants to mark me, but I did not consent. In biology class, they said the first marking is crucial. It creates a dependency. My brother often warns me, and I am afraid." Pei Wu exhaled in relief. "Your family is wonderful." "Indeed, my family is quite splendid," she thought, reflecting on her loving parents and responsible brother. Despite his stern demeanor, catered to her every need. She felt a surge of gratitude towards Pei Wu. "My surname is Tao, and my name is Tao E, with the meaning dependence." "Miss Tao." Pei Wu nodded, but before he could introduce himself, the iron gate leading to the observation deck was kicked open. A tall figure entered. Worthy of the descriptor burly, their anxious and piercing gaze fell upon Tao E, who was immediately bellowed at. Pei Wu genuinely found Tao E.'s brother's voice remarkably resounding. However, Tao E was not frightened. Upon seeing her brother, a wave of grievance washed over her. With tears welling up, she dashed forward and leapt into Tao Jin's embrace. Sobbing, "Brother." Tao Jin's heart shattered as he thought, "It's all the fault of that scoundrel who deceived my sister." Instantly, a torrent of aggressive pheromones emanated from him, directed squarely at the nearest target, Pei Wu. With just EE and him here, it must be that scoundrel. Pei Wu could not detect the other-S pheromones, but sensed a chilling pressure that caused his stomach to convulse. Dr. Zhou had advised him to stay away from various pheromones post-injection of a stabilizer, considering he was not a pure beta. Instinctively, Pei Wu stepped back, only to collide with a firm chest, a familiar scent enveloping him, truly saving his life. Turning, he found Lu Shiwen standing slightly taller. His perfectly chiseled jawline framed against the backdrop of a clear blue sky, though Lu Shiwen's expression was cold and menacing. Tao Jin recognized Lu Shiwen, taken aback since they had encountered each other not long ago. "Are you blind?" Lu Shiwen questioned sharply. Tao Jin, momentarily taken aback, watched as Tao E jumped up and shouted in distress, "You always do this. Can't you just ask calmly first? You got the wrong person." Tao Jin scratched his head. "Wrong person?" Tao E interjected, "That gentleman just helped me." Upon hearing this, Tao Jin quickly retracted his pheromones, but soon his expression darkened. Tao E sensed the impending danger, retreating behind Tao Jin like a startled rabbit. Lu Shiwen's pheromones had yet to be withdrawn and remained domineering. Pei Wu sensed the tension, grasping Lu Shiwen's arm. "Mr. Lu, it's all a misunderstanding." Tao Jin was clearly protective of his sister, and Tao E was utterly defenseless against Lu Shiwen's pheromones. Once her heat was triggered, it would be quite distressing. Lu Shiwen leaned down. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Pei Wu reassured him. "It's all okay now." Lu Shiwen cast a glance at Tao Jin, a familiar mockery evident on his face. "You are nearly on par with the elite now. Even your pheromone level surpasses Feng Zhao's. It seems heaven has truly turned a blind eye, leaving you bereft of intellect." Tao Jin observed the scoundrel who had deceived Tao E, situated in the center of the dance floor on the first level. He occasionally cast a glance towards the entrance, his expression one of unwavering determination. He had been suppressing Tao E for quite some time. The naive young girl clung to her first love with fervor. He wanted her to be infatuated and unable to part ways with him. If she were to threaten the Tao family with her life, could they still maintain their lofty status? However, what awaited him was the formidable fist of Tao Jin. As Tao Jin stormed in, brimming with menace, he greeted Feng Xiao, who was leaning against the second-floor railing, saying, "Excuse me for dirtying your territory temporarily. I shall ensure it is cleaned up shortly." Upon hearing this, Fang Xiao leaned over the railing, half his body hanging out, and remarked, "Are you intoxicated? If you need to vomit, head to the restroom." Moments later, the scoundrel's nose erupted in a spectacular spray of blood. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. The rogue was left gasping for breath, racked with pain. Instinctively, he began to search for Tao Yi, and upon spotting her, he called out for help. Yet, Tao Yi merely shifted her expression slightly and held back. From his perspective, that ordinary, petty B-level alpha appeared rather unimpressive. If it were someone like Mr. Pei, it would be a different story altogether. The concept of a bio relationship seemed hopeless. As someone nearby reminded her, when Tao Yi caught sight of Lu Shiwen, she was frozen in place, unable to move, her body instinctively stiffening. It took her a moment to process what Lu Shiwen had said. Indeed, a bio relationship held no promise. An Omega's heat would intensify if left unmarked. And only a compatible alpha could provide solace. Betas lacked the perception of pheromones and could not serve as true partners. Yet, indignation welled up within Tao Yi. Was she truly the type to waver so easily? She had just experienced a breakup, though she had seen through the scoundrel's true nature and recognized Mr. Pei's worth. Hearing Lu Shiwen articulate it so bluntly was somewhat hurtful. With a dry chuckle, Tao Yi managed, "Are you planning to dance later, Mr. Lu?" "Not at all," Lu Shiwen replied. "I am here to deal with your brother." Tao Yi thought that if anyone else had said such a thing, she would have found it amusing. Her brother was quite formidable, possessing immense strength. Though impulsive, he was by no means foolish. From childhood, he had been the pride of the heavens. And since taking over the family business, they had thrived even more. To deal with him, one would have to wait for the next lifetime. However, her opponent seemed remarkably strong. The half-dead scoundrel was unceremoniously tossed out by the bodyguards. Tao Jin had initially planned to find Pei Wu and apologize again, but the opportunity never arose. Having lost count of how many drinks he had consumed, Tao Jin, usually not one to succumb to inebriation, now perceived the floor as swaying beneath him. Lu Shiwen stepped away, and Fang Xiao seized the chance to sit beside Tao Jin, succinctly inquiring, "Did you provoke him?" "Perhaps," Tao Jin replied nonchalantly. "Whether I did or did not is inconsequential." His cheeks flushed crimson, and his body swayed slightly. I mistook the assistant beside him for the scoundrel and nearly unleashed my pheromones on him. Fang Xiao's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Pei Wu was indeed somewhat extraordinary. His beta status was already remarkable, yet Lu Shiwen harbored a veiled yet palpable possessiveness towards him. Nevertheless, one can understand to some extent. The elite are invariably like this, fiercely protective of their possessions, be they people or objects. It resembles a lion surveying its territory, dare to pluck even a blade of grass from its domain. And you shall see. Yet, I digress. It is beyond my comprehension. Fang Xiao resolved to withdraw. Tao Jin seized him, imploring, "Do lend me a hand." "Lend a hand?" "Hardly," Fang Xiao retorted. "The third house has stirred up trouble, and I have wasted 2 days on it. There are still unresolved matters with Lu Shiwen. I did not enter this predicament to assist you, but rather to face ruin together. May fortune favor us." Tao Jin remarked, "Pei Wu is in the lounge. This space is considered Lu Shiwen's private area, arranged in a suite style, with uniquely placed furniture. The bed is positioned by the window, allowing one to hear the gentle lapping of the waves with the slightest opening." Pei Wu reclined against the headboard, massaging his aching temples when Lu Shiwen entered. Chapter 14. What brand of perfume is that, Mr. Lu? Pei Wu sat up. "It's nothing." Lu Shiwen gestured for Pei Wu to lie back down. "Do you need to see a doctor?" Pei Wu shook his head. "No, a bit of rest will suffice." After a brief silence, Lu Shiwen spoke. "You had health issues years ago. Have they been resolved?" He recalled Pei Wu's pitiable state at that time. Pei Wu paused, realizing that Lu Shiwen had overheard his entire conversation with Tao Yi. "No, I deceived Miss Tao," Pei Wu murmured. "Her condition was quite peculiar. I discerned her soft-hearted nature and thus played along. It was not a matter of whether it had been resolved or not." And Pei Wu did not wish to evoke sympathy in front of Lu Shiwen. Lu Shiwen nodded, "Then do rest well." "Mr. Lu," Pei Wu could hardly contain himself. If I may be so bold, what brand of perfume are you wearing?" Pei Wu found the scent remarkably comforting. Lu Shiwen pondered what perfume. He was not in the habit of using such things. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden realization struck him, darkening his expression. Lu Shiwen remained composed. This scent? A brisk, cold wind stirred the pine grove, melting the snow under the sunlight, intertwining with Pei Wu's heart. He hastily nodded yes. Lu Shiwen fell into a prolonged silence, causing Pei Wu to feel inexplicably uneasy. Pei Wu had likely suffered from a condition related to differentiation, Lu Shiwen mused. Theoretically, a beta cannot perceive an alpha's pheromones, only sensing shifts in a magnetic field, particularly for more sensitive betas. However, this is not universally applicable. After all, the elite are exceptions. Many fail to notice Lu Shiwen's pheromone scent as they instinctively respond to signals of aggression or dominance. In encounters with an elite, concerns about scent become secondary. Mr. Lu? I forgot, Lu Shiwen replied. I will check on it later. Pei Wu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Tao Jin observed Lu Shiwen returning, feeling a pang of despair. However, once seated, Lu Shiwen did not press him further, but instead, after a moment of contemplation, beckoned to Feng Xiao, who happened to be looking his way. Feng Xiao resigned himself to fate, casually lifting a bottle of wine as he passed the table. Today, he intended to engage in a deep conversation with Lu Shiwen. Feng Xiao, if a beta can detect an alpha's pheromones, what does that imply? Lu Shiwen replied. I didn't catch that. Feng Xiao took a seat, clearing his mind and revisiting Lu Shiwen's question. The Feng family held a firm grasp on core biotechnologies, and he himself was a graduate of a medical university, having pursued economics as a secondary field of study. There were many reasons for this. With a serious demeanor, Feng Xiao continued. As you all know, the living conditions of betas are, to some extent, even less favorable than those of omegas. The absence of pheromonal ties often places them in a marginalized position. Thus, in recent years, various medications have emerged that allow betas to perceive pheromones to a certain degree. Of course, there are no phases of susceptibility or heat involved. Excluding these reasons, possibilities such as incomplete differentiation, genetic flaws, and hormonal imbalances may also be at play. However, since the absence of pheromonal influences makes these conditions relatively easy to treat and non-life-threatening, I must inquire, why do you suddenly ask about this? Before Feng Xiao could connect the topic to Pei Wu, Lu Shiwen fabricated an excuse. A brother in my family has differentiated into a beta, but reacts to pheromones. Feng Xiao acknowledged this with an O, suggesting a blood test for a quick result. If it doesn't work out, bring him to me. As they conversed, Pei Wu approached, looking well put together. Lu Shiwen frowned slightly, wondering how it was only a few minutes since he had left. In fact, Pei Wu had quickly regained his composure after Lu Shiwen departed. As an assistant, he naturally needed to stay close to his boss. With many people around, Lu Shiwen remained silent, taking Pei Wu to meet several important clients. By the way, Pei, you don't quite seem like a beta, he remarked. After the two left, Tao Jin, with a lisp, concurred. Indeed, he doesn't. Feng Xiao agreed. Pei Wu was making remarkable progress. This morning, Feng Xiao had observed him appearing slightly awkward in such settings, but after some time following Lu Shiwen, he had gradually attuned to the atmosphere. It was no wonder Lu Shiwen valued him. Even among betas, there are exceptional individuals who defy genetic definitions, and Lu Shiwen was fortunate enough to encounter such talent. Are you not proficient in the B language? After parting ways with the two, Lu Shiwen inquired. Pei Wu felt a bit embarrassed, replying, yes. I will certainly improve upon returning. Make sure to do so, Lu Shiwen emphasized. The recent morning meeting primarily focused on B country's import and export trade, which is highly dynamic. Next year, I intend to shift part of our focus towards B country, as its market remains relatively untapped. Lanja has conducted research, and the assessment is promising. Pei Wu caught the underlying message and nodded, understood. In the midst of their conversation, a familiar face came into view. Chao Guan, a member of Lu Shiwen's brotherhood, had previously lost his temper at the first mansion due to a hand of cards dealt by Pei Wu. The first impression Chao Guan left was one of flamboyance. He never seemed to wear his suit properly, either with his collar undone or his jacket casually draped over his shoulders. Tall and with strikingly aggressive features, He was quite aloof with strangers, but upon seeing Lu Shiwen, he broke into a grin and waved as he approached. Lu Shiwen asked, "What brings you here?" Chao Guan pointed behind him, saying, "Catching someone, but I was invited by a friend." Pei Wu observed a youth with green hair standing behind Chao Guan. His hair a shade lighter than deep green, strikingly noticeable. His face was etched with impatience, and though he slouched, he instinctively straightened his posture when both Chao Guan and Lu Shiwen turned to look. "He from my aunt's family." "Gao Guan Zima." He misbehaved and ended up here, almost getting detained. I happened to pass by, and my mother was frantically calling me. It was quite the ordeal. Lu Shiwen showed little interest in the matter, replying, "I have a flight tonight. What about you?" "Tomorrow morning. We'll discuss it once we arrive in Hongdu." Chao Guan responded. Lu Shiwen nodded. "Lu Tongxiu, aren't you hungry? Go and eat something." Chao Guan instructed the green-haired youth. The youth huffed, "Chao Gu. I want," but before he could finish, Chao Guan turned and kicked him in the backside, sending Lu Tongxiu stumbling towards the buffet table. Though visibly disgruntled, he refrained from expressing his discontent, intimidated by Chao Guan's presence. "My aunt's family is also considered a reputable lineage. How could they produce such a scoundrel?" Chao Guan scoffed. "If he were my biological brother, I would break his legs." Pei Wu pondered what had transpired to incite such anger from Chao Guan. Subsequently, everything progressed smoothly, and Lu Shiwen prepared to depart. Fang Xiao accompanied him for a short distance, expressing immense gratitude. "Brother, I will forever remember this kindness. This collaboration will surely be profitable for you." "Money isn't everything," Lu Shiwen reminded. "I understand," Fang Xiao replied. "Having accepted the task, I will ensure it is executed flawlessly. The developed inhibitor will be both safe and effective." Chapter 15. Rejecting Pei Wu upon returning to Hongdu, work resumed as usual. With the year drawing to a close, tasks became increasingly demanding. Pei Wu began rising half an hour earlier each morning, yet still managed to prepare breakfast for Lu Shiwen. If time permitted, she would make extra to discreetly feed Lanja. Lanja, having grown weary of takeout, was indifferent to this. Today, whatever Pei Wu suggested would be deemed correct. Despite being an alpha, he faced insurmountable shortcomings, particularly in culinary skills. During the morning meeting, a colleague pointed out a discrepancy in data related to the collaboration with Angrily. While it was ultimately a shared responsibility between Pei Wu and Lanja, before Pei Wu could speak, Lanja stepped forward to take full accountability, engaging in a spirited debate that concluded successfully. Pei Wu cast a grateful glance in his direction. Lanja dismissed it as a minor issue, still savoring the lingering taste of the lamb spring rolls for breakfast. Lu Shiwen observed them quietly. Half a month passed swiftly, everything proceeding smoothly. After lunch one day, Pei Wu found a secluded spot to enjoy coffee and relax when a phone call suddenly interrupted her tranquility. The moment she saw the caller ID, her calm demeanor was disrupted by a wave of aversion and resistance. Nevertheless, she answered, "Hello, Mom." Zhang Wenxiu was likely in the kitchen, the clatter of utensils audible in the background. "You're off this week, right?" Pei Wu replied affirmatively. "Come home for a meal. I made your favorite spicy chicken," Zhang Wenxiu insisted. Pei Wu corrected her. "Mom, spicy chicken is what Pei Ming loves." There was a pause, and her mother's tone grew stern. "So, are you coming back or not? Is there something you need?" Pei Wu inquired. "Yes," came the response. "Understood." Reflecting upon it, there would be no communication from home if there were no issues. During the years dedicated to treatment, both Zhang Wenxiu and Pei Gaosheng grew quite weary of the burdens. This weariness stemmed from a cycle of hope and subsequent disillusionment. When Pei Wu was very young, a genetic test predicted that his secondary sexual characteristics would develop as an omega. Coincidentally, Pei Gaosheng's cousin married a wealthy heir due to compatibility, elevating the family's status significantly. The prospects seemed promising, and Pei Gaosheng held on a hope. However, when Pei Wu fell ill, Pei Gaosheng's first inquiry was whether it was possible to forcibly intervene and ensure Pei Wu would develop as an omega. Despite numerous complications, Pei Wu ultimately became a beta, which left Pei Gaosheng profoundly disappointed. Thus, Pei Ming and Pei Zhen came into existence. For this reason, Pei Gaosheng, typically frugal, opted for the most authoritative genetic testing to ascertain that his second and third children could potentially develop as alpha and omega. Pei Gaosheng finally exhaled, feeling as though he had won the lottery. Yet, although fate had granted him a glimmer of hope, it was not fully realized. Pei Ming, at the age of 14, did indeed develop as an alpha, but at a subpar B-grade level. No matter how much Zhang Wenxiu advocated for him, Pei Ming could not escape his propensity for mischief and his abysmal academic performance. After a disappointing college entrance examination last year, he expressed intentions to repeat the year, only to later lament his mood and remain at home for a year. Pei Zhen, being shy and cautious in her endeavors, spared some concern. Initially, the Pei family had abandoned any expectations for Pei Wu. This abandonment was not merely verbal. Since Pei Ming's arrival, Pei Gaosheng and Zhang Wenxiu had adopted a hands-off approach towards Pei Wu. They no longer inquired about tuition or living expenses. It was as if they silently pressured him to relinquish his aspirations. To give up equated to a slow demise, yet Pei Wu yearned for life. In time, Pei Wu succeeded and his future appeared bright. He resolutely declined any requests for assistance from relatives and friends seeking to leverage their connections. He was no saint. Those years of ridicule were not forgotten. Zhang Wenxiu and Pei Gaosheng understood this shift and began to feel uneasy. However, it was proven that as long as one possesses sufficient audacity and invokes past kindness, they can compel Pei Wu to comply. On a Saturday, under a cloudy sky, Pei Wu drove his modest second-hand vehicle, having purchased several boxes of fruit and pastries, to the home etched in his memory. After a considerable absence, the place felt rather unfamiliar. Unaware of the road repairs, he only realized the route was blocked upon arrival, necessitating a detour, and he finally reached at 11 in the morning. Zhang Wenxiu opened the door, her somewhat numbed gaze scrutinizing Pei Wu from head to toe before she remarked, "You're here? I haven't seen that jacket before. Is it new?" Pei Wu acknowledged her with a murmured response, remaining silent as he entered with his offerings. Pei Zhen was in the kitchen, assisting, and greeted him with a call of elder brother. Pei Wu set down his items and approached Pei Zhen, affectionately ruffling her hair. She squinted her eyes in enjoyment and called out again, "Elder brother." Pei Wu then produced a pen from his pocket, saying, "Here, is this the one you've been mentioning?" Pei Zhen received it with delight, fondling it repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, elder brother." Pei Wu smiled warmly. Pei Gaosheng sat in the living room sipping tea, casting a sidelong glance before clearing his throat with a heavy cough. Pei Wu called out, "Dad." Whether Pei Gaosheng responded or not was of little consequence. Pei Wu was indeed a rarity, having endured years of emotional manipulation from his family. Yet upon awakening to his own consciousness, he could discern right from wrong with clarity and resolutely distance himself from toxicity. The authoritative facade of fatherhood that Pei Gaosheng attempted to project held no weight with Pei Wu. At times, Pei Gaosheng even found himself hesitant to speak, feeling a twinge of fear towards Pei Wu. The door to another bedroom opened with a creak, and Pei Ming shuffled out in slippers, yawning, disheveled, and carrying an unpleasant odor, a stark contrast to the poised and elegant Pei Wu. Pei Ming seemed to sense this discrepancy, a flicker of coldness and mockery flashing in his eyes. "Oh, brother, so busy with your affairs. Finally found time to return?" Pei Wu chose to ignore him. Zhang Wenxiu quickly interjected, "Your brother has been quite diligent lately, studying until the early hours of 1 or 2. He's just tired." Pei Wu replied, "That's fine." Zhang Wenxiu's expression turned awkward. For a time, Zhang Wenxiu had harbored a notably poor attitude towards Pei Wu, influenced by those around her, fearing that the eldest would resort to harmful actions to vie for affection towards a younger son, thus adopting a cold demeanor. However, gradually, she realized that Pei Wu was utterly indifferent. He did not care whom they favored, nor did he concern himself with the treatment Pei Ming received, or the development of each family member. Whether Pei Ming became a pillar of society or a mere waste mattered not to him. Pei Ming casually rummaged through the items Pei Wu had brought, discovering several expensive fruits, which he hurriedly grabbed to eat. Zhang Wenxiu glanced at the pen in Pei Zhen's hand and cautiously asked Pei Wu, "Did you only buy one for Xiaozhen?" Pei Wu replied, "Xiaozhen studies well. implying that purchasing one for Pei Ming would be akin to casting pearls before swine. It doesn't have to be a pin, Zhang Wenxiu said. Pei Wu fixed his gaze upon her. Zhang Wenxiu felt a shiver run down her spine and continued, that shirt you're wearing looks quite costly. Xiao Ming is growing, and you two brothers are really starting to resemble each other. Pei Wu remained silent, removing his coat and tossing it over the armrest of the sofa. Pei Ming, grinning, picked it up and draped it over himself, his demeanor comically slovenly, his neck hunched and back bent, transforming the designer piece into something akin to a street vendor's offering. Fits perfectly, brother. Pei Wu inhaled deeply. Speak. What is the reason for summoning me back? Chapter 16. Brother, you need tea, returned. Pei Gaosheng lightly thumped the table. What? Is it so difficult to call you back for a meal? Upon hearing this, Pei Wu turned to leave. Zhang Wenxiu hurriedly blocked his path. All right. What is this between father and son? It's just a family dinner. Exactly. Pei Ming chimed in from his side. Pei Wu's eyes darkened, feeling an invisible noose tightening around his neck, an experience he had grown accustomed to in this home. Like a plant drained of its nutrients, he could only thrive away from this oppressive environment. Zhang Wenxiu felt the bony yet strong grip of her hands, realizing once again that the once frail child had grown. Aware that Pei Wu was reluctant to stay and unwilling to face him, she pondered how she was to manage such a large family. If consumed by guilt, she would find herself with no path forward. Your younger brother is repeating a year next year. Zhang Wenxiu spoke up. We lack funds. How much do you need? Since it is a private high school, we have pulled many strings, but they say there are few spots available. Of course, considering that Xiao Ming is an alpha, they require 100,000. Pei Wu asked, how much are you short? Zhang Wenxiu lowered her head. Do we have any money left? Pei Wu inquired. Do you remember how much I have given you over the years? A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Wenxiu's eyes. Am I your mother? And you need to calculate this so precisely with me? It must be calculated, Pei Wu replied. How much you spent on my medical treatment and how much I have given you must be accounted for. Account. You ungrateful wretch. Do you really keep such meticulous accounts? Pei Gaosheng suddenly stood up, slamming the table with a loud bang. If you truly wish to sever ties with us, very well, then you should give me and your mother 2 million in one go, and I will promptly sign a document to sever the parent-child relationship. How does that sound? Pei Wu was finally amused by the anger, turning to Pei Gaosheng with a very shadowy and cold demeanor. Is this money something you could just ask for? Moreover, the law currently does not recognize such severance documents. In my second year of high school, you threw the bill of 130,000 in my face. Over the years, you have taken nearly 400,000 from me. You may not have the bills, but I have every cent accounted for. Pei Gaosheng felt a chill under Pei Wu's gaze, his face contorted with rage, yet he dared not retort. Meanwhile, Pei Ming jumped up in fury. What are you acting all high and mighty for? Is this family incapable without you? Pei Wu, stop looking down on others. What is there about you that deserves my respect? Is it your worthlessness as an alpha? Pei Wu replied coldly. If you are so resolute, why do you accept money every time your parents come to me for it without a second thought? Upon hearing this, Pei Ming's face turned even more resentful, and he stopped pretending. Pei Wu, our parents gave you life, so you must accept your fate. Indeed, Pei Gaosheng added, if you dare to be unfilial, we will cause a scene at your company. Go ahead, Pei Wu said nonchalantly. My company has opportunities for overseas assignments in B-country. If you dare to create a scene once, I will leave immediately and never return. Xiao Wu, you cannot do this. Zhang Wenxiu desperately grasped Pei Wu's arm. Pei Wu forcefully broke free. Having endured being a punching bag for so long, I do not mind reciprocating. If you want to treat me as a cash cow, that is impossible. You must find a way for that 100,000. I will only bear the educational expenses for Xiaozhen from now on. Each person in this family, once they reach adulthood, should not expect to squeeze money from me. If you want alimony, let it be according to the law. Zhang Wenxiu stared blankly at Pei Wu, feeling an unfamiliarity. How have you changed so much? I am well, Pei Wu replied. The problem lies with you. In this suffocating, mundane household, Pei Wu cast aside all distractions, striving to rise above. He finally stepped outside, never looking back due to the so-called familial ties. Furthermore, His mother Pei Wu ignored the insults hurled behind him and burst through the door. As he emerged from the building, Pei Zhen hurried after him. Elder brother. Pei Wu turned back. Pei Zhen held out an old piece of clothing, slightly small for Pei Wu. She offered it forward. It's cold outside. Wear this. Pei Wu felt as though his frozen heart was thawed by a surge of warmth, a slight ache blossoming in his eyes. Brother, they are affluent, Pei Zhen murmured. Father's compensation has arrived. Mother intends to buy a larger house. Please do not return. Pei Wu's hand rested gently atop her head. Brother, you are so cold, she remarked. Pei Wu replied hoarsely, if you need anything, just call me. Pei Zhen shook her head. Brother, I lack nothing. Please take care of yourself, all right? Pei Ming was not an exemplary elder brother. As the sole alpha in the family, he rightfully claimed all resources, often seizing more than his fair share. Pei Zhen had shed tears on numerous occasions due to him, while their parents turned a blind eye. Back then, Pei Ming, unable to articulate much, would carry Pei Zhen on his back, strolling down the old street, and if he had a few coins, he would buy her sweets. Pei Zhen genuinely cared for Pei Wu. All right, Pei Wu said, I will remember. As the car started, Pei Zhen watched the taillights vanish around the corner. When Pei Zhen returned home, Zhang Wenxiu stepped forward. Has your brother truly left? He has. And you? Why did you not stop him? Pei Ming leaned against the window. Mother, is that brother's new car? It looks rather nice. Unable to contain herself, Pei Zhen retorted, you just cannot stand to see brother doing well. You want everything he possesses. Pei Ming turned back, grinning in a manner that was quite repulsive. Well, that cannot be helped. Everything in this family will belong to me from now on. Incensed, Pei Zhen retreated to her room. Meanwhile, Pei Wu drove aimlessly, passing through 3 traffic lights before he felt the chill and switched on the air conditioning. The neon lights outside cast distinct shadows on his face, and within those shadows, his eyes appeared tranquil yet weary. Although he had claimed that going to Country B was merely a threat at that moment, Pei Wu truly felt a stirring in his heart. He parked the car by the roadside of the park and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the glove compartment. As the smoke blended into the night, the crimson glow flickered between his lips, engulfed by a wave of dismal emotions. He sought, as was his habit, a way to extricate himself from it. His phone vibrated. Without glancing, he answered hello. After a few silent seconds, Lu Shiwen's voice resonated. Lost money? Pei Wu had long recognized this trait of his, being a money enthusiast. President Lu, he instinctively sat up, a refreshing aura washing over him, both physically and mentally. Indeed, when following a boss like Lu Shiwen, there was hardly time for melancholy. The chill dissipated, causing Pei Wu to shiver slightly. He was unaware that a smile had graced his lips, his gaze softening as he inquired, What can I do for you, President Lu? Lu Shiwen replied, If you have time, come visit me. His tone was stern. Others might not discern the nuance, but Pei Wu understood immediately. All right, approximately 40 minutes, he responded. Lu Shiwen urged, Yes, be quick. Chapter 17. A body covered in sweat. The journey from here to Yunlu Bay was not particularly long. Pei Wu navigated to the nearest supermarket, purchasing fresh vegetables and meat. True to the 40-minute estimate, he arrived just in time. Upon entering the door with the code, he found Lu Shiwen waiting at the entrance, dressed not in the tailored suit from the office, but in casual attire. Lu Shiwen wore a light brown cardigan draped over his shoulders, leaning against the standing screen by the entrance, his chin slightly raised, resembling a displeased cat ready to overturn the table. Every color suits him well. Pei Wu cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting his gaze. However, Lu Shiwen gradually furrowed his brow, inquiring, Were you at home when I called? No, I was out, Pei Wu replied. Lu Shiwen raised his hand, asking, You went out dressed like this? Pei Wu looked down. The thin sweater he wore offered little warmth. He chose not to fabricate excuses and simply stated, I visited my parents and my brother liked my coat, so I'll let him have it. Lu Shiwen was not oblivious. Although Pei Wu had previously fabricated stories about his family to deceive Tao Yi, Lu Shiwen was astute enough to discern the truth behind the facade. Pei Wu's weary eyes still bore the remnants of his struggles, indicating that he had not fared well, physically or mentally, during his visit. Upon noticing the vegetables in Pei Wu's hands, Lu Shiwen's expression softened. Rarely did he reach out, but when he did, his fingers brushed against Pei Wu's icy skin. "Is your family outdoor?" Pei Wu responded briefly, and Lu Shiwen chose not to press further. A sigh of relief escaped Pei Wu as he prepared to head to the kitchen, only to find a warm cardigan draped over his shoulders. Lu Shiwen maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze fixed on Pei Wu with a hint of pride, prompting Pei Wu to swallow back the polite refusal he had intended to voice. The warmth emanating from the fabric became increasingly palpable, enveloping Pei Wu's essence, causing a slight flush to grace his cheeks as he traversed the short distance from the entryway to the kitchen. Unfazed, Lu Shiwen stood at the doorway, teasing, "About that meal this afternoon, don't blame me. Even Lanja barely took a few bites. The lion's head had a rancid odor. How can that be rated 5 stars? I truly question the taste buds of many." "Lanja doesn't enjoy eating out either," Pei Wu replied while tending to the ingredients. "For the clay pot, do you want fish tofu?" "Yes, please add some ginger to ward off the chill," he responded. "All right." Pei Wu suppressed a hint of embarrassment as he donned his sweater and tied on an apron. This was a casual gesture. The apron hugged his form closely, presenting only a busy silhouette. Yet the lighting was bright, and the outside world was cloaked in darkness, creating a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Just then, the television in the living room remarked, "All drifting has found its home. This is the essence of family." Lu Shiwen's voice abruptly ceased. Pei Wu seemed momentarily scorched by the air, spinning around in surprise. Lu Shiwen's gaze was profound and unfathomable. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just an illusion," Pei Wu reassured himself. Lu Shiwen would certainly not concern himself with such trivialities. If he were to become distracted, it would appear unprofessional. Yet Pei Wu's deliberate disregard provided Lu Shiwen with unabashed justification. His gaze traced the strands of hair at Pei Wu's neck, following the contours of his shoulders downward. Pei Wu possessed a slender waist. Despite a lack of exercise, he appeared harmoniously proportioned, with long legs that the apron failed to conceal. It was no wonder that the employees at the company often indulged in their fantasies. Cooking the meal left Pei Wu sweating profusely. Nevertheless, he maintained a steady performance, producing a dish that was both fragrant and flavorful. Lu Shiwen typically detested pungent foods like garlic and onions, but under Pei Wu's deft hand, they became aromatic without being repulsive. The steaming rice, accompanied by a single clay pot, filled the living room with its delightful aroma. Lu Shiwen ate quietly, giving Pei Wu the illusion that he was genuinely savoring the meal. The rich, savory broth prompted Lu Shiwen to ultimately soak his rice within it. In comparison, Pei Wu's bowl contained less, yet influenced by Lu Shiwen, he finished it all. Lu Shiwen elegantly wiped his mouth and glanced at the clock on the wall. Noting the time, "You may stay here," he suggested. Pei Wu paused, suppressing any sign of surprise, and after a moment, responded, "Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Lu." Lu Shiwen possessed a strong sense of territory, yet he was willing to embrace those close to him. Lanja had been invited to stay several times for working late into the night, and Pei Wu mused to himself, "I am not an omega. There is no pheromone interference." The two then busied themselves in the study for a while. Once Lu Shiwen began working, it was difficult for him to disengage. Pei Wu accompanied him until 10 o'clock before requesting to return to his guest room. The bathtub in the guest room was quite impressive, accompanied by a complete array of toiletries. Pei Wu, feeling no hesitation, indulged in a relaxing soak. The study was separated by 2 windows, and ordinarily, one would not hear anything from the other side. However, Lu Shiwen could faintly hear the sound of water, and, as the fog in his mind dissipated, he envisioned droplets gathering on the nape of a neck, the light rendering the skin exceptionally fair. He barely caught a glimpse of the host's face before being startled, pushing himself away from the desk with one hand, jolting himself awake. After a moment, a dismissive oomph echoed from the study. Pei Wu, oblivious, finished rinsing off, donned a clean bathrobe, dried his hair, and slipped directly into bed. The guest room was tidied by the maid every other day, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Pei Wu closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Pei Wu arose to prepare breakfast, serving rice porridge accompanied by toasted buns, along with 2 of his signature dishes. When Lu Shiwen descended, he exuded an air of nobility, his eyelids perpetually lowered by a fraction. Those who beheld such a figure typically either idolized him or felt inclined to deliver a punch. Pei Wu remained neutral, were he endowed with Lu Shiwen's attributes. He too could be quite audacious. "I recall you drove here last night," he remarked. "Indeed," Lu Shiwen replied. "Then I shall take your car." "But my car," Pei Wu hesitated, "is an ordinary second-hand vehicle." Lu Shiwen looked at him. "I am not sensitive to such matters." As they stepped out, the maid happened to enter, and Pei Wu greeted her politely before stepping into the cold with Lu Shiwen. Upon arriving at the company, they quickly became engrossed in their work. After reviewing several documents, Pei Wu visited the project department, and upon his return, he found Lan Zhe at the opposite desk, massaging his temples. "Are you unwell?" Pei Wu inquired with concern. "I haven't slept all night." "Insomnia?" "Mr. Lu couldn't sleep, and had me work overtime," Lan Zhe lamented, supporting his forehead. Pei Wu caught a fleeting glimpse of the frustration in his eyes through his fingers. "It's all right. I will rest tomorrow." "Sure. Leave the unfinished tasks to me. I will work overtime tomorrow," Pei Wu stated, producing a large rice ball and placing it on Lan Zhe's desk. "It was made quickly this morning. It should taste decent." Lan Zhe first regarded Pei Wu, then enveloped the warm rice ball in his hands, his stomach suddenly rumbling in response. A cup of hot tea would complement it perfectly. Lan Zhe appeared eager to form a brotherly bond with Pei Wu. Lu Shiwen emerged midway. "Has Lan Zhe arrived yet?" Pei Wu covered for him. "He has. He went to the accounting department to collect a report." "Very well," Lu Shiwen replied. "Notify everyone that the meeting will commence in 20 minutes. "Understood." Chapter 18. Lu's possessiveness is quite strong with his usual aloof demeanor. Lan Zhe pushed open the meeting room door. A brief glance revealed that a few senior executives were still absent. He was not the last to arrive. Sensing the numerous gazes directed at him, he took a seat to the left of Lu Shiwen and inquired with his eyes about Pei Wu, who was across from him. Pei Wu kindly gestured to the corner of his mouth. Lan Zhe wiped his thumb across his lips, realizing it was merely some remnants. It must be said that the oil-soaked filling in the rice balls prepared by Pei Wu was indeed delightful, with an exceptionally rich meaty aroma. Lu Shiwen maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the two, and soon the room was filled to capacity. The hotel project in collaboration with Half Sunset had reached a conclusion, and the work between Pei Wu and Lan Zhe was fundamentally without issues. The closer one sat to Lu Shiwen, the more one dared not err, while others were not as constrained. Although the annual summary reports were visually appealing, they did not prevent Lu Shiwen from pinpointing several typical errors amidst his scrutiny, delivering his critiques with unwavering precision. Pei Wu lowered his head to glance at his notebook, resembling a student facing a stern teacher, exhibiting a cautious demeanor even though he was not the one being reprimanded. The mantra remained, if one cannot perform, they shall be replaced. As the intensity of work at Changrong had been communicated prior to employment, Lu Shiwen was not one to exploit labor without recompense. However, there were some individuals whose incompetence made him feel as though he was at a loss even when paying their salaries. He named a few individuals before shifting his tone to inquire of Lan Zhe, "Have we finalized the venue for the annual meeting?" Lan Zhe replied, "We will return to last year's Xiangxing Hotel." "Very well." As the meeting concluded, everyone departed with remarkable speed. Pei Wu began to tidy up his belongings, and, after Lan Zhe had left, asked Lu Shiwen what he wished to eat for lunch. Lu Shiwen, still wearing the grim expression from earlier, replied, "Just something from the cafeteria." "Understood." Pei Wu accompanied Lu Shiwen back to the office, preparing a cup of cooling honeysuckle tea with a touch of honey, which was sweet yet not cloying, akin to a refreshing breeze flowing through his throat and into his insides. For 3 brief minutes, Lu Shiwen forgave the world. Before the annual meeting, bonuses would be confirmed, and as Pei Wu had mentioned, Changrong was not stingy in that regard. Upon seeing the 5-digit sum credited to his account, Pei Wu quickly calculated his earnings from the few months since he joined, causing his eyes to curve into a joyful smile. "You're in quite a good mood, Pei Wu," Lan Zhe remarked as he entered. "Indeed," Pei Wu replied, adding, "I plan to change my residence." "Where will you buy?" Pei Wu chuckled dryly. "I can't afford to buy. I will rent." Lan Zhe did not dwell on the topic, coming from a privileged background and having acquired a spacious apartment in the city center before graduation. As an A-class alpha, His path was smooth, and it was only in discussing life that Lanja was slightly startled to remember that Pei Wu was a beta, a status that often limited access to resources. The city of Hongdu had been blanketed by heavy snow for several consecutive days, heralding the arrival of a harsh winter in this northern metropolis. Pei Wu found summer too stifling, yet winter offered little respite. He would need to layer his clothing to retain even a modicum of warmth. On a frigid morning, as he opened the door and felt the biting cold on his cheeks, Pei Wu found himself yearning to take a day off. Naturally, such thoughts were fleeting. He continued to arrive at the office 10 minutes early, preparing coffee or herbal tea for Lu Shiwen, along with breakfast, and secretly providing Lanja with a meal as well. Speaking of which, Lanja took a bite of the fragrant meat sandwich, the crisp green peppers tantalizing his taste buds. Having spent considerable time with Pei Wu, Lanja had grown less particular and mumbled, "Don't you think President Lu's possessiveness is a bit excessive?" Upon hearing this, Pei Wu halted in his tracks. Lanja continued to chew. "How could you come up with such a frightening thought? Surely, you've misunderstood." Swallowing his morsel, Lanja clarified, "I mean possessiveness in the literal sense. Even at the highest levels, there's a tendency for territoriality. I mean, President Lu seems to regard you as his personal property." Pei Wu's heart skipped a beat. "What makes you say that? Don't you know?" Lanja perked up. "Yesterday, Vice President Qin wanted to borrow you for a few days at the branch office." As soon as he mentioned it, Manager Lu chimed in, and without a moment's hesitation, President Lu flatly refused. You should have seen his expression. It was as if something precious had been snatched from him. At that moment, Pei Wu happened to be away, and he slowly mused, "No way. I'm just President Lu's assistant. You must be overthinking." "Nonsense," Lanja retorted. "You haven't had much on your plate lately. What harm would a temporary transfer do?" As the sun dipped lower, General Manager Zhang lavished praise on Pei Wu, acknowledging that while Lanja handled the aftermath, Pei Wu's capability to manage tasks was evident to all. Not to mention, he excelled in accounting and drafting proposals, making him highly sought after. Yet he could not compete with President Lu. He could only be borrowed, though even that seemed impossible. Pei Wu remained unconvinced. Nevertheless, Lanja's assertion struck him like a searing force, resonating deep within him. "You go ahead," Lanja waved his hand. "I'll join you after I finish eating." Pei Wu chose not to challenge Lanja's silence. However, he was keenly aware of the undercurrents at play. The look in President Lu's eyes carried a primal intent to ward off any competition. As Lanja chewed, he pondered how he had wandered so far afield in thought. For the annual meeting, Pei Wu had sent his finest suit for cleaning and pressing in advance, retrieving it on the morning of the event. This suit fit him even better than usual and was to be complemented by a tailored overcoat. Thankfully, it featured a fur collar. Otherwise, his own scarf would not match this ensemble. Just before stepping out, he picked up a long and used hair gel and attempted to apply it, but ultimately abandoned the idea, finding it uncomfortable. Noticing the time, Pei Wu drove to the hotel. Traffic congestion lengthened the wait at traffic lights, and glancing at his watch revealed he was already late. However, being alone, he presumed it would not matter. After parking, as he entered the lobby, he heard the teasing voice of the head of the RD department. "Assistant Pei, looking quite dashing. But could you perhaps show a bit more confidence? Your face is hidden in your collar. Isn't it cold?" Pei Wu smiled in response. "Unlike you, who exudes body heat." "All right, right. Assistant Pei is a beta, not as resistant to the cold as an alpha. An omega, once marked and infused with sufficient pheromones, can create an invisible barrier against the chill." However, Pei Wu's situation was merely a lingering effect of an incomplete recovery. Regrettably, it seemed likely that he would never fully heal. Pei Wu entered the inner hall alongside the head of the RD department, and the warmth that enveloped him was a welcome relief. As he lifted his gaze, amidst the mingling figures, he spotted Lu Shiwen standing in the depths, gazing intently at him, as if he had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. With a sigh, Pei Wu chastised himself for indulging in Lanja's discussions on possessiveness. "Seems like you two are quite familiar now, Director Lu," Pei Wu remarked as he approached. Lu Shiwen appraised him from head to toe, teasingly asking, "Aren't you all bundled up?" Pei Wu replied, "It's genuinely cold outside." Lu Shiwen, rarely sincere, advised, "You should get out and exercise more during holidays." After a few moments, feeling the heat rise, Pei Wu shed his coat, which a server promptly took from him, instantly lightening his burden. Turning around, he noticed several pairs of eyes casting ambiguous glances his way. The emotions were discernible, a blend of awe, intrigue, and scrutinizing depth. Lanja, munching on an olive, thought to himself how bold Pei Wu was. Lu Shiwen settled into a chair and proclaimed, "Weren't you all clamoring to dance and sing? Go on." Some were relentless, seizing the jovial atmosphere, and playfully invited, "Pei's assistant should join us." Pei Wu shook his head. "I'll pass. Enjoy yourselves." They did not press the matter further, but as they departed, they extended another invitation. "If you get bored, Pei assistant, do come by." "All right," he replied. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lu Shiwen's expression shifted slightly, allowing him to observe Pei Wu's long legs. "How come I never noticed your penchant for drawing attention?" Pei Wu responded with a non-committal sound. Lanja stifled a laugh and interjected, "Director Lu, given the occasion, it's only reasonable for Pei assistant to dress formally. It's just unfortunate that he looks so striking." Pei Wu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. It was not the sudden interest of many that unsettled him, but rather the inexplicable awkwardness in front of Lu Shiwen. "Director, would you like some water?" Pei Wu offered, presenting a glass. Lu Shiwen accepted it, remarking, "Today, feel free to be at ease. No need to concern yourself with me. Why are your hands so cold?" He noted that Pei Wu's temperature seemed perpetually low, his lips retaining a faint hue. "It's cold. I haven't quite acclimated," Pei Wu explained. "Then do let me know if you need anything," Lu Shiwen instructed. "Understood, Director." Lu Shiwen gestured towards a newcomer, a design director set to join after the new year, a talented individual worth getting to know. Pei Wu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Lu." As Pei Wu ventured to expand his network, Lu Shiwen remained at the center, not easily disturbed. Despite Lu Shiwen's amiable demeanor, it did not imply he was overly approachable. The annual meeting buzzed with excitement, a safe haven from unwarranted scrutiny. Sipping his warm water, Lu Shiwen's gaze, cloaked in a facade of tranquility, was sharply focused on Pei Wu. The young man's suit, from a modest third-tier brand, was of inferior craftsmanship. Yet Pei Wu wore it with a narrow waist and a harmonious form. His unadorned face, illuminated by the overhead lights while engaging in conversation, radiated warmth and approachability. His profile, standing out against the crowd as strikingly fair. Lu Shiwen shifted his posture, observing Pei Wu as he politely declined twice, opting for tea instead of wine. Not entirely foolish, Lu Shiwen's discerning gaze softened slightly. It was only upon the arrival of Chao Guan and others that Pei Wu felt that piercing gaze finally shift away. Was this truly the normal scrutiny found between superiors and subordinates? Unlike Lu Shiwen, Pei Wu was more down-to-earth. He understood the nuances of human interaction, unlike Lu Shiwen, who seemed to exist at the pinnacle of life, wielding control over everything around him, coupled with a natural detachment from emotions. It was easy for Lu Shiwen to overlook such subtleties. Pei Wu exhaled, just as Kwang Junmeng greeted him. Lu Shiwen noticed and inquired of Kwang Junmeng, "You haven't met Pei Wu many times, have you?" "Indeed, but I've taken a liking to him," Kwang Junmeng replied. Lu Shiwen's expression turned slightly stern. "A liking?" "Yes. He possesses discernment and knows how to handle situations. Frankly, if you ever tire of Pei Wu, do pass him my way," Kwang Junmeng jested. Lu Shiwen interrupted. "You must be dreaming." Kwang Junmeng was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Chao Guan glanced at Lu Shiwen and then at Pei Wu, who had approached. Kwang Junmeng and his companions were present today in a partnership capacity, and soon, more collaborators began to arrive. Lanja had also returned to assist with hosting duties. "Oh, isn't that Liang Su? Who invited him?" Kwang Junmeng remarked, chuckling in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Chao Guan remained impassive. "Don't indulge in his misfortunes. I know he is your cousin. Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on him discreetly. But hasn't he figured out yet?" Kwang Junmeng mused. Lu Shiwen, lacking emotional resonance and with an aversion to omegas, would never entertain such possibilities. "That has been said," Chao Guan replied. "But if he himself cannot comprehend it, what can I do?" Pei Wu, unbeknownst to anyone, paused momentarily at the mention of this. Gusin liang su ap tek. Chao Guan responded, "Did you come with your uncle?" "Yes," Liang Su replied, purposefully scanning the surroundings. Just then, Lu Xuan approached, but Liang Su instead stepped behind Chao Guan, lowering his head in shyness and trepidation. Indeed, Pei Wu could see the fear reflected on the young Omega's face. To admire Lu Xuan was simple, yet the journey was undoubtedly fraught with pain. Lu Xuan lacked the capacity for empathy and had numerous matters to attend to. After exchanging a few words, Lu Xuan turned to Pei Wu and asked, "Are you hungry?" Pei Wu snapped back to reality. "Not too bad." Lu Xuan pointed towards the dining area. "I just saw they served sushi. Aren't you fond of that?" "All right. Do you want some, Lu?" "I'll pass. I prefer what you make," Lu Xuan replied casually. Pei Wu acknowledged. This caught Liang Su's attention. His gaze was straightforward, somewhat vigilant, yet devoid of malice. Once Pei Wu had walked away, Chao Guan joked, "You're rather impolite. Has Pei Wu become your butler? Do you ask your butler what he likes to eat or if he is hungry?" Huang Junming interjected. "You two seem to be in a relationship. If one didn't know better, they might think you have a wife," Huang Junming teased, though he quickly softened his tone, realizing how startling that sounded. However, upon reflecting on the details of Lu Xuan and Pei Wu's interactions, Huang Junming's expression turned skeptical as he gently poked Chao Guan in the back. Chao Guan swatted his hand away, dismissing him. Lu Xuan let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Huang Junming asked, "What's going on, cousin?" "Liang Su Inguit." Was that just now Lu Ji's new assistant? Indeed, Chao Guan pondered for a moment before responding. "It's fine if he calls Lu Gu in front of us, but he shouldn't do so in front of Lu Xuan." "Liang Su Witspo understood." Huang Junming added, "Take it easy, Xiaoliang. Does it really matter whether you can move on or not?" Liang Su managed a bitter smile. "He didn't even recognize who I am." This was beyond consolation. Lu Xuan might be aloof, but he wasn't unkind. Liang Su's earnest confession was outright rejected, with Lu Xuan firmly stating that it was impossible. Chapter 20. Always at your service, Pei Wu savored 2 pieces of sweet shrimp sushi, which looked quite appealing, yet he could discern no flavor. Following Chao Guan, Liang Su caught a glimpse of Pei Wu, who smiled warmly as their eyes met. "Isn't Assistant Pei's temperament rather pleasant?" Liang Su quietly asked. Chao Guan tilted his head slightly. "Indeed, I've never seen him frown." However, Chao Guan could only address Liang Su's superficial inquiries, as there were limits to what he could divulge. Liang Su, having grown up under careful protection as an Omega, had perhaps only stumbled once in his life, and that was with Lu Xuan. Yet, he was pragmatic. Being enamored was one thing, securing a relationship was another. The stark contrast in Lu Xuan's treatment of Pei Wu, however, piqued his interest. Zhang Zong, the general manager, arrived later in the day. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Xuan, he headed straight for Pei Wu. "Could you please brew me some tea, Assistant Pei? I'm parched." Zhang Zong's request was not merely for hydration. He was keen on fostering a pleasant collaboration with Pei Wu before the festivities commenced. Engaging in conversation, Pei Wu attentively listened to Zhang Zong's insights regarding future equipment procurement for the hotel. Although Pei Wu spoke at a measured pace, his demeanor was earnest. Yet he found his thoughts drifting somewhat. He reminded himself to remain calm, though he was still unsettled by a few words from Lanja. Regardless of whether Lu Xuan accepted an Omega, his suitors or potential partners should undoubtedly be exceptional individuals. Realizing he needed to compose himself, Pei Wu took a deep breath and stood up. "Mr. Zhang, please enjoy your tea. I shall return shortly." Zhang Zong waved his hand dismissively. "All right." After washing his face in the restroom, Pei Wu finally regained his composure, his expression returning to a gentle perfection. Just as he emerged, a drunken colleague caught hold of him. "Assistant Pei, everyone is waiting for you. Come on." Unable to decline their enthusiasm, Pei Wu noticed that Zhang Zong was already surrounded by a throng, so he decided to join his colleagues. At the annual meeting, with drinks flowing freely, several typically reserved colleagues let loose, and upon Pei Wu's arrival, he noted that at least half the table had already succumbed to inebriation. "Assistant Pei, we toast to you." The group rose in unison, and Pei Wu had no choice but to accept the drink offered by a colleague. They clinked glasses and downed their drinks in one go. Assistant Pei has an impressive capacity for alcohol. More. No, thank you, Pei Wu replied, politely declining the drinking culture. I still have matters to attend to for Mr. Lu. Upon mentioning Lu Xuan, the group quieted, nodding in understanding. Pei Gu, a usually smooth-talking team leader, changed his tone, whispering, "You've secured quite a bit from the half-day sunset project, haven't you? You must treat us to a meal soon. I recently observed that President Zhang has summoned you. And even though you are no longer with Changrong, there are still ample opportunities awaiting you." "No," Pei Wu firmly asserted his position. "I have signed a 5-year contract and will renew it upon expiration. If required, I would indeed renew. Pei, your capabilities are truly remarkable." The other party's words were abruptly interrupted as someone forcefully pushed him aside. In the dimly lit corner, Pei Wu was first struck by the overwhelming stench of alcohol. Then he discerned the swaying figure before him, recognizing it to be Ji Bin. How was he still employed at Changrong? Initially, he was not meant to continue. Lu Xuan's intentions and Lange's orders had deemed him unworthy, but fortune smiled upon him with a benevolent uncle. Ji Bin had been kept waiting for half a month before being transferred to a branch office. Though it lacked the rapid advancement of the headquarters, it was at least a legitimate job. Ji Bin, feeling utterly defeated, had been keeping a low profile lately. At the company's annual meeting, he was relegated to an inconspicuous spot, drowning his sorrows in drink. At that moment, Pei Wu's spirited demeanor was far more than simply glaring. Under normal circumstances, Ji Bin could have gritted his teeth and endured, but the previous mention of the half-sunset project and President Zhang's attention ignited a surge of jealousy within him, fueled by alcohol, causing his rationality to vanish. He even felt that Pei Wu's methods were underhanded, usurping his achievements. Otherwise, it should be he who is currently basking in the spotlight. What are you so proud of? Ji Bin, swaying unsteadily, forcefully shrugged off those attempting to restrain him and shoved Pei Wu's shoulder, demanding, "How did you secure the half-sunset project? Dare to share it with everyone? Has anyone not heard of it?" Pei Wu gently brushed off the spot where Ji Bin had touched him and replied coolly, "Did I compel you to relinquish it? Enough. Ji Bin, you should leave." The fury blazing in Ji Bin's eyes was undeniable, yet even in his wrath, he dared not unleash his phenomenal attack here, aware that Lu Xuan would not hesitate to retaliate. Thus, he approached Pei Wu, glaring menacingly, and threatened, "Pei, do not let me encounter you outside. I will end you." Pei Wu replied with composed confidence, "I am always at your service." Pei Wu had no desire to instigate any unpleasantness at the annual meeting. Having consumed his share of drink, he intended to depart. However, just as he turned, a hand slid provocatively past his waist. Pei Wu, maintaining an impassive expression, turned to face Ji Bin, who grinned with a mischievous air. Ji Bin had deliberately chosen a shadowy angle, ensuring no one could witness the exchange. Nevertheless, with a resounding slap, Pei Wu raised his hand and struck. The commotion, though minor amid the raucous gathering, left a circle of onlookers utterly astounded. "What led you to believe," Pei Wu began coldly, "that I would tolerate this repeatedly?" Ji Bin, clutching his face in disbelief, exclaimed, "You dare to hit me?" His eyes suddenly flushed with bloodshot fury, his pheromones teetering on the brink of chaos. He nearly roared, "You dare strike me? Without pheromones, you're nothing." Pei Wu articulated each word with precision. "The girl from your team who was forced to resign was harassed by you in this very manner, was she not? Workplace harassment is Pei Wu's red line, and Ji Bin is nothing but an underdeveloped beast." Upon finishing his words, Pei Wu swiftly seized Ji Bin by the nape of his neck, exerting such force that Ji Bin was compelled to bend forward. Pei Wu was firmly guiding him along. With a safety exit to their left, Ji Bin contemplated resorting to violence, thinking they could resolve matters there. His ears were filled with a cacophony, blood rushing to his head due to his position, and he was met with gazes of sympathy or mockery from onlookers. He felt as though the dignity of being an alpha had been shattered by Pei Wu, and a surge of rage coursed through him. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor enveloped the air, transforming into a sharp sting that pierced Pei Wu, forcing him to release his grip. Seizing the moment, Ji Bin shoved Pei Wu aside, laughing maniacally, having evidently unleashed his pheromones. Pei Wu stumbled against the edge of table, quickly regaining his balance just in time to raise his hand and block Ji Bin's impending attack with a bottle of liquor. With a crash, the cover was blown, drawing layers of attention towards them. Pei Wu felt a searing pain in his arm, while Ji Bin clutched the jagged edge of the shattered bottle, intent on striking Pei Wu once more. Pei Wu's eyes glinted with cold fury as he grasped a square ashtray. In a slow-motion tableau, Ji Bin's contorted visage, the splattering of liquor in the air, and Pei Wu's fiercely aggressive gaze were all frozen in time. Then, reality resumed, and Ji Bin was sent hurtling backward, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing against the wall leading to the safety exit. "Who seeks death?" Chao Guan inquired, amusement lacing his voice from a distance. Liang Su approached swiftly, startled to see blood trickling from Pei Wu's sleeve to his hand. "Are you all right?" Chapter 21. A good fight. Pei Wu shook his head. As previously mentioned, Liang Su was a well-protected Omega, surrounded by alpha figures, both elders and peers, who were exceedingly courteous and restrained, making Ji Bin's actions utterly unprecedented in his experience. To blatantly violate protective laws in public was beyond his comprehension. Liang Su glared at Ji Bin, uttering one word, "trash." Pei Wu sought to swiftly defuse the situation, expressing gratitude to Liang Su while signaling to the two security guards stationed at the entrance. However, upon turning around, he realized it was too late. Lu Shiwen was striding toward them. More accurately, Lu Shiwen's gaze was fixed upon Pei Wu. Despite his efforts to conceal his disarray, Pei Wu appeared somewhat disheveled. He could not fathom whether Ji Bin had exerted his full strength or why he had suddenly become so sensitive to an alpha's pheromones. Blood dripped from his fingertips onto the floor, a rather alarming sight. "Mr. Liu," Pei Wu spoke hoarsely, "I apologize." Lu Shiwen halted, noting the disarray of Pei Wu's hair and the stark pallor that now marred his typically gentle features. His injured arm hung limply at his side, and upon seeing him, Pei Wu managed a faint smile. "Who did this?" Lu Shiwen inquired. "Gao Guan et Bao Fu Dao." It was not merely a matter of what had transpired or their quarrel, but rather a precise focus on the injured Pei Wu. Stepping forward with hands in his pockets, Chao Guan gestured with his chin, the one half dead in the corner. Chao Guandu withdrew his efforts, recognizing that this was neither his domain nor was it wise to act violently amidst a multitude of Omegas. The previous situation had been dire. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the shards of glass might have found their way into Pei Wu's neck. Fortunately, no collateral damage occurred, for his control over pheromones was not as precise as Lu Shiwen's. Lu Shiwen fixed his gaze on Ji Bin for 2 seconds, identifying him. "Take him away." At this command, the bodyguard stepped forward. As Ji Bin was hoisted up, it seemed as though the effects of alcohol had finally dissipated, terror flickering in his eyes. Yet, before he could utter a word, he was silenced and dragged away. Pei Wu leaned gently against the round table, momentarily disregarding the pain in his arm. His heart and lungs felt as though they were in turmoil, the pain gradually sharpening. As if Ji Bin's earlier assault had not left his system, but had instead seeped into his very blood, nauseating him incessantly. Pei Wu shut his eyes. Had the stabilizer failed? He pondered, realizing he needed to seek out Dr. Zhou urgently. He intended to request leave. President Liu, Lanja, tend to the guests, and find out everything that just transpired, as well as why Ji Bin is still at Changrong. Lu Shiwen's voice was low and filled with palpable anger, his commanding presence overwhelming, the chill in his discerning, indifferent gaze like frost. Today marked a day of glory for the company. It was understandable that Lu Shiwen's mood soured after such an incident. Yet, even in his fury, Pei Wu felt a loss as to how to explain or offer solace. Pei Wu's mind struggled to function, when suddenly he was swept off his feet, the direction shifting abruptly. He had no time to speak before he followed Lu Shiwen's lead towards the elevator. "President Liu, it was I who struck first," Pei Wu managed to say amidst the chaos. Lu Shiwen gazed straight ahead, indicating that the sequence of actions mattered little in this instance. Given Pei Wu's temperament, being forced to strike first suggested that the provocation had been egregious. "What did he do?" Lu Shiwen inquired. Pei Wu found it difficult to articulate. The elevator doors opened, and as Lu Shiwen ushered him inside, the closing doors severed their connection to the outside world. Not hearing a response, Lu Shiwen leaned down, his voice insistent. What did he do? Understanding that he could no longer conceal the truth, Pei Wu whispered. His hands were not clean. As he spoke, his Adam-S apple bobbed, betraying the struggle against a wave of unbearable emotions, while the lingering odor of Ji Bin's pheromones clung to him. Lu Shiwen's pupils contracted sharply, as if a tempest of thunder and snow had descended upon him. Moments later, he leaned closer, his voice a menacing whisper. Where precisely did he touch you? Pei Wu felt a chill run down his spine in that instant. As the elevator ascended, an inexplicable sense of danger enveloped them. The fury of a top-tier alpha whose territory had been encroached upon palpable enough to dim the very light around them. Pei Wu ought to have felt fear. His body complied with a racing heartbeat, his limbs tingling. Yet, amid this suffocating atmosphere, a fissure of exhilarating emotion ignited within him. Pei Wu turned to meet Lu Shiwen's gaze. Emotionless, those striking eyes were filled with the primal essence of violence, and for the first time, Pei Wu acutely felt the peril of a dominant alpha. Yet, Lu Shiwen's hand remained at his side, an unwelcome comfort that dispelled the sticky remnants of Ji Bin's touch, while simultaneously grasping the very thing Pei Wu had long evaded. Do you not think President Lu's possessiveness is a tad excessive? Is it possessiveness? Pei Wu's handsome visage bore no smile. Rather, it exuded an unprecedented seriousness. A sheen of perspiration, born of physical discomfort, dampened his hair, clinging to his forehead and brows. It was then that Lu Shiwen noticed his irises, a captivating dark amber, glistening with moisture and shrouded in mist, revealing an undeniable desire beneath his seemingly calm exterior. In the next moment, Pei Wu placed his hand upon the back of Lu Shiwen's hand, his voice slightly hoarse. Here. It is here. Understanding his implication, Lu Shiwen tightened his grip as a brisk wind surged from beneath Pei Wu's feet, as if forcefully stripping away something, obliterating any remnants of Ji Bin's pheromones. Well done, Lu Shiwen praised. Ding. The elevator arrived at their floor, and Lu Shiwen composed himself slightly. Upon entering the room, he immediately retrieved the medical kit. Pei Wu seated himself on the sofa, having already removed his suit jacket, with the cuffs of his shirt rolled up. The outer side of his left elbow was marred with a bruise, punctuated by shards of glass that had caused the bleeding. A glance was all it took for Lu Shiwen to feel a pang of regret. Perhaps we should go to the hospital. No need. It hasn't damaged the bone. I am aware, Pei Wu replied, taking the disinfectant cotton from Lu Shiwen's grasp and, under the startled gaze of the alpha, pressed it against the wound. Without uttering a word, Pei Wu waited a moment before removing the cotton, which now contained a hemostatic agent, proving quite effective. Lu Shiwen sat beside him, taking hold of Pei Wu's arm to apply the medication. With today's medical advancements, such minor wounds could indeed be managed independently. After wrapping it in gauze, it was deemed sufficient. Pei Wu then flexed his arm before Lu Shiwen and remarked, "See, it's nothing." Lu Shiwen responded, "Would you like some water?" "I can manage myself," Pei Wu replied. However, just as he attempted to rise, Lu Shiwen pressed him back down by the shoulder. Under normal circumstances, Pei Wu would not allow the situation to unfold in this manner, but the events from the elevator replayed in his mind. Lu Shiwen, merely acting on instinct, seemed oblivious to the significance of what had transpired. A top-tier alpha dispelling the sense of other alphas from him, despite Pei Wu being a beta. Pei Wu pressed his aching temples, a newfound interest and delight gradually emerging on his face. Chapter 22. The confessional. Once Pei Wu had finished his water, Lu Shiwen pulled up a chair to sit opposite him. "Mr. Lu?" Pei Wu crossed his legs, his height and habitual demeanor causing his gaze to naturally lower. "Since it is not serious, shall we proceed directly to the confessional?" Lu Shiwen inquired. Pei Wu slowed his breathing, and within mere seconds, as if fully prepared, calmly asked, "What does Mr. Lu wish to know?" In this world, ordinary alphas comprise 93% of the population, while high-tier alphas, including grade A, account for merely 5%. The remainder, excluding those who failed to differentiate, are top tier. Betas, however, do not exhibit significant reactions to the pheromones of ordinary alphas. Pei Wu, this is the second time you have experienced discomfort due to another's pheromones, Lu Shiwen stated, his tone steady, yet the final mention of another's pheromones carried an unmistakable peculiarity. Previously, in Haicheng, Tao Jin, as a high-tier alpha, could influence the magnetic field to cause some harm, which I comprehend. But what about Jibin? Lu Shiwen let one hand drop between his legs, the elegantly curved fingers remarkably beautiful. Theoretically, a mediocre B-grade alpha should not provoke such a reaction from you. Pei Wu fell into silence. Until this day, he steadfastly believed he ought to be a beta. The initial genetic test must have been erroneous. After all, instances of unexpected secondary differentiation are not rare. It was Pei Gaoxing's misguided ambition to alter fate by having an omega child that imposed unfounded guilt upon him. The keen sensitivity to pheromones was not a consequence of failed omega differentiation, but rather an interference with his health caused by the sudden emergence of omega factors. As he should have been a beta, these two realities are fundamentally distinct, shaping Pei Wu's perspective of the world. Your health assessment upon employment was satisfactory, indicating no issues with your body or organs. Earlier, it was mentioned that your childhood ailments were related to differentiation. Pei Wu, is this true? Lu Shiwen's tone was not pressing, but rather gentle. Pei Wu's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he replied, yes. I am indeed one of the more peculiar betas. The doctor suggested that perhaps the dormant omega genes within me awakened at the last moment. Pei Wu felt his lips parched, but the water in his cup was entirely consumed. I apologize, Mr. Lu. I did not intend to conceal this from you. While this condition can be managed, it seems to be somewhat uncontained at present, does it not? Lu Shiwen interjected. Pei Wu sensed a scarcity of oxygen in his lungs, a familiar sense of frustration piercing through to his core. It reminded him of countless nights spent lying in bed, listening to the sighs and complaints of his parents just a wall away, confronting the exorbitant treatment costs and the inadvertent reproach in their gazes, alongside his own relentless self-urging. Why was he not better yet? The pain inflicted by this affliction had only begun to ease as his life gradually fell into a semblance of order over the years. Now, with Lu Shiwen mentioning it, it felt as though he was losing control over his own body once more. Pei Wu chose his words more cautiously this time. Monsieur Lu, yes, sur you. It will not affect my work. Should I become a burden, you may dismiss me immediately. A rustling sound followed, as Lu Shiwen gently grasped Pei Wu's chin, his striking eyes scrutinizing him, clearly disapproving. Do you think this concerns me? Pei Wu, you seem reluctant to discuss this matter. Yet I must remind you that although you are a beta, you will likely need some form of blocker. Take heed of this. When Lu Shiwen spoke, his expression was unusually animated. Perhaps due to their proximity, Pei Wu realized that his eyes were not sharp, but rather possessed a feline softness, only taking on a cold curvature when his demeanor turned serious. Ah, understood, Pei Wu quickly responded. It's just a matter of illness. Lu Shiwen remarked. I am not so inhumane. No, it's not your fault. Pei Wu gently shook his head. He did not articulate it, but the ever-disinclined Lu Shiwen understood nonetheless. He could tell that returning home was a struggle for Pei Wu, indicating he had endured considerable disdain. Lu Shiwen felt a twinge of irritation, still bewildered by the fact that many in this world could become parents without the need for learning. They could not linger in the room for long. Pei Wu slowly donned his suit, his nerves having relaxed, though his arm bore a slight ache that was hardly significant. Lu Shiwen followed closely behind, contemplating Pei Wu's silhouette. Merely possessing a barrier agent was insufficient. Lu Shiwen found it quite bothersome that Pei Wu carried the scent of another alpha, a provocative transgression across territorial lines. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Shiwen's gaze softened, and discreetly, he enveloped Pei Wu in his own pheromones, creating an invisible shield. While it could not compare to a temporary mark, and a true marking was out of the question, it might last 4 or 5 days. He could renew it when the time came, Lu Shiwen mused. Thus, should any alpha attempt to impose their pheromones upon Pei Wu, he would undoubtedly receive a warning. Pei Wu is my assistant, Lu Shiwen thought. Causing him trouble would only be a disservice to myself, and that must not occur. After the annual meeting, come my place, Lu Shiwen stated, I feel like having sushi. Pei Wu sensed his good mood and replied affirmatively. Mr. Liu, have you recalled the brand of the perfume you use? He inquired, the crisp fragrance lingering in the air, utterly delightful. Unbeknownst to Pei Wu, Lu Shiwen's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Do you truly like it that much? Lu Shiwen's lips twitched suspiciously before he quickly composed himself. With a hint of mischievousness, Lu Shiwen continued, it's no longer available. It has long been discontinued, and I am left with just half a bottle. Is that so? Pei Wu's tone was laden with regret. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, the commotion stirred by Ji Bin had long dissipated, and everyone was raising their glasses and engaging in conversation, the atmosphere amiable. However, Mr. Liu, it appears many people are discreetly observing us, Pei Wu murmured. Lu Shiwen replied, are you afraid of being watched? Not at all. Let them be, he retorted with impatience. I have been exceedingly busy today. Those people can look as they wish. Pei Wu's spirits lifted. Indeed, this was worthy of emulation. The annual meeting concluded successfully at 10 in the evening, with further arrangements available for those wishing to continue the festivities. Pei Wu attended to a few esteemed guests, while Mr. Zhang, living up to expectations, could hardly articulate his words, incessantly mumbling to Pei Wu, I knew it, I knew it. They all take advantage of my poor tolerance for alcohol. Pei Wu chuckled as he assisted him into the car, urging Mr. Zhang to take his time. Once everything was settled, Lu Shiwen's brows furrowed slightly. All done, Pei Wu said, hurrying up the steps. Drive your car, Lu Shiwen instructed. Who said Mr. Liu was pretentious? Clearly, he was unpretentious and quite willing to mingle with his employees. Before Pei Wu could finish his silent praise, Lu Shiwen continued, otherwise, I fear the parking fees for one night here might lead to your bankruptcy. Chapter 23 At the Age of Adulthood. One might wonder if a top alpha would suffer from indigestion after consuming sushi at 11 o'clock at night. The answer is unequivocally no. Pei Wu prepared sushi for Lu Shiwen, who polished off 2 large platters. The seafood recently purchased had dwindled considerably, and with the last few fish roast sushi topped with wasabi, Pei Wu carried them out. This is hardly different from what one would find in a restaurant, Pei Wu thought, even though he was not particularly adept at handling marine fish. After tasting a piece, Lu Shiwen slightly frowned, commenting on the fishy taste, yet ultimately finished every bite. Pei Wu did not dwell on this matter, for his spirits were elevated. To be precise, upon emerging from the lounge of the annual meeting, he felt as if his heart were uplifted by clouds, his blood flowing freely, and his limbs agile. It was as if something he had previously clung to had now become an integral part of him, achieving an astonishing harmony of 100%, a state of utter comfort. Lu Shiwen, casually finishing off his fish roast sushi, remarked, it's quite late. Are you staying here tonight? Pei Wu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. His familiarity with the villa deepened, and he had quickly learned to navigate the high-tech kitchen. Even when alarms indicated operational errors, Lu Shiwen offered no reprimand. Pei Wu washed the dishes, tidied the kitchen, and brewed 2 cups of tea. The boss needs to work. I'll just be a diligent assistant. You needn't worry, Lu Shiwen said. Pei Wu opened his notebook, since I have some free time. Moments after he spoke, a red envelope from Lu Shiwen arrived, and Pei Wu glanced at it, feeling shy to accept it in person. Go ahead and take it, Lu Shiwen urged him. There's no rush. I have a bit of a compulsive tendency myself, Lu Shiwen added. Pei Wu gently tapped on the envelope, momentarily blinded by the sum that appeared. He could not suppress a smile, murmuring a thank you to Lu Shiwen. Lu Shiwen let out a soft hum, also smiling. After reviewing documents for about 40 minutes, they each retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Lu Shiwen took a shower and tossed his discarded clothes into the laundry basket. After tidying up his slightly disordered desk, he leaned back against the headboard, wide awake and restless. Thus he opened a chat with Lanja. Working late? Lanja not only failed to respond, but seemingly had not even read the message. Perhaps he was asleep. Remembering the recent pressure exerted on Lanja, Lu Shiwen felt a tinge of remorse. Yet sleep eluded him, and the air felt stifling. Approaching the window, Lu Shiwen instinctively pushed it open. The winter nights in Hongdu were no exaggeration. Even a slight elevation invited the cold wind, which, while not fierce, was sufficiently chilling. However, the top-tier alpha was unperturbed, as he coolly arranged his tousled hair and released his pheromone barrier. Just a minor breeze. The wind's soft whimper filled the air in the affluent district, where few resided. The villas blended languidly into the night. The dim lights of the closed windows revealed a lack of life. Suddenly, Lu Shiwen's indifferent expression shifted slightly. Separated by a single room, to the right lay Pei Wu's guest room. Perhaps feeling stifled as well, Pei Wu had cracked his window open, and the sound of his slippers pattering against the wooden floor echoed softly. As he brushed against the wooden bed with his bathrobe, Lu Shiwen realized that knowing his own room too well was not necessarily a blessing. At this moment, he could almost deduce Pei Wu's actions by the sounds emanating from a distance. Pei Wu approached the coffee table and lifted a cup to drink. He drank rather hastily, spilling some water at the corner of his mouth. He raised a hand to wipe it away, yet his neck remained damp. This won't do. Lu Shiwen closed his eyes briefly. He intended to close the window, but then heard Pei Wu clear his throat. Moments later, he gently hummed a tune, its rhythm slow and melodious, seemingly a piece of traditional opera. Such matters are far removed from Lu Shiwen's world. The so-called cultural heritage has dwindled significantly by this century. At this moment, Pei Wu was suddenly stirred by a gust of wind from the past, which wafted into Lu Shiwen's mind and stealthily crept into his heart. It was toxic. Lu Shiwen realized something and abruptly slammed the window shut. Hearing the commotion, Pei Wu's humming ceased abruptly. He approached the window, peering through the crack, yet saw nothing. Just an illusion, he thought, and closed the window securely before retiring to bed. In the dead of night, thick snow blanketed the surroundings in silence. Upon awakening and drawing the curtains, the brightness stung his eyes. Pei Wu paused momentarily, then flung open the window. Heavens! The second-hand tires parked at the entrance were nearly buried. In a rush, Pei Wu freshened up and stepped outside, where Lu Shiwen was seated in the living room, sipping tea. Quick, save your car, Lu reminded kindly, though it was not out of a desire for amusement, but rather due to the absence of the car keys. Pei Wu acknowledged with a nod and dashed out, nearly slipping on the tiles at the entrance. It's still early for such antics, Lu Shiwen remarked, setting down his teacup and rising. As Pei Wu descended a step, his ankles vanished from sight. Don't go, Lu Shiwen pulled him back, explaining that security would soon arrive to clear the snow, and it would be prudent to wait. Pei Wu wholeheartedly agreed. Security arrived about 10 minutes later, bringing with them a small snowplow, followed by personnel wielding brooms. The cleanup was swift, and as Pei Wu presented a Chinese-style hamburger, they moved on to the next location. Before breakfast, Lu Shiwen informed Pei Wu, "Drive your second-hand car into the garage. Use mine for now." Pei Wu found this odd. Would he leave his car in the garage and take the bus home after work? Lu Shiwen met his gaze and stated, "I want to be going to the office today." "Why?" Pei Wu inquired. "I'm taking a day off," Lu Shiwen replied. Pei Wu tentatively asked, "Am I also off?" Lu Shiwen fixed his gaze on Pei Wu for a moment. "Pei Zhu, you're primarily my personal assistant, and secondarily a project manager. Do you understand? While I'm at home, you'll need to manage the meals." Pei Wu comprehended, understood. When they stepped outside, the weather had cleared somewhat, with scattered snowflakes glistening in the air. Pei Wu was still dressed in yesterday's attire, lacking in warmth. But thankfully he would be in the car for most of the time. He did not inquire about their destination, quietly seated in the passenger seat. Lu Shiwen, having requested to drive, exhibited steady skills, ultimately stopping at a large shopping mall. On a Saturday, the place was bustling, yet in the basement supermarket tailored for the affluent, where even the shopping bags were exorbitantly priced, there were hardly any patrons aside from the staff. As Pei Wu pushed the cart behind Lu Shiwen, he was taken aback by the price tag of a particular fruit gummy and leaned in closer to confirm his vision. $880 for a box. Was it infused with longevity fruit juice? Lu Shiwen paused to observe him, recalling Pei Wu's occasional displays of frugality. Despite possessing only a few designer garments and driving a second-hand vehicle, Pei Wu was astonished by the price, thinking only a fool would purchase such a thing. Yet, the next moment, a beautiful, elongated hand reached for the bag of fruit gummies and tossed it directly into the shopping cart. Pei Wu stared at Lu Shiwen, perplexed by the disdainful expression on his face. Lu Shiwen then remarked, "You're quite old enough for this." With that, he turned and walked away. Pei Wu was left bewildered. Wait a moment, boss. Chapter 24. Pei Wu is indeed young. Lu Shiwen likely believed that a bag of fruit gummies had successfully captured Pei Wu's heart, and he immediately indulged in the notion that he was a considerate and splendid boss. Habitually arrogant, Lu Shiwen rarely displayed tenderness, regardless of whether Pei Wu felt touched. He took it upon himself to feel moved on Pei Wu's behalf. Surely, this warranted a delightful meal in return, Lu Shiwen thought, as he tossed a large yellow croaker, a sea bass, a turbot, and a bag of live South American shrimp into the shopping cart. Pei Wu, discerning the underlying meaning, interjected. Sweet and sour fish can be made with carp or black fish. They taste better. Lu Shiwen promptly halted, glancing sideways, the light casting a soft halo around his features, accentuating his striking nose. Alarm bells rang in Pei Wu's mind, recalling how Lu Shiwen despised dissent against his decisions. The expensive fruit gummies lay innocently beneath his gaze. Although Pei Wu had not expressly desired them, Lu Shiwen would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Pei Wu amended, "It can be done." But Lu Shiwen harbored an inexplicable obsession with Pei Wu's sweet and sour fish, fearing it might compromise the taste, ultimately tossing a black fish into the mix. Pei Wu sighed quietly as he beheld the full basket of fish. Following that, Lu Shiwen tossed various items into the cart, and Pei Wu remained silent, preoccupied with searching for recipes to prepare the seafood delectably. The supermarket carts could be wheeled all the way to the entrance on the first floor, thus saving some effort. Upon exiting the supermarket, Lu Shiwen donned sunglasses, which obscured half of his handsome visage. Nonetheless, his impressive stature rendered him irresistibly charming. Pei Wu trailed behind, pushing the cart, when Lu Shiwen abruptly came to a halt in front of a men's clothing store. Pei Wu glanced at the label. It was a popular high street brand that he rather liked. However, this brand seemed unfit for Lu Shiwen's wardrobe. "Mr. Lu, are you planning to buy?" Pei Wu inquired tentatively, suggesting that a quick call could have the brand deliver the items directly. Lu Shiwen turned, saying, "Not for me, but for you." Pei Wu was taken aback. "I don't need it." Lu Shiwen replied, "I believe you do." Once Pei Wu shed his coat, it became evident that his attire beneath was rather thin. Since morning, Lu Shiwen had been in a quandary. As Pei Wu surmised, a phone call was simple, yet those luxury brands might not appeal to Pei Wu. He respected Pei Wu's principled approach to wealth. Though Lu Shiwen could have lent him a piece or two from his own wardrobe, it simply wouldn't suit him. If it were someone like Kwang Junming or Chao Guan, it would have been inconsequential, but with Pei Wu, it felt different. Without delving into the reasons for this sentiment, Lu Shiwen decisively pushed Pei Wu inside the store, offering a cash gift. Initially, Pei Wu felt somewhat awkward, but upon hearing this, he relaxed. The combination of his hard-earned labor and Lu Shiwen's generosity equated to 2 exceptionally warm sweaters and a comfortable, windproof outer coat. The sales assistant hovered around Pei Wu, her eyes betraying a fondness for the handsome figure before her, and Lu Shiwen sensed that she momentarily regarded Pei Wu as a collectible doll, urging him to try on multiple outfits. After Pei Wu had perspired from the fitting, Lu Shiwen declared, "That's enough. I'll take those 3 pieces." "They all look wonderful," the sales assistant chimed in. Lu Shiwen thought to himself, "Am I unaware of that?" He then proceeded to pay with his card. Lu Shiwen turned and walked towards the cashier, with the sales assistant hastily following behind. Upon exiting the men's clothing store, Lu Shiwen wore a slight frown. What could be troubling him? Pei Wuxin pondered, just as she steadied the shopping cart when a young girl hurriedly approached, blushing as she quietly asked Pei Wuxin for her contact information. Pei Wuxin could clearly sense the drop in Lu Shiwen's demeanor beside her. "I'm sorry, it's not convenient," Pei Wuxin replied. The young girl looked disappointed and then noticed that even the sunglasses could not conceal Lu Shiwen's frosty expression. Realization dawned on her, and she first appeared stunned before breaking into a giggle. "My apologies, goodbye," Pei Wuxin exclaimed. "Huh?" After the girl departed, Pei Wuxin pushed the cart in silence. She did not hide her face. Her ensemble exuded an air of sophistication, standing out amidst the bustling crowd on the first floor. Many gazes fell upon her, including 2 young men who seemed eager to approach, but their intentions were swiftly quashed by a cold glare from Lu Shiwen, who removed his sunglasses. Let's move quickly, Lu Shiwen said, taking the bag of clothes from Pei Wuxin and gripping the cart handle with one hand. Instantly, Pei Wuxin felt a sense of lightness as she observed Lu Shiwen striding ahead, as if wishing to disperse the crowd entirely. She hurriedly followed, placing all the items in the trunk, while Lu Shiwen willingly took the passenger seat. Pei Wuxin took the wheel, and, as they turned the corner, the flow of people diminished significantly. Lu Shiwen, unable to conceal his sarcastic tone, remarked, "Assistant Pei, you truly possess an irresistible charm at such a young age." Pei Wuxin retorted, "Mr. Lu, you are merely 3 years my senior." As they awaited the traffic light, Pei Wuxin glanced at Lu Shiwen, who leaned against the car window, his expression unreadable. "Are you upset?" Pei Wuxin softened her tone. "For dinner tonight, in addition to sweet and sour fish, how about I prepare steamed turbot? I also bought some asparagus and mushrooms, which could be used for a lamb stew. What about vegetables? Any cravings? Stir-fried, mixed vegetables? Or perhaps the 3 delights of the earth?" "You may decide," Lu Shiwen replied nonchalantly. All right. Pei Wuxin pressed the accelerator, but before she could say anything further, a shadow darted swiftly in front of the car. The oncoming figure was moving too fast, and it seemed a collision was imminent. Pei Wuxin slammed on the brakes, her body lurching forward due to inertia. However, before she could collide with the steering wheel, a large hand steadied her chest and neck, preventing her from falling. The warmth of his thumb pressed against her throat at the moment of halting, causing her to momentarily catch her breath. Lu Shiwen remained unaffected, and upon confirming Pei Wuxin was unharmed, he opened the car door and stepped out. A large black dog had just rushed by, now returning to its owner, baring its teeth menacingly. The dog's owner was equally unpleasant, scolding loudly despite not having on a leash. Such foolishness in this world, Lu Shiwen observed, his irritation palpable. When he stood before the dog owner, the latter had to look up at him, intimidated by his chilling presence. Swallowing hard as the dog tucked its tail and ceased its growling. "If you cannot control it, then put a leash on your dog," Lu Shiwen stated coldly. The dog owner then realized that it was a brand new McLaren that had nearly collided with his beloved pet. Should an accident have occurred, it would no longer have been so beloved. He promptly turned and pretended not to recognize the situation. What should one say after causing trouble for others? Lu Shiwen inquired. The dog owner's arrogance dissipated. "Yes, I apologize." Seizing the opportunity, while Lu Shiwen did not pursue the matter, the other party hurriedly fled with their dog. Pei Wu smiled at the scene. It was often said that Lu was ruthless, yet he found a certain endearing charm in Lu Shiwen's occasional irritable demeanor that seemed to slap anyone who approached. Soon, Lu Shiwen returned, taking his place in the driver's seat, opening the door and tersely instructing Pei Wu, "Get out, let me drive." Pei Wu replied, "Never mind. Safety comes first on snowy days." Chapter 25. Did I startle you? When they arrived back at Yinlu Bay, the sun was obscured, and dark clouds loomed overhead as large snowflakes began to fall gracefully. To be fair, this place was far more comfortable than the rental he had. As Pei Wu dealt with the blackfish, he lamented the dilapidated state of his rented accommodation, which still relied on rusty radiators at times. He had to open the bathroom valve to let out some water just to warm the room. Once home, Lu Shiwen's expression softened. He stood with arms crossed at the kitchen door for a moment before retreating upstairs to his study. Pei Wu's phone buzzed, and just as he washed his hands, he glanced at the screen. It was the long-silent class group chat. Having forgotten to mute notifications and unaware of how he was added, he was about to exit when a message caught his eye. "Ruan Han and Suchin are back, did you know?" "Really? I thought they settled abroad." "Indeed. Kong Bo mentioned they might host a dinner." Pei Wu furrowed his brow slightly. These 2 names were not particularly bothersome, yet a shadow of unease flickered within him. Years ago, their ostentatious departure abroad, coupled with their striking appearances and affluent backgrounds, had made Pei Wu the subject of covert ridicule among peers. Wasn't it Su Chun who pursued Pei Wu while Ruan Han was an exchange student? Incorrect. It was Pei Wu who pursued Su Chun, right? With Su Chun's family background, what omega would he lack? Would he settle for a beta like Pei Wu? Pei Wu caused trouble for Ruan Han, scaring him to tears in front of many. So arrogant, the academy even awarded him the title of outstanding student and granted him a scholarship? It's utterly unfair. The hurried words from that time still echoed vividly in his mind. Now, reflecting on it, it seemed trivial, merely a scripted performance by some, with others playing along. While he, lacking power and status, was unceremoniously kicked aside. Pei Wu sprinkled salt into the lamb stew when he noticed someone tagging him in the group. "Pei Wu, are you coming?" The moment those words were spoken, the previously bustling chat fell silent. Pei Wu did not reply, but decisively exited the group. "What group?" came Lu Shiwen's voice from behind. Startled, Pei Wu nearly dropped his phone into the pot, but Lu Shiwen was quick to catch it. Pei Wu pressed a hand to his chest, exhaling deeply. Lu Shiwen placed the retrieved phone on the table, turned Pei Wu around, and scrutinized his expression. "Did I startle you?" "A bit," Pei Wu admitted candidly. "Mr. Lu, you really walk without making a sound, like a feline with padded paws." "Apologies," Lu Shiwen responded. Pei Wu was somewhat taken aback. "It's quite all right." Pei Wu's lips were pale, yet his expression remained serene. Lu Shiwen was known for his stringent expectations of employees. Even Omegas had to carve their own path in the competitive environment of Changro. The distinction lay in Lu Shiwen's respect for their gentle nature, having established an unwavering rule against pheromone attacks or disclosures, fundamentally ensuring their safety. Furthermore, during overtime or holidays, Omegas were granted the privilege of leaving work on time at their own discretion. Nevertheless, Lu Shiwen's understanding of both Omegas and Betas remained somewhat nebulous. His elevated perspective post-differentiation rendered him incapable of comprehending the confusions and discomforts of others. It was unclear whether Pei Wu's discomfort stemmed from his differentiation, but Lu Shiwen gradually realized that both Betas and Omegas were far more fragile than he had imagined. If either Kong Junming or Chao Guan were present, they would undoubtedly point out that Lu Shiwen was blinded by his biases, at least for the time being. No one at Changrong believed Pei Wu would be dismissed after 3 months. Upon encountering him, they treated him with respect, addressing him as Assistant Pei, just as they would with Lanja. Lu Shiwen was puzzled by the fleeting moment of pain on Pei Wu's face and the tremor in his heart. "The lamb is simmering. You should go rest in the living room," Lu Shiwen said. With nothing else to attend to, Pei Wu followed Lu Shiwen's lead and asked, "Shall we watch a movie later?" Lu Shiwen became surprisingly accommodating. "What would you like to watch? A comedy, perhaps?" Pei Wu thought Lu Shiwen seemed overly serious. Lu Shiwen did not contest. "You decide." Drawing the curtains and lowering the projector, this high-tech equipment, valued in the 6 figures, finally saw the light of day after being sealed away for years under Pei Wu's care. Just before the lamb stew was ready, Pei Wu selected a film. He, too, had seen few movies, but this one, released during the summer blockbuster season, had received rave reviews. When he inquired, Lu Shiwen confirmed he had not seen it. Pei Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, paused at the opening screen while serving the dishes. Perhaps feeling embarrassed for having startled him earlier, Lu Shiwen assisted in arranging the plates. With everything ready, the movie commenced. How clear, Pei Wu mused, realizing that for the wealthy, owning a private cinema was as effortless as sipping soup. Lu Shiwen did not disclose that his education had not included the concept of dining while watching a film. Meals were to be approached with focus and silence, replenishing energy for continued work. When amusing moments appeared on screen, Pei Wu chuckled softly. This sound pulled Lu Shiwen back from his drifting thoughts. He found himself somewhat infected by Pei Wu's enthusiasm, albeit reluctantly curious about the film's narrative. 3 minutes later, Lu Shiwen chose to concentrate on his meal instead. The plot was rather dull. What truly comforted Lu Shiwen was the plate of sweet and sour fish before him, tangy and delectable, the flesh firm and flavorful, a testament to Pei Wu's culinary skills. Pei Wu glanced at Lu Shiwen and remarked, "President Lu, the entire fish is yours." Lu Shiwen began eating the fish from the tail. Thanks to Pei Wu's culinary prowess, he could even tolerate the head, which he consumed with the same poised elegance expected of someone from a prestigious family. He bit into the head in 2 portions, swallowing it whole, and after a moment, he lowered his head, effortlessly expelling the bones. Indeed, she resembled a cat, Pei Wu mused. After finishing the sweet and sour fish, Lu Shiwen glanced once more at the steamed turbot. This was the moment Pei Wu had been awaiting. She pushed the fish towards Lu Shiwen and gestured invitingly. "You should partake as well," he remarked. "I am not particularly fond of fish," Pei Wu replied truthfully, for she preferred stir-fried greens and chicken stewed with potatoes. Lu Shiwen continued with his second serving. Pei Wu smirked subtly. The movie began with a dazzling opening, yet the subsequent plot grew somewhat tedious. As the film played, Pei Wu took the opportunity to tidy the bowls and plates. Meanwhile, Lu Shiwen's expression brightened. It was a rare moment devoid of work. As he lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. 5 minutes prior, Chao Guan had inquired, "Are you aware that Fong Xiao has arrived in Hongdu?" Lu Shiwen responded, "Now I am informed." Chao Guan continued, "So, are you two collaborating just so I can host a welcoming dinner? Let us go out for a meal. You need to ask how things unfolded after I departed from the cruise that day." Lu Shiwen mused. He had not misjudged. That day, Chao Guan and Fong Xiao had indulged to the point of alternating bouts of nausea. Compared to the workaholic Lu Shiwen, they were more suited to be comrades. Lu Shiwen typed, "I've already dined. On fish. 2 pieces. Chao Guan nearly doubted his own eyes. Chapter 26, the so-called delicacy. Ultimately, Lu Shiwen did not attend Fong Xiao's welcoming feast. He thought if a mere journey from Haicheng to Hongdu warranted such festivities, similar events would proliferate endlessly, fostering undesirable customs. Furthermore, his rare moments of respite were not to be squandered. Pei Wu accompanied him for 2 days. On Monday, they drove to work in their respective vehicles. Upon parking, they entered via a private elevator. When they reached the first floor, Pei Wu observed a middle-aged man embroiled in a heated dispute with security, his face flushed as he argued vehemently. In the end, he picked up a cardboard box that had been discarded on the floor and left in disarray. Pei Wu felt a sense of familiarity and recalled that the man was Ji Bin's uncle. Lu Shiwen also witnessed the scene, his demeanor calm and his gaze icy. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Lu Shiwen paused, allowing Pei Wu to proceed while he personally visited the technical service department. Upon seeing his expression, Pei Wu discerned his intent to confront someone and sighed internally. Upon arriving at the office floor, Pei Wu first went to the break room to brew coffee. Just as she was about to head to her workstation, she nearly collided with Lan Zhe. He was engrossed in his phone, and upon sensing someone's footsteps halt before him, he greeted, "Good morning, President Liu." Pei Wu was taken aback. Lan Zhe, sensing the brief silence, looked up and was momentarily stunned. Pei Wu noticed the calmness in Lan Zhe's eyes suddenly tumbled as a stronger emotion washed over him, only to be suppressed. After confirming safety behind Pei Wu, he hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. "What is the matter?" Pei Wu inquired, genuinely curious as to why Lan Zhe appeared to mistake her for someone else. It felt peculiar. Lan Zhe understood Pei Wu's implication, but thought, "How could this be my fault? Assistant Pei, you are suffused with President Liu's pheromone scent." Certainly, it is generally challenging for an alpha to be detected unless they exhibit aggression, which would trigger a pheromone barrier warning. However, Lan Zhe has worked alongside Lu Shiwen for many years and is far too familiar with him. The crisp scent that suddenly assailed him led him to instinctively assume it was Lu Shiwen. As for President Liu, not only was he unable to conceal it, but Lan Zhe even discerned a hint of provocation within that very pheromone. The possessiveness he previously discussed with Pei Wu was indeed literal, yet at this moment, Lan Zhe contemplated a revision of that notion. With a complex mix of emotions, Lan Zhe pondered where to begin his reflections. When had this transpired? Could such an overwhelming sense of possessiveness yield such consequences? He regarded the tall figure of Assistant Pei, gazing into those refined and gentle features, and thought to himself, "No, President Liu is simply infatuated with Assistant Pei." Yet, he could not voice this thought. He had to maintain a facade of ignorance. In a matter of seconds, Lan Zhe's feelings oscillated like a roller coaster, the peak being the exhilaration of deciphering his boss's emotions, the trough being the helplessness of his boss's obliviousness. Nevertheless, being at the forefront of such gossip was thrilling, and Lan Zhe found himself eagerly anticipating how President Liu would navigate this situation. At this thought, he could hardly suppress a smile. Pei Wu observed the myriad expressions that danced across Lan Zhe's face and wondered what was amiss. Lan Zhe remained silent, heavily patting Pei Wu on the shoulder before departing. On Monday morning, during the meeting, Lan Zhe was particularly exuberant. His speech was still cold and incisive, yet there was an assertive undertone, as if he yearned to seize someone by the collar and demand answers. However, at the crucial moment, he deflated, caught in a state of clarity while everyone else was oblivious. Has Lanja finally grown irritable with this world? Lu Shiwen mused. Lunch was taken care of at the cafeteria, where Lu Shiwen declined to eat. Pei Wu found him overly fastidious and contemplated preparing a bowl of tremendous soup for him later. As he navigated through the workgroup chat, a phone call suddenly interrupted him. An unfamiliar number, possibly a collaborator. Pei Wu answered without hesitation. Hello, this is Pei Wu from Changro. There was a brief silence on the other end before a strange male voice spoke. Pei Wu, it's me. Pei Wu was quite perceptive to voices. Yet at that moment, he could not recall who it was. He softened his tone. Which company are you with? The caller took a shallow breath, seemingly displeased that Pei Wu did not recognize him, and replied, I am Kong Bo. Pei Wu instinctively frowned. Kong Bo, from S University? Yes. Without further ado, Pei Wu hung up the phone and promptly added the caller to his blacklist. Kong Bo, a roommate and sycophant of Su Chun, had always struck Pei Wu as overly obsequious toward friends and brothers. Naturally, Kong Bo had ridden the coattails of Su Chun for a while, but his modest background fell short of the threshold for collaboration with Changrong. Thus Pei Wu felt no apprehension about offending him. Unfazed by this minor disturbance, Pei Wu plunged back into his busy work routine. The following 2 weeks saw nearly daily snowfall, with 2 instances nearly blocking Pei Wu's entrance. Today was no exception. Pei Wu found himself trapped on a high bridge, arriving a full hour late. As he entered, the snow clinging to his shoulders had yet to shake off, and his forehead was damp. Both Lu Shiwen and Lan Zhe turned to look at him simultaneously. Lu Shiwen frowned. Did you not use the garage? The garage is full. Pei Wu replied. The shopping mall across the street has recently launched a promotional event, and with the year-end approaching, it has become exceedingly crowded, leaving insufficient parking spaces. Thus, we ventured into Changrong for a warm cup of tea. Lanja reminded Pei Wu that the back of his outstretched hand was already turning red from the cold. Yes, Pei Wu replied, glancing at Lu Shiwen, feeling a bit embarrassed for being late. What does the blizzard have to do with you? Lu Shiwen asked. A warmth enveloped Pei Wu's heart as he made his way to the tea room to brew himself a cup of black tea. Upon his return, Lanja approached him, presenting a draft proposal for collaboration with the leading automotive company, Shengxing, to create a co-branded product. After all, Changrong's intelligent driving technology has become the benchmark in the industry. However, after careful consideration, they decided to collaborate with domestic enterprises to support the local economy, and the terms offered were quite favorable, marking it as a significant project. Pei Wu understood at a glance that they intended for him to be involved. Throughout the morning, Pei Wu diligently reviewed the relevant documents. Shengxing was also eager, anticipating collaboration, and both he and Lanja had met with the counterparts' representatives several times. Subsequently, when invited to a banquet by Shengxing, Lu Shiwen did not decline. On Thursday afternoon, during a light snowfall, Lanja drove while Lu Shiwen and Pei Wu sat side by side in the back. Pei Wu, perhaps having been exposed to the cold winds recently, felt a slight discomfort in his throat. He worried about catching a cold at such a critical moment and resolved to take medicine upon returning home. With a notebook resting on his lap, he read swiftly, occasionally clearing his throat before continuing. Lu Shiwen discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Pei Wu. The barrier between them had thinned. How delicate, Lu Shiwen mused, noting how the diminished barrier rendered Pei Wu vulnerable. The pheromones invisibly reached out, enveloping Pei Wu's waist, thoroughly saturating him. Lu Shiwen observed Pei Wu's eyes brighten as he inhaled deeply. Oomph. In the front seat, Lanja turned pale. An alpha would never calmly accept another alpha's pheromones. Yet, Lu Shiwen seemed indifferent to his well-being. As the vehicle halted at the hotel entrance, Lanja was the first to alight, taking a deep breath. Lu Shiwen passed by him, avoiding eye contact. Pei Wu simply noted that Lan Zhe had been rather fidgety lately. The senior executives of Shengxing warmly welcomed Lu Shiwen, with Chairman Wang Guirong present as well. After exchanging pleasantries, he proceeded to boast about his company in both overt and subtle ways. Just thinking about future success brought a glow to his face. In his 50s, he appeared somewhat earnest. However, Pei Wu did not believe one could remain naive upon reaching such a position. Under Lu Shiwen's leadership, Chongrong had nearly expanded without limitations over the past 2 years. When the concept of intelligent driving was first introduced, it was met with ridicule, yet once brought to fruition, the core technology had already been monopolized. Lu Shiwen's arrogance was backed by substantial capital. Listening attentively, Pei Wu found the old-timers' evasive rhetoric remarkably praiseworthy and resolved to learn from it. The evening banquet was well attended. But Lu Shiwen did not need to meet everyone. They were led by Wang Gerong to an elegant hall on the second floor, separated by traditional Chinese screens, which offered a view of the first floor. They had held meetings throughout the morning and took a brief respite for lunch before arriving. Pei Wu and Lange settled at a nearby table, initially enjoying 2 pots of tea. On the table lay the fragrant osmanthus and hibiscus cake, its aroma wafting gently through the air. Although Pei Wu excelled in cooking savory dishes, he found himself lacking in the art of dessert making his hunger intensify with each whiff. He contemplated its flavor, and upon turning his head, he noticed Lu Shiwen casually dabbing the cake with his finger, then nodding ever so slightly. Feeling a sense of relief, Pei Wu, hidden from view, pinched off a piece and savored it in one bite. Lange, unbothered by hunger, saw this and pushed the cake closer to Pei Wu, recognizing that in the swift pace of their daily lives, they often overlooked Pei Wu, who, as a beta, lacked the stamina of an alpha. After indulging in half a plate of the cake, Pei Wu felt at ease and began to jot down the key points he had just noted, filling the pages of his notebook with swift strokes. Wang Guerong, parched and weary, spoke for an hour before finally taking a breather. At that moment, Pei Wu entrusted his notebook to Lange for safekeeping and made his way to the restroom. Lange asked, "Would you mind if I take a look?" "Feel free," came the reply. Lu Shiwen glanced in the direction Pei Wu had turned. As Lange opened the notebook, he was struck by the elegance of the handwriting. Each page a delightful visual treat. Suddenly, Lu Shiwen extended his hand. "Let me see." He knew Pei Wu carried a notebook, and in this age dominated by electronic devices, he had expected it to be filled with mere scribbles. However, upon discerning the contents, Lu Shiwen leaned back slightly in surprise. It was an unexpected yet leisurely reaction, and Lange sensed a hint of pride in it. "I need a good night's sleep," he mused. Meanwhile, Pei Wu rinsed the foam off his fingers, quickly wiped them with a paper towel, and prepared to return. The upscale hotel restroom featured 6 stalls, 3 on each side, designed not only with gender in mind, but also accounting for the ABO classification, with alpha restrooms located at the outermost edges, where a medley of scents was most pronounced. Just as Pei Wu was about to pass through, he heard someone call out, "Pei Wu." A deep-seated feeling of aversion washed over him, more profound than memory itself. He stood expressionless, turned, and, predictably, found Su Chun before him, the individual who had once offered him a modicum of assistance during university, only to nearly shatter his life. The reunion with this old acquaintance brought no anticipated surprise or joy. At least for Pei Wu, there was no emotion. Su Chen's heart sank, yet he feigned a bright smile. "Don't you remember your old classmate?" "I do," Pei Wu replied slowly, his gaze unwavering on Su Chun, noting that even the contours of his disdain had not altered. "Are you working at Chuangrong now?" "Su Chen in Gui." "I just saw you. You work at Xingxing, right?" "My family has invested in it." Pei Wu tilted his head slightly, revealing a hint of confusion, silently asking, "And then?" Su Chen's smile faded, as if the conversation had reached a dead end. "Is there anything else?" Pei Wu asked. "You didn't come to the class reunion last week," Su Chen remarked. He hinted at his intentions, and Kong Bo quickly grasped that he wanted Pei Wu to come. Consequently, he made a call, but according to Kong Bo, Pei Wu hung up as soon as he realized it was him, even blocking the number. Su Chun thought it was merely a tantrum. After all, their past had indeed been quite unpleasant. Eventually, he had others reach out to Pei Wu, but it was like throwing a stone into the ocean. No response. However, the message surely got through. To everyone's surprise, Pei Wu did not appear at the reunion from start to finish. Pei Wu briefly recollected that, like Kong Bo, he generally declined unfamiliar calls. If it was a business associate, they could reach him through Lange. As for messages, there were several marked with a certain location, alongside some lengthy texts. Yet, Pei Wu was too occupied to waste time on trivial matters. "I do not wish to attend," Pei Wu stated. "Is there anything else?" Su Chan suddenly felt as if ignited, stepping forward with a fierce frown. Pei Wu, must you speak to me in such a manner? He was aware that Pei Wu was a beta, unable to perceive alpha pheromones, yet he instinctively released his own, radiating a domineering aura. However, it was as if what he cast forth met with a fierce backlash, striking him like a slap, as a more powerful and aggressive pheromone enveloped the space, issuing a silent yet ferocious warning. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. He was of a high rank, possessing the confidence to look down upon all, and few alpha pheromones could effectively suppress him. At the same time, he pondered how Pei Wu could emit another S pheromone. After all, he was a beta. Unbothered by Su Chun's sudden stupor, Pei Wu feigned politeness. "Mr. Su, please enjoy yourself. I take my leave." By the time Su Chun regained his senses, Pei Wu had already vanished from sight. Returning to his table, Pei Wu scanned the room and noticed his notebook in Lu Shiwen's hands. The others were mingling, sipping tea and chatting, evidently still on a break. Pei Wu observed Lu Shiwen casually flipping the notebook, catching it deftly with the same amused gaze fixed upon him. With a steely resolve, Pei Wu approached. "Mr. Lu." The notebook Lu Shiwen seemed about to speak when his expression suddenly shifted. He leaned in closer to Pei Wu, his lips mere inches from the nape of Pei Wu's neck, completely disregarding how inappropriate this posture was. Wan Garong, nearby, fell silent, staring at them in astonishment. After a moment, Lu Shiwen withdrew and handed the notebook back to Pei Wu, the handwriting quite commendable. Pei Wu, still tense from the earlier encounter, straightened slowly and replied, "Mr. Lu, you flatter me." Lanja lowered his head, unable to meet their gaze. Chapter 28. You are truly noisy at 11 o'clock that night. Pei Wu finally returned home. He closed the door and stood in the foyer for a moment, wearily stretching his neck and shoulders, trying to clear his mind. Exhaustion enveloped him. Lu Shiwen's pace was not something an ordinary person could keep up with. He was perpetually working, and even in sleep, he remained preoccupied. Sometimes, a sudden inspiration would jolt Pei Wu awake, prompting him to spring up and excitedly turn on his computer for a few minutes, only to return to bed for a brief respite once his mind relaxed. His throat still ached, but it had improved since the day. To be safe, Pei Wu took some cold medicine. After taking a shower and lying on his bed, Pei Wu gazed at the shimmering ceiling. Unaccountably, he recalled a scene from earlier that day. Did Lu Shiwen truly comprehend what it signified to suddenly approach a same-sex individual from behind? Were he and Omega, the close proximity might have triggered a heat cycle, leading to a report to the Omega Association, where regardless of status, a written apology would be required by dawn. A flicker of white light danced in the vast ocean of Pei Wu's mind, seemingly urging him to remember something, yet exhaustion overcame him, and he drifted into slumber. He experienced a dreamless night, and the encounter with Su Chun from the previous day slipped from his memory. Their next meeting occurred at the Winter Business Conference in Hongdu. This time, in addition to Su Chun, Wan Hanyan was present as well. When that exquisitely beautiful face, almost androgynous in its allure, came into view, Pei Wu found himself momentarily dazed. It is said that one tends to remember either those they admire or those they detest. Unlike the hypocritical demeanor of Su Chun, Wan Hanyan exuded a damp, clammy sensation that often made Pei Wu's stomach churn, sometimes inducing a wave of nausea. Yet, such a strikingly captivating visage, classified as a high-quality Omega, could effortlessly ensnare the affections of 90% of alphas with a mere hint of pheromones. Thus, under these circumstances, should Wan Hanyan shed tears in Pei Wu's presence, the blame would invariably fall upon him. During his university years, Pei Wu was not as polished as he had become. He was perpetually in a hurry, oscillating between the library and his dormitory. Even for meals, he refrained from dining in the cafeteria, often carrying a bun or a steamed roll with him. Whenever he had spare time, he would seek part-time work off campus, as his family provided him with no financial support. In such a frantic existence, laughter was a rarity. Pei Wu could not fathom how Wan Hanyan surmised that he disliked him so intensely. Yet he had to concede that those words had greatly troubled him. With numerous admirers, Wan Hanyan frequently cornered Pei Wu, issuing warnings. In retrospect, it remained utterly dreadful. At that moment, Wan Hanyan also caught sight of Pei Wu, his gaze traversing the crowd, the gentle, subtle, and enticing tone of his demeanor freezing in that instant, gradually losing its luster. Yet, immediately after, a deeper, more intense emotion burst forth, radiating brilliantly, rendering him an enigmatic figure. Pei Wu began to feel nauseous. Ruan Hanyin regarded him as a mere plaything, determined to shatter him before relenting, especially now that Pei Wu's life had found its rhythm. Ruan Hanyin must have been in considerable distress. It was evident that both Su Chun and Ruan Hanyin were seeking an opportunity to approach Pei Wu, who did not deliberately avoid them, though various interruptions continually disrupted the moment. He remained oblivious to the fact that since witnessing that pair of flirtatious men, his expression had not brightened. Lu Shiwen observed everything with an oceanic calmness in his gaze. From the moment he entered, engaging in pleasantries with various individuals, Pei Wu maintained a professional demeanor, stunning many first-time acquaintances with the realization that a beta could occupy such a position. No matter what Lu Shiwen said, Pei Wu was always quick to respond. As they finally settled down for a meal in the inner hall, Pei Wu had just taken a seat beside Lu Shiwen when he noticed two new arrivals across the table. Ruan Hanyin, with the slightly longer, subtly wavy hair, appeared to be an understated allure, drawing the gaze of anyone who beheld him, who would linger for several seconds before looking away. He glanced at Pei Wu, his expression betraying a hint of alarm, akin to a bird startled from its path home. Curiosity arose among the onlookers, prompting inquiries about the acquaintance between young Master Ruan and Assistant Pei. Ruan Hanyin nodded gently, affirming their connection. With that, he seized what seemed to be a legitimate opportunity. Fixing his gaze on Pei Wu, Jr., Ruan Hanyin and Su Chun were both a year senior to Pei Wu. Although Pei Wu had yet to master the art of social finesse, his manners were certainly more than adequate. However, under the scrutiny of the crowd, faced with Ruan Hanyin's greeting, he stared vacantly at the porcelain bowl on the table, revealing a touch of impatience without offering any response. The atmosphere inevitably grew tense. Su Chan frowned. Pei Wu, are you not listening? Lu Shiwen's voice was low and steady. Who are you speaking to? Su Chen folded. He had long since investigated Pei Wu's current circumstances and was well aware of who his superior was. The common trait of high-ranking alphas was their arrogance. Yet it was evident that no one could afford to display such hubris in front of Lu Shiwen. The accomplishments that had transformed Changrong into the heart of the business district in Hongdu rendered Su Chun's years of indulgence abroad seemed trivial and laughable. It appeared that Su Chun had yet to extricate himself from the lectures he had imparted to Pei Wu during their university days. Wang Guirong sensed the awkwardness in the air and stepped forward to mediate, suggesting that since they were all familiar faces, they should enjoy the gathering and take their seats. The Su family had invested in Shengxing and was on the verge of an alliance with the Ruan family, both of which were esteemed lineages deserving of a modicum of respect. Lu Shiwen's seating arrangement afforded him more space than others. He leaned back slightly, encroaching upon Pei Wu's personal space, his arm draped over the back of the chair, creating an impression of territoriality. The two individuals present had yet to touch their chopsticks. Lu Shiwen rarely dined out, typically sipping only a few cups of tea, while Ruan Hanyin sat upright, his gaze eventually settling on Lu Shiwen after a moment of contemplation. You and the junior must get along splendidly, Mr. Lu. He is exceptionally capable, Ruan Hanyin remarked. Pei Wu tightened his grip on the chopsticks, fully aware that Ruan Hanyin's words carried weight. Lu Shiwen was not one to dispense idle flattery or superficial praise. Yet, despite this understanding, Pei Wu was overwhelmed by an insatiable rage surging within him, culminating in an intense impulse that urged him to smash the bowl of soup over Ruan Hanyin's head. Lu Shiwen cast a sidelong glance at Ruan Hanyin, perceiving him as a gaudy vase, unable to conceal its flaws. Choosing to ignore him, Lu Shiwen leaned down to quietly inquire of Pei Wu, the fried yellow pastry. Is it truly delicious? His voice, deep and soothing, seemingly dispelled the tempest of negative emotions swirling within Pei Wu, gradually calming his agitated mind. Would you like to try some? Pei Wu asked softly. Ruan Hanyin could not help but interject. Mr. Lu? Lu Shiwen looked up. You're quite bothersome. The bashfulness on Ruan Hanyin's face instantly froze, the cracks in his demeanor becoming starkly evident. Chapter 29. Pei Wu is quite adept at cooking fish, did you know? The crowd paused momentarily, casting pained glances towards Lu Shiwen. How could this striking omega be disregarded? Lu Shiwen paid them no heed, focusing instead on the fried yellow crisp that Pei Wu had placed in his bowl. The dish consisted of a complex blend of pea flour and daylily, with a hint of spiciness from the Sichuan pepper, which was passable, though nothing compared to a plate of sweet and sour fish. Yuan Hanyan, silenced by a single remark from Lu Shiwen, seemed even more out of sorts, his face pale and pitiful, as if he had suffered a considerable blow. Yet in a fleeting moment, Lu Shiwen noticed Yuan Hanyan glancing at the yellow crisp in his bowl. Lu Shiwen paid closer attention. No matter how well Yuan Hanyan disguised his feelings, he appeared transparent before him. It seemed that he could not bear to see Pei Wu thriving, as traces of hostility lingered palpably. Though he had just spoken of Pei Wu's prowess, his words were evidently leading, and should Lu Shiwen engage him in conversation, it would likely veer towards unfavorable discussions about Pei Wu. Lu Shiwen held a keen interest in Pei Wu's university life. Yet information from a biased source, such as Yuan Hanyan, was hardly worth hearing. As for Su Chun, it was confirmed that he was the one who had breached Pei Wu's pheromone barrier, earning her disdain. Why was this deemed as disdain? Lu Shiwen felt that Pei Wu's reactions were already quite telling. Wang Gerong resumed to chatter with Lu Shiwen, revealing that Su Chun, the son of a shareholder, was eager to be involved, whether out of competition or to assert his presence. Unfortunately, after indulging in life for over half a year, he had forgotten half of his professional knowledge, and the other half dissipated as Lu Shiwen deepened the conversation as complexity and content. Pei Wu felt a weight lift from her heart, experiencing a profound sense of relief. Drive us back, Lu Shiwen instructed Pei Wu, as he still had a few matters to discuss with Wang Guerrero. Understood, Mr. Lu, Pei Wu replied, tucking away her notebook. 2 minutes after Pei Wu departed, Wang Gerong was called away by a phone call, leaving Lu Shiwen seated, listening to the unabashed chatter from the adjacent table, ignoring the intentional elements of their conversation. He caught mention of Pei Wu's name. Su Chen's entourage, a pack of raucous companions, gathered, barking incessantly. Amidst the banter centered around Su Chun, one crucial point emerged. Pei Wu had once harbored feelings for him. Mr. Lu let out a soft snort, and the table next door fell silent. To put it plainly, any approach towards the unknown, whether it be the flushed discussions of employees or the frequent glances from passersby, like that day in the mall when a young girl chased after Pei Wu for her contact information, irritated Lu Shiwen. He was unreasonable and disliked having too many people around Pei Wu, yet Su Chun was destined to be an exception. No one understood Pei Wu's capacity for tolerance better than Lu Shiwen. He, with his meticulous nature, could still utter words that seemed madly infatuated with Mr. Lu, capable of being enshrined as a deity, yet provoking her to reveal a look of disdain. Had Su Chun truly leaped into a pit of filth? Lu Shiwen pondered, reflecting on all that Pei Wu had done for him. In stark contrast to the brutality of the situation, Mr. Lu felt a swell of pride, his heart soaring, as he entertained the absurd notion that someone so insignificant as Su Chun would dare claim Pei Wu's affection. The unknown signifies a challenge, yet the known waste can only be deemed as such. Lu Shiwen turned his head and finally cast a proper glance at Su Chun. The high-ranking alpha, surrounded by admirers, was dismissed as insignificant in Lu's eyes, merely a rookie who only knew how to flaunt his claws. Ultimately, Lu delivered a devastating blow, casually mentioning, Pei Wu cooks fish exceptionally well, you know? The bravado that Su Chun had been desperately maintaining disintegrated. He was oblivious to whether Pei Wu could indeed cook fish, let alone savor it. Indeed, Su Chun could not fathom what was so commendable about a wretched fish. Yet he found himself infuriated by the slight arch of Lu Shiwen's brow. This was not merely a loss in confrontation. It was an ineffable, overwhelming victory. Against any other alpha, Su Chun had countless ways to compel submission. Yet with Lu Shiwen, he found himself ensnared in a myriad of methods that rendered him vulnerable. Then, Lu Shiwen noticed the absence of someone beside the disheartened Su Chun. Where was Yuan Hanyan? With that thought, Lu strode away. In the garage, Pei Wu placed the blanket from the passenger seat onto the back seat. The voice-activated light overhead was rather unreliable, extinguishing at the slightest lull in sound. As he closed the rear door, Pei Wu suddenly paused, sensing someone behind him. He turned to find a shadowy figure. Lurking in a dimly lit corner, as if concealed from view, the subtle stench of hidden malice wafting toward him, creeping from beneath the figure's feet to his own. Pei Wu took a step back, the movement triggering the sensor light, revealing Ruan Hanyan, who wore a broad grin, his lips crimson and his eyes curving in a disconcerting manner. Pei Wu could no longer endure the tension and finally asked, "Have you been to the hospital?" While malevolence between individuals can arise without reason, Ruan Hanyan's actions were utterly devoid of limits, unearthing the most fundamental aspects of human nature, leading Pei Wu to question whether he had indeed committed some unforgivable act that he had forgotten. "I am quite saddened by your words, Junior," Ruan Hanyan replied softly. "3 years have passed, yet you still regard me with disdain. Should I treat you kindly?" Pei Wu retorted. Ruan Hanyan shrugged. "I realize I was excessive in many matters back then. I have matured, Pei Wu, and I wish to make amends. You can make amends to your mother." Pei Wu shot back, resolutely rejecting any notion of forgiving bullying behavior. "Please, Junior, don't be like this," Ruan Hanyan cooed, stepping closer to Pei Wu. "Su Chen is not here with you," Pei Wu reminded him. "Do you think I cannot break your legs?" Ruan Hanyan tilted his head, contemplating the validity of the statement. Pei Wu was slightly repulsed by the disingenuous expression on Ruan's face. "Why drive so slowly?" Lu Shiwen emerged from the shadows. Pei Wu was taken aback. "President Lu?" "Let's go," Lu Shiwen said, moving to pass by Ruan Hanyan. Pei Wu watched as the smile on Ruan Hanyan's face abruptly vanished, replaced by an expression of grievance and sorrow. He looked up at Lu Shiwen, who appeared to sway slightly, releasing a rich floral scent that enveloped the air. Heavy and intoxicating, the exquisite pheromones of a top-tier omega could instantly cause any alpha to lose their composure in a fervor. Lu Shiwen grasped Ruan Hanyan's arm. Ruan Hanyan lifted his head slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, instantly recognizing the scent of the stone fruit blossom mingled with overripe bananas. "Have you ever visited a hospital?" Ruan Hanyan suddenly raised his head, his usual delicacy replaced by a fierce intensity, declaring, "It is a blend of lilac and sweet orange." Typically, pheromones do not combine floral and fruity aromas. Have you undergone any modifications? To suggest that an omega's pheromones have been altered is akin to questioning the beauty of a stunning individual, asking if they've had cosmetic enhancements, a statement of considerable impact. Pei Wu blinked, the toxicity of Lu Shiwen's words escalating. Ruan Hanyan's facade of fragility wavered, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. "No, it is natural." Lu Shiwen dismissed him with a huff. Ruan Hanyan nearly shouted, "What are you huffing about?" Lu Shiwen gently nudged Pei Wu's lower back, guiding him into the passenger's seat, then pressed the accelerator, roaring away from Ruan Hanyan, the exhaust kicking up a cloud of dust, enveloping them entirely. Such skill behind the wheel was no small feat. Chapter 30. Within reach, as the vehicle emerged from the garage, the world outside lay blanketed in frost, yet glimmered with a crystalline beauty, for it was a snowfall kissed by the sun. Pei Wu rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window, the flicker of impatience in his eyes gradually settling into tranquility. "What's going on with those two?" Lu Shiwen inquired. There was no hint of interrogation in his tone. It felt as casual as discussing an inconspicuous topic, greatly alleviating Pei Wu's initial embarrassment. Lu Shiwen possessed an astute sense of self-awareness, impervious to the charms of flowery rhetoric or alluring pheromones. Pei Wu exhaled slowly. During his university days, he was quite busy, yet according to the department's regulations, participation in at least one club activity was mandatory. Pei Wu carefully sifted through options, ultimately selecting the Stargazing Club, which had few members, requiring merely a weekly observation report, a task that proved effortless and time-saving for him. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly until one fateful day. After concluding his observations, he was greeted by the sound of muffled laughter outside the door. An ominous premonition washed over him as he approached, only to find the door locked. Frustrated by such a prank, He was further dismayed to discover that his phone was dead, and he had forgotten his charger. As he contemplated a solution, Su Chun emerged from a nearby room, rubbing his eyes. He was a prominent player on the school's basketball team, a declared high-ranking alpha, and his reputation had reached even diligent students like Pei Wu. Locked? Su Chun jiggled the doorknob, frowning deeply. Pei Wu felt a sense of relief. "You can call security. I didn't bring my phone," Su Chun replied innocently. As the minutes ticked closer to midnight, it was ultimately Su Chun who opened the window, carefully assessing the drop, informing Pei Wu that despite being on the 5th floor, he could descend. At this point, Lu Shiwen interjected, "Did he carry you down?" Pei Wu nearly lost his composure. The word "what do you mean?" lodged in his throat. "I didn't jump down on my own, Mr. Lu, though. I'm a beta. I am, above all, a man." The implication was clear. His physical capabilities were not in question. Lu Shiwen replied, adjusting the steering wheel. "Please continue." Thus, this is how Pei Wu came to know Su Chun. Pei Wu considered it a fleeting encounter, yet Su Chun appeared to harbor a different sentiment. Whenever they crossed paths at school, he would take the initiative to greet Pei Wu. Eventually, he somehow procured Pei Wu's phone number and began inviting him to dinner. After declining once or twice, by the 3rd or 4th time, Pei Wu began to grasp Su Chun's intentions. He was unaware that Su Chun had an Omega boyfriend. He was the most handsome lad at the art academy, exceedingly attractive. Su Chun had fought numerous alphas for him, creating quite the sensation, which elicited envy from many. Pei Wu could not comprehend the source of this envy, yet he understood and respected it. Even if Su Chun were not in a relationship, Pei Wu would still remain indifferent. Lu Shiwen's tone bore an oddly tranquil quality. By all accounts, his type of alpha was indeed quite alluring. "For instance?" Pei Wu inquired. His face? Pei Wu paused. "I believe, given your stature, Mr. Lu, such a comment is beneath you." Lu Shiwen merely hummed in response. Pei Wu continued, "Once, as I passed behind the basketball court, Su Chun and his clique leaned against the hoop, oblivious to my presence, critiquing an Omega who had just delivered water to them. Kanbo, asikafent." Pei Wu patiently elaborated, not concealing his thoughts from Lu Shiwen, stating that the Omega girl had a rather small posterior, making intimate encounters less enjoyable. Su Chun chuckled and affirmed this sentiment, causing Pei Wu to feel an immediate sense of revulsion permeate the air. Lu Shiwen remarked, "Quite the vulgar mouth. ISNT." Pei Wu wholeheartedly concurred. During the 3 months that Ruan Hanyan was an exchange student, Su Chun frequently intruded upon Pei Wu's life. By the time Ruan Hanyan returned, the rumors had escalated to an absurd level, leading Ruan Hanyan to seek Pei Wu out for a private meeting, after which he became relentlessly attached. It was inescapable. Pei Wu pressed his temples, expressing his uncertainty about when this romantic chase would finally conclude. Reluctant to engage, he nevertheless found himself ensnared in complications. Though he did not divulge many specifics, Lu Shiwen could easily envision the scenario. No wonder Pei Wu possessed such formidable resilience. Lu Shiwen jested lightly. "Mr. Lu." Pei Wu's tone elongated, soft and slow, tinged with a hint of exasperation. At that moment, Pei Wu focused his gaze and realized they had arrived at Yinlu Bay. Indeed, Lu Shiwen had hardly touched his meal. Stir-fried shrimp, yellow braised lamb, and a spinach and egg dish? "No need," Lu Shiwen interrupted, "just a bowl of noodles." "What flavor?" "Whatever is convenient." It was rare for Mr. Lu to be so accommodating. Upon entering, Pei Wu expertly changed his shoes, washed his hands, and ventured into the kitchen. After some contemplation, he prepared scallion oil, ensuring the flavors melded perfectly before removing all the ingredients. He fried a handful of peanuts, and the noodles emerged glistening with oil. With additional energy, Pei Wu added a dish of green peppers and king oyster mushrooms. He poured a glass of iced lemon tea, Mr. Lu's favorite, completing the meal. One must admit, a top-tier alpha truly is the ultimate companion, possessing an iron stomach. "You'll be staying here tonight," Lu Shiwen remarked before dinner. "There are a few points regarding the collaboration with Shang Xing that I need to discuss with you." Pei Wu replied, "Understood." Lu Shiwen was quite appreciative in this regard. Every time, he finished his plate, leaving Pei Wu with a profound sense of accomplishment. After dinner, Lu Shiwen opened his computer and carefully dissected the vague concepts sent by Shang Xing for for Pei Wu. It was akin to a teacher thoroughly masticating information to feed to a student. Pei Wu, not daring to disappoint, posed questions on the spot, engaging in a lively exchange with Lu Shiwen, and before they knew it, 3 hours had slipped by. The sky had darkened, yet the slender sliver of light streaming through the window still illuminated the swirling, feather-like snowflakes outside. During a brief interlude, Pei Wu sipped some hot tea, and accompanied by the gentle sound of falling snow, he felt a blend of fatigue and satisfaction. One of life's fortunate truths is the recognition of one's worth by another. The sound of snow accumulating grew denser and clearer in his ears, immersing him in an almost tangible experience. The crisp scent wafted through the cracks of the window, causing Pei Wu's thoughts to gradually dissolve into a dreamy haze. He pondered how to progress with his work, while also reflecting on how, regardless of the snowfall's intensity, the warmth within this space was undeniable, particularly beside him, where it felt as if a hearth resided. "Pei Wu," someone called out to him. It sounded like Lu Shiwen's voice, deep, magnetic, and utterly hypnotic. Pei Wu responded. But what followed was a blur. The warm glow of the overhead light illuminated the scene, and Lu Shiwen glanced over to find Pei Wu resting his head on his shoulder, his eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyes. The contours from his nose to chin strikingly beautiful, even revealing a hint of the gentleness rarely seen in his demeanor. Lu Shiwen found it difficult to articulate the sensation of the moment. Pei Wu's restraint and politeness suggested a certain distance. His spirit had been sharpened by continuous adversity, making it challenging for him to trust anyone directly. Yet, here they were, mere inches apart. Lu Shiwen remained motionless for an extended period. Chapter 31. Pei Wu. Opened the door after more than an hour. Lu Shiwen had perused countless documents, while Pei Wu suddenly lost his head, lurching forward and awakening with a start. Blinking in confusion, Pei Wu soon realized his predicament and felt quite embarrassed. "Mr. Lu." It's all right," Lu Shiwen replied nonchalantly, deftly assisting Pei Wu in reinstating the pheromone barrier. "You should go to sleep now. I've finished my work as well." Pei Wu felt too shy to respond. His cheeks flushed with warmth. Before sleeping, he received a text from Pei Zhen. "Bro, are you coming back for the new year?" Without waiting for Pei Wu's reply, Pei Zhen sent another message. "I hope you don't come back. I'll come find you instead." Pei Wu understood the implications immediately. His parents were likely concocting plans for Pei Ming once again. "Got it, bro, rest early." He set his phone down, feeling at peace, though he couldn't shake his concern for Pei Zhen. Thankfully, Pei Zhen was an Omega and performed well academically, so he should be fine. Recalling past years when he would return home for no more than a night, regardless of whether it was Pei Ming or his parents, there was always someone prompting his desire to flee. This year, he thought, he would stay in his rented apartment. As the year drew to a close, the atmosphere at the company grew jubilant, alleviating the earlier tension. Once the work was completed, everyone gathered to chat and laugh. Pei Wu and Lu Shiwen arrived at the company in the same car. A manager from a branch office noticed them in the parking garage, and upon seeing Lanja pass by, couldn't resist asking in a hushed tone, "Assistant Lon, where's old Jew? Is he moonlighting as a driver now?" "Look at the question you pose," Lanja thought to himself. In an open book examination, why hesitate in making a choice? While Lanja had come to a realization that stirred his frustration, he maintained an air of calm indifference. Pei Zhu was currently a focal point of cultivation for the general manager. The manager expressed his envy, saying, "Is that it? Continue with your inquiries. Have none of you noticed?" Lanja lightly thumped his chest twice. Today, Pei Wu had brought a serving of pan-fried dumplings. Lanja ventured alone to the rooftop, where the morning chill did little to diminish his immersive enjoyment of the moment. "This is quite pleasant," he mused. "At least the general manager is no longer a fiery Tyrannosaurus." During the morning meeting, there were once again discrepancies in the reports. Lu Shiwen swiftly flipped through the documents and said in a deep voice, "Haven't you all gone on holiday yet? What are you celebrating prematurely?" He threatened to have a banner hung at the company entrance, declaring, "Persevere until the very last moment." As Lu Shiwen continued to chastise, a cup of warm tea sat beside him. He glanced up to see Pei Wu engrossed in his computer, seemingly unaware of the commotion. After taking a sip, He realized it was infused with chrysanthemum, which quelled his anger like a soothing balm. Be more mindful in the future, Lu Shiwen said, somewhat resignedly. Let's adjourn. A moment of disdain lingered in the air, with whispers about the art of ingratiating oneself with superiors circulating among the staff. In an instant, numerous gazes filled with admiration and gratitude shot towards Pei Wu, causing him to shine brightly in that moment. Upon returning to his office, Lanja received a call from home, presumably asking him to purchase something. He acknowledged each request. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not envious of such a warm, familial atmosphere. Pei Wu then remarked, I heard you mention lanterns earlier. Are you planning to hang some on a balcony? Head to the market beneath the lark. Although it may seem like a street stall, the quality is excellent and the variety is vast. Lanja expressed his gratitude, saying, all right. The official holiday commenced the day before New Year's Eve. Although many had already departed, Lu Shiwen chose to overlook this. After work, Pei Wu took the opportunity to buy New Year's goods, standing in front of a stall selling couplets for a moment before ultimately selecting a pair. The horizontal inscription read, May all things proceed smoothly. The following day at the office, Lanja's workstation was empty, his desk tidily organized, indicating he had returned home. Pei Wu was left to finalize matters. Around noon, Lu Shiwen entered, somewhat surprised to see Pei Wu still present. Why haven't you left yet? He asked. Soon, Pei Wu replied, equally surprised. What about you, General Manager? I'm just retrieving something. I'll give you a ride. Pei Wu had not driven today, so he accepted the offer. Pei Wu resided in an older neighborhood, and the drive from the company took roughly half an hour. Perhaps due to the multitude of people eager to return home, traffic was congested. Pei Wu glanced at the traffic light, which had a minute and a half left, and asked, General Manager, are you heading home? Of course. After I drop you off, I'll head back myself. Lu Shiwen had never mentioned anything regarding his parents, but Pei Wu thought, given the new year, it was surely a time for family reunions. It took over an hour to arrive, and the neighborhood still bore the charm of old iron gates. The security guard dozed off in his booth. Lu Shiwen lowered the car window, frowning as he assessed the neighborhood's safety. Pei Wu pointed across the street, explaining, the police station is just 300 meters ahead. Petty thieves generally do not dare to venture here. Only then did Lu Shiwen's expression soften a bit. The sky began to snow once more. Pei Wu took a few steps outside, paused, and turned around, only to find Lu Shiwen staring intently at him. A familiar warmth surged to his cheeks. Yet Pei Wu merely smiled gently and said, Happy New Year, Mr. Lu. Lu Shiwen nodded in response. Happy New Year to you as well. Pei Wu entered the residential complex and came to a halt at the entrance of the building. Turning his head, he noticed that the Black Hyan had already departed. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the snowflakes to dance before his eyes. He raised his hand to shield himself and then hurried upstairs. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Pei Wu awoke and approached the window. Most shops were closed due to the heavy snowfall, and the streets were nearly deserted. He retrieved some cabbage, vermicelli, green onions, and a piece of pork shoulder from the refrigerator. After chopping the meat himself and breaking a sweat, he mixed it with scallion and ginger water to achieve the right consistency. The dough was prepared fresh, and he was busy wrapping dumplings until noon. Outside, the sporadic sounds of firecrackers and the excited laughter of children filled the air. Relishing the rare moment of tranquility, Pei Wu, not occupied with work, wrapped himself in a blanket and spent the afternoon watching television indiscriminately, occasionally marveling at the lackluster performances of the newcomers in the entertainment industry. Before he knew it, evening had fallen. As one episode concluded, advertisements began to roll, and soon it would be time for the live broadcast of the New Year's Eve gala. Pei Wu remained seated, unaware of how much time had passed. He curled up in a corner of the sofa, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy as the daylight faded. A poignant sorrow that he found difficult to share, especially as an adult. His phone buzzed intermittently with New Year's greetings from colleagues, clearly sent in bulk. Pei Wu contemplated preparing dumplings, but felt too lethargic to move. Suddenly, fireworks erupted outside, their vibrant colors illuminating the glass for a fleeting moment, revealing the glimmer of anticipation on Pei Wu's face. He found himself puzzled, pondering what it was he was truly looking forward to. The rapid popping sounds grew denser, momentarily resembling the sound of someone knocking at the door. After quietly enjoying the spectacle, he noticed the sky return to its silent darkness, yet the popping continued. He hesitated for a moment, then abruptly turned his gaze towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. Pei Wu's heart inexplicably quickened. He rose from the sofa, slipped on his slippers, and approached the door, asking, "Who is it?" "It's me." Lu Shiwen's voice was clear. "Pei Wu, open the door." Chapter 32. Dumplings. The water boiled vigorously, and the round dumplings he had dropped in began to float to the surface. Pei Wu stirred them with a long spoon to prevent sticking, the steam wafting toward his face. Meanwhile, the television outside was frequently switched from a political drama to an advertisement for baby skincare oil, gradually anchoring Pei Wu's surreal feeling to reality. He recalled the moment he opened the door to find Lu Shiwen clad in a knee-length dark brown coat, expensive leather shoes dusted with snow. He towered over the old doorframe, exuding an air of aloofness, with a hint of impatience etched across his brow, seemingly displeased that Pei Wu had taken so long to answer. "Mr. Lu?" "Yes." Lu Shiwen stood there with an expression of righteous indignation, though there was a palpable strain in his tone. "Are you alone?" "I am as well. As my personal assistant, I believe you should be accountable to me on significant days like New Year's Eve." A breath of suffocating despair was punctured within Pei Wu, releasing a pang of bittersweet pain, followed by a rush of fresh air that lifted his spirit. The burdens that weighed him down dissipated, restoring his agility as he stepped aside, gesturing for Lu Shiwen to enter. Naturally, the essence of gentleness was as rare in Lu Shiwen as a flash of golden light. Once the door was closed, Lu Shiwen began to express his thoughts. "I had perused your profile previously and casually memorized your address. It was not intentional, but I had no recollection of this neighborhood. Upon arrival, it indeed proved to be a hidden corner that only the most determined could locate. What era are we in that there are still buildings without elevators?" The security guard regarded me as if I were some prehistoric beast. To be honest, Pei Wu, as I approached the unit door, I'd experienced a disorienting sensation of time travel. The cobwebs in the corners and the debris cluttering the hallway made me suspect a door might swing open at any moment, prompting me to step carefully. Pei Wu remained silent, arranging the sofa, and poured water for Lu Shiwen once he settled down, feeling a touch dazed. Pei Wu bore no prejudices regarding social status. Yet this did not prevent Lu Shiwen from feeling a profound sense of alienation from his surroundings. This small abode was indeed a disservice to Lu Shiwen. At that moment, seated on the sofa, Lu Shiwen had thoroughly examined everything on and beneath the table. Pei Wu seldom smoked, the small fountain-shaped ashtray serving primarily as decoration, accompanied by two practice calligraphy books, whose wild strokes reflected a deeply concealed aspect of the owner's psyche. A welcoming fortune cat, still encased in its plastic cover, was picked up by Lu Shiwen, who gave it a gentle shake before returning it to its place. A wrinkled apple was tossed into the nearby trash can, while a half-used Bodhi prayer bead bracelet, its color altered with time, was manipulated skillfully in his hands, the sound of friction echoing softly. He scrutinized the remaining pills, instructions, and cleaning supplies one by one. Only after thoroughly inspecting everything did he feel a sense of closure. Yet, a significant emptiness lingered within. Lu Shiwen gazed around. Pei Wu was a person of cleanliness, with few items bearing his personal touch. After he had examined the curtains and ceiling light, he called out towards the kitchen. "Is it ready yet?" Pei Wu's voice responded, "Almost." The dipping sauce he had specially prepared for the dumplings exuded an enticing aroma. Lu Shiwen, tall and relaxed, made the sofa appear diminutive as he leaned forward to inhale the fragrant scent, feeling pleased. Pei Wu handed him chopsticks and remarked, "I didn't know you were coming, so I added scallions to the filling." "It's nothing," Lu Shiwen replied, his tolerance for scallions, ginger, and garlic having significantly improved under Pei Wu's culinary influence. The dumplings were delectable, the skins delightful to taste as well. Lu Shiwen, engrossed in enjoyment, devoured them one by one, only pausing to set down his chopsticks after finishing an entire plate, then directing a candid gaze towards Pei Wu. Pei Wu understood this as a sign of approval, indicating a desire for more. In the pot, Pei Wu said, "You can also try the broth from the dumplings. It is quite delicious." "Yes," Lu Shiwen nodded. Pei Wu, observing his well-fitted coat, inquired, "Will you be leaving right after dinner, Mr. Lu?" Lu Shiwen's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you asking me to leave?" Pei Wu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Are you going back home? What about your family? What about them?" Lu Shiwen retorted, "My parents divorced long ago and are living abroad, each leading their own lives. I mentioned this when I arrived. You clearly weren't paying attention." Caught off guard, Pei Wu smiled sheepishly. "The dumplings should be ready soon. I'll go check." Lu Shiwen decisively devoured a plate of dumplings, drank 2 bowls of dumpling soup, and then calmly watched the New Year's Eve gala that began broadcasting on television. He paid little attention to the performances, merely a group of people clad in vibrant attire dancing around. Instead, he focused intently on the sounds emanating from the kitchen. The notion that a lifestyle assistant should manage his diet was utterly false. Lu Shiwen had celebrated New Year's alone countless times, from the age of 12 until now. He had spent these occasions by either reviewing documents or socializing with Kong Junming and Chao Guan. Was that not a celebration? However, upon waking today, an overwhelming sense of irritability seized him. Everything in his home seemed displeasing, prompting Lu Shiwen to consider contacting a renovation company to completely overhaul his living space. The representative on the other end displayed no sign of irritation at being disturbed during the festive season, especially considering the enticing offer Lu Shiwen had presented. They cautiously inquired, "What style does Mr. Lu desire?" "What style?" The thought of Pei Wu's style surged unexpectedly to the forefront of his mind, leaving Lu Shiwen momentarily stunned. The external sounds faded away, and he found himself immersed in a profound introspection. It was as if the portion of his emotional awareness, long suppressed by his superior genetics, could no longer contain itself, recklessly surging through his limbs and mind. Lu Shiwen's contemplation lacked depth, yet he clearly realized that his irritable mood stemmed from Pei Wu's absence. In other words, he wished to see Pei Wu. Lu Shiwen never begrudged himself. If he wanted to see someone, he would do so. Pei Wu was his assistant. What was wrong with that? With a swift push of the accelerator, he traveled from Yunlu Bay to this place, his verbal complaints merely masking the rapid beating of his heart. As Pei Wu emerged from the kitchen, she inquired, "Will Mr. Lu be staying tonight?" "Regarding the Shengxing matter? Why are you more of a workaholic than I am?" "Well, since I have nothing else to do, I suppose it's fine," Lu Shiwen replied, with her arms gracefully crossed over her chest in a posture of absolute delight. She ultimately attributed the outcome to Pei Wu. Pei Wu accepted this with composure. "All right, Mr. Lu." She approached the built-in glass cabinet to the right of the television, where a cherished jar of fine tea, a gift from a supplier from years past, sat untouched. The tea had been stored away for quite some time, gradually pushed to the back of the shelf. Pei Wu stretched her arm into the depths, her fingertips just grazing the jar's surface. As she prepared to fetch a stool, Lu Shiwen's presence, along with his breath, suddenly enveloped her. "Which one?" he asked. Chapter 33. It's my pheromone. I'm one. 8 meters tall, Pei Wu reminded herself. It wasn't tea that he particularly needed help. Rather, the renovation of the old-fashioned apartment was quite impractical, with cabinets that seemed to reach for the ceiling. "I'm asking you," Lu Shiwen said, not waiting for Pei Wu's response, and instinctively reached out, inadvertently grasping her hand instead of the jar. It was a jolt, and Pei Wu instinctively recoiled. The movement was somewhat abrupt, imbued with a clear intent to evade. Had Lu Shiwen possessed a modicum of perceptiveness, he would have retreated to maintain his distance. Yet, Lu Shiwen remained unmoving, holding Pei Wu in an embrace that cast an overwhelming shadow, radiating a sense of dominance and pressure. Lu Shiwen simply did not wish to shy away. He hesitated, compelled to ascertain the truth. The man lowered his gaze, exuding a hint of danger. "Pei Wu, is this not the place?" Pei Wu, flustered and at a loss, hurriedly replied, "Yes, the bottle bears a distinct pattern. It's palpable." On his second attempt, Lu Shiwen found it. He presented it to Pei Wu, inquiring, "Is this it?" Pei Wu took a deep breath to steady himself, striving for calm. "Yes, this is it." "Thank you, Mr. Lu." "Pei Wu," Lu Shiwen remarked, "we are both men. Why is your face so flushed?" His crisp demeanor took on a teasing undertone. "And for reasons unknown, The heat he had managed to suppress surged back with increased intensity. This was an unprecedented situation for Pei Wu. His mind felt blank, as if experiencing a power outage, rendering his professional composure utterly ineffective. The most visceral sensation was that something alluring permeated the air, infiltrating his senses and obliterating any rational thought. Left with no recourse, Pei Wu could only state, "It's too hot." After a pause, he added, "Mr. Liu, have you not yet finished that half bottle of perfume?" The scent ignited a newfound greed within Pei Wu, a desire to possess it. "Pei Wu," the young man raised his head, striving to maintain a facade of calm, yet the area from his ears to his neck was flushed crimson. Amused, Lu Shiwen replied, "There is no perfume. What you're perceiving is my pheromones." The phrase echoed in Pei Wu's mind, nearly on loop. His thoughts went blank, and after what felt like an eternity, his body's instinctual defenses kicked in. He instinctively pushed Lu Shiwen away, retorting sharply, "Impossible. I'm a beta. Have you forgotten the differentiation issue?" Lu Shiwen stood his ground effortlessly. "First Hao Jin, then Ji Bin. As a beta, you have reacted to their pheromones, which I have previously cautioned you about." Pei Wu found himself at a loss for words. Lu Shiwen continued, his voice soothing yet subtly persuasive. "There is nothing to be alarmed about, Pei Wu. I am an alpha. Since you have responded to pheromones, it is not surprising that you could detect mine." Despite his reassurances, the revelation struck Pei Wu with profound intensity. He was not a dullard, and he contemplated discussing this matter with Dr. Zhou during their next meeting, astonished by the fact that he found himself unable to resist Lu Shiwen's pheromones. What was merely an affliction? Lu Shiwen regained his haughty demeanor, pointing to a bottle on the second shelf of the cabinet. "Shall we have some wine?" "Indeed," Pei Wu instinctively replied. "Would you mind if I took a taste?" "Not at all. I'll prepare some cold dishes," Pei Wu declared, striding towards the kitchen. Lu Shiwen carried the wine to the sofa. Retrieving a glass from a nearby plate, he poured himself a drink, downed it, and then poured another for Pei Wu. As Pei Wu sat down with a plate of cold sliced meat and cucumber salad, he maintained an outwardly composed expression. Indeed, Pei Zhu, Lu Shiwen thought, was adept at feigning authenticity. The earlier conversation felt as though it had been swept aside, as the two indulged in drinks while watching a program. Gradually, a spark of interest emerged, particularly when a delightful skit elicited laughter from both Pei Wu and Lu Shiwen. Lu Shiwen raised his glass towards Pei Wu, who responded with a crisp clink. Observing Pei Wu's manner of drinking, Lu Shiwen noted that he seemed oblivious to the beverage. Its flavor was subtle, yet its potency was undeniable. After finishing an entire bottle, Pei Wu still appeared to crave more. "The convenience store downstairs was open when I arrived. I'm unsure now," Lu Shiwen remarked. Pei Wu stood up and swayed slightly. "I should go take a look." Lu Shiwen, quick to react, steadied him and rose alongside. The convenience store was indeed open, run by a local who planned to close shortly. Their arrival was fortuitous, and Pei Wu emerged with a bag filled with chilled beer. Lu Shiwen stood behind Pei Wu, his gaze heavy with scrutiny. It was not until they departed that the owner exhaled with relief, casting a bewildered glance toward the entrance. The tall youth exuded an air that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Upon closer inspection, his features were remarkably refined, yet his presence was overwhelmingly imposing, particularly when directed at the person in front of him. Was he not an alpha? Upon returning to the room, Pei Wu, feeling the heat, discarded his outer garment. The effects of the alcohol evidently stirred something within him, momentarily distracting him from his thoughts. Lu Shiwen also removed his coat, listening as Pei Wu spoke slowly. "I might not have sleepwear in your size. You can lend me one of your loose garments," he replied. Very well." Pei Wu swallowed a mouthful of beer, the icy sensation coursing down his throat, yet it merely provided temporary relief from the warmth that soon returned. "Will it be boring for you to watch the gal with me here?" Pei Wu queried. "Boredom is not why I remain," Lu Shiwen retorted. Pei Wu chuckled softly, firmly believing that if one were truly inebriated, they ought to lie still on the floor. Any semblance of speech or movement was merely the subconscious releasing pent-up emotions, or perhaps an indication of freedom to express thoughts typically left unspoken. A lump lodged in Pei Wu's throat made swallowing laborious. after several swigs of icy beer. His stomach reacted violently, causing him to frown and glance towards Lu Shiwen once more. Again, Lu Shiwen's gaze was fixed upon him. "You've been stealing glances at me lately," Pei Wu remarked, his words somewhat muddled. Lu Shiwen raised an eyebrow. "How do you know?" Pei Wu averted his gaze, resting his forehead against the back of his hand, unable to respond, feeling entirely outmatched, for he too had been observing Lu Shiwen. Pei Wu, grappling with a sense of avoidance, finally reached a state of delightful inebriation. The cacophony around him became a jumbled symphony, sounds fluctuating in and out. His bones and flesh felt as though they had turned to mush. Even with his eyes closed, the darkness seemed to swirl incessantly, and the air he exhaled felt fervent. Suddenly, fireworks erupted outside, and Pei Wu strained to see through the window. The vibrant display was indeed beautiful, as if it were taking place just below him. He yearned to examine it closely, yet found himself unable to rise, and though he wished to call out to Lu Shiwen, he felt too embarrassed to utter a word. Pei Wu sat on the carpet, his back against the sofa. As he leaned back, he found himself enveloped by a human-shaped cushion. A sharp, invigorating sensation abruptly stimulated his mind, causing him to almost faint instantly. Lu Shiwen's pheromones were overwhelming. He caught Pei Wu, whose face was flushed and brows furrowed. Yet his features remained captivating. The pheromones in the air seemed to enter a state of heightened concentration, culminating in an explosive release as the owner leaned down at a certain moment. The shadow of Lu Shiwen on the wall shifted, expanding and stretching into the silhouette of a large feline. Chapter 34. Count me as a friend. When Pei Wu awoke, it felt as though his skull had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him in a daze. He propped himself up with one hand on the bed, the other clutching his head. After a few minutes, his consciousness began to break free from the haze. Yesterday was New Year's Eve. In the evening, Lu Shiwen had come over, and they had shared dumplings and drinks. But what happened afterward? That portion of his memory seemed to have been erased from his mind, leaving no trace behind. Crucially, the scent he had always been enamored with turned out to be Lu Shiwen's pheromone. It was somewhat absurd, yet entirely reasonable. After all, he considered himself rational. One should not linger on an industrial product, but when it came to pheromones, it all made perfect sense. Pei Wu lowered his gaze to lift the blanket, only to be taken aback. He was wearing pajamas, and despite being thoroughly inebriated the previous night, all the buttons were meticulously fastened. A strange feeling flickered in Pei Wu's heart, but he brushed it aside. As his feet touched the ground, he instinctively recoiled, as if they did not belong to him. What was happening? Pei Wu was filled with questions. Something felt amiss. Yet he had no recollection. Couldn't he possibly ask Lu Shiwen about it? Opening the bedroom door, Pei Wu unconsciously softened his steps. The main bedroom of the old apartment was connected to the guest room. Had Lu Shiwen truly stayed the night as he had suggested? Unable to resist, he grasped the doorknob and cautiously turned it in one direction. The door cracked open, revealing a familiar figure sleeping in the once pristine bed, the scent wafting toward him. In a flurry, Pei Wu shut the door again. As he brushed his teeth, blurry fragments of last night flickered through his mind. The fireworks had seemed particularly fierce, and someone had covered his ears. Pei Wu retrieved the clay pot to cook porridge, aiming for a softer, more flavorful result. He had purchased it from an old artisan during a business trip a year ago, and it remained as good as new after 2 years of use, always accompanying him during moves. The aroma of rice began to waft as he stirred, and his thoughts, too, began to find new clarity, swirling with the gentle ripples in the pot. Lu Shiwen had tested him yesterday, though unspoken, the revelation of his pheromones. Their close physical contact while reaching for the tea canister and the enjoyment of drinks together had led to his staying here. A being born into the world with an extraordinary perspective, one whose sharp tongue towered above the mundane, had not been suffocated by this modest 50-square-meter rental. Had Lu Shiwen found the answers he sought? Pei Wu pondered. Just then, he had found the answer within himself. Pei Wu smiled softly, his refined appearance, particularly when he lowered his head, exuded a delicate tenderness that perfectly concealed the keen interest in his eyes. So early? Lu Shiwen inquired, having appeared behind him unnoticed. Such an elusive presence could only be tolerated by Pei Wu. I will fetch your toiletries, Pei Wu offered. I found them, Lu Shiwen replied, otherwise. How could I have slept last night? Pei Wu, intrigued, scrutinized him more closely. Realizing that Lu Shiwen was clad in an oversized white long-sleeve shirt from years past and a pair of navy blue autumn pants that should have been discarded long ago. This unusual ensemble, while miraculous on Lu Shiwen, seemed somewhat unruly without the restraint of properly fitted clothing. Are you angry that I rummaged through your wardrobe? Lu Shiwen asked. Not all, Pei Wu replied nonchalantly. What would you like to eat? The spicy and sour shredded potatoes you made before were delightful. Very well. Lu Shiwen paused, savoring the memory of that dish, his tone lingering with a hint of indulgence. Breakfast was simple yet comforting, and by the time they finished, the remnants of a hangover had dissipated entirely. Lu Shiwen showed no signs of leaving, prompting Pei Wu to ponder where to take him for some entertainment. It would do to remain cooped up at home all day. However, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the streets were mostly closed. Lu Shiwen answered a call from Kwang Junming. Even from across the table, Pei Wu could hear the cacophony of voices and the raucous sounds emanating from the microphone. Let us go out, Lu Shiwen said, and after receiving an address from Kwang Junming, he hung up and turned to Pei Wu. Shall we go together? Although framed as a question, it was more of a statement. Pei Wu did not refuse. All right. Lu Shiwen stood up. When you speak, do so without all this fuss. You're making me feel like a child. They tidied up briefly and departed in Lu Shiwen's car. This Bentley, with a license plate as recognizable as a face, entered high-end venues as if it were home. The valet quickly accepted the keys from Lu Shiwen. He led Pei Wu upstairs, navigating with ease until they reached room 1009. Before opening the door, Lu Shiwen advised Pei Wu, cover your ears and prepare yourself. Without further inquiry, Pei Wu complied. As expected, when the door swung open, the atmosphere resembled a scene of werewolves transforming, with howls that pierced the ceiling, rendering the original melody unrecognizable. Pei Wu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, contemplating the wisdom of heeding warnings. On the table stood someone with a microphone, leaning back as if possessed by the spirit of a pop star. Lu Shiwen gestured towards the floor. Get down. The individual snapped to attention and swiftly jumped down, calling out, Bro. The familiarity in that single word hinted at a long-standing friendship. Lu Shiwen acknowledged him with a grunt, scanning the room until he spotted Kwang Junming. Familiar faces surrounded them, including Chao Guan, and Pei Wu's gaze was immediately drawn to a striking Omega seated at the center of their clearly defined little group, with slightly long hair and exceptional looks. Without a doubt, he recognized the individual as an Omega. You've arrived? Chao Guan called out, raising an eyebrow upon noticing Pei Wu behind Lu Shiwen. Isn't it a bit much to drag Pei assistant out on the first day of the new year? Lu Shiwen responded casually. He was with me last night. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Pei Wu, despite adequately preparing himself mentally, sometimes found it challenging to keep pace with Lu Shiwen's rhythm. What? Am I really such a superficial person? Lu Shiwen lifted his eyelids. Can't Pei Wu be my friend outside of work? In this dynamic, beyond the employer-employee relationship, a new layer of friendship had finally emerged. Kwang Junming pointed at the chair before him. Sit down. Your friend is my friend, Assistant Pei. Let's enjoy some tea. Thank you. Pei Wu complied and took a seat. Kwang Junming introduced a few individuals to Pei Wu, and when he reached the Omega among them, he said, This is Guan Yin, our childhood friend who has been studying abroad and just returned yesterday. Hello. Guan Yin's elongated eyes blinked gently, responding amiably greetings. The atmosphere remained lively. A closer inspection of Guan Yin revealed his distinct nature. He played cards with a blend of elegance and a hint of languor, occasionally stealing a few cards from the opponent, his lips curling into a soft smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, irresistibly charming. Even Pei Wu, who had long been immune to physical allure, couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Chapter 35. To my taste, Lu Shiwen, in silence, discarded a card. Pei Wu noticed that the person who had been subtly feeding cards suddenly ceased to do so. Frustrated, he played a small king, finally managing to rid himself of a 4. Kwang Junming trailed behind Pei Wu, exclaiming with grandeur, 5. The result nearly caused a flurry on the other side, as Chao Guan's bangs were almost lifted. Chao Guan paused, observing that Kwang Junming, who had just been holding a substantial hand, was now left with only a few cards. He immediately lunged forward, grabbing him by the neck. "Do you think we're blind?" The commotion erupted, laughter filling the air, and Pei Wu joined in, then leaned casually closer to Lu Shiwen, whispering in a tone audible only to them, "Rest assured, I know that bio relationships have no future." Lu Shiwen turned his head, casting a peculiar glance at him, but Pei Wu merely smiled. "Humph." Kwang Junming poked his head out from beneath Chao Guan's arm, resembling a bristling hedgehog. "What s with your huffing? I'm the one being attacked." "Terrible cards," Lu Shiwen remarked. "Playing with you is pointless. You don't even know how to lose." Kwang Junming. Guanyin glanced toward Pei Wu and Lu Shiwen. Perhaps the amalgamation of various scents in the room diluted the pheromones, coupled with the fact that Kwang Junming and the others had been drinking all night. Their acuity considerably diminished. However, Guanyin would not be mistaken. As an Omega, not having consumed much alcohol, he could detect Pei Wu's scent. He even pondered if Lu Shiwen had thoroughly marked his little assistant. The pheromonal barrier, so potent it was indistinguishable from a temporary marking. It was essential to note that this was something top-tier individuals would rarely do unless they held significant affection. Two blind men, Guanyin mused, so obvious yet utterly oblivious. Chao Guan had indeed caught onto the clues. Only Kwang Junming remained blissfully unaware. After finishing the pot of tea, they planned to change venues. Kwang Junming leaned in closer to Pei Wu, referring to him as his brother. Kwang Junming alternated between insisting on bowling and then suggesting skiing, the latter being risky after drinking. They decided to visit a familiar club. Pei Wu, unfamiliar with bowling, chose to watch from the sidelines. "Pei Wu, come on and give it a try," Kwang Junming shouted. Pei Wu shook his head. "Forget it. I'm afraid you'll mock me. Who doesn't start from scratch?" At that moment, Chao Guanjing happened to wipe the sweat from his brow and encouraged him to proceed. Pei Wu found it difficult to refuse, so he removed his outer coat, revealing a black sweater beneath. Indeed, black has a slimming effect. Kwang Junming looked on unabashedly, smiling without malice as he remarked, "Pei assistant, your waist is even thinner than some Omegas." On the sidelines, Guan Yin exhibited a keen interest in the unfolding drama. As expected, after a few rounds, Lu Shiwen struggled to keep up with Kwang Junming, unable to secure a win and seemingly on the verge of breaking down. "Is this a rivalry?" Kwang Junming pondered. Guan Yin believed that foolish individuals did not deserve sympathy. In his opinion, Lu Shiwen's struggle was quite evident, or perhaps he simply had no intention of concealing it. Pei Wu's stance while holding the ball was unsteady, often leading to errant shots. Kwang Junming offered some guidance, yet his words were largely inconsequential. "Pei Wu, spread your palm." "Yes, hold it like that, then strike." It was no surprise that Pei Wu had failed his high school Chinese exam. Lu Shiwen walked past Kwang Junming, seamlessly positioning himself next to Pei Wu and teaching him hand in hand. As he leaned in, Pei Wu felt the presence of someone closely behind him, a synchrony in their movements. "Concentrate," Lu Shiwen instructed. Pei Wu managed to control his throw, the wooden lane echoing with the sound of the ball being struck. A faint thud resonating as the wooden pins clattered down. Pei Wu held his breath, noticing that the last pin wobbled yet remained standing, a slight disappointment. "Not bad," Lu Shiwen commented. "Damn," Guan Yin overheard Chao Guanjing mutter under his breath. "Has it been a few months?" Guan Yin inquired, leaning slightly toward Chao Guanjing, implying something deeper. "Pei Wu has been at it for about 5 months, Chao Guanjing replied. "In such a short time, had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought anyone claiming Lu Shiwen had developed feelings was insane." "Quite reasonable. What is your impression of Pei Wu?" Chao Guanjing asked curiously. "A formidable beta," Guan Yin replied, his tone laced with unabashed admiration. He valued first impressions and even more so the subtleties. From the moment he laid eyes on Pei Wu, he found him composed, steady, with no hint of overstepping boundaries, possessing an appealing appearance. Guan Yin mused, "This person is quite to my taste. Had I been an alpha, I would have made my move before Lu Shiwen. Doesn't the surname Lu compel you to compete?" Chao Guanjing thought this statement had too many flaws. However, before Guan Yin's differentiation, everyone believed he would be an alpha, his youthful exuberance undiminished, capable of keeping pace with Lu Shiwen in long-distance races. After his differentiation into an omega, his physical capabilities significantly diminished, constrained by pheromones, leading him to adopt a more passive observer's role. After Lu Shiwen had taught Pei Wu a few rounds, a polite server approached, interrupting him. The server pointed upstairs and through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Lu Shiwen recognized a familiar face. "You all continue to play," Lu Shiwen said. Following the server's guidance, he ascended, and in the next moment, Pei Wu saw that familiar figure standing behind Ruan Hanyan. Pei Wu instinctively tensed up for a moment, then relaxed, calmly averting his gaze, choosing to disregard the darkness in Ruan Hanyan's eyes. During his university years, Pei Wu was not without friends. He had a couple with whom he enjoyed a good rapport, and his relationship with his roommates was also amicable. However, without exception, they all eventually distanced themselves from him, either out of fear of Ruan Hanyan's influence or by succumbing to his insidious instigation. Yet, Lu Shiwen was different. Pei Wu firmly believed that if a person harbors no intrinsic issues, yet is confronted by persistent skepticism from their surroundings, it is undoubtedly an environmental problem. One must leap beyond that, rise above, and engage with individuals who embody normalcy. Lu Shiwen indeed shared some familiarity with Pei Wu, as Ruan Hanyan had introduced him to the social circles of Hongdu as the son of a friend. After speaking, Lu Shiwen stood and took his leave. Upon stepping outside and having walked only a few paces, Ruan Hanyan hurriedly caught up with him. "Mr. Lu." He appeared somewhat breathless, his face flushed, and his eyes sparkled with admiration and appreciation, exuding pheromones that would challenge any alpha. Among omegas, Ruan Hanyan possessed an innate advantage. Just as Lu Shiwen frowned slightly, Ruan Hanyan instinctively reined in his pheromones, aware that the disparaging remarks about him were indeed piercing. "Mr. Lu," Ruan Hanyan adjusted his breathing, summoning courage as he extended his hand. "There was a misunderstanding that night. May we start anew?" In an instant, he presented a resilient and cheerful demeanor, his smile perfectly poised. Yet, through the veneer of his gentleness, Lu Shiwen discerned the dark, damp soul lurking beneath. No one could endure Lu Shiwen's incisive scrutiny. Ruan Hanyan found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. An omega could not rival an alpha, especially a top-tier one, and Ruan Hanyan was simply unwilling to concede defeat so easily. But what could he do? Had he not already become engaged to Su Chen? A closer examination revealed that Ruan Hanyan's focus was squarely on those around Pei Wu. Was it merely because Su Chen, during their university days, had been unable to control his pheromones and had entangled himself with Pei Wu? If Ruan Hanyan had a semblance of rationality, he should have kicked Su Chen 2 meters away. Yet he clung to Pei Wu like a vine. Lu Shiwen believed in the existence of senseless malevolence. Yet Ruan Hanyan's malice was acutely sharp, transcending mere annoyance. It bore an unmistakable intent, one that Lu Shiwen recognized all too well. What could it be? As Lu Shiwen took a step closer, Ruan Hanyan attempted to retreat but was seized by the collar. In their reluctant eye contact, the hidden aspects of Ruan Hanyan's character seemed to burst forth, scattering like startled prey. An astonishing realization struck Lu Shiwen. Could it be that Ruan Hanyan was actively expelling those around Pei Wu, akin to an alpha defending its territory from intruders? "You truly are deranged," Lu Shiwen declared, pushing Ruan Hanyan away. Chapter 36. Do you comprehend? Ruan Hanyan stood in the well-lit corridor, yet his expression remained obscured. Upon being discovered by Lu Shiwen, he lowered his shoulders, a brooding aura nearly suffocating. Suddenly, Ruan Hanyan looked up, seemingly perplexed by Lu Shiwen's intentions, his demeanor innocent and uncomprehending. "Mr. Lu, what are you saying?" Lu Shiwen raised an eyebrow, not due to Ruan Hanyan's refusal to acknowledge the situation, but rather because Ruan Hanyan seemed to believe he could bring this matter to Pei Wu's attention. "Foolishness," Lu Shiwen scoffed. Who would willingly present a rival to the forefront? Even if this rival posed no real threat, their mere presence was an eyesore. Ruan Hanyan feared exposure, whether out of insecurity or some other reason. Lu Shiwen found himself uninterested. Yet, it was evident that Ruan Hanyan knew nothing of Lu Shiwen's temperament. He mistakenly thought that this alpha, once lauded as an outstanding youth and entrepreneur, was a paragon of virtue, when in reality, Lu Shiwen's malice was sharper than a needle's eye. Expulsion, no one understood it better than the elite. "Do we say anything just now?" Lu Shiwen countered. Ruan Hanyin, taken aback by the inquiry, paused for a moment. A wave of realization crashing upon him. "You, President Lu." Pei Wu stood at the opposite end of the corridor, glancing over. "Is it not ready yet?" "It is," Lu Shiwen replied, a rare smile gracing his lips as he provocatively looked at Ruan Hanyin, a smirk that seemed to question his understanding. As he brushed past Ruan Hanyin, he nudged his arm, as if to shatter his hidden courage into fragments. Lu Shiwen walked alongside Pei Wu, casually inquiring, "Are you hungry?" Pei Wu instinctively touched his stomach a little. Lu Shiwen squinted, as if something had tickled him from afar. "I shall take you to the restaurant." Quan Junming waved dismissively, while Guan Yin and Chao Guan followed suit. The four settled at a window-side table in the restaurant, with Guan Yin habitually placing the order first before handing the menu to Pei Wu. Pei Wu expressed his gratitude and swiftly relayed several dishes to the waiter. At this juncture, Lu Shiwen found it difficult to suppress a smile, not for any other reason, but because Pei Wu had chosen all his favorites. The conversation at the table revolved around mundane topics, with little mention of business, yet did not shy away from Pei Wu's presence. Naturally, Pei Wu listened attentively, learning that Guan Yin had no intention of leaving after returning home. Though he was an Omega, his capacity for learning was exceptional. He had completed his credits and merely awaited graduation to receive his diploma, afterward planning to join the family business. Chao Guan's elder brother was managing the family business and had recently encountered some difficulties, requiring Lu Shiwen's assistance. Lu Shiwen nodded, observing the green beans Pei Wu had placed on his plate. Pei Wu remarked, "They taste delightful. You should eat more greens." Lu Shiwen reluctantly obliged, placing them in his mouth. Guan Yin rolled his eyes lightly. "Enjoying yourself, brother?" By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Shiwen had taken Pei Wu home, eager to escape the raucous company of Quan Junming, who still intended to drink. With not much at home, Pei Wu suggested a trip to the supermarket. Pei Wu shopped based on necessity, while Lu Shiwen shopped based on mood, and soon their cart was overflowing. Fortunately, the supermarket offered free delivery. Pei Wu thought to himself, "Let us leave it to the supermarket." Lu Shiwen's intentions were clear. With both lacking companions, they would simply endure the holiday together. Although people could be rather particular, Pei Wu found it quite pleasant. In the evening, as I casually stir-fried a couple of dishes, the door was knocked upon. Pei Wu was in the kitchen, about to step out when he heard Lu Shiwen say, "I'm here." They all presumed it was the supermarket delivery personnel. However, upon opening the door and seeing the figure of a round-faced girl at the threshold, Lu Shiwen was somewhat taken aback. Pei Zhan had to tilt her head to clearly see Lu Shiwen's countenance. She instinctively softened her breath, somewhat skeptically inquiring, "Am I at the wrong place?" "Who are you looking for?" "Pei Wu," Lu Shiwen asked. "My brother," Pei Zhan responded. Although Lu Shiwen harbored no fondness for Pei Wu's family, Pei Zhan appeared quite normal. "Xiaojin?" Pei Wu stood behind Lu Shiwen, a spatula in hand. Pei Zhan exhaled in relief. "Brother, with an extra Pei Zhan, there's enough rice. But we still need to add a couple more dishes." Observing Pei Wu's demeanor revealed his evident affection for this sister, prompting Lu Shiwen to adopt a more amiable manner. "Would you like some water?" "Yes, thank you," Pei Zhan nodded. Lu Shiwen rose to pour water, and the already cramped living room felt even more confined. This was not Pei Zhan's first visit to Pei Wu's rented apartment. She had never felt such a sense of disarray before. Pei Wu was meticulous, keeping everything neat and orderly. Yet now it was not merely cluttered, but filled with numerous items that had not been there previously. On the table lay an open bag of leftover snacks, several stuffed plastic bags, interspersed with a casually discarded luxury watch and a car key. Everything appeared rather unusual, yet surprisingly harmonious. Pei Zhan's discerning mind quickly deduced that the tall alpha before her shared a relationship with her brother that was far from ordinary. After a while, Pei Zhan grew restless and made an excuse to head to the kitchen. When left alone with her brother, she nearly jumped with excitement, then lowered her voice. "Brother, is he your boyfriend?" Pei Wu nearly choked on his breath. "No, he is my superior." Surely he is more than just a superior? A mischievous glint flashed in Pei Jun's eyes, and before Pei Wu could respond, she exclaimed, "Your superior is more handsome than a movie star." When the door opened, I thought a model had come to life. Pei Wu did not dispute this. He is indeed good-looking. The two chattered away, completely unaware that the kitchen had no door, and such volume could easily be heard by someone of Lu Xiwen's caliber. Lu Xiwen drained the cup of water in one go. The rice was perfectly steamed. The table cleared and set with 6 dishes. Pei Jun, eager with her chopsticks, was ready to dig in. Their mother-esque cooking was average, and any delicacies were usually reserved for Pei Ming. Although she was somewhat critical of her mother-esque cooking, she had never been fond of eating out. Pei Jun quickly polished off a bowl of rice. Unable to resist, Lu Xiwen remarked, "Is your family experiencing a famine?" "No," Pei Jun replied, a bit shyly. "I didn't eat lunch." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiwen offered her a chicken leg, "Then eat more." Thank you, Pei Jun replied. Pei Wu frowned. "No one was home for lunch?" "Yeah," Pei Jun casually stated. "Mom and Dad took Pei Ming to Grandma's house." Pei Wu set down his chopsticks. "They didn't take you?" Pei Jun slowed her chewing, and after swallowing, she said, "They told me to fend for myself. I thought it was a good opportunity, so I came to find you. I called them." "Oh, brother," Pei Jun interrupted him. "If you call them, won't you get entangled? Moreover, I am reluctant to visit my grandmother, and you are well aware of the reasons. She treats only Pei Ming well and hardly regards any of us as worthy. I have little patience for her incessant chatter. It is far more pleasant to remain here with you." Pei Wu fell silent. Mr. Lu said nothing, merely serving Pei Jun another chicken leg. Chapter 37. My apologies, the chicken legs were small, yet consuming 5 in succession was quite filling. Unable to bear it any longer, Pei Jun donned her coat and went downstairs to digest. "Be back before dark," Pei Wu reminded her. "All right." Pei Jun did not stray far, pulling out her phone to chit-chat with her best friend. Seated on a bench, warmly bundled up, she watched the occasional passerby on the street opposite, her feet crossed comfortably. She had pondered what kind of partner her elder brother might eventually choose, speculating that it would likely be a beta, given the current circumstances. A beta pairing with another beta seemed the most secure option, someone gentle like her brother, with whom he could navigate life harmoniously and live out their days peacefully. However, upon witnessing it, she realized the reality was vastly different. His companion was an extraordinary alpha, domineering and decisive, yet when seated beside her brother, utterly impeccable. A voice message from a friend arrived. Is he truly that handsome? Words alone cannot suffice. Pei Jun pressed the recording button in reply. It's not appropriate to sneak a photo now. When the time comes, I'll capture a proper shot for you. Pei Jun did not spend the night there. After returning and sipping a couple of glasses of water, Pei Wu drove her back home in their second-hand car. The siblings conversed the entire way, stopping at the entrance of the alley. Pei Jun insisted that Pei Wu not accompany her further, as her parents would likely be home by now. If seen, it could lead to unnecessary complications. "Brother, I'm leaving." She unbuckled her seatbelt and hopped out of the car. "Message me when you get home." "No problem." Pei Wu waited in the car for a few minutes until he received a voice message from Pei Jun, saying, "Brother, I'm home." She deliberately lowered her voice, indicating that others were present. He felt relieved and drove towards his rented apartment. Passing a certain street, he noticed a bustling barbecue stall. Pei Wu parked the car by the roadside. Lu Xiwen waited impatiently, feeling time slip away, and was just about to call Pei Wu when he heard the sound of a door opening. "I thought you were planning to stay there," Lu Xiwen remarked. Sensing an unusual tone in his voice, Pei Wu shook the bag in his hand. "Barbecue. Care for some? How does it taste?" "I've tried it. It's quite good." Pei Wu approached and handed it to him, noting, "Since you didn't eat much tonight, consider this a supplementary meal." Lu Xiwen's expression brightened. Pei Wu lingered at the barbecue stand for a while, the scent clinging to him, which he found unbearable. He urged Lu Xiwen to eat first while he took a shower. After about 10 minutes, he emerged, tossing his dirty clothes into the washing machine, and sat opposite Lu Xiwen, still towel-drying his hair. Mr. Lu had been thoughtful, saving a variety of skewers for him. Pei Wu's hair was still damp, but the warmth of the evening air alleviated any concern about catching a cold. He donned a cream-colored sweater with a wide neckline, shedding the air of an elite. appearing significantly younger. Water droplets from his hair trickled down his neck, cascading along his collarbone. "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom," Lu Shiwen announced as he stood. Pei Wu remained seated, not lifting his gaze, but once Lu Shiwen stepped inside, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The two individuals found a certain comfort in their surroundings. The sofa at Pei Wu's home had not been tidied for quite some time. Lu Shiwen enjoyed reclining upon it, and thus an old gray blanket that had long been stored away was put to use. During the day, they worked, and at night, they watched films or engaged in casual conversation, ensuring that the festive season did not feel desolate. However, perhaps in a twist of fate, on the 5th day of the new year, Pei Wu was awoken by the cold. He sat up, sensing a complete absence of warmth in the air, and hurriedly donned his clothes before getting out of bed. Upon feeling the heating pipe, he confirmed its failure, leaving him with no choice but to follow the usual routine of relieving himself in the bathroom, planning to inquire at the nearby heating station the next day. Yet, after standing in the bathroom for 3 minutes, Pei Wu found his hands and feet icy cold. The wind from outside rushed in like a torrent, and just as he filled a basin with water, Lu Shiwen emerged, having heard the commotion. Seeing Pei Wu's predicament, he frowned in irritation and began to tidy up. Pei Wu turned. "Huh? To Yunlu? Now, what other choice is there?" Lu Shiwen replied, "Your blanket has shrunk overnight. It won't become a heater by morning." The warmth of the underfloor heating at Yunlu was exceedingly pleasant. During previous nights spent there, Pei Wu had relished the sensation of wearing socks on the wooden floor. Lu Shiwen added, "My aunt informed me today that the refrigerator is also fully stocked." Pei Wu decisively stated, "I'll go change my clothes." As he changed, he could not suppress his shivering. It was clear that staying was not an option. He needed to gather some belongings, and while he packed, Lu Shiwen leaned against the cabinet door and remarked, "Didn't I hear you discussing with Lanja about changing apartments? Have you found a suitable place?" "I found one that is a 10-minute drive from the company, but the owner returned to their hometown early. So renting will likely have to wait until after the new year." "After the new year? Are they waiting for people to turn into ice sculptures?" This was an old-fashioned community, and the heating system had been in place for decades. Replacing it would be quite a hassle. Pei Wu sneezed as he spoke and glanced at the clock, noting it was 4 in the morning. Lu Shiwen immediately straightened up, quickly finished packing the remaining items, and they left. The wind and snow continued relentlessly through the night as Lu Shiwen helped Pei Wu into the passenger seat, then stowed their belongings in the trunk before accelerating towards Yunlu. The streetlights glowed dimly, with hardly any vehicles in sight. Pei Wu shivered intermittently, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, contemplating brewing some ginger tea upon their arrival to warm up. Remarkably, he had fared well this winter. In previous years, he would catch at least 3 colds, yet this year he had not fallen ill even once. However, this commotion had fully roused both of them. Upon reaching Yunlu and unloading their belongings, Pei Wu busied himself in the kitchen while Lu Shiwen habitually pulled out his computer and went upstairs. When Pei Wu emerged with 2 bowls of ginger tea, the table was already laden with various cold medications. "Take a look and see which ones you can take. If none are suitable, have someone deliver more," Lu Shiwen instructed. Pei Wu examined 2 packets and determined they were both acceptable, replying, "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Lu." Lu Shiwen refrained from drinking the ginger tea. While he could tolerate it as a seasoning, he found the overpowering flavor of the brewed tea unbearable. Aware of Lu Shiwen's aversion, Pei Wu took the cups and consumed them entirely, followed by cold medicine half an hour later, though it seemed ineffective. At 10 in the morning, Pei Wu began to feel dazed. Lu Shiwen repeatedly posed a question 3 times, but Pei Wu remained unresponsive. Furrowing his brow, Lu Shiwen approached and gently touched Pei Wu's forehead, which was quite warm. "Mr. Lu?" Pei Wu squinted, his eyes barely open. "Why didn't you mention you were unwell?" "It's not serious," Pei Wu replied. "Let's go upstairs." Pei Wu agreed amiably, but did not move. After a while, he lifted his head to look at Lu Shiwen, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "I have no strength left." Lu Shiwen extended his hand, and Pei Wu grasped it. The feverish, clammy sensation enlarged the pores of Lu Shiwen's palm, sending a tingling rush from the base of Pei Wu's spine upward. Seeking support, Pei Wu tugged gently at Lu Shiwen's arm, his heated breath brushing against Lu Shiwen's wrist. The typically composed Alpha's expression shifted dramatically. Mr. Lu. Perhaps due to the high fever, Pei Wu's voice resembled sand soaked in seawater, rough and textured, striking Lu Shiwen's heart with undeniable weight. Pei Wu's gaze was hazy as he murmured, "I apologize for the trouble." Chapter 38. The Enchantress. Pei Wu rested one hand on Lu Shiwen's shoulder while gripping the staircase, railing with the other. Once inside the room, he sat at the edge of the bed, unmoving. Lu Shiwen glanced at him and spread out the blankets. The heat at Yunlu Bay was stifling, and Pei Wu wore little. With his head bowed, his pale neck stood out starkly. Hearing Lu Shiwen say, "All set," Pei Wu kicked off his slippers and climbed onto the bed. As his pants brushed lightly against his skin, his ankles and calves were revealed, showcasing the taut lines of an adult male with an underlying strength that was almost overwhelming. Yet not painful, like a gentle kick to the chest or face, enough to leave Lu Shiwen nearly striking himself. The blanket suddenly obscured the spring scenery, and Lu Shiwen sensed something amiss, regarding Pei Wu with an impassive expression. Pei Wu leaned against the headboard, meeting his gaze. "You're doing this on purpose," Lu Shiwen remarked. Pei Wu's eyes were clouded, as if he scarcely understood, and he burrowed into the blanket, rolling over in a fluid motion. No one could behave like this in front of Lu Shiwen. It was a habit cultivated by indulgence, someone mused. However, once Pei Wu lay there, his breathing grew heavier. Concerned that Pei Wu might suffocate, Lu Shiwen pulled the blanket away from the young man's mouth, but said nothing about sending him away. Pei Wu appeared most serene in slumber. Stripped of warmth, decorum, and cunning, he sprawled out, resembling a green leaf freshly washed by rain, with a flush on his face akin to petals fallen upon foliage. Such a sight could effortlessly be captured in a painting. It was no wonder that Ruan Hanyan had lost his mind. How bothersome! Lu Shiwen cleared his thoughts, wondering how he could think of him. The medicine began to take effect, and Pei Wu started to sweat, his fever subsiding. He called for water 3 times in between, each time receiving it. On the last occasion, just as Lu Shiwen was about to withdraw his hand, Pei Wu grasped it tightly, nearly causing the cup to slip away. With no other choice, Lu Shiwen used his other hand to take the cup, observing what Pei Wu might do next. Pei Wu turned his face, rubbing against Lu Shiwen's cool palm, releasing a soft, contented sigh. As Su Wen contemplated the situation, the more he sought to ignore it, the clearer it became. Each breath that brushed against his skin permeated the fine strands of sweat on his body. There were moments when, in a fit of dissatisfaction, he would tentatively withdraw, only for Pei Wu to stretch his neck in an attempt to reach him, his damp lips barely grazing the pads of Su Wen's fingers. Su Wen, typically impervious to harm, felt as though an electric current had coursed through him for the past half hour. "Monster," Su Wen thought bitterly, his expression cold as he regarded Pei Wu with disdain, as though the latter were a malevolent enchantress wreaking havoc, while he, a foolish sovereign, found himself ensnared and unable to maintain control. It was clear to him that he needed to impart a lesson to Pei Wu upon awakening. Pei Wu, startled from an unknown dream, instinctively tightened his grip on Su Wen's hand. The Alpha immediately reciprocated, his concern evident, yet he awkwardly reassured, "What are you afraid of? I am here." Upon noticing Pei Wu's intent to inhale, he recalled something and released his pheromones, while Su Wen internally berated himself. He found himself torn between verbal disdain and physical longing. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Su Wen's thoughts became tranquil. He fixed his gaze on Pei Wu, whose expression was pure and unblemished, akin to the morning dew or the stillness of clouds over a mountain stream. It was a profound desire that began with a mere wish to touch or caress, or even to glance, but soon morphed into a yearning for more. A restlessness emerged from the depths of his heart, igniting his blood in mere seconds. Su Wen's eyes deepened with intensity as his free hand, under the covers, trailed down Pei Wu's shoulder to his waist, where he could distinctly feel the slenderness that Kong Junmeng had mentioned. He found himself at a loss as to where to direct his gaze. The room was enveloped in silence, and the air seemed to coalesce with moisture, silently clinging to their skin. When Su Wen finally returned to his senses, he was acutely aware of the sweat saturating his clothing and the tightness in his throat. As though something lodged, there was both choking and bitter. The sensation of Pei Wu's palm was delicate yet firm. Plunging Su went into an indescribable and mystical state. A man of considerable self-control, he now found himself helplessly sliding toward the precipice of desire. The primal and savage instincts awakened within him stripped away the colors of humanity. Casting his soul back to nature, fracturing the order within him. He felt the winds howling across the plains, the reverberations of the earth shaking around him. And in a fleeting moment, he could even sense the pulse of the earth's core. Pei Wu, startled by this overwhelming awareness, suddenly opened his eyes to find Su Wen's features mere inches away. "What are you doing?" Pei Wu uttered hoarsely. "What did you call me?" "Su Wen Gao De." Pei Wu admitted that there had been an element of provocation earlier, yet he now sensed a palpable and unfamiliar danger. He attempted to push the alpha away, but his efforts proved futile, only eliciting a frown from Su Wen, who, like a beast, warned him with a gentle bite to his hand. Pei Wu, now fully awake, felt a slight dizziness but regained his rationality. He had perused literature related to top alphas, and a particular phrase suddenly crystallized in his mind: when governed by primal emotions. The top aggressors will not rest until their objectives are achieved. Appropriate satisfaction and reassurance can mitigate their danger. Coupled with this insight, Pei Wu suddenly contemplated a possibility. "Lu Shiwen, has your sensitivity period arrived?" The top alphas are not devoid of a sensitivity phase. Rather, their immunity to pheromones and heightened self-awareness allow them to navigate through it unscathed. Lu Shiwen remained silent. He leaned in, burying his head into Pei Wu's neck. The sensation was both ticklish and heart-stopping. Pei Wu instinctively recoiled, but, fearing to provoke him further, sought to remain calm. "Lu Shiwen, what do you need me to do?" he asked, tilting his head in a way that suggested he was neither pulling away nor halting, but rather inquiring how to proceed. As Lu Shiwen broke through the haze of confusion, the realization of the current predicament struck him like a blunt force, leaving him dazed. Demonius! In merely these few minutes of interaction, had he been pushed to the brink of losing control once more? That night, Pei Wu's drunkenness had provided a convenient cover, but now, fully sober, pretending that nothing had transpired was evidently unrealistic. However, Lu Shiwen reassured himself, maintaining a stern expression, hoping to manipulate the situation under his frayed control. As long as he could exit this room, everything else could be managed. Yet, as he attempted to rise, Pei Wu glanced over nervously. Lu Shiwen himself was unaware of what actions he had just taken that left Pei Wu's hair disheveled, his eyes shimmering, and the youth's typically pallid complexion now flushed with color, rendering him vividly animated. What was I supposed to do? Lu Shiwen pondered. Wake up. Being governed by pheromones is merely an excuse for the weak. His mind was besieged by a cacophony of warnings, rendering his expression grim and causing him to forget that Pei Wu was a beta devoid of pheromones. Pei Wu sensed the pressure around Lu Shiwen diminishing. Evidently, reassurance was insufficient. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to embrace Lu Shiwen's neck, drawing him closer and gently caressing the back of his head. The mental fortitude Lu Shiwen had relied upon shattered, as if it had long been softened by the sun. "Is this all right?" Pei Wu murmured. Lu Shiwen felt an overwhelming warmth envelop him. His internal organs and blood surged with vitality, creating a tumultuous stir within him. His mind was in disarray, simultaneously screaming, "Why are you touching my head?" while also exclaiming in excitement. Blood rushed to his head, and a ringing in his ears resonated like a crescendo of waves, chanting Demonius. Demonius! Pei Wu noticed Lu Shiwen's body had stiffened as if turned to stone, utterly perplexed by the situation. "Are you feeling better?" Pei Wu inquired, tentatively halting his caress. Instantly, Lu Shiwen's breathing grew heavy. Realizing this, Pei Wu reassured him with a soft it's all right, and promptly resumed stroking his head. Chapter 39. Reality. Lu Shiwen's emotions were fragmented, pondering what to do, while also recalling that Pei Wu used the same laundry detergent as him. Why then? Did the scent seem slightly different? He instinctively bit the corner of Pei Wu's collar, and then distinctly sensed that the other person's movements had ceased. Lu Shiwen felt an emptiness towards emotions, wondering if this was inappropriate. Pei Wu thought it might be taking advantage of another's vulnerability. The crisp air filled his nostrils as Pei Wu's fingers gradually tightened in Lu Shiwen's hair. Their proximity, so intimate that a mere turn of Pei Wu's head brought him to the gentle rhythm of Lu Shiwen's breath. The alpha's gaze appeared frozen, devoid of its usual teasing arrogance. Although such a description might be inadequate, it resembled a large cat patiently awaiting a caress and a treat. This was the innate nature that Lu Shiwen had always strived to conceal, and Pei Wu found it both intriguing and endearing, his heart racing uncontrollably. Unable to resist, he leaned in for a brief touch. Their lips met and parted almost instantly. Pei Wu's voice slightly hoarse as he asked, "How about this?" Lu Shiwen's grip on Pei Wu's shoulder tightened, the tendons standing out, his knuckles whitening from the pressure as he stared fixedly at Pei Wu, seemingly perplexed. "What do you mean?" Pei Wu dared to touch him again. After a few seconds of separation, both were oblivious to the need for breath. How audacious he is, Lu Shiwen thought. Moreover, Pei Wu kissed me. In a state of clarity, the beta lay amidst the deep gray of the bed, his collar loosened, gazing at himself with eyes full of acceptance. Clever move, Lu Shiwen decided not to give Pei Wu another chance, forcefully seizing the initiative. His form, shadow, and even his pheromones enveloped Pei Wu entirely. He began with a gentle kiss, which soon escalated as the room filled with a dense, viscous emotion, as if continuing would seal them within a glistening, cohesive amber. As oxygen dwindled, Pei Wu could do little but occasionally gasp for air, yielding to Lu Shiwen's fervent advances. When Lu Shiwen finally withdrew in haste, Pei Wu was still lost in the moment. "I take inhibitors," Lu Shiwen casually remarked. Pei Wu propped himself up, still reeling from the experience. Supporting his forehead with one hand, he pondered for a moment before chuckling. Lu Shiwen's demeanor resembled that of an innocent youth who had been taken advantage of. Pei Wu, drenched in sweat, felt the tension within him loosen as he decided to rise and take a shower. Lu Shiwen, too, sought a bath, though while Pei Wu indulged in warm water, he opted for a cold one. Sounds of varied emotions echoed from the master bedroom's bathroom, alternating between prideful exclamations and haughty indifference. Lu Shiwen had already formulated his explanations. It was merely a sensitive period, followed by a descent into awareness. And of course, he thought, he would take responsibility. Clad anew, he pushed open Pei Wu's bedroom door. A rush of cold air met him. Lu Shiwen's expression shifted to one of stern disapproval. "Have you recovered from your cold to open the window?" Pei Wu hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something but unsure where to begin, not turning to face him. Lu Shiwen strode forward, and upon seeing the sight before him, his face contorted in distaste. "A wildcat? A hare? Get out. I'm allergic to animal fur," Lu Shiwen declared. At the mention of an allergy, Pei Wu pushed Lu Shiwen back slightly and scrutinized the creature. "It doesn't look like either. It resembles a lynx, doesn't it?" It was merely a few centimeters in size, with fur as white as snow, immaculate and unblemished, hardly resembling a wild creature. Its round, pale golden eyes sparkled, and its ears, pointed and upright, had tufts of fur that were even sharper, giving them a triangular shape. However, its plump face and chubby cheeks rendered it exceptionally endearing. "How beautiful!" Pei Wu exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Lu Shiwen replied, "You can't keep it. I'll take it back to my apartment." Pei Wu insisted, "Did you not see the desolate mountain behind Yinlu Bay? It's undoubtedly wild, and judging by its size, it's still a cub. Be cautious. That creature may not be willing to accompany you." Pei Wu found this reasoning sound. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, the fluffy white ball abruptly leaped into Pei Wu's embrace, nuzzling against his neck with an uncanny familiarity, then extending its soft, pink tongue to lick Pei Wu's chin. Having witnessed a dog that licks, Lu Shiwen had never encountered a cat that did the same, and his disdain only deepened. The white fluff seemed to sense Lu Shiwen's sentiment, leveraging its tiny paws to climb onto Pei Wu's shoulder, where it sat regally, casting a defiant glance at Lu Shiwen. "It'll be kicked out in no time," Lu Shiwen mused, although he felt a strange familiarity with the creature, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Such soft fur, Pei Wu thought, unable to resist the allure, disregarding Lu Shiwen's opinion entirely. The little creature nestled in his arms, clearly expressing its desire to accompany him. Such a specimen was rare, far beyond what one might find in the pet market, especially one with such spirit. He simply had to take it with him. Nothing could deter him. Pei Wu adored all things fluffy, and this exquisite fluff was irresistible. He pulled it close and inhaled deeply. His attention was solely on the white ball. Thus he failed to notice Lu Shiwen's eyes widen in shock as he instinctively took a half-step back, visibly shaken. In mere moments, Lu Shiwen's ears flushed crimson, transforming his entire visage into a fiery hue. "I need to step out," Lu Shiwen mumbled, hastily dashing out the door. Pei Wu, momentarily oblivious, only found himself increasingly enamored with the little creature. Lu Shiwen suddenly recalled that this was, in fact, the physical manifestation of his pheromones. It had first appeared during his differentiation, looking exactly like this. It had not changed in all these years. What a nuisance. Lu Shiwen pressed down on his heated ears, wishing to rush back and tell Pei Wu to stop. Yes, severing the mental connection would allow the manifestation to appear in animal form without affecting him. After several minutes of contemplation, Lu Shiwen finally devised a method to cut the connection. However, at the moment of severance, he hesitated again. Why should that creature enjoy itself alone? He slammed his cup onto the table in frustration. Pei Wu, peering through the window, clearly saw Lu Shiwen dash out in a single layer of clothing, prompting him to call out, "Mr. Lu, where are you going?" Lu Shiwen sped away, running against the wind and snow. Running in this weather? Truly remarkable, Pei Wu admired. Chapter 40. No Turning Back. Lu Shiwen was not the only one with a tangible manifestation of his essence. The experience on the day of differentiation was utterly dreadful. In stark contrast to the lofty proclamations of rebirth and revitalization from other elites, Lu Shiwen could only liken it to a bizarre dream, enduring excruciating bone pain and the sensation of blood swelling within him. Upon awakening, he found the walls marred with numerous dents. The entity stood beside him, its pale golden eyes reflecting a disdainful indifference akin to its master. This was followed by an endless series of examinations and registrations. Lu Shiwen felt deeply that, in the eyes of the medical personnel, he might as well have been deemed less than human. Among them was a biology fanatic who, during an observation of the entity, suddenly delivered an electric shock. Lu Shiwen opened his eyes in agony, his memories fragmented and chaotic, overwhelmed by violent impulses. In that moment, he finally comprehended that genetic strength had naturally sorted individuals into their respective factions. No matter how amicable he appeared, he would never receive equal treatment. Consequently, Lu Shiwen retracted the entity and never released it again. The Alpha hierarchy remained undeterred, closely monitoring Lu Shiwen during the first year. However, the growth of the elite was astonishing. By the time Lu Shiwen emerged from his youth and successfully assumed control of the organization, the incessant prying ceased. Even during the subsequent sensitive period, he had not encountered the entity again. There were instances of the entity appearing briefly only to vanish. But since they did not disrupt daily life, Lu Shiwen paid them no mind. As time passed, his mind became inundated with the pressing demands of work, causing that hurried encounter from years prior to fade from memory. A fierce wind and snow struck him, evoking a flood of memories. Rubbing his face vigorously, his mood soured. He craved the red bean porridge that Pei Wu used to make, and with that thought, he turned back home. He entered almost resembling a snowman, startling Pei Wu, who assumed he had rolled in a snow pile. Pei Wu fetched a towel, which Lu Shiwen did not accept, instead slightly turning to expose his neck. Pei Wu hesitated momentarily before wiping away the moisture. "Let us make some red bean porridge," Lu Shiwen suggested. "I'll go take a shower. Dry off first." Pei Wu insisted with rare firmness. "Wait until your body temperature rises." Lu Shiwen disliked being contradicted, but as if recalling something, he huffed twice in reluctant acquiescence. Pei Wu went to brew hot tea, while Lu Shiwen settled onto the sofa, staring intently at the entity. It was not a lynx, but bore a striking resemblance to its cub. Lu Shiwen, disliking ambiguity, seized the entity, disregarding its struggles, and examined its lips and teeth closely. Although this was only their second meeting, Lu Shiwen, well-versed in elite pheromones, felt inexplicably certain that this creature was capable of growing larger, likely evolving in tandem with the enhancement of his own pheromones. Ultimately, after refraining from further probing, he released the entity. His furrowed brow remained tense, as if the overwhelming currents that exceeded his physical limits surged anew into his brain, causing involuntary spasms. Pei Wu prepared a cup of Jun Mei and offered it to Lu Shiwen, standing still beside him. I know, once your body temperature rises, Lu Shiwen spoke softly. Pei Wu's heart sank slightly, yet he maintained his good-natured demeanor, saying, if you truly dislike it that much, I will take it back shortly. You cannot take it away. Lu Shiwen stated, it belongs here. As if to corroborate his words, the entity deftly leaped onto the windowsill, and under Pei Wu's astonished gaze, nimbly pried open the window, swiftly slipping through the small gap and vanishing from sight. It has already told you, its nest is here, Lu Shiwen remarked. Pei Wu's tone softened, as if the previous intimacy shared in the room was merely an illusion. In that fleeting moment, Pei Wu contemplated many things. Ultimately, he realized he might have overstepped boundaries. A top-tier alpha prioritizes omegas, not betas. Perhaps Lu Shiwen had harbored some fondness for him initially, but upon closer interaction, it became evident that the feelings were not as he had imagined. The irritation and indifference etched on Lu Shiwen's face served as a blatant indication. Pei Wu understood this. Just because he had affection for Lu Shiwen did not necessitate a reciprocal response. If need be, he could simply maintain a professional superior-subordinate relationship moving forward. I will return once I finish making the red bean soup. Pei Wu spoke softly, his voice trembling slightly, as he felt an unbearable ache in the very air he breathed. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Shiwen abruptly stood, momentarily dismissing the bothersome past, startled by the implication in Pei Wu's words. Why would you go back on such a cold day? After a brief pause, Pei Wu chuckled. Does President Lu also enjoy asking questions with no answers? Lu Shiwen, unable to maintain his composure, grasped Pei Wu's shoulders and pulled him face to face, meticulously searching for the emotions reflected in his eyes. You baited me, and now that I'm hooked, you intend to cast me aside? Pei Wu responded, absolutely not. I assure you, that is impossible. Lu Shiwen's expression darkened, his voice rising. As adults, we must be accountable for our actions. What you desire is my first kiss. The final words emerged from Lu Shiwen in a hushed tone. Flee? Do not even think about it. Pei Wu blinked, genuinely feeling that sometimes their thought processes were entirely misaligned. Isn't your expression rather grim? Pei Wu said slowly, I assumed you had reconsidered. Lu Shiwen paused, furrowing his brow. What does that even mean? So your displeasure has nothing to do with me. Could it be because of the little one? The little one? Lu Shiwen's eyes widened. It was a spontaneous name. Does it not sound endearing? It is too beautiful. It must be a princess, Lu Shiwen replied. Not a princess, but a male. Let it go. These are trivial matters. Lu Shiwen did not dwell on it. He stepped closer and gently embraced Pei Wu. Instinctively, Pei Wu raised his arms to return the embrace, questioning, what is wrong? Lu Shiwen never exhibited weakness. Yet in the presence of Pei Wu, his defenses seemed less formidable, and he found himself yearning to express his feelings, recalling some unpleasant memories that he could not share at present. I will not pry, Pei Wu assured him. Lu Shiwen felt a ripple of emotions stirring within, a delightful yet unsettling sensation. What exactly are we? Considering that Lu Shiwen not only lacked practical experience, but also had a mental framework that suppressed excessive emotions for the sake of efficiency, Pei Wu gently suggested. This is merely the stage of infatuation. Shouldn't a kiss signify the confirmation of a relationship? Is too soon. Pei Wu slightly pushed Alpha aside and earnestly remarked, Lu Shiwen, we have yet to truly understand one another. My earlier attempt to soothe you stemmed from my concern about your potential loss of control during a vulnerable period. Do you comprehend, Pei Wu? Lu Shiwen, filled with eager anticipation, suddenly strode towards the entrance. He rummaged through one of the cabinets for a moment and retrieved a card. To be precise, it was the access card for the villa's main entrance. Pei Wu was only aware of the passcode for the inner building. Beyond it lay a verdant expanse, traversing past a fountain, leading to an ornate white gate standing approximately 3 meters high, which featured both a main entrance and a side door. This card also served as the key to the underground garage. A tightness gripped Pei Wu's heart. Lu Shiwen naturally extended the card toward him, his expression exuding a hint of arrogance, as he had already formulated his rationale within mere seconds. Our collaboration with Shangxing must not falter. In the future, you will need to report to me frequently. If a conversation over the phone proves inadequate, we shall discuss matters face to face. Furthermore, let's get to know each other better. Pei Wu stood frozen, taken aback by Alpha's candid words. The initial approach was as if one were prepared to relinquish their very existence. I can accompany you, but what if I have to travel for work? What if I'm not around? Your shabby little rental cannot even provide adequate heating. What if you catch a cold? Lu Shiwen disapproved. Pei Wu exhaled softly, accepting the door card. Very well. On the 8th day of the new year, they arrived at the office half an hour early. Preparations for the upcoming meeting were necessary. And the office, having been unventilated for a week, required some tidying. What would you like to drink? Pei Wu inquired. Lu Shiwen powered on his computer. Just some green tea will suffice. Pei Wu mused that Lanja should be arriving soon, and promptly brewed a cup. Upon his emergence, he heard Lu Shiwen softly muttering, "Are you my assistant or Lanja's? Can he not brew his own tea?" Pei Wu, sipping plain water, thought, "Does such an overwhelming possessiveness exist in you?" Lu Shiwen considered his restraint. "It's all right," Pei Wu said. "I will teach you." When conversing with a top-tier alpha, there was always an air of humor. They were all geniuses. However, Pei Wu understood that instinct would drive Lu Shiwen to conceal those he favored, making others uncomfortable merely by glancing at them. A notion derived from literature he had perused the previous evening. Lu Shiwen pondered asking Pei Wu later about his romantic history, and how he could so effortlessly articulate flattering words. At that moment, Lanja pushed the door open. Something felt amiss. Lanja grew alert. At first glance, everything appeared unchanged. Lu Shiwen sat at his desk, perhaps displaying a weariness due to the forthcoming meeting. Pei Wu stood beside his workstation, still warm and genial. Yet Lanja sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Lanja cautiously entered, his steps noticeably lighter. "Have you adopted a new ladle-like gait?" Lu Shiwen observed with a chuckle. After a sip of hot tea, Lanja adjusted his demeanor, realizing that perhaps he was not the most unfortunate one present. This was indeed true. Once they entered the conference room, all were treated equally. It implied that no matter who they were, they would be addressed by Lu Shiwen, including Pei Wu. "Is this the material you organized?" Lu Shiwen tossed a stack of documents nonchalantly in front of Pei Wu, inquiring whether the data was still from the previous year, and if the project from last year had not been reported to him. "They have been reported," the project manager exclaimed, nearly jumping to defend his innocence. Pei Wu calmly accepted the rebuke, acknowledging her oversight, and encouraged everyone to proceed. She held no objections. Intertwining emotions with work was a folly reserved for children. Once fairness is compromised, it implies that innocent parties may bear the burden. Pei Wu deemed it wise to abstain from such unethical behavior. After gathering the documents, she returned, and the meeting extended until 12:30, with even the flies, disturbed by the morning's clamor, appearing to rest on the table. When Lu Shiwen announced the meeting's adjournment, Pei Wu noticed a certain vice president's gaze drifting as he stood up in a daze, inadvertently knocking his knee against the chair leg. "I heard there's sweet and sour fish for lunch. Should I fetch a serving?" Pei Wu inquired of Lu Shiwen. Lanja, who was about to step out for lunch, paused at her words, finally grasping the underlying shift. It felt too natural, too comfortable. The formal address Pei Wu used for Lu Shiwen had diminished, their interactions gradually approaching a level of equal footing. Lu Shiwen furrowed his brow slightly and acquiesced. "All right." In addition to the sweet and sour fish, Pei Wu also brought 3 vegetarian and 2 meat dishes, ample for the 2 of them. As she pushed open the door, Lu Shiwen looked up, seemingly having awaited her arrival. "Come in," he urged. "Lanja won't be back anytime soon." Lanja relished indulgence, never depriving himself when it came to food, likely savoring a steak at some upscale restaurant. Pei Wu entered the inner room, discreetly closing the partition door behind her. As she arranged the meal, Lu Shiwen asked, "You're not angry, are you?" Pei Wu understood his meaning. No, I should be allowed to voice my grievances without reservation. Lu Shiwen instantly felt at ease. The sweet and sour fish from the cafeteria was palatable, yet in Lu Shiwen's discerning palate, it fell somewhat short. He selected the tenderest piece of fish belly, initially intending to place it in his bowl, but hesitated and instead offered it to Pei Wu. Having grown accustomed to your home-cooked meals, can you still enjoy these cafeteria offerings? As long as they aren't pre-packaged meals, it's acceptable, Pei Wu replied. In truth, after a while, they all taste the same. I don't share that sentiment, Lu Shiwen murmured. Pei Wu paused in her chewing. His tone resembled a playful pout. I'll prepare dinner for you tonight, she whispered, suggesting they make do with lunch for now. Lu Shiwen brightened, playfully protesting. I'm not as delicate as you think. Not delicate? Pei Wu mused, pondering who else, apart from General Lu, could provide him with such an unforgettable experience. When Lanja returned, the office had returned to its usual state. However, it was of no consequence. Lanja sat down with an air of sagacity, finally comprehending Lu Shiwen's perspective on mediocrity. He understood everything, beyond preparing sweet and sour fish. Pei Wu was also tasked with addressing the first troublesome project after the new year. A project liaison had resigned, and rumors indicated financial issues on that end, suggesting the project was likely doomed, yet the invested funds needed to be reclaimed. Pei Wu meticulously followed the chain of contacts, only to be met with an excited yet cryptic response. There might be a chance. The determination of whether there was indeed a chance rested not with them. But Pei Wu felt compelled to investigate personally. The following day at noon, Pei Wu departed from the project department under the admiring gaze of his colleagues, taking the company car directly to the meeting point suggested by the partner. Upon arriving and stepping out of the vehicle, he received a message from Lu Shiwen. Be cautious. Pei Wu replied, yes, rest assured. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a playful emoji of a kitten eating fish. Lu Shiwen responded with confusion, prompting Pei Wu to retract his message. Lu Shiwen's bewilderment intensified, leading Pei Wu to resend the kitten emoji, accompanied by another of a hand petting a cat. Lu Shiwen ceased to reply. Pei Wu, accustomed to his reactions, could easily envision the subtle sulkiness on the other side, though the alpha was endowed with supreme rationality. It did not diminish Lu Shiwen's occasional temper, a quirk that Pei Wu secretly cherished. After securing his phone, Pei Wu ascended the stairs and entered the cafe. Chapter 42. An unexpected turn. Zhang Song, the head of Zhongxin Group, was a balding man in his early 30s. Although his demeanor was somewhat ingratiating, it was evident that life's pressures had shaped him, rendering him less off-putting. As soon as Pei Wu stepped through the door, Zhang Song, having just taken on this hot potato, quickly recognized his counterpart's identity. The composed aura of an elite was unmistakable, having clearly emerged from the ranks of Changron. Zhang Song promptly rose to greet him. At this hour, the cafe was nearly empty, and after a brief introduction, Pei Wu and Zhang Song delved straight into business. What does it mean that the project mentioned by Manager Zhang can continue? Pei Wu inquired. Zhongxing has been acquired, Zhang Song replied, a sense of relief washing over him. I was contemplating resignation, but now things are different. It's comforting to have a strong backing. Pei Wu's tone was measured. I hadn't heard of this. News will come soon, Zhang Song continued. The collaboration with Changrong was hard-won, and the higher-ups are reluctant to let it go, so I prioritize discussing this with you. Of course, words alone are insufficient. Another individual will be joining us today. Pei Wu frowned. Who? The acquirer, Zhang Song admitted candidly. You should be acquainted with them. The major investor expressed a desire to meet after reviewing the project details this morning. They should be arriving shortly. Manager Zhang, Pei Wu remarked coolly. Isn't this inappropriate? Zhang Song was taken aback, suddenly realizing that he had been overwhelmed by the cascade of good news. Such matters should have been communicated beforehand. Just as he was about to ease the tension, he straightened in his seat and turned to Pei Wu's back, exclaiming, General Guan has arrived. General Guan? Pei Wu's heart skipped a beat. Turning around, he was surprised to find Guan Yin there. Pei Wu's wariness dissipated instantly. Clad in a silver-gray suit, Guan Yin was tall and slender, with slightly long hair cascading softly by his neck. He always bore a hint of a smile, though lacking warmth. He was undeniably striking. Pei Wu recalled Lu Shiwen mentioning that prior to his differentiation, Guan Yin had outperformed both Kunming and Chao Guan. Even after becoming an Omega, his pheromone assessment remained exceptional. He had not become a mere parasite to an alpha, but rather secured his position as the heir of the Guan family post-advanced studies. Pei Zhu, Guan Yin extended his hand. Pei Wu rose to shake it. General Guan. Zhang Song observed the interaction between the two, his concerns alleviated. This was a spontaneous decision. Guan Yin sat at the corridor side of the square table, surrounded by a multitude of troublesome debts, many of which hardly warranted further consideration. The individual who had initially forged the partnership with Changrong was undeniably talented, yet regrettably departed. As he spoke, Guan Yin turned his gaze toward Zhang Song, remarking, of course, Manager Zhang is also quite impressive. Even if it was merely a comforting remark, Zhang Song relished it with delight. Upon realizing that the project leader from Changrong was present, Guan Yin expressed, I thought we should meet. I hope I did not frighten you. Not at all, Zhang Song replied. Pei Wu poured tea for Guan Yin, and their conversation largely excluded Zhang Song, who happily indulged in sweet treats at the side. The almond peach crisps from this cafe were particularly renowned. As their discussion reached its conclusion, a server passed by, and Pei Wu requested him to assist in packaging a portion. Guan Yin blinked his narrow eyes, a playful glimmer of insight shining through. Does Assistant Pei enjoy these? Pei Wu replied vaguely, Yes, I'm treating today. It's my treat. Guan Yin instructed the server. Please pack 2 portions. Pei Wu interjected, 1 is sufficient. Guan Yin insisted, when it comes to Lu Shiwen, if someone enjoys eating, they are insatiable. In that moment, Pei Wu felt a profound sense of redemption in being understood. Guan Yin lowered his head to sip tea, contemplating inviting Pei Wu to dine together, when suddenly, he stiffened as the tea leaves on the surface of the water began to disperse. Zhang Song, beside him, appeared momentarily bewildered and inquired, What scent is that? Pei Wu could not detect it. Abruptly, Guan Yin stood up, apologizing, I need to use the restroom. The sequence of events unfolded too swiftly for Pei Wu to fully grasp at first, but upon turning, he noticed Zhang Song still in a daze. An inexplicable yearning igniting in his eyes, stripped of human essence. Pei Wu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Manager Zhang? Manager Zhang. Zhang Song snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Pei Wu for several seconds before suddenly rising, flinging open his coat to cover his nose. This is bad. Such a potent pheromone. How will I explain this to my wife later? Guan's pheromone? Exactly. Upon realizing this, Zhang Song's expression shifted. Meanwhile, Pei Wu had already turned and hastened towards the restroom. Omegas typically possess suppressants or similar devices, and in dire circumstances, they're neck rings. Guan Yin, being inherently cautious, might find his pheromones uncontrollable due to the heat period. An omega in a heat period can drive nearby alpha individuals with fragile self-control into a frenzy. Primal desires may compel them to mark the omega. However, it is not entirely accurate to say this, using Lu Shiwen's terminology, unless compatibility exceeds 90. Absolute loss of control is rare, often used as an excuse for one's own shortcomings. Regardless of how exceptional an omega may be, once marked, they inevitably enter a submissive phase. Many alphas have openly admitted in public that they relish this process. When Pei Wu reached the men's omega restroom, he found 2 alphas loitering, peering sneakily inside, one even stepping in before retreating, likely fearing repercussions from the Omega Association, their eyes reflecting excitement and a hint of madness. Step aside, Pei Wu commanded coldly. His beta characteristics were not pronounced. Rather, he appeared excessively refined and upright, coupled with the formidable pheromone barrier he emitted. The 2 individuals resembled mice fleeing from a cat, instinctively retreating to a safe distance, their expressions suddenly laden with apprehension. Pei Wu entered the restroom, which boasted 6 doors, with a yellow triangular sign forbidding entry placed conspicuously in the middle of the path. The atmosphere was taut, enveloped in silence. Mr. Guan? Pei Wu whispered. A palpable sigh of relief resonated as movement emanated from the innermost stall on the right, followed by the door swinging open. Guan Yin emerged, his fingertips tinged with a rosy hue, bracing himself against the doorframe as he stepped out. In mere minutes, his once smooth hair had become drenched, clinging to his fair neck, while his eyes exhibited a forced clarity veiled by a flicker of agitation as his long lashes fell. "I'm out of strength," Guan Yin confessed. Pei Wu hastened to support him, guiding him to sit upon the toilet lid before securing the stall door. "Is it the scent of fresh grass?" Pei Wu inquired, noticing the scattered suppressants at his feet. He picked up the cleanest one. "You can smell it?" Guan Yin asked, astonished. "Aren't you a beta?" "I have some issues with my differentiation," Pei Wu replied, "so I can detect it to a degree." Guan Yin's glands, concealed beneath his hair, were now prominently red, whether from unfulfilled needs or the sting of sweat. "There are high-grade alpha pheromone extracts available on the market," Pei Wu reminded him, "though they come at a steep price, which most omegas cannot afford. However, I am certain that Guan Yin does not fall into that category." "I have no such habit." Guan Yin's voice was somewhat frosty. In Chapter 43, it was said that Guan Yin quickly accepted his omega identity at that time. Yet it was evident that this was not the case now. He harbored a clear disdain. For no matter how resolutely one stands, there exist immutable truths, such as the significant physical degradation experienced by omegas, their uncontrollable heat cycles, and the way they lose themselves, begging for the alpha's pheromones. A decade ago, the living conditions for omegas were dire. Being governed by pheromones was a glaring vulnerability, leading many alphas to act with impunity, resulting in an average lifespan for omegas of no more than 40 years. It was only when a formidable omega leader rose to power, unflinchingly executing those alpha criminals for 3 consecutive days and nights, that the tides began to turn. The public was aghast, and thus the Omega Protection Association was established, imposing stringent regulations that finally managed to rein in those incompletely evolved beasts. Guan Yin, in a hushed tone, asked, "Do you have a cigarette on you?" Pei Wu habitually carried a pack. He initially considered advising against smoking at such a moment, but recognized Guan Yin's distress as beads of sweat gathered on his long lashes, resembling icy pearls. Pei Wu retrieved a cigarette for him. With the combination of suppressants and patches finally taking effect, Guan Yin extracted a cigarette, trembling as he lit it and took a deep drag, gradually easing his tension. "Is it the heat cycle?" Pei Wu inquired. Guan Yin confirmed with a nod. "It has arrived earlier than expected." Even with Pei Wu's limited understanding of omega-related matters, he comprehended the gravity of Guan Yin's predicament. He had never allowed any alpha to mark him, not even temporarily. Prolonged deprivation of alpha comfort would cause the pheromones within to spiral into chaos. "You cannot continue like this," Pei Wu cautioned. "Let me find an alpha at random. I might as well be dead." Guan Yin spoke bluntly, shaking off the ash from his cigarette before continuing. "In truth, once I get through this phase, everything will be fine. I can hardly manage my own heat, but I can certainly withstand the pheromones of external alphas." Pei Wu asked, "So you're quite certain?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Guan Yin lifted his eyelids to glance at him. "You reek of Lu Shiwen's pheromones. Do I seem disordered to you?" "Indeed." After finishing his cigarette, Guan Yin regained much of his strength. As Pei Wu had surmised, he was affluent enough to hire the most professional medical team, until he was willing. No alpha should dare approach him. Pei Wu inquired, "Did you bring bodyguards?" "They should have entered by now." Guan Yin pointed at his wristwatch, observing the blinking red light, which likely indicated an alarm and location tracking. Bang! The partition door was forcefully kicked open. Pei Wu held his breath, sensing through the heavy breaths outside that there were at least 3 to 5 individuals. He could not detect the complete pheromones, thus unaware that even suppressing the sudden heat. Guan Yin's pheromones had begun to waft out, inciting a minor alpha uproar. Zhang Song was obstructed outside by several robust alphas and could only frantically make a phone call. "It's in here." A strange man gritted his teeth, commanding, "Come out." The pheromones were nowhere near Lu Shiwen's level, yet he still flaunted them. Guan Yin flicked away the cigarette, and explained to Pei Wu, "I am merely being pragmatic. Please do not take offense." Pei Wu remained speechless for a moment before giving Guan Yin a glance. Understanding yet not entirely in agreement, Guan Yin silently inquired if Pei Wu could handle it alone. Pei Wu nodded. At that moment, the partition door was violently slammed, and the screws on the side instantly burst apart. The once straight door fell askew to the ground. Through the gap, an alpha with murky red eyes peered inside, glancing briefly at Pei Wu before fixing his gaze intently on Guan Yin. Without a word, Pei Wu twisted the doorknob and kicked the door open. Unlike a professional, Pei Wu targeted the most vulnerable spots. He seized one alpha, attempting to squeeze into the partition, yanking him back with such force that he caught a whiff of the gasoline-like pheromones emanating from the individual, making him feel nauseous. Pei Wu fought with resolute determination, landing punches and kicks while hearing the security's furious shouts from outside. "Step aside." Yet, these alphas swarmed Guan Yin like locusts, eager to mark him at once. The bodyguards and security were blocked at the entrance, and a mixture of various pheromones polluted the air. Guan Yin leaned heavily on his knees, while Pei Wu struggled single-handedly. As one managed to slip through and with exhilaration surged toward Guan Yin, Pei Wu's heart nearly stopped. Guan Yin. Suddenly, Guan Yin moved. He grasped the alpha's arm, employing a grappling technique to secure the inner arm, twisting forcefully before slamming him against the partition with tremendous strength. The next moment, the sickening sound of bone cracking echoed, accompanied by the alpha's anguished scream. Guan Yin looked up and innocently smiled at Pei Wu, as if to say, "This is all I can do." He kicked away the crumpled, inferior alpha, his gaze cold as ice. Once he approached the Omega Association, none of these beasts would escape unscathed. As Guan Yin surveyed the scene, he found himself unable to spot even a single A-level alpha. Their sensitivity to pheromones was far from acute. They merely indulged in the reckless release of malevolent intentions, seeking to mark a superior Omega. Pei Wu effortlessly barred their advance with decisive strikes. A swift punch sent one boorish man reeling, blood gushing from his nose, and a subsequent elbow sweep sent another, who had just risen, crashing into a trash bin. Following this, Pei Wu delivered a kick that toppled yet another short and stout adversary. The legs beneath his tailored trousers were far longer than the lives of these miscreants. "How strikingly handsome he is," Guan Yin mused. "What fortune does Lu Xuan possess? Were Pei Wu an alpha, regardless of rank, Lu would have no place in this affair." "Pei Wu." Guan Yin's tone shifted abruptly. Pei Wu sensed imminent danger. His opponent's agility was markedly superior. Faking an attack to the left, he shoved a hapless pawn toward Pei Wu, seizing the opportunity to lunge at his neck. A metallic scent wafted close, and it was no exaggeration to say that Pei Wu's body bristled with tension. He moved with remarkable swiftness, narrowly evading the assault while hearing Guan Yin shout, "Why didn't you wait until I was dead to come?" In the next instant, he felt teeth clamp onto his shoulder. The assailant had aimed for Pei Wu's neck, specifically targeting the gland, but in that fleeting moment of evasion, he realized there was no gland to bite. This alpha could sense that while Pei Wu's pheromone barrier was formidable and domineering, it was ultimately a facade. In other words, he was not an alpha, which led the attacker to mistakenly believe Pei Wu was an Omega. "You are a beta?" The man gasped in disbelief. Guan Yin rose, his voice a furious roar. Extract his teeth. The bodyguards, having trampled over the bewildered alphas, swiftly regained control of the situation. Pei Wu forcefully pushed aside the alpha, who emitted a scent reminiscent of ashes, equally unpleasant. Pei Wu frowned, glancing sideways. The alpha's canines were razor-sharp, having torn through Pei Wu's suit, though thankfully, the layers he wore prevented any real injury. Guan Yin could hardly contain his ire, his poise slipping away as he leapt forward, indignant. Naturally, he would not feel a pang of sorrow upon seeing a pristine gem sullied by dust. Angered yet invigorated, Guan Yin hastened forward, scrutinizing Pei Wu with the intensity of a scanning device. "Are you all right?" Pei Wu moved his shoulder, relieved to find he was fine. Chapter 44. Two slaps. The Omega Association arrived at the scene 20 minutes later. The situation was brought under control, and the cafe was cleared. The disheartened alphas slumped against the walls, each lamenting their plight. Among them were both servers and kitchen staff, and two had merely stumbled in, drawn by the enticing scent of pheromones. What's the panic? The incident occurred in this cafe. Eventually, we'll drag the owner down with us. This establishment is upscale, and the proprietor will surely wish to avoid tarnishing their reputation. It was the Omega who failed to manage their pheromones. Are we to be blamed for that? A short-haired girl from the Omega Protection Association, overhearing this, brandished pepper spray and unleashed it, prompting a cacophony of wails. I apologize for the interruption. Guan Yin has already adjusted his demeanor. Apart from a slight flush on his face, his expression remains quite composed. I have just completed the acquisition of this cafe, and I am unperturbed by any potential damage to my reputation. On the contrary, I intend to pursue legal action to the fullest extent. The alpha who had threatened to drag the owner into trouble was momentarily rendered speechless. To pursue legal action on such a scale requires immense time, effort, and financial resources. And the Omega before them, with a mere wave of his hand, executed an acquisition, clearly lacking none of these essentials. In other words, they had encountered a formidable opponent. It was somewhat unexpected. A young alpha, head lowered, wore an expression of regret. Having undergone his transformation later than most, his rank was not particularly high, and he had never experienced a romantic relationship. He admitted that he had entertained inappropriate thoughts upon encountering the exquisite pheromones of a high-quality Omega, contemplating that once the marking was completed, the other party would enter a submissive phase, thus allowing him to dictate the terms. In that moment, he felt a surge of authority in his alpha identity. Pei Wu stood at the entrance, taking in the breeze, and upon spotting a familiar license plate on a Bentley approaching, he instinctively considered slipping into the cafe, but restrained himself. The incident had occurred suddenly. Yet Guan Yin had sustained no injuries, which was the best possible outcome. Lu Shiwen had no reason to be angry. The vehicle came to a halt, and Lanja exited the driver's seat, quickly exchanging information with Pei Wu, though their interaction was too brief for either to grasp much. Without needing Lanja to open the door, Lu Shiwen descended on his own. Dressed only in a white shirt, he had seemingly rushed out without a jacket, his impressive physique exuding a hint of danger. Pei Wu raised his hand to shield his nose, although it proved ineffective as the bruises on his face were quite conspicuous. A tall figure loomed closer as Lu Shiwen stood before Pei Wu. I hear you can take on 10 opponents single-handedly? Pei Wu replied, actually it was 8. Lanja paused instinctively at this remark, surprised that Pei Wu would engage in such provocative banter. Fortunately, apart from a momentary deepening of his breath, Lu Shiwen did not express anger. Guan Yin waved to Lu Shiwen through the glass window. Are you uninjured? Upon entering, Lu Shiwen maintained a respectful distance from Guan Yin, his tone laced with concern. Thanks to Pei Wu, Guan Yin replied lazily. So, you still cannot adapt to Omega pheromones? The corner of Pei Wu's brow flickered. At that moment, Guan Yin's pheromones still leaked subtly, exuding a rich scent of fresh grass. Lu Shiwen responded, it's not that I cannot adapt. I simply do not like it. Even though he collaborated with Feng Xiao and High City to develop a new, affordable suppressant benefiting the Omega community, Lu Shiwen still could not accept the presence of an Omega. It was akin to how some people relish coriander while others detest it, respectful and permissible, yet personally avoided. The reasons behind this preference remain a mystery to this day. Pei Wu has merely sustained some superficial injuries. Guan Yin initially intended this statement to reassure Lu Shiwen, but the latter melancholically echoed, merely some? Guan Yin added, I concede. I shall treat you both to a meal another day, and I will offer concessions in the collaboration with Changrong. Tomorrow, I shall purchase a new jacket to compensate Pei Wu. Pei Wu interjected, no need. Lu Shiwen turned back, scrutinizing Pei Wu. Did you tear your clothes in a fight? Suddenly narrowing his eyes, Lu Shiwen raised his hand to adjust Pei Wu's shoulder, discovering 2 holes in his jacket. How did this happen? Without waiting for Pei Wu to speak, Guan Yin's curiosity piqued as he pointed to an alpha crouched in the corner, exclaiming that the fool had bitten him. Pei Wu murmured, he thinks I am an Omega. Lu Shiwen nodded and patted Pei Wu's arm, instructing him to wait in the car. Pei Wu was taken aback, asking, what about you? Lu Shiwen replied, I will stay behind to help out. Pei Wu insisted, I should stay too, just in case. Lu Shiwen's voice turned serious. Go to the car. Pei Wu sighed. All right then. As he turned, Lanja followed him outside. Upon reaching the entrance, Pei Wu whispered to Lanja, why do I feel something is off? Lanja retorted, otherwise, why would I run? Pei Wu settled into the car and gazed out the window, catching sight of Lu Shiwen seizing the alpha. The alpha wore a nonchalant smile, his pheromone level approaching A, attributing his misfortune today to sheer luck. Otherwise, a beta could never impede him. Concerning the alpha before him, he sensed no pheromones at all. This disdainful thought was abruptly interrupted when he felt the weight of top-tier pheromones pressing down on him. The alpha's expression momentarily blanked, only to be replaced by profound fear. The sensation felt as if everything was stripped away from him. Even the sunlight felt like a descent into an abyss, utterly dreadful. His pride crumbled, and he even contemplated uttering words of surrender. But Lu Shiwen's slap came crashing down. The alpha staggered, suddenly aware of a metallic taste in his mouth. He spat out blood along with 2 teeth. When Lu Shiwen struck again, the alpha succumbed to excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The aggression between alphas is strikingly straightforward. Lu Shiwen loomed over the man, his eyes devoid of warmth. Guan Yin, cautious, dared not utter a word. Lu Shiwen glanced at the row of individuals huddled by the wall, simultaneously exerting pheromone suppression, rendering the remaining few speechless, their eyes momentarily glazing over as they trembled, clutching their arms. The precise control of top-tier pheromones ensured that no one else in attendance was affected. "Make sure you head home quickly," Lu Shiwen advised Guan Yin. "Call me anytime if you need anything." Guan Yin, indeed weary, left the cafe alongside Lu Shiwen, specifically approaching the Bentley. When the window descended, he regarded Pei Wu with gentle eyes, expressing gratitude. "Pei, thank you once again. Let's gather again when we have the chance." Pei Wu replied, "I'm glad you're all right, Mr. Guan." Guan Yin smiled. "Just call me by my name." Knock, knock, knock. Lu Shiwen lightly tapped on the car door, pondering if he was being overly sensitive. What was Guan Yin's attitude? Mr. Guan made a hasty exit. Chapter 45. I dislike this hypothesis. Lu Shiwen instructed Lan to drive directly to Yunlu Bay. As Lanja executed a smooth turn, Pei Wu noticed the sky gradually darkening. Upon reaching the entrance, they coincidentally encountered staff from the villa area clearing garbage. Pei Wu removed his coat and tossed it into the garbage truck. He was not one to indulge in extravagance or waste, but the memory of that man gnawing at him remained vivid, the coat even tainted with the other's saliva. Pei Wu could no longer endure it. "Mr. Lu, I'll head back first." Lanja remained in the car. "All right." Pei Wu, with a determined demeanor, explained to Lanja that he would take responsibility for Mr. Lu's dinner. As Lanja listened, he turned the car around, maintaining an impassive expression throughout. Pei Wu found himself at a loss for words. Lanja, however, nodded knowingly with his eyes closed, a silent understanding passing between them. As they drove away through the biting cold, Lu Shiwen called out, "Do you want to catch a cold again?" Upon entering the warmth of the interior, Pei Wu felt an immediate sense of relaxation. "Mr. Lu, I would like to take a shower. Are there any open wounds?" Pei Wu extended his right wrist, revealing a bruise where the skin had been scraped. The most severe area displayed tender flesh the size of a thumb, easily treatable with a bandage. Lu Shiwen was aware of Pei Wu's intolerance for unpleasant odors, which explained why he had discarded his clothes. "Go ahead, but be sure to cover the wound properly." Understood. Immersed in the hot water, the familiar surroundings gave Pei Wu a sense of rebirth. He realized that not all alphas emanated pleasant pheromones. In fact, many lacked any appealing scent at all. Even those with acceptable aromas resembled cheap perfumes, lacking the crispness of the initial cold wind, the serene whispers of pine forests, and the clarity following a fresh snowfall. Emerging from the shower, Pei Wu shook the water from his hair, only to lift his head and find Lu Shiwen seated on the edge of the bed, nearly causing him to stumble back into the bathroom. "Did you hurt your leg?" Lu Shiwen frowned. "No," Pei Wu replied, slightly anxious. "How did you get in here?" Lu Shiwen regarded him with a meaningful glance and instructed, "Come sit here." Anticipating what was to come, Pei Wu felt a mix of shyness and resolve. He showed no signs of retreat in this emotional contest, slowly and steadfastly positioning himself as the pursuer. Wearing loose pajamas, with sleeves and pant legs easily rolled up, Pei Wu's right elbow, left arm, and left calf bore varying shades of purple and blue bruises. Lu Shiwen warmed some ointment in his palm before gently applying it, causing both men to shiver at the moment of contact. Is there anywhere else? Lu Shiwen inquired. My side, Pei Wu replied. I can handle it myself. Your lower back? Yes. Can you see it? Pei Wu remained silent, his hair still damp, fresh from a shower, with dark eyes and pale skin gazing quietly at Lu Shiwen. The atmosphere grew charged. Lu Shiwen leaned in closer, teasingly asking, Are you doing this on purpose? Pei Wu lowered his head, moving closer to Alpha's ear. Is there? The warmth of his breath sent shivers down his spine. After a brief silence, Lu Shiwen suddenly leaned forward and gently bit Pei Wu's neck, catching him off guard and causing his perception to spin. Lu Shiwen, I remember you're not a dog. Haven't you seen the animal kingdom? Lu Shiwen replied. Large animals hunt like this. Pei Wu's breath was suddenly overwhelmed by another's presence as he wrapped his arms around Lu Shiwen's neck. The man's silhouette was beautifully defined by the light, captivating in every way. His rationality submerged in a sea of sensation. He found himself adrift. And by the time he regained his senses, Lu Shiwen had already finished applying the ointment to his lower back. It was just a kiss, Pei Wu reassured himself, reminding himself to be more ambitious. Did you hit that alpha? Pei Wu asked in a hushed voice. Shouldn't I have? Lu Shiwen replied. Because he wanted to mark me? Pei Wu continued. Lu Shiwen said nothing in response. Pei Wu smiled lightly. Lu Shiwen, if I were an Omega, would you still? Lu Shiwen's tone turned serious. I dislike this hypothesis. Pei Wu turned his head, noticing the lingering desire in Lu Shiwen's beautiful eyes, which had yet to dissipate. However, his expression had grown cold, not out of anger towards Pei Wu, but rather from a genuine disapproval of the notion of a partner being an Omega. Enough, Pei Wu said as he sat up, gently ruffling Lu Shiwen's hair. I was merely joking. He himself could not fathom why such a thought had crossed his mind, especially since he was a beta. Lu Shiwen remained silent. Pei Wu then inquired, Are you hungry? Do we not agree on sweet and sour fish? Of course. Pei Wu took a moment to compose himself and descended the stairs. Besides the sweet and sour fish, he also prepared some beef, seasoning it with salt and incorporating a mixture of ginger and scallions in 3 stages. Once it achieved the desired texture, he added a bit of cornstarch to lock in moisture. The monumental task of chopping onions, however, was entrusted to Lu Shiwen. Is it truly that unpleasant? Lu Shiwen glanced back to see Pei Wu standing at the doorway, his eyes still slightly red. Each slice of the onion was executed with precision and decisiveness. If it's so troublesome, I can skip in the future. Pei Wu pushed past him, insisting it's delicious. The meal consisted of sweet and sour fish, stir-fried beef with onions, winter melon meatball soup, complemented by a side of black fungus and chives, just enough for the 2 of them. Today's fish was substantial, and Lu Shiwen served Pei Wu 2 pieces of fish belly. When Pei Wu shook his head, Lu Shiwen began consuming the fish from head to tail. The 2 remained silent at the table until suddenly, something brushed against their feet. Pei Wu looked down to find Tuanzi. Where did you come in? Pei Wu set aside his meal and scooped Tuanzi into his arms. The little creature nestled against him, playfully licking Pei Wu's chin. Lu Shiwen let out a soft hum, inexplicably scratching his ear. I took it to the glass room upstairs. Pei Wu recalled Lu Shiwen mentioning his allergy to animal fur. The glass room had underfloor heating, allowing for a clear view of the night sky. Let us go after dinner, Lu Shiwen said in a deep voice. It won't take more than a few minutes. Pei Wu hastened his eating, quickly setting down his chopsticks to carry Tuanzi upstairs. Lu Shiwen felt a mix of admiration and reluctance. Although Tuanzi was a manifestation of his pheromones, both were still somewhat unfamiliar with each other. Had he not noticed Pei Wu's somber mood, he would have preferred to keep Tuanzi contained. Now that Tuanzi was present, what was his significance? After finishing his meal, Lu Shiwen resignedly rose to clear the dishes into the kitchen. On a snowy night, the stars were obscured by clouds, rendering the sky dark. It did not hinder Pei Wu's uplifted spirits as he cradled Tuanzi. He had intended to give Tuanzi a bath, only to discover that the little creature was impeccably clean and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Lu Shiwen sat in the living room, a notebook open before him. Yet he had not absorbed a single word of its content. Rationality urged him to sever the mental connection and focus on work, but he could hardly resist reconnecting, enjoying the familiar sensation of a hand seemingly caressing him repeatedly. Meanwhile, Tuanzi on the other end enjoyed the comfort, while Lu Shiwen wished for matchsticks to prop open his eyelids. Close your eyes. Chapter 46. Pei Wu, this has nothing to do with you after a month of busyness. Pei Wu gradually found wearing a coat too warm, only to realize that spring had arrived in Hongdu. It is noteworthy that Guan Yin indeed sent over a compensation jacket. Not just one, but two, as if treading on a particularly high-voltage wire. On one occasion, the delivery reached Changrong, where a young lady at the front desk, having exchanged a few words with Pei Wu, seized the opportunity to indulge in a bit of gossip. Pei Wu, with a touch of helplessness, smiled and explained that they were merely friends. Consequently, upon learning of the news, Lu Shiwen spent half an hour on the phone in his office. From the perspective of Lan Zhe, he could observe Lu Shiwen's passionate demeanor through a drooping glass partition. It was evident he was not engaged in business discussions, but rather in a spirited exchange. Turning his head, he noticed Pei Zhu, blissfully unaware, engrossed in paperwork, the keyboard clattering under his fingers. Guan Yin, feeling somewhat dazed, ended the call, contemplating that Lu Shiwen could be rather verbose at times. Quan Junmeng sent a message at noon, informing that the farm he had purchased 2 years prior had finally seen the grass flourish, lush and vibrant under the caress of the spring breeze, inviting them to visit in 2 weeks' time on Saturday. Pei Wu also received the invitation, merely stating he would coordinate with Lu Shiwen's schedule. As the weather warmed, Pei Wu felt a twinge of embarrassment and, amidst Lu Shiwen's evident dissatisfaction, temporarily relocated from Yunlu Bay. The primary reason was that he had to move. The new apartment was secured, furnished appropriately, reasonably priced, and significantly reduced the commute time. Pei Wu did not possess many large items, but he managed to pack 2 boxes of smaller belongings. Although Lu Shiwen insisted she could take her time, he called her the day before her move, stating, "I'll come over tomorrow morning." Pei Wu chuckled lightly. "All right, thank you, Mr. Lu." Lu Shiwen arrived in an SUV that was gathering dust, its expensive emblem attracting the attention of a security guard who circled the vehicle. Typically too lethargic to even raise a hand to pour tea, Lu Shiwen rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Pei Wu had long since realized that Lu Shiwen simply did not wish to respond to those he deemed unworthy of his attention, yet when he cared, he was willing to do anything. He carried 2 large boxes down the stairs with great care, especially cautious as Pei Wu had warned him of fragile contents. The trunk filled up quickly, and with some additional items in the back seat, they were nearly finished moving. The new home was situated in a mid-range community, where the security at the entrance diligently registered incoming vehicles. Lu Shiwen scanned the patrolling staff outside through the car window, feeling somewhat satisfied. In truth, he had been rather troubled lately, contemplating how to solidify his romantic relationship with Pei Wu and transition from this ambiguous phase. He even discreetly sought advice from Lan Zhe, who suggested that going to the movies or taking trips would be delightful options. Unfortunately, work was consuming, and now that Pei Wu had moved out of Yunlu Bay, he found solace in Quan Junmeng's support, planning to devise a strategy during their visit to the farm. The new apartment consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, covering around 60 square meters. Although it still felt cramped for Lu Shiwen, it was considerably brighter, boasting excellent lighting, indicating that the landlord had put thought into the decor, with fresh curtains and tablecloths. As Pei Wu organized his belongings, Lu Shiwen intended to assist, but was promptly declined by Pei Wu, who remarked, "You wouldn't know where things go." Thus, Lu Shiwen sat on the sofa, preoccupied with his phone. "What do you want for lunch?" Pei Wu inquired, engaging him in conversation. "Let's eat out," Lu Shiwen replied. "I've been busy all morning." Pei Wu pondered for a moment and conceded, "Then I shall treat you to a meal as thanks for helping me move." Lu Shiwen gave him a pointed look, leaving no room for rebuttal. "I will treat you." Pei Wu discerned the unspoken venom emanating from Lu Shiwen, remarking that he might as well save his meager salary. Once tidied up, Lu Shiwen drove Pei Wu to a favored restaurant. The atmosphere was harmonious until Lu Shiwen excused himself to the restroom. Pei Wu paid little mind, but within 5 minutes, an abrupt commotion echoed from the corridor, stark against the restaurant's tranquil ambience. The sound of high heels striking the floor became increasingly pronounced as a woman chased another, shouting something. Turning her head, Pei Wu spotted Lu Shiwen striding forward with a stern expression, pursued by a woman. As they drew closer, Pei Wu discerned the woman's striking beauty and intelligence. Even as she aged, her allure remained undeniable. Luxurious brands adorned her, but more importantly, she bore a striking resemblance to Lu Shiwen. Pei Wu instinctively inferred her identity. Before finishing their meal, Lu Shiwen seized his coat from the back of the chair and urged Pei Wu to leave. The woman, breathless, spoke with a tone of deep sorrow and resignation, questioning why he had to interact with his mother in such a manner. Lu Shiwen regarded her coolly. Tang Qingsu's heart sank, urgency creeping into her voice as she declared her intention to visit him at Yunlu Bay the following day. Lu Shiwen coldly replied, stating she need not inform him of their travels abroad, nor their return. A profound sense of helplessness filled Tang Qingsu's eyes, as if she had much to say but was at a loss for words. The initial reunion with her son turned out to be not a moment of warmth, but rather one laden with familiar coldness and sharpness. Tang Qingsu's expression darkened as Lu Shiwen hastily exited. Pei Wu, uneasy at the sight of Tang Qingsu's precarious state, instinctively reached out to assist her. However, Lu Shiwen, sensing the movement, abruptly turned and commanded, "Pei Wu, come here." Only after ensuring Tang Qingsu was seated did Pei Wu dash after him. The car was parked at the roadside, and as soon as Pei Wu settled in, Lu Shiwen's interrogation struck her like a sudden downpour. "Do you know her? Is that why you helped? After so many past grievances, have you learned nothing?" Lu Shiwen, "That is your mother," Pei Wu replied, suppressing a smile. As Lu Shiwen ignited the engine, his tone remained curt. "Oh, shall I emulate your kindness and pay a visit to your mother someday?" Pei Wu inhaled deeply, stifling her irritation, discerning deeper implications in his words. His familial discord stemmed from a mother who drained him emotionally, offering scarce maternal affection. Yet, Lu Shiwen was not lacking in wealth. Having previously stated that his parents were abroad, each preoccupied with their own lives, possibly imparting some adverse effects on him. "Did she leave you at an early age?" Pei Wu cautiously ventured, noting the woman's evident concern for him. "Could there be some misunderstanding?" "Pei Wu." Lu Shiwen's voice turned icy. "This does not concern you." Her heart chilled at his words. She pressed her tongue against her cheek, contemplating the remark before letting out a soft chuckle, resolutely knocking on the car door, demanding, "Stop the car." Lu Shiwen slammed the brakes. Pei Wu exited the vehicle with determination, not waiting to steady herself as a gust of wind swept past, carrying the car away. Pei Wu did not look back. Beyond a fence lay a newly constructed park. He entered and sought a quiet spot to sit, where a gentle breeze from the artificial lake nearby brought him some relief. As he gazed at the ripples on the water's surface, the turmoil within him gradually began to subside. Chapter 47. The possibility of failure. Pei Wu's greatest fear had indeed come to pass. When Lu Shiwen's temper flared, communication became utterly futile. His inherent personality, coupled with the adverse effects of his status, rendered him excessively arrogant, an arrogance that transcended common comprehension, exuding a strong sense of exclusion. "Leave me be. Let the world perish. I can manage alone." Anyone who dared approach him would be met with his sharp fangs. Lu Shiwen stubbornly preferred to nurse his wounds in solitude, and his verbal assaults spared neither friend nor foe, Pei Wu included. However, their relationship should not devolve into such discord, at least in Pei Wu's perspective on love. It ought not to manifest in this manner. Lu Shiwen's recent remark, "It has nothing to do with you," had indeed pierced Pei Wu's heart. Perhaps it was due to his long-standing role as the accommodating leader that he hoped, with a gentle nudge, to foster a more harmonious interaction with Lu Shiwen on these matters, rather than an explosive confrontation that detonated at the slightest spark. Such a volatile dynamic, regardless of the depth of their feelings, would inevitably erode over time. Pei Wu clasped his hands over his knees, and despite the cool breeze, he remained unsettled, still harboring anger. This anger lingered until the end of the weekend, carrying over to Monday at the office. He dutifully performed his role as a life assistant, preparing breakfast for Lu Shiwen, including a portion discreetly set aside for Lanja. However, the distinction lay in Pei Wu's silence. He wore a warm smile, his eyes clear and calm, yet he avoided Lu Shiwen's gaze and refrained from initiating conversation. He spoke only when necessary, otherwise retreating into his own space. Lanze, Fuzaiten, hesitated to eat breakfast, fearing detection by Lu Zong. But soon, he realized that Lu Zong was also silent. In fact, Lu Zong's demeanor was tenfold worse than usual. His brows furrowed tightly and unrelaxed. The senior executives reporting to him that morning emerged looking disheveled, a stark signal that cast a pall over the entire company, as though the once determined design director had muted the sound of her heels. Encountering Pei Wu in the corridor, the design director, accustomed to their frequent exchanges, directly inquired, "What's wrong with Lu Zong?" Pei Wu replied nonchalantly, "Isn't he always like this?" The design director was taken aback, temperamental, difficult to please, deeply contemplative, and disobedient. Pei Wu responded with a knowing smile. The design director's eyes widened in shock. "But you previously praised Lu Zong as a conscientious entrepreneur." Pei Wu continued, "Just endure. After all, we are but cogs in a machine." Before Pei Wu could elaborate further, the design director firmly grasped his arm. At the far end of the corridor stood Lu Shiwen, having appeared without notice, alongside Lanja. Lanja instinctively covered his eyes, then rubbed his ears, finally making a cross over his chest. Lu Shiwen's expression was as dark as a soot-covered pot. Yet, Pei Wu seemed blissfully unaware, casting a fleeting glance before nonchalantly averting his gaze. Lu Shiwen strode past the two individuals. The gust he generated felt like a slap upon their faces. The design director held his breath in fright, while Lanja seized the opportunity to inquire about Pei Wu as Lu Shiwen passed by. "What is the matter with you?" Pei Wu massaged his brow, gradually calming himself, and replied, "Nothing." Rarely did he allow anyone to provoke his emotions, and after offering a few words of comfort to the design director, he returned to his office. The Cold War persisted until the third day, during which Lu Shiwen had not taken Pei Wu along to two external collaboration meetings. The company's gossip mongers immediately speculated whether Assistant Pei was losing favor. On Wednesday afternoon, Pei Wu bid farewell to Lanja and left work an hour early. He boarded a bus, letting the breeze soothe his agitation. He questioned himself internally. Was it truly necessary to be this furious? Ultimately, he concluded that it was. In other matters, he could be infinitely forgiving towards Lu Shiwen, but not in this particular instance. Their vastly different perspectives on people and situations posed a significant time bomb, and Pei Wu did not wish for every future expression of concern to be met with Lu Shiwen's cold indifference. Dr. Zhou did not keep Pei Wu waiting long. After finishing his tasks, he took him to a private examination room. The testing equipment emitted a jarring alarm, and Dr. Zhou furrowed his brow as he observed the data displayed, indicating that the stabilizer dosage might need to be increased. Pei Wu opened his eyes and asked why. The quarrel with Lu Shiwen had diminished the alpha pheromones within him, which Dr. Zhou had not noticed. He simply stated, "Your sensitivity to pheromones has increased over 200-fold. Do you understand what that implies?" Dr. Zhou looked at Pei Wu. "You're not an omega and lack the glands, yet you react to pheromones. It is akin to inflating a balloon only from the inside. The person will eventually feel suffocated." Pei Wu understood, meaning that if this continued, the stabilizer could potentially become ineffective. Dr. Zhou sighed, acknowledging that sometimes being overly intelligent was not beneficial. "Are there any other methods besides using the stabilizer?" Pei Wu inquired, wishing to prepare himself. Dr. Zhou's brow furrowed deeply, indicating that a more detailed examination would be necessary. "What might your general direction be?" Dr. Zhou sighed again. "If it truly reaches that point, we could consider an artificial gland. Artificial glands were initially developed by some curious betas or alphas seeking to become omegas, and were nearly banned due to their absurdity. However, upon discovering their utility in treating certain diseases, they were retained, generally used for omegas with gland issues. Pei Wu's situation could also be applicable. Approximately how much would it cost?" Pei Wu asked. Dr. Zhou replied, "A conservative estimate would be 800,000. Pei Wu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. "I understand." It turned out his distress was not solely attributed to Lu Shiwen's actions. He reflected on how everything had been fine until suddenly he felt a restless turmoil within. At night, waves of heat would wash over him, occasionally accompanied by a sensation of chest tightness and shortness of breath, as though his very bones ached. Dr. Zhou, intrigued, pondered how, despite being under control, the situation had suddenly deteriorated so drastically. Pei Wu obtained the medication, and another sum was deducted from his bank card. 800,000, he thought to himself. It was still far from enough. He recalled that Lu Shiwen had never accepted the Omega's demeanor, and a self-deprecating smile crept across his face. It was perplexing. Throughout his life, he had seldom encountered fortune, and just as things began to improve, misfortune would inevitably follow. Yet if that day truly arrived, Pei Wu still hoped to take a chance. He had no intention of perishing nor sacrificing his life for any alpha. Consequently, his disdain for Lu Shiwen grew even stronger. On Thursday, as Pei Wu prepared breakfast and coffee, he settled at his workstation for merely 5 minutes before Lu Shiwen entered. The man, with unwavering focus, strode into the inner office, slamming the door shut without acknowledging Pei Wu, who could rival the patience of a top-tier individual. Taking a deep breath, Pei Wu directed all his thoughts toward his work. Approaching noon, Lu Shiwen hastily departed once more. Lonja signaled Pei Wu to follow suit. Feeling quite helpless about the situation, he hadn't anticipated their Cold War would be so intense, leaving him feeling like a beleaguered eunuch in the presence of tyrant. The internal phone rang, announcing that someone awaited Pei Wu downstairs. Could you please come down and take a look? Chapter 48. What is your attitude? Changrong did not permit unauthorized visitors, and the front desk's somewhat perplexing demeanor raised Pei Wu's curiosity. He stood up, neglecting his meal. As he suspected, one of the receptionists was a 5-year veteran of Changrong who had met Tang Qingsu once and had vaguely heard about the strained family relations involving Lu Shiwen. When Tang Qingsu specifically requested to see Pei Wu, she promptly relayed the message. Upon arriving downstairs and spotting Tang Qingsu, Pei Wu quickly contemplated the situation and led her to a nearby tea restaurant. Once seated, he greeted her, "Hello," and in moments of silence, Tang Qingsu exuded an elegance that time could not diminish, akin to a magnolia blossoming on a branch. Her dark hair was meticulously pinned up, and she offered Pei Wu a warm smile. "I apologize. After that day, I conducted a bit of an inquiry about you. Of course, I had no intention of causing you harm. It's just that seeing Shiwen dine with you, it was evident he held a different regard for you." Tang Qingsu's voice faltered, as if suppressing a tremor. Before she continued, "I felt I had no other choice." Pei Wu understood that the woman before him was amiable, but making decisions on behalf of others was a rather presumptuous act, especially concerning Lu Shiwen. "Annie, I may not meet your expectations," Pei Wu replied. "I respect him." Tang Qingsu's gaze shifted slightly as she responded, "I won't press you. I merely wish to know how he is faring." "He's doing well," Pei Wu explained vaguely. It was quite puzzling for a mother to be so uninformed about her child's situation. Tang Qingsu comprehended something, letting out a sigh. "His father and I had quite an unpleasant separation years ago. Afterward, I settled abroad. I have kept in touch with Shiwen, although he hasn't blocked me. His demeanor remains rather frosty. Typically, our conversations are brief, and I assumed that with time, he would harbor no resentment. Yet, I was taken aback by his reaction upon our reunion." Pei Wu frowned, pausing before inquiring, "Is that all?" Tang Qingsu replied, Though Lu Shiwen may be somewhat petty, he is not unreasonable. If I may ask, how old was he when you separated from his father?" "About 10 years old, I believe." Tang Qingsu hudiden et lai. "At that time, we truly could not endure any longer. Cohabiting peacefully under one roof was impossible. I was in such agony, and my heart was filled with bitterness. I had made a promise to Shi-Wen that his mother would never abandon him." "Did you fulfill that promise?" came the cold voice of Lu Shiwen from the side. In an instant, Pei Wu felt her heart tremble. Lonja, with his head bowed behind Lu Shiwen, had already adopted a resigned posture. Who could have anticipated that despite the brilliance in Lu's gaze, a mere glance upon exiting the car would reveal Pei, half hidden in a corner of the tea house. Tang Qingsu stood up, processing Lu Shiwen's question. She murmured, "I came back to see you every 2 months." Lu Shiwen scoffed lightly. 2 months, 60 days. And you only stayed for half an hour. In the time it takes to sip tea, do I appear to you as no different than a mere cat or dog? Tang Qingsu was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sadness. Her voice quivered uncontrollably. Could I not live after parting from your father? Lu Shiwen, before you were born, I was a renowned fashion designer in the country. I never spent a day apart from you before you started kindergarten. You were old enough to understand. You could see how much pain I was in. Tang Qingsu could not comprehend. Had their mother-son relationship always been so good, only to falter due to her divorce? The emotions swirling in Lu Shiwen's eyes were thick and tumultuous, brewing a tempest. Deep within his pupils lay a pain so profound it felt as though it could tear his soul apart. A struggle made more complex by years of silence that had dulled his ability to articulate his feelings. Lu Shiwen simply stated, "You left me at home. At that time, I had not yet differentiated." Tang Qingsu endeavored to grasp his meaning. Was it loneliness? Yet, Quan and Xiao were nearby, readily available for companionship. The tumult in Lu Shiwen's eyes settled into a cold, emotionless glint. "Let us set a time in the next couple of days for a meal, and then you can return." Tang Qingsu felt lost. Lu Shiwen's words seemed like a dismissal of her emotions. Pei Wu pondered the implications of not yet differentiated. Given the Lu family's circumstances, Lu Shiwen must have undergone genetic testing at birth, and even if he was not the pinnacle, he surely belonged to the upper echelon of alphas. Born in Rome, he was 2 steps away from the summit. Tang Qingsu was not an irresponsible person. She had previously mentioned that Lu Shiwen was quite tolerant of family, unless something had occurred that instilled in him a deep-seated hatred, something difficult to resolve and unforgivable. The scope of that possibility was rather broad. In the next moment, Lu Shiwen turned to Pei Wu. "Are you managing my family affairs for me?" Lu Shiwen was unyielding on this matter. Tang Qingsu quickly clarified, "No, it was I who contacted Pei. He assured me upon arrival that he would not act without your consent." "That would be best," Lu Shiwen retorted with a cold smirk. How piercingly sarcastic a beautifully crafted face could be when truly mocking. Pei Wu stifled the sharp pain at his temples. "Regardless of your thoughts, I am aware of what I'm doing." He stood up, uttering "excuse me," and lightly brushed past Lu Shiwen, who appeared unusually frigid, clearly irked. "Stop." Lu Shiwen grasped Pei Wu's wrist with a hint of urgency, demanding, "What is your attitude?" Lanja focused intently on the crack in the ground. Realizing the commotion was truly unbearable, President Lu's temper was leaning towards the unreasonable side. He awaited Pei's submission, but it was evidently impossible. Lu Shiwen's grip was strong, while Pei Wu at that moment wished to avoid any dialogue. With a forceful tug, he found himself unable to break free. Instead, he was yanked back by Lu Shiwen. His irritation flaring, Pei Wu wanted to utter some harsh words, yet darkness clouded his consciousness for a fleeting moment. It felt as though he lost his balance, and, propelled by Lu Shiwen's strength, collided forcefully with a nearby table. Unluckily, it was precisely the spot where he had sustained bruises from a previous altercation. Pei Wu gasped in pain. "Pei!" Lanja and Tang Qingsu simultaneously tensed. Lu Shiwen dashed forward to embrace Pei Wu, his palm instinctively seeking the point of impact. Upon feeling the area, his heart sank. "Does it hurt badly?" "I'm sorry, I didn't TC." As Pei Wu regained his composure, he gradually pushed Lu Shiwen's arms away, his mind in a state of turmoil. Recalling Zhou Yu's admonition to maintain a tranquil demeanor, he finally concluded that the recent abnormalities were not solely due to Lu Shiwen's provocation, but also related to his physical condition. His mind felt as if it were being violently stirred by some unseen force, and fearing he might utter unpleasant words, Pei Wu spoke softly, "I'm fine." He gently pressed on the aching spot before turning to leave. Lu Shiwen instinctively glanced at Lanja, who had also made his choice, directing his gaze towards the crack in the ground beside his right foot. Chapter 49, I Disagree. In truth, the moment Pei Wu exited the tea restaurant, a twinge of regret washed over him. The traffic before him morphed into monochromatic shadows trailing behind, the cacophony of honks escalating in his ears, and the world gradually transformed into an enormous backdrop. The restless flesh and blood within him, stirred by illness, joined in a chaotic revelry, plunging Pei Wu's mental landscape into disarray. Yet, the louder the noise, the clearer his mind became, desperately spilling forth through the fissures carved by reason. What exactly had gone awry? Scenes from the past few days flashed through his mind, time swiftly rewinding by his side. When Pei Wu sensed something amiss, the images froze. He began to analyze the situation in his own state of mind. Zhou Yu had referred to his condition as the uncontrolled manifestation of a complex, hidden pheromone, with drastic personality changes being one of the common symptoms. Pei Wu felt he could manage it, yet it was evident he had underestimated the situation. He lightly tapped his forehead with his fingers. Guan Yin and Lan Zhe had consistently emphasized Lu Shiwen's possessiveness over him, the most compelling argument being the pheromones he emanated. However, this notion often led to a misinterpretation, whereby everyone believed that the mild-mannered Pei Wu was akin to soft dough, easily molded by Lu Shiwen's hands. In truth, Pei Wu possessed a strong sense of possessiveness as well. The scene crystallized in his mind. The weekend when they finished moving and were dining. Lu Saiwen unet pesti en gao dang king su. Even now, Pei Wu maintained that Tang Qingsu was a kind-hearted individual, yet kindness was not an infallible shield. Lu Shiwen had been so averse at that moment. What had he said once he got into the car? Oh, he emphasized that Tang Qingsu was Lu Shiwen's mother. As the green light illuminated, Pei Wu was swept along by the crowd across the crosswalk. Pei Wu reflected on his experiences before reaching adulthood. Burdened by illness, he became the least favored member of his family. Subsequently, with the births of Pei Ming and Pei Zhan, he willingly took on the responsibility of caring for his younger siblings to repay a debt of gratitude. Pei Ming, excessively pampered, grew up spoiled, prompting Pei Wu to keep a close eye on Pei Zhan, continuously tempering his sister's unruly nature. Eventually, he was compelled to attend university, where he sought employment, navigating through the hardships that, while challenging, remained within his control. As he traversed the tumultuous path of life, Pei Wu tightened the reins on every string in his grasp. He had initially presumed that Lu Shiwen was oblivious to the nuances of love and sought to guide him, neglecting to acknowledge the other's fundamental feelings. A large truck roared past, its sound reminiscent of bursting bubbles, causing Pei Wu's pupils to constrict in sudden realization. It turned out that the obstinate one was he. Pei Wu abruptly found himself unable to move. At that moment, Lu Shiwen, who had received no substantial feedback from Lan Zhe, caught up to him. Pei Wu. Lu Shiwen grasped his hand as they stood at the company's entrance, where many were entering and exiting, their footsteps unconsciously slowing. Pei Wu turned to Lu Shiwen. His complexion was pallid, his lips devoid of color. The sharpness of his demeanor softened, revealing a gentler nature. Pei Wu offered a faint smile and softly said, "I'm sorry, Lu Shiwen." Though he professed not to act impulsively and to respect boundaries, he had erred from the outset, worrying that Lu Shiwen's cold disposition might lead to irreparable consequences, unwittingly positioning himself in opposition to him. Once he spoke, Lu Shiwen panicked, sensing that Pei Wu appeared deeply hurt, spiraling into self-doubt and despair. A deeper analysis led them both to the conclusion that they were doomed. Lu Shiwen seized Pei Wu's hand, declaring, "I disagree." The bystanders at the company entrance froze, as if the world had hit pause. Lan Zhe, just crossing the street, nearly broke into a tap dance, finally exclaiming, "Pei Wu?" Pei Wu glanced around, urging, "Let's not discuss this here. We should go upstairs." "What is there to say?" Lu Shiwen furrowed his brow, his face devoid of any chill, eager for a definitive answer, denying Pei Wu the opportunity to delay. "Are you saying my character is flawed and you cannot accept it?" Pei Wu countered, "How could you arrive at such a conclusion? Just tell me if it's true." "No." Pei Wu lowered his voice. "Let us return to the office and discuss this properly." Observing Lu Shiwen's stubbornness, Pei Wu softened his tone. "My back hurts. I can't stand." At this, Lu Shiwen finally moved. Typically, he walked ahead, with the rest of the company trailing behind, hesitant to get too close for fear of catching Lu's discerning eye and facing reprimand for inadequate performance. Yet now, Pei Wu led the way, with Lu Shiwen striding closely behind, their shoulders nearly touching. As they entered the elevator, they moved in sync, and while Lu Shiwen swiped his card for the floor, he instinctively wrapped an arm around Pei Wu from behind, revealing his palpable eagerness. The office's keen observers buzzed with excitement. "Pei Wu hasn't lost favor?" What's happening here? Lonja entered the lobby with a solemn expression, feeling a sense of superiority in this world that perpetually lagged behind his rhythm. Despite the curiosity surrounding them, no one dared to inquire of Assistant Lon. Lonja felt it was time to seek out a few good friends for a chat. Anyone would do, as long as it meant staying away from the office for the time being. Upon opening the office door, Lu Shiwen immediately attached himself to Pei Wu. "Let me see your waist," he urged, bumping into him. "Don't let it bruise." Lu Shiwen reached for the hem of Pei Wu's clothing. Pei Wu dodged twice before grasping Lu Shiwen's hand. "Regarding your mother, I acted hastily. I mistakenly presumed she was a good person and worried that your temperament might hurt those close to you." All right, Lu Shiwen replied, gripping Pei Wu's hand in return and leading him to the sofa. Once seated, he continued to lift Pei Wu's shirt. "Let me take a look." Indeed, the area was bruised, even expanding in circumference. Lu Shiwen felt a wave of irritation. Pei Wu remarked, "I will change in the future if you feel unwell." "You must tell me." Lu Shiwen asked, "Change what?" It seemed he had just processed Pei Wu's earlier words, furrowing his brow. "It's not a matter of presumption. My mother has no issues with her character. They indeed faced hardships during their marriage, and I supported their divorce. But I never expected that neither of them would take me along." Pei Wu fell silent, prompting Lu Shiwen to add, "Perhaps my independence from a young age and my status as a high-tier alpha led them to trust me completely." "Enough of that," Lu Shiwen continued. Pei Wu sensed something ominous, fearing that Lu Shiwen might forcefully unearth old wounds to console him. "This is nothing," Lu Shiwen said, squatting beside Pei Wu during my differentiation. I was alone. The researchers at the Differentiation Management Center became emboldened in the absence of my guardian. To be precise, they conducted experiments on me for several days. Pei Wu nearly doubted his hearing. "What?" "They tested the limits of my pheromones, my capabilities, and strength. However, I had just differentiated and was utterly exhausted, unable to cooperate. So they resorted to certain necessary measures," Lu Shiwen explained. Pei Wu's ears rang with disbelief as he stared at Lu Shiwen. Lu Shiwen smirked slightly. Being a top-tier identity isn't always advantageous. Due to its rarity, it holds significant research value. But no top tier would willingly act as a guinea pig. If either of my parents had been present, they wouldn't have dared. Lu Shiwen distinctly felt Pei Wu's hand grow cold. Chapter 50. "Grant me some pheromones." Lu Shiwen gently shook Pei Wu's arm. It took Pei Wu 2 or 3 minutes to regain his composure, his voice suddenly becoming hoarse as he asked, "What happened to those people afterward?" "From the Differentiation Management Center?" Lu Shiwen responded casually. "I filed lawsuits afterward, without exception. They lost their jobs, and the main perpetrator is still in prison." Lu Shiwen summarized nonchalantly. While at that time, the Alpha Protection Association and the Supervision Association intervened simultaneously, surrounding the management center so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. As the involved personnel were dragged out, their faces were filled with terror and regret, babbling incoherently. At the age of 14, Lu Shiwen, with his still youthful visage, observed this scene from the car, his expression cold and detached, as the unique chill of a top-tier alpha began to take root in his heart, giving rise to a sharpness that would fiercely grow. Later, someone, identifying as an Omega, pleaded with Lu Shiwen for a letter of understanding, which was categorically refused. "It's all in the past now." Upon uttering his words, Lu Shiwen felt as though a weight had been lifted. The oppressive gloom that had lodged itself within his heart began to dissipate. He pondered that perhaps speaking out was not as daunting as he had imagined. Perhaps it was due to the sheer wretchedness of that experience, so utterly unworthy of the brilliant tapestry of his life, that it had been repeatedly buried. The apology had been articulated, and Pei Wu's gaze resembled a tranquil bay cleansed by the night breeze, the moonlight casting a clear reflection of the emotion known as heartache. In this posture, he slowly leaned in. Lu Shiwen, startled, froze in place. Pei Wu pressed a hand firmly on Lu Shiwen's shoulder. His lips brushed against Lu Shiwen's chin, ultimately resting at the Adam's apple, where he planted a gentle kiss, reminiscent of warm jade. He then trailed to the neck, merely grazing. Devoid of the predatory intensity Lu Shiwen exhibited when ensnaring his prey, yet it was utterly tantalizing, leaving Lu Shiwen in a state of delightful paralysis. He instinctively leaned back slightly, a gesture of restraint. Pei Wu noticed this and chuckled softly. Do you not enjoy it? Lu Shiwen lowered his gaze, contemplating. Was it merely this? Pei Wu, after a moment's reflection, said, Shiwen, grant me some pheromones. Lu Shiwen's hand, which had rested on Pei Wu's waist, tightened instantly. Requesting pheromones from an alpha, in essence, bore a striking resemblance to yearning for affection. And yet, he still addressed him as Shiwen. Lu Shiwen cast a fleeting glance at Pei Wu's fair neck. And for a brief moment, an exceedingly fleeting moment, he subconsciously wished for a gland to be present in that spot. But soon after, a wave of revulsion surged within him, compelling him to dismiss the thought immediately. Pei Wu was a beta. Even though he might be slightly influenced by the drawbacks of differentiation, he possessed his own identity. As for Lu Shiwen, being an alpha of the highest caliber allowed him to reject any omega's pheromones. Compatibility was a mere illusion in his realm, for they were a pair fated to be. Lu Shiwen mused, as a piercing wave of pheromones enveloped him. Pei Wu's eyes widened slightly, his response intensifying as he felt most of his strength ebb away, leaving him to lean against the alpha's shoulder. Feeling Lu Shiwen's pheromones melt within him, a coolness laced with an underlying warmth, a warmth that seemed poised to ignite with the slightest provocation. A pang of guilt struck Lu Shiwen. What was pride worth? How could he have neglected to reinforce Pei Wu's pheromone barrier? Such an oversight must not recur. Pei Wu experienced a slight ringing in his ears and dizziness as he reclined on the sofa, draped in the alpha's coat, his consciousness quickly beginning to fade. In his haze, he vaguely heard the sound of cicadas and pondered how they could be present so early in spring. His thoughts drifted erratically, at times recalling Dr. Zhou's admonitions, and at others resenting Lu Shiwen for the events at the Differentiation Management Center. Suddenly, some nerve was triggered, and Pei Wu's eyes flew open. He beheld Lu Shiwen meandering past the coffee table, humming a leisurely tune he had never heard before. Pei Wu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. How could he convey to Lu Shiwen, who despised omega partners, that he might require an artificial gland, and that he could potentially be an omega in the future? The very thought of it would likely bring Lu Shiwen's melodic humming to an abrupt halt. Pei Wu closed his eyes, resolved to take the time to visit Zhou Yu once more. The previous explanations had been mere conjectures. If the matter were indeed settled, he would relinquish the decision-making power. Prior to that, the special stabilizer of 3,700 was insufficient, so he resorted to 5,000, 8,000, and even 10,000. Pei Wu was acutely aware that this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, yet life does not always necessitate clarity. He had long succumbed to the embrace of the pine forest, adorned with delicate snow and sunlight. When Lanja returned, the office was indeed transformed. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated like a passing storm, and Lu Jiwen emerged to brew tea, cheerfully inquiring if Lanja would partake. Lanja shook his head, glanced inside, and whispered, "Where is Pei?" "Asleep," Lu Jiwen replied. "Arguing with me is exhausting." Heaven above, Lanja felt a surge of emotion, admiring Lu Jiwen's astute self-awareness. There was no need for a Cold War. Lu Jiwen was evidently the happiest. He even hesitated to part from Pei Wu at that moment, employing soft persuasion to coax Pei Wu back to Yunlu Bay. Pei Wu had been feeling unwell recently and worried that Lu Jiwen might notice. He hesitated, yet upon meeting those beautiful eyes, he could not bear to refuse. Lu Jiwen unveiled his trump card. "You can go back and play with Tuanzi." "Tuanzi is there?" Lu Jiwen whispered. "If you go, it will certainly be there." "All right, I shall go." Pei Wu nodded, though he knew his motivations had little to do with Tuanzi. He simply wished for Lu Jiwen's happiness. Lu Jiwen's eyes widened slightly, an uncontainable smile gracing his features. He was unaware of what he was so proud about, but he playfully encircled Pei Wu, showering him with affection and shaking him, exclaiming, "You are the best." Pei Wu nearly dropped the documents in his hand, instinctively glancing outside. The door was ajar, perfectly within Lanja's line of sight. Unbeknownst to him, Lanja had donned an eye mask, sinking into an inexplicable, subtle emotion. Do not concern yourself with my fate, Lanja thought calmly. As anticipated, Tuanzi was indeed at Yinlu Bay. Almost as soon as Pei Wu entered, it leaped into his arms, licking and nipping at him. It was ecstatic, and in a moment of inattentiveness, it clamped onto Pei Wu's fingertip, causing a slight sting. Pei Wu let out a soft gasp, but before he could react further, Lu Jiwen's hand had already landed on Tuanzi's forehead. Are you foolish? Speak properly. Do not resort to violence. Pei Wu shielded Tuanzi. Lu Jiwen initially frowned, but then seemed to recall something, his expression softening. The data indicated that an entity's emotions were a direct reflection of its owner's feelings. It was not that Tuanzi was overly clingy, but rather that it held a deep affection for Pei Wu. Thus, Lu Jiwen openly established a spiritual connection with Tuanzi. The joy of shared affection was palpable, and he found himself neglecting work, instead reclining on the sofa with a cup of tea, his toes tapping rhythmically. Eventually, when Tuanzi attempted to follow Pei Wu into the bath, observing that Pei Wu genuinely contemplated it, Lu Jiwen snatched the entity away, saying, "You go. Do not pay it any mind." Chapter 51. Light and natural when Pei Wu emerged from the bathroom. He barely had time to embrace Tuanzi before Lu Jiwen clung to him. The top-tier alpha experienced a profound sense of liberation following a Cold War, exhibiting an eagerness that rendered him apathetic towards modesty. He was impatient to exchange breaths with Pei Wu, initially blocking him at the bathroom door. As Pei Wu sought a moment to catch his breath, they found themselves by the floor-to-ceiling windows, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, he was laid upon the bed. Nevertheless, Lu Jiwen refrained from crossing that boundary. He remained obedient until Pei Wu explicitly acknowledged their relationship. Although the cold shower proved quite uncomfortable, he endured it nonetheless. Upon waking the next day, Pei Wu struggled to recall the events of the previous night, not due to intoxication, but because Lu Jiwen had released his pheromones. The once crisp scent now so overwhelmingly rich that it left Pei Wu utterly defenseless. When Lu Jiwen descended the stairs, Pei Wu had already prepared breakfast. Lu Jiwen frowned, advising, "Next time, if you're tired, just sleep a little longer. Whether I eat breakfast or not is inconsequential." "What am I tired from?" Pei Wu retorted, picking up a coat from the sofa. "Jiwen, do you have a more discreet car?" He had returned home with Lu Jiwen the previous day, leaving his own vehicle in the underground garage of the rental complex. Observing Pei Wu's intent to leave, Lu Jiwen remarked, "We are headed to work together shortly." "I must leave first." Pei Wu glanced at the time, recalling his appointment with General Zhang. "When?" Lu Jiwen inquired. "This morning," Pei Wu explained. "The hotel project has been completed and has been operational for about a week. I heard the opening was a great success, yielding impressive returns. General Zhang wishes to discuss a second collaboration." Lu Jiwen nodded in understanding and gestured towards the coffee table. Pei Wu opened the drawer to find it filled with car keys. After recalling the vehicles in the garage, he selected one that was relatively understated. Just as Pei Wu was about to change his shoes, he paused, returned to Lu Jiwen, and leaned down to plant a light, natural kiss on his cheek. Lu Jiwen's cheeks puffed up several times, and just as a smile began to form, it was disrupted. He managed to tell Pei Wu to be careful on the road. And once Pei Wu had closed the door behind him, Lu Jiwen cheerfully scooped a spoonful of lean meat porridge to taste. The entity did not require sustenance and could hardly discern flavors, instead feeling a strong sense of foreignness, prompting it to escape swiftly, leaving Lu Jiwen bewildered by the sight. Pei Wu arrived at the location mentioned by General Zhang, who had arrived earlier and was sipping health tea. Upon seeing Pei Wu, his eyes lit up. "Assistant Pei." General Zhang had gained a bit of weight, indicating he had been enjoying good meals recently, his complexion radiant and his spirit high. The profits from the collaboration with Shu'er and Changrong had filled his coffers, and the envy of his peers served as a source of joy and motivation. "Has General Zhang eaten?" Pei Wu inquired as he took a seat across from him. "Yes, I have." "And you, Assistant Pei?" "Likewise." At that moment, General Zhang produced a detailed project proposal. The Huayuan side is also interested in exploring opportunities. They have arranged a meeting with me at noon. Do you have any thoughts? Assistant Pei? Of course. Pei Wu nodded, recalling the top-tier reputation of Huayuan's chain of hotels. He couldn't help but think of the Jiguang Island development project he had seen on Lu Xiwen's table, once transformed into a resort destination. These ventures would need to be integrated into the development plan. Besides the current projects, it was prudent to prepare for future contingencies as well. Pei Wu engaged in conversation with General Zhang for 2 hours, and by the time they finished, it was nearly 10:30. The two hurried to the restaurant, arriving just in time. As General Zhang entered Pei Wu's car, he exclaimed, "It seems that Assistant Pei has earned quite a bit. This vehicle must be worth at least 2 million. Not really," Pei Wu replied with a smile. "I borrowed it from General Liu." General Zhang widened his eyes in surprise. "General Liu lends you such things?" "It's for the company," Pei Wu chuckled. Not dwelling on that, General Zhang continued to discuss the details of Huayuan as they arrived. Upon entering the restaurant and taking the elevator to room 3006, they found the Huayuan staff eagerly awaiting their arrival. It promised to be an enjoyable conversation, if only Ruan Hanyin were not present, though both were Omegas and shared the character Yin in their names. Ruan Hanyin and Guan Yin were worlds apart. The moment Pei Wu laid eyes on him, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Ruan Hanyin was simply bothersome. How many years had it been since their university days? If Ruan Hanyin applied his perseverance to other endeavors, he would undoubtedly succeed in anything he pursued. Pei Wu greeted everyone while deliberately ignoring Ruan Hanyin, who seemed unfazed, wearing a cold expression as he listened to the others converse. Best to avoid trouble, Pei Wu thought. Assistant Pei brews tea like none other. It lingers in my memory, General Zhang boasted. Pei Wu, modest in demeanor, was willing to indulge him. While preparing the tea, he noticed a young Omega assistant beside him scratching the back of his hand, which bore a patch of redness. The Omega appeared to be in his early 20s, handling tasks with utmost care. He glanced at the lilies on the table, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. When the waiter brought in the dishes, Pei Wu naturally asked him to remove the lilies. Turning to the others with a smile, "The fragrance of lilies is too strong. It tends to overshadow the scent of the tea." General Zhang and the others nodded in agreement. Just as the young Omega's radiant gaze fell upon Pei Wu, Ruan Hanyin, who had remained silent, remarked, "Is that so? I find it rather perfect." Pei Wu shot him a disinterested glance, unwilling to engage. General Zhang exchanged looks with Huayuan's vice president, and they simultaneously offered words of comfort to Ruan Hanyin before signaling the waiter to take away the lilies. The Ruan family had invested in Huayuan, but for some inexplicable reason, this young master insisted on being present rather than staying home. Though he studied landscape design in university, he lacked acumen in investment matters. He was nothing more than a slacker. There was no need for him to antagonize Pei Wu. As the waiter removed the lilies, Ruan Hanyin's expression soured. However, General Zhang and the others, experienced in such matters, were unfazed by Ruan Hanyin's usual tactics of seeking attention. They knew that flattering him for a moment would suffice to keep the atmosphere intact, and they had no intention of indulging him further. If Su Chan were present, he might have played the sycophant. The young Omega was quite fond of Pei Wu. A beta who could effortlessly navigate interactions with these high-power executives was a rare find. He understood that Pei Wu's request to have the lilies removed stemmed from his awareness of the allergy, and he felt immensely grateful. After Pei Wu took 2 pieces of beef, the young Omega mustered the courage to add a portion to Pei Wu's plate, believing he enjoyed it. Pei Wu turned to look at him, and the young Omega quickly explained, "I used the serving chopsticks." "Thank you," Pei Wu replied. "You eat yours. Don't worry about me." The gentle warmth enveloped the little Omega, stirring emotions within him, as he lamented the fact that Pei Wu was merely a beta. In this moment, he resonated with Guan Yin from not long ago. How splendid it would be if Pei were an alpha. Ruan Hanyin gripped the spoon with such intensity that his fingertips turned pale. It became evident that it was not Omega he rejected, but solely him. Chapter 52. Fractured the evening unfolded joyously, and the preliminary discussions with the Huayuan were quite successful. Pei Wu's endeavors were flourishing, and his spirits soared. During dinner, General Manager Zhang insisted on having Pei Wu treat, to which Pei Wu, unable to resist, expressed his gratitude multiple times. "Then it is settled," General Manager Zhang exclaimed, tipsy, as he pulled Pei Wu toward the exit, whispering, "Let us gather again soon." Pei Wu, now developing a friendship with him, did not decline. Sure, you set the time. How forthright. The little Omega, affiliated with Huayuan, stood on the steps waiting for the car, casting several glances toward Pei Wu, ultimately unable to resist and trotting over. Pei assistant. The little Omega said with a slight bow. Thank you for today. It's nothing. Pei Wu responded with a gentle smile. General Manager Zhang stifled a laugh, standing with legs apart to enjoy the spectacle. The little Omega hesitated, finding it difficult to speak. Would it be possible to exchange contact information? General Manager Zhang chuckled, teasingly replying, that is certainly out of the question. Assistant Pei is quite busy and not in search of romance. No. The little Omega waved his hands, retreating shyly, lacking the courage to continue as their car arrived. With laughter, he hurriedly joined the manager. Assistant Pei certainly has a vibrant romantic life, General Manager Zhang mused, reminiscing about his own days as a prominent figure in the business circle. Pei Wu cast a subtle glance in his direction. Indeed, General Manager Zhang remarked, touching his gleaming bald head, though the bloom is brief, it has blossomed. Zhang could sense that if the little assistant ventured to utter any inappropriate remarks, Pei Wu would struggle to refuse, for while his professional abilities were exceptional, he possessed a different kind of finesse in social matters, seeming cautious not to hurt anyone's feelings. The driver arrived, and General Manager Zhang bid farewell to Pei Wu before departing. Standing on the steps, Pei Wu felt the gentle breeze of early spring evening. He retrieved his phone, noticing a message from Lu Shiwen sent 5 minutes prior. Have you finished? Pei Wu typed back. I'm done. I didn't drink. And I'm heading back to Yinlu Bay. Lu Shiwen replied instantly. Okay. Shortly after, a photograph followed, his favorite red velvet cake. A sudden warmth enveloped Pei Wu, causing him to inhale sharply. This moment felt akin to being in a romantic relationship with Lu Shiwen. It's coming soon, Pei Wu thought to himself. He partially rolled down the car window, the speed moderate as the streetlights flickered on, filling the air with the scent of the day's residue. As he traversed a stretch of road leading to Yunlu Bay, the eucalyptus trees lined the sides in a faint azure hue. The rearview mirror flashed with light, and Pei Wu glanced back before rolling up the window and pressing the accelerator. He sped up, and the car behind him followed suit. A minute later, that vehicle's engine roared like a beast, zipping past Pei Wu's car in alarming speed, prompting him to mutter a curse under his breath, madman. Afterwards, the tires emitted a shrill sound as they scraped against the ground, even sparking as they rounded the corner, ultimately coming to a halt diagonally in front of Pei Wu's path. Anticipating this, Pei Wu slammed on the brakes, stopping just half a meter away from the rear of the car. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he watched as Wan Hanyin stepped out of the vehicle, perhaps expecting that Pei Wu would neither open the door nor the window, and in his hand, he wielded a large wrench. Even the most patient demeanor had its limits. Pei Wu's expression turned frigid as he exited the car, adjusted his collar, and as Wan Hanyin approached, he delivered a powerful punch. Wan Hanyin, already delicate and an Omega, was significantly outmatched in physical strength by Pei Wu. The wrench clattered to the ground as he barely managed to shield his face before stumbling backward, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Are you insane? Pei Wu was genuinely exasperated. I have no contact with Su Chan. His infidelity is not directed solely at me. Do you truly believe I am an easy target? The sunlight was swallowed by the encroaching night, leaving only a sliver to illuminate the indescribable madness on Wan Hanyin's face. I can part ways with Su Chan, Wan Hanyin declared. A flicker of something unusual crossed Pei Wu's mind. Amidst his long-standing confusion regarding Wan Hanyin, he finally sensed a faint possibility. Before he could ponder further, Wan Hanyin rose to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet seemingly oblivious to the pain. His gaze fixed intently on Pei Wu. Pei Wu, you are kind to everyone, except me. Pei Wu replied coldly. Why don't you reflect on your own actions? Wan Hanyin opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he spoke heavily. That was never my intention. Whatever, Pei Wu responded. Wan Hanyin, even if you realize your mistakes, we can never be friends. Wan Hanyin insisted. I never intended to be friends with you. The emotion in his eyes startled Pei Wu. Suddenly, Ruan Hanyin stepped forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Pei Wu, caught off guard, realized something was amiss almost immediately after inhaling it. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, unaware that Ruan Hanyin had resorted to using a substance despised by the Omega community to incapacitate others. The dosage was significant. Pei Wu's vision darkened momentarily, and he stumbled back, leaning against the car hood, just as a warm body pressed against him. It was not an exaggeration to say that Pei Wu felt his scalp tingle. Ruan Hanyin, Pei Wu managed to extend an arm to block him. His formidable mental strength, allowing his consciousness to regain clarity swiftly after a brief haze. He glared at Ruan Hanyin, who appeared unfazed, a smile breaking across his face. For he realized that Pei Wu was no longer ignoring him. I can use suppressants for a lifetime. Pei Wu was taken aback. What? I can use suppressants for a lifetime, Ruan Hanyin reiterated, until my glands wither away. A profound shock and absurdity surged within Pei Wu. I do not like Su-chun. Ruan Hanyin leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling brightness, as if he wished to lay bare all his sincerity before Pei Wu. I do not harbor feelings for anyone but you. In a profound silence, Pei Wu managed to compose herself, a sudden urge to laugh bubbling within her. Like? How dare you label what you did to me as liking? Ruan Hanyin hurriedly replied, I apologize. I was too young to express myself. I could not bear the thought of you being with someone else, deceiving oneself. Pei Wu interrupted, her clear gaze illuminating Ruan Hanyin's concealed darkness. Whether you call it love or disdain, the essence remains unchanged. You wish for me to weep and plead, to become your servant or a defeated pawn in your hands, which is a fate devoid of dignity. Ruan Hanyin, you are desecrating the very concept of affection. Furthermore, Pei Wu forcefully pushed Ruan Hanyin away. Your pheromone is overwhelmingly potent. I find it repugnant. Chapter 53. You are a troublesome individual. Ruan Hanyin pondered why Pei Wu had not yet succumbed, his thoughts drifting back to a summer night several years prior. Su-chun was hardly a reliable alpha. Despite his high rank, Ruan Hanyin was acutely aware of this, and thus he willingly played the role of a gentle and obedient Omega, knowing full well the utility of Su-chen's potent pheromones. It was during his sophomore year, one evening when his heat unexpectedly arrived early, leaving him weakly seated by a secluded artificial lake. A few days prior, he had entered a cold war with Su-chun. When he called, the sound of laughter from a girl mingled with Su-chun's drunken banter, his tone so smug as he lazily asked, Have you realized your mistake? Ruan Hanyin hung up the phone. The surging waves of heat and desire gnawed at his reason, the discomfort in his body exacerbating his distress. In those days, his once proud family faced a significant upheaval. His father, a paragon of virtue, had been unfaithful. Alphas are truly despicable creatures, Ruan Hanyin thought bitterly, applying a strong suppressive patch to his gland. Yet his body craved an alpha with an acute intensity. Even the slightest friction of fabric against skin made him sweat profusely, akin to some beast crouching in the shadows, too fearful to advance. Ruan Hanyin was seldom in such a disheveled state. He gazed at the reflection of the moonlight upon the water, overwhelmed by the tide of heat, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. Suddenly, someone approached, startling him. He instinctively sought to hide, fearing the mark of an unknown alpha. However, the other party was quicker as a hand pressed onto his shoulder. Just as Ruan Hanyin prepared to cry for help, the cool fingertips brushed against his gland, and inexplicably, he felt a moment of calm as he turned to look. The moonlight intensified, illuminating everything in sight, etching itself deeply into Ruan Hanyin's pupils. You've applied a gland patch, the young man sighed in relief, scanning the surroundings. I know a shortcut. Let me take you to the infirmary. Ruan Hanyin was drenched, resembling someone freshly pulled from the water, his hair obscuring his brows. Thus, Pei Wu had not recognized him afterward, a scenario Ruan Hanyin had envisioned countless times. In the throes of heat, an Omega was akin to a puddle of mud. Unable to stand, Ruan Hanyin had no choice but to be carried by Pei Wu. The young man, slender yet surprisingly strong, perhaps due to the efficacy of the suppressive patch, allowed Ruan Hanyin to regain a modicum of clarity. He lowered his head and caught a glimpse of Pei Wu's gentle and beautiful profile. The road was indeed tranquil, so quiet that, even to this day, he could vividly recall the fervent beating of his heart and the incessant chirping of cicadas from the bushes on either side. Ruan Hanyin suddenly realized that the heat period was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Pei Wu lacked glands and was evidently a beta, unaffected by his pheromones. Upon reaching the infirmary, the on-duty doctor immediately opened the isolation room, and Ruan Hanyin was placed inside for 40 minutes. By the time he emerged, Pei Wu had already departed. Returning home, he lay in bed without turning on the lights. His phone vibrated incessantly beside him, yet the name Su Chan stirred no interest within him. The curtains were drawn aside, allowing the moonlight to seep in. Ruan Hanyin extended his hand to catch it, as if truly gathering a handful of luminescence. Suddenly, an extraordinary brilliance ignited in his eyes. Ruan Hanyin was someone who swiftly discerned his desires. He had secretly observed Pei Wu for quite some time, discovering that Pei Wu was often busy and silent, engaging in various part-time jobs to make a living while maintaining good relationships with others. Many harbored feelings for him in secret, yet Pei Wu had no time to reciprocate. Ruan Hanyin grew increasingly restless. Could he manage Pei Wu's future life, given how busy he was? And why did people constantly steal glances at Pei Wu? Their gazes were unsettling and unwelcome. Little did Ruan Hanyin expect that upon returning as an exchange student after several months, Su Chan would have crossed paths with Pei Wu. When those around him embellished tales of how Pei Wu had seduced Su Chan, Ruan Hanyin sensed an opportunity. The first step was to eliminate everyone surrounding Pei Wu. As rumors swirled, Ruan Hanyin did not intervene. He sought countless reasons to approach Pei Wu, endeavoring to portray himself as a victim. Indeed, more and more people distanced themselves from Pei Wu, and Ruan Hanyin secretly rejoiced. He could drink and dance alone until the early hours, repeatedly opening a pair of golden shackles, witnessing the moonlight suffuse them. Gradually, the moonlight took form, transforming into Pei Wu's limbs, Pei Wu's torso, Pei Wu himself. His obsession deepened, bordering on madness. Yet, despite the myriad hints he provided, Pei Wu remained unyielding. By his third year, Pei Wu was practically absent from school, and by the first half of his senior year, he had received an internship offer from a prominent company. The hostility in Pei Wu's gaze was palpable, leaving Ruan Hanyin caught in a dilemma. At that moment, a collaborative project between the Ruan and Su families encountered issues and faced stringent scrutiny, leading to their families forcibly sending them abroad for safety. Ruan Hanyin blurred the countless nights spent without seeing Pei Wu, weaving a magnificent dream for himself, fantasizing about returning home to find Pei Wu, confessing his feelings, and starting anew. Yet, Pei Wu had become the assistant to the president of the Changrong Corporation. The gaze of that top alpha was anything but innocent. All past memories surged back like a tide, crashing repeatedly against Ruan Hanyin's chest while he hung his head, the ground beneath him dampening. Pei Wu merely furrowed his brow lightly at the sight. "Stay away from me," Pei Wu stated. "If you feel any remorse, then keep your distance." Ruan Hanyin gritted his teeth. "You still can't bear to." "I simply find it troublesome," Pei Wu replied earnestly. "You are a very troublesome person, regardless of whether it is the ability to create trouble or to bring it upon oneself. Pei Wu finds himself in a state of distress." The sedative proved ineffective, as Ruan Hanyin had just approached and caught a whiff of the intense, crisp pheromones emanating from Pei Wu. Can happiness truly be derived from merely following an alpha? Ruan Hanyin shouted at Pei Wu's departing figure. Surprised, Pei Wu turned around and asked, "What do you mean by following?" "Ruan Hanyin, we are engaged in a serious relationship." Exhausted, Ruan Hanyin remained seated as the car drove away. He tilted his head back. The moonlight remained bright and clear, yet he found himself ensnared in the swaying shadows of the trees. In the car, Pei Wu pinched the bridge of his nose as a call from Lu Shiwen came through. "It's past the allotted time. There shouldn't be any traffic at this hour, should there?" Pei Wu responded affirmatively, saying he would explain upon his return. Lu Shiwen sensed a hint of unease in Pei Wu's words. Chapter 54. Let us make plans. As Pei Wu pushed open the door, he was greeted by the tall figure standing at the entrance. In the next moment, Lu Shiwen leaned in to sniff. This action bore an unmistakable tone of inquiry. For an alpha of his caliber did not need to sniff. Their perception of pheromones was instantaneous. Where did your pheromones come from? Lu Shiwen asked, his tone somewhat petulant yet devoid of anger, merely expressing his displeasure at Pei Wu's entanglement, which felt oddly familiar. Pei Wu could almost envision the cat tail behind him, thrashing in agitation. Suddenly, the tail ceased its movement, and Lu Shiwen fell silent as well. The alpha narrowed his eyes dangerously. Isn't that the scent of azalea mixed with overripe bananas? Indeed, Pei Wu replied, bending down to change his shoes, feeling utterly fatigued. If you have a moment, Lu, could you fetch me a cup of tea? Although he addressed him formally, a hint of playfulness and subtle charm laced his tone, though the latter was purely a figment of Lu Shiwen's imagination. Lu Shiwen first dispelled the lingering scent from Pei Wu with his own pheromones before heading to the kitchen. In an instant, Pei Wu felt rejuvenated. He shed his outer garments, settled down, and took a delicate sip of the tea handed to him before engaging Lu Shiwen in conversation. When discussing the summons from General Zhang to meet the head of Huayuan, Lu Shiwen's demeanor remained composed. However, upon hearing Ruan Hanyan's name, his expression soured dramatically. Pei Wu could not help but chuckle at his reaction, leaning back against the sofa and stifling a laugh. Pei Wu, Lu Shiwen said, and Pei Wu waved a hand. Shifting his tone to continue, he cornered me by the eucalyptus trees along Chongqing Highway after he came out. Lu Shiwen's face hardened. Pei Wu spoke softly. Did you suspect something earlier? What am I supposed to suspect? Lu Shiwen replied. It was quite difficult to articulate that Ruan Hanyan had not been transparent with Pei Wu. Lu Shiwen, visibly irritated, raised an eyebrow. It's no wonder the Ruan family is on the brink of collapse, unable to even raise their own son properly. How does that differ from societal retribution? Pei Wu wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that Ruan Hanyan's temperament would inevitably lead to trouble. While rumors of financial shortfalls for the Ruan family circulated, they were still some distance from actual bankruptcy, a mere outlet for someone's frustration. Stop overthinking it. Pei Wu gently massaged Lu Shiwen's knee, reassuring him that he was powerless against him. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shiwen grasped Pei Wu's hand firmly, pulling him closer with a gentle force. Pei Wu was unreserved this time, settling onto Alpha's lap, relinquishing his strength as he leaned in, resting his chin on Lu Shiwen's shoulder. Your pheromones are quite potent. Pei Wu deliberately brushed his lips against the curve of Lu Shiwen's ear, observing the instant blush that spread across his features, finding it rather amusing. Ruan Hanyan used a love drug on me, but it had no effect. What? Lu Shiwen thought of pushing him away to investigate, yet Pei Wu tightened his embrace. In mere seconds, he felt as though he were floating on clouds. Pei Wu had encountered other alpha's pheromones, particularly in recent times, including Lan Zhe's, which carried a scent reminiscent of the ocean. Pleasant, but nothing more. Pei Wu felt no fluttering emotions. Have you checked? Pei Wu's voice was soft, laced with a hint of tenderness. Lu Shiwen's back began to perspire profusely, yet he maintained a serious tone, replying, What check? Your pheromones, Pei Wu remarked. I sense something rather addictive. Lu Shiwen replied, What difference does that make from saying you smell delightful? Indeed, Pei Wu evidently harbored affection for him. Just look, in the face of absolute love, those petty squabbles and cold wars were utterly inconsequential. Su Chen, Ruan Hanyan, ha. These individuals, in this life or the next, could never hope for Pei Wu to feel even the slightest attachment towards them. Lu Shiwen, merely being brushed against, felt waves of tingling sensations washing over him. He reveled in it, basking in the warmth, his body radiating an astonishing heat. Pei Wu noticed the pause in his movements against Lu Shiwen's neck. What's the matter? Do you not see me as a normal man? Lu Shiwen wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice still resonant. The investment and construction of Jiguang Island must be prioritized immediately. In a few days, we will visit Kuang Junmeng's farm. I need to personally negotiate the hotel as coordinates and design style with General Zhang. Pei Wu was perplexed by Lu Shiwen's excitement. feeling that discussing work at such a moment was quite a mood killer. Is it because of the tourism industry? No, the wedding will be held on Jiguang Island, Lu Shiwen declared, his face glowing with excitement. Pei Wu inquired, What wedding? How did it turn into a wedding? Lu Shiwen lowered his gaze to him, unable to resist planting a kiss on his lips, continuing, in our current position, one might say we are akin to a couple. Though you have yet to agree. How could you possibly not like me? He shook his shoulders lightly, teasing Pei Wu, you do like me, right? Pei Wu was still reeling from the shock of the wedding proposal, responding in a daze, no one could dislike you. Lu Shiwen's joy was palpable. I don't care about others. I'm concerned only about you. He wiped his brow again, adding, I'm quite generous. I'll invite Su Chun and Ruan Hanyan. Especially Ruan Hanyan. I'll make sure he sits at the bottom. Pei Wu couldn't help but laugh. Just then his hand was seized by another warm hand, slowly moving downward. Pei Wu, help me. Lu Shiwen was genuinely being playful, shedding the demeanor of an authority figure, resembling an infatuated youth, his eyes filled with sincerity, reminiscent of the youthful vigor that had been previously suppressed by work and indifference, now returning. Help me. Pei Wu remained silent, and after a moment, buried his head in Lu Shiwen's neck, yet he did not withdraw his hand. Lu Shiwen suddenly let out a soft hum, reclining against the sofa, tightening and then relaxing his grip on Pei Wu's waist as the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Pei Wu emerged from the bathroom, still feeling the flush on her face. Lu Shiwen was in the next room, taking a shower. After a moment of contemplation by the bedside, Pei Wu reached for her phone and sent a message to Zhou Yu. Dr. Zhou, could you arrange for the most comprehensive examination by next week at the latest? Zhou Yu replied, have you thought it through? Pei Wu responded, yes. Zhou Yu continued, okay, wait for my news. As the night breeze entered, Pei Wu coughed lightly and approached the window to close it. In the next instant, the door was pushed open unapologetically by Lu Shiwen, who entered wrapped in a bathrobe, towel in hand, his stride exuding a certain arrogance. I've scheduled a full-body examination. You'll accompany me tomorrow, he stated. Pei Wu felt a knot tighten in her heart. What's wrong? What if that dreadful medication from Ruan Hanyan lingers in my body? Lu Shiwen reassured her. Let me put your mind at ease. If it were merely a physical examination, it wouldn't touch upon pheromones after all, considering he was a beta. Pei Wu acquiesced. Lu Shiwen sat down by the bed, his gaze fixed intently on Pei Wu. What are you staring at? Pei Wu asked softly. I'm beginning to understand. Lu Shiwen replied. We've never been on a date, and it was indeed rather impolite of me to ask you to be with me directly. I did some research. Dates should start with dining and watching movies. Care to join me? Pei Wu replied, sure. Chapter 55, Mr. Zhang's lack of understanding the examination results were neither alarming nor reassuring, as the attending physician scrutinized the various reports, finally sighing. Is the residual issue quite severe? Lu Shiwen inquired, frowning. The doctor shook his head. Not at all. However, Mr. Pei's physical condition requires improvement. Pei Wu pondered. To put it delicately, you are in suboptimal health. To be blunt, your indicators are lacking. The physician earnestly advised, I understand young people are focused on their careers, but don't push yourself too hard. Observing Pei Wu's upright posture and meticulous demeanor, the doctor perceived him as a workaholic. Pei Wu reflected on this. It mattered little whether he was pushing himself or not, as these symptoms had persisted for over half a month, stemming from post-differentiation repercussions. Once he grasped this, he felt no need to dwell on it. Turning around, he found Lu Shiwen gazing at him with utmost seriousness. As they exited the hospital, Pei Wu spoke up. What do you wish to say? Lu Shiwen boldly draped his arm around Pei Wu's shoulders and leaned in closer. What are your thoughts on the privileged wives of affluent families? Pei Wu halted, his expression devoid of emotion. I have no opinion. I only know that as long as one lives, one must endure the trials of aging and illness. It would be better to lie flat than to dig a grave for myself right now. After speaking, Pei Wu shrugged off Lu Shiwen's hand and began to walk away. Lu Shiwen hurriedly followed. Don't be upset. I was merely asking, knowing our Pei assistant has ideals and aspirations. Pei Wu gestured for Lu Shiwen to get into the car, and they headed towards the company. Kwang Juming suggested that as many people as possible should join the trip to the farm for a lively atmosphere. So Lu Xun invited Lanja, who readily accepted. On Saturday morning, under cloudy skies, Lanja arrived to pick them up. Upon seeing Pei Wu at Yunlu Bay, he was not surprised. The moment their eyes met, Pei Wu felt compelled to say something. No need to say anything, Lanja interrupted with a gesture. I understand completely. Pei Wu, Lu Xun pushed open the door, and Lanja arrived to assist. 3 enormous suitcases, and despite Lu's recent entanglements in the mundane affairs of love, his fastidious nature remained unperturbed. He concealed his judgments from others, but Quan Jumeng was not just anyone. Hence, Lu felt compelled to express his concerns, fearing that Quan's lax hygiene might pose an issue, particularly given the proximity to the Fulianshan Mountains, where mosquitoes, snakes, and ants were abundant. After all, prior to Quan's acquisition of the farm, a significant incident had occurred. A giant python had shed its skin, causing the ceiling to collapse while guests were dining, a scenario that surely left a lasting impression. After an hour and a half of driving, Quan called 5 times, urging Lu, who finally retorted that he would silence him upon arrival. The farm had undergone expansion, featuring over 40 rooms in total, with the main building reserved for Lu and his companions to choose from, while those with less intimate connections were directed to the side wings. At 11 o'clock, they traversed the final stretch of dirt road, and the verdant landscape at the foot of the mountains unfolded before them. A gentle breeze swept down the ridge, producing a melodious whistle, while the grass bowed in unison, only to rise again in tranquility once the gust had passed. The lofty mountains against the azure sky offered a breathtaking vista, instantly broadening one's perspective. Quan Jumeng was busy grilling meat in the open space before the main building, surrounded by an eager crowd. Pei Wu descended from a vehicle and spotted a few familiar faces. Guan Yin waved at him, and Zhang was indeed present, gnawing on a pig's trotter. Instinctively, Pei Wu moved toward Guan Yin, but Lu Xun grasped his arm, asking where he thought he was going. Stay with me, wondering if Lu had something to discuss. Pei Wu acquiesced. Guan Yin rolled his eyes elegantly, labeling Lu a miser. Quan Jumeng, fanning himself vigorously, exclaimed with enthusiasm, I've been waiting for you. Come taste my culinary skills. Lu Xun quipped, You can distinguish between salt and arsenic, can't you? Quan retorted, You cheeky. 5 minutes into their seating, Pei Wu sampled Quan's cooking and found it rather mediocre, lacking in salt and poorly seasoned. As anticipated, Lu Xun set his fork down after a single bite. Had it not been for Quan's warning glare, he might have expressed his distaste vocally. Pei Wu shed his jacket, instinctively taking over Quan's task. Were it anyone else, Quan would undoubtedly have uttered a disparaging remark, but Pei Wu was different. His culinary prowess was well-renowned. In early spring, Pei Wu donned a light woolen undershirt, a low-cut white one. As they were out for leisure, he had eschewed hair gel, allowing his hair to fall loosely. Bathed in sunlight, he exuded a gentle warmth that captivated the gaze of onlookers, accentuated by his slender waist and long legs, rendering him a sight to behold. Lu Xun sat beside Zhang, his gaze scanning the surroundings with the precision of a radar, landing most disapprovingly on Guan Yin. What instructions do you have for me, Mr. Zhang? He asked with caution. Lu Xun replied, By July at the latest, the development of Jiguang Island must be on the agenda. Please ensure the hotel construction embodies an artistic flair and sophistication. Considering its proximity to Honghai, it should invite the breeze, yet remain gentle, allowing for easy viewing of sunrises and sunsets. Oh, and it would be ideal to develop couples and honeymoon suites, adorned in warm hues, but not overly childish. Do you understand? Mr. Zhang responded, I do not comprehend. Lu Xun concluded, Yes, please send me a separate copy of the blueprints. Had it not been for the presence of Lu Xun seated nearby, Zhang would have certainly unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Your demands are indeed quite lofty, are they not? Do you have any notion of the exorbitant cost of land? Shouldn't one conduct an on-site investigation regarding orientation? Furthermore, it is rather peculiar that Lu, who is typically so frugal with his words, has suddenly begun to articulate these concerns. Zhang found himself oscillating between contemplation and irritation, ultimately posing the question, If I send you the blueprints separately, will you be able to comprehend them? Lu Xun replied, Isn't this something one can easily learn? Zhang responded affirmatively, contemplating the impressive stature of Lu's expertise, while also perplexed by Lu's unexpected call for him to come here, which was evidently a whimsical act to pressure the client. Naturally, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Zhang decided to send someone to Jiguang Island for further inspection. No problem. At that moment, the skewers prepared by Pei Wu were ready, and Quang Jun was leading the charge to snatch them up. Pei Wu, quick and nimble, managed to grab a few skewers first and made his way towards Lu Xuan. To Zhang's astonishment, he witnessed Lu smiling, not a cold smirk or a mocking grin, but a genuine smile, as if he had been delightfully pampered, and he boasted a little, saying, "Only you could make something so delectable." Pei Wu chimed in, "I noticed there's chilled pear juice. Would you like some? I'll go fetch it. Just wait here." Lu Xuan returned the skewers to him, then urged Pei Wu to sit while he got up to retrieve the pear juice. Zhang felt as if his brain were overheating. He glanced at the retreating Lu Xuan and then at Pei Wu, feeling a sudden inclination to lean back slightly. Pei Wu inquired, "What's wrong?" Zhang remained silent, moving his small stool to seek out Lan Jia. It is no wonder Zhang is deemed a perceptive individual. "Assistant Lan," he called. Lan Jia turned, his demeanor lately shrouded in an enigmatic smile. "Is there something you need, Zhang?" Zhang's expression was filled with suspicion. Noting the burgeoning rapport between Lu and Pei recently, Lan Jia narrowed his eyes, exuding a sense of spontaneous joy, and handed Zhang a bottle of cocktail while he took one for himself, clinking glasses cheerfully. Zhang was taken aback, realizing the truth of the matter. Chapter 56. No. You need it at that moment. Everything clicked for Zhang. No wonder Lu personally advocated for the construction of the hotel on the island, with such high expectations. However, Zhang questioned Lan Jia, "Has it really only been a few months? I hadn't heard anything about it." The implication being that he was unaware of any rumors regarding Lu and Pei. Lan Jia sighed, "You still don't know Lu very well." For him, engaging in a romantic relationship is akin to burying oneself in the ancestral grave of the Lu family. Zhang replied, That sounds like something Lu would indeed do." The chilled pear juice was refreshing, and after Pei Wu finished his skewers and took a couple of sips, his gaze drifted toward the undulating mountains in the distance. His spirits lifted. Subsequently, Lu Xuan took Pei Wu upstairs to select a room. The third floor offered the best view, and Lu, taking the lead for Pei Wu, chose 2 adjacent rooms. After surveying the options, Pei Wu felt the feng shui and orientation were quite favorable, but the only downside was that his room lacked a shower. "I have one," Lu Xuan said. "You can come borrow mine." Pei Wu, observing Lu's serious demeanor, could not help but smile. "I might not need to borrow it." Lu Xuan insisted, "No, you need it." If only Lu would apply a fraction of the cunning he employs in the business world to this endeavor, the intentions would not be so glaringly evident. Yet, he showed no hesitation. Aside from slight embarrassment, he clearly wished to draw closer to Pei Wu. "All right." Pei Wu took a step forward, moving closer. "I'll listen to you." Chao Guan, who had approached without notice, was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, then wordlessly turned back. Guan Yin was not mistaken. Just look at Lu Xuan, exuding the bashful yet triumphant demeanor of a young bride. Nevertheless, it was rather delightful. Chao Guan smiled. Pei Wu assisted Lu Xuan in lifting the suitcase into the room, acutely aware of his declining physical stamina. In the past, he could manage without even a hint of breathlessness. Yet recently, any physical exertion left him fatigued. He scratched the nape of his neck, where perspiration brought an irritating itch. With ample time in the afternoon, Quang Juming had arranged for 2 makeshift goals to be set up, the area resembling a football field, marked out with white chalk. He donned a sports uniform, his number matching that of a renowned global football star, and began to bounce around the field to warm up. "Are you joining, Guan Yin?" Gao Guan Yin Guit. Guan Yin sat cross-legged at the edge of the field, declining. "I can't keep up physically. I'd rather soak up the sun." Observing this, Pei Wu quietly asked Lu Xuan, was Guan Yin quite skilled at football during his school days? Indeed, his defense was formidable, and his skills were quite elegant. Lu Xuan replied, a hint of regret in his tone. For someone accustomed to challenges, accepting fate can be rather cruel. Chao Guan called out to Pei Wu, "Come on, give it a try." Pei Wu felt a stir of excitement. It had been years since he had engaged in such activities. Back in high school, He often found time to play for half an hour after classes. Lu Shiwen noticed, patting Pei Wu on the shoulder, encouraging him to go ahead. Unlike the fiery alpha, Pei Wu changed into casual attire and joined in without hesitation. The number of participants had increased significantly, and teams were decided by drawing lots. Pei Wu ended up on the same team as Chao Guan, while Kwang Junming was on the opposing team. Kwang Junming, stepping on the football, shot them a derisive smile. "Bow before my exceptional skills." "Bow to you, you salted duck egg," retorted Chao Guan. With the sound of the whistle, everyone sprang into action. Lu Shiwen sat apart, his elbows resting on a white footstool, watching Pei Wu run alongside Chao Guan, his tousled hair dancing in the breeze, radiating vitality as he smiled. Not far away, Lanja sat with Guan Yin, accompanied by Zhang Zong, who had recently joined their ranks. "I can't believe it. Can he really tear his gaze away from Pei Wu?" Guan Yin scoffed. Lanja replied, "Guan Zong, that's rather unreasonable. What is wrong with Lu Zong admiring someone he likes?" Guan Yin shot him a glance. "I can't believe you're defending Lu Shiwen." "Of course," Lanja asserted. Lu Zong's work capabilities remain unsurpassed, and Pei Wu is equally professional. The implication being that their romantic involvement wouldn't hinder their professional lives. Zhang Zong interjected, "Let us keep the atmosphere light. How about some tea?" After watching for a while, Lanja squinted. "Why does that person keep targeting Pei Wu?" He referred to an alpha of B rank, Dai Wei, whose family was engaged in the clothing business. Having seized opportunities, his family had flourished alongside the business expansion last year, allowing him to infiltrate Kwang Junming's circle. Dai Wei was known for his underhanded tactics. Aligned with Kwang Junming, he dared not offend Chao Guan. Thus he turned his focus on Pei Wu, who had successfully assisted Chao Guan several times. The last tackle nearly tripped Pei Wu, and the intentionality of the act was evident to all. Chao Guan approached. "What are you doing?" Dai Wei Hun chuckled nonchalantly. "Chao Ge, since we're playing, we should give it our all." Before Chao Guan could respond, Kwang Junming called him aside. With a serious demeanor, Kwang reminded him, "I'll only say this once. When you play football, focus solely on the game. Don't pull any tricks. Pei Wu is my friend, and beta's stamina cannot compare to alpha's. Don't take advantage of him and then act innocent." Dai Wei took this to heart, responding with a reluctant, "All right," as if he were magnanimously sparing Pei Wu a reprieve. Pei Wu raised an eyebrow slightly. For the next half hour, Pei Wu successfully intercepted the ball 3 times. His fluid feints and sidesteps captivatingly deceptive, allowing him to pass the ball to Chao Guan, who impressively scored twice. "Awesome, Pei Zhu!" Guan Yin cheered from the sidelines. Waving his flag, Dai Wei's expression darkened as he cast a furtive glance at Guan Yin, a fleeting emotion flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a whistle blew, and everyone turned to see Lu Shiwen rising. "I'll substitute Pei Wu," he announced as he approached. Pei Wu, having reached his limit, felt a sharp sting in his chest from his labored breaths. He leaned on his knee to catch his breath before walking towards Lu Shiwen, who extended a hand for a brief shake. Pei Wu, in a hoarse voice, urged, "Don't let my efforts go to waste." Lu Shiwen replied, "I have warm water in my cup. Finish it." He held a striking meteorite gray cup, which Pei Wu admired upon first sight. A quick search revealed that even a counterfeit would cost 4 figures, so he dismissed the idea. Unscrewing the lid, he found it filled with warm water. Pei Wu gulped several mouthfuls, his hurried breaths gradually calming as he broke into a sweat. Although fatigued, he felt exhilarated. A gasp arose from the crowd, and when Pei Wu looked up, he saw Lu Shiwen standing out in his casual attire, a striking figure on the field, against the top-tier physical endurance of his opponent. Dai Wei's desire to shine led to a disastrous interception attempt, resulting in Lu Shiwen sending him flying 3 meters back after the ball struck his chest. "Get up," Lu Shiwen commanded. Kwang Junming noticed that Lu Shiwen would not allow the ball to remain at Dai Wei's feet. The overwhelming pheromones emitted by the top alpha rendered Dai Wei breathless. In that moment of distraction, a ball flew towards him, and he felt a sudden lightness before tumbling into the goal alongside it. Lu Shiwen cast a dispassionate glance at Dai Wei, who lay on the ground, barely able to move. He remained unfazed, turning to leave the field. "This isn't a game anymore." Kwang Junming signaled the end of the match. directing a disapproving look at Dai Wei. Why provoke that formidable player? Do you expect to compete against the elite? In just over 10 minutes, Liu Shiwen scored 4 goals, leaving the prospect of a comeback distant. Chapter 57. Unperceived after Liu Shiwen left the field, he took a glance at the cup from Pei Wu, discovering it empty. Pei Wu, despite his naivety, realized that Liu Shiwen was standing up for him. This sensation felt markedly different from before. Previously, both had approached each other with caution. Even the smallest gestures were shrouded in subtlety. However, now that Liu Shiwen had openly expressed his desire for a relationship and a formal acknowledgement of their bond, it felt like a layer of delightful icing had been spread over their interactions. Pei Wu simply observed in silence, savoring the sweet essence that lingered in the air. "I wish to take a shower," Pei Wu said, "but I fear I must borrow Mr. Liu's room." Liu Shiwen readily acquiesced. "I can certainly accommodate such a modest request from Pei Zhu." Pei Wu indulged in a hot shower, the aftermath of vigorous exercise, leaving her legs shifting from gradual fatigue to a slight soreness. By the time she emerged from drying her hair, a profound reluctance to move had settled over her. Liu Shiwen, seated by the bed engrossed in his phone, looked up at the sound, momentarily taken aback as a flicker of concealed emotion passed through his eyes, before noticing Pei Wu's drooping eyelids. Had she injured herself while playing football? No. Pei Wu sat beside him, shaking her head. "Sleepy. Then sleep," Liu Shiwen replied, pulling back the covers. Pei Wu made herself comfortable, lying down without hesitation. The sheets and duvet were brought by Liu Shiwen himself, imbued with a familiar scent reminiscent of Yunlu Bei. A person as vigilant as Pei Wu quickly found her breathing evening out. Liu Shiwen felt his heart swell with an unnamed emotion as he leaned down to brush aside her stray locks, checking her forehead, which felt slightly warm. In a half-dreaming state, Pei Wu accepted the medicine offered without resistance, obediently drifting back to sleep. Liu Shiwen closed the door behind him and was soon approached by Kwang Junming, who glanced past him. "Where's Assistant Pei?" "Tired. She's gone to sleep," Liu Shiwen replied curtly. Kwang Junming remarked, "Dai Wei has become frightened himself. He just drove off. He won't bother you." Everyone feared Liu Shiwen's ire. You should distance yourself from such bothersome individuals. Even while playing football, he couldn't resist stealing glances at Guan Yin, Liu Shiwen admonished. Kwang Junming's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You really didn't see?" After pondering for a moment, Kwang Junming seemed to recall certain details, his face contorting in distaste as if he had swallowed a fly. To speak frankly, even if Dai Wei were to instantly evolve 3 times and elevate his pheromones and looks 2 tiers higher, he would still be unworthy of Guan Yin. Meanwhile, Guan Yin teased Liu Shiwen, "You are boundless in energy, but Pei Wu is a beta. Only extraordinary individuals can keep pace with you, so don't be too harsh." Initially expecting Liu Shiwen to retort, he instead nodded seriously. "Indeed, you are correct." Liu Shiwen had noticed Pei Wu's persistent fatigue and drowsiness lately. The workload was certainly considerable. Not to mention that Pei Wu was not only his assistant, but also managed several projects. When night fell, Liu Shiwen entered to find Pei Wu just awakening. The room remained dim, the familiar crisp scent enveloping her, suddenly stirring a deep sadness within Pei Wu. This was a rare emotion in her meticulously ordered life, akin to a sentimental poet moved to tears by a sunset. Quite absurd. "It's time to eat," Liu Shiwen announced, and Pei Wu felt the bed dip beside her. "Have you eaten?" "No, I was waiting for you." Pei Wu pushed herself up, but before she could steady herself, she leaned into Liu Shiwen's embrace. With exceptional night vision, he easily caught her, taken aback by her direct display of affection. "What's wrong? I cannot quite articulate it." Pei Wu exhaled deeply. "Liu Shiwen, I feel as though I am being engulfed by an overwhelming sadness." "Why?" "I don't know." Pei Wu struggled to articulate it, making it even more challenging for Liu Shiwen to guess. Yet, he resolutely patted her shoulder and said in a steady tone, "It's all right. I will protect you." Pei Wu believed in an instant, pledging, "I shall protect you as well." With the support of Liu Shiwen, he rose to his feet, feeling a clarity of mind. Yet his body remained weary, particularly his legs. Fortunately, They had moved to a building with an elevator. In the old neighborhood, climbing stairs would have been a strenuous task. As Pei Wu passed by, he noticed Lu Xiwen's nose twitch slightly, a faint aroma dissolving swiftly into the air. After refreshing himself, Pei Wu descended the stairs with Lu Xiwen. Guan Yin had just emerged from his room, and the professional chef invited by Kuang Junming had prepared an array of dishes, both Chinese and Western, with desserts overflowing across 3 tables. The drinks sparkled as they clinked together, and the black smoke from the bonfire wafted into the night sky. They reveled here for a full 3 days. As they returned, a gentle spring rain fell incessantly. Lanja had left with Chao Guan, while Lu Xiwen drove, and Pei Wu leaned against the passenger seat. Initially, they exchanged a few words, but soon Pei Wu succumbed to sleep. Lu Xiwen made a brief stop, draping his coat over Pei Wu. This gesture stirred a deep sense of compassion within Pei Wu, who contemplated granting him an extended leave upon their return. The fine, misty rain of the season seemed to seep into Pei Wu's very soul, planting nameless seeds that took root swiftly. He could even sense the suffocating grip of roots entwining around his heart. Before their departure, Pei Wu contacted Zhou Yu once more to confirm a comprehensive examination scheduled for 2 days later. In these recent days of relaxation, with the stars aligning in his favor, Pei Wu repeatedly attempted to broach the subject of his aftereffects with Lu Xiwen. However, he distinctly observed Lu Xiwen's aversion towards approaching Omegas, maintaining a polite and respectful distance. After much internal conflict, Pei Wu finally realized that it was not Lu Xiwen's anger he feared, but rather the notion of being treated like a stranger. As the vehicle hit a slight bump, Pei Wu let out a soft hum, curling deeper into Lu Xiwen's coat, revealing only half of his face, obscured by stray locks of hair. The drizzle cascaded down the window, accentuating his pallor and fragility. Upon reaching Yinlu Bay, it was already late at night, and Pei Wu stirred awake as the car came to a halt. "Have we arrived?" he mumbled. "Yes," Lu Xiwen replied, exiting the vehicle. Sensing that the Alpha was in a less than favorable mood, the passenger door opened, and Lu Xiwen's arm encircled Pei Wu's waist and knee. Still half asleep, Pei Wu instinctively wrapped his arms around Lu Xiwen's neck. Lu Xiwen carried Pei Wu upstairs. "I will handle the luggage," he stated firmly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "You cannot continue like this. I am granting you a half-month leave." "When?" Pei Wu inquired. Now is not feasible," he replied hastily, prompting Lu Xiwen to pause and look down. Pei Wu quickly added, "At least let me go to the office tomorrow to hand over my responsibilities. I cannot be negligent with the crucial tasks." This request was reasonable, and Lu Xiwen acquiesced. Enveloped in his pheromones, Pei Wu felt an uncontrollable softness blooming within him, unaware that his dependence on Lu Xiwen had intensified, and he was now acutely aware of Lu Xiwen's pheromones. Chapter 58. Out of money again? In Lan Zhe's recollection, this marked the first instance of President Lu arriving late to work. Pei Wu followed behind. Although he retained his gentle and astute demeanor, his complexion was alarmingly pale. Upon entering the office, Lu Xiwen promptly declared, "Assign the important tasks to Lan Zhe and summon the project team." Lan Zhe rose to his feet, responding, "Director Lu, Vice President Cheng Tian is in the meeting room." Lu Xiwen inquired, "So early?" To which he replied, "You may go." Pei Wu interjected, "I will need an hour or 2 here." Before departing, Lu Xiwen exchanged a knowing glance with Lan Zhe, who understood the unspoken message. Pei Wu approached with a USB drive, clearing his throat, and it was then that Lan Zhe noticed the nasal tone in his voice, suggesting a cold. "Not quite," Pei Wu clarified. "I tend to be like this during seasonal transitions." This doesn't appear to be merely seasonal, Lan Zhe thought. Suppressing a comment that seemed too outlandish to voice, Pei Wu's condition bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger cousin's struggles during a similar phase, marked by an inexplicable melancholy and lethargy akin to frostbitten leaves, coupled with a profound reliance on family. Earlier, Pei Wu had clutched at Lu Xiwen's sleeve, an almost instinctive gesture imbued with an unsettling affection. After completing the handover of responsibilities to Lan Zhe, Pei Wu personally visited the project team, wary of making a misstep in the office that might provoke Lu Xiwen's ire and shatter the motivation for work. The arduous task stretched until noon. They hastily consumed a meal in the cafeteria, after which Lu Shiwing insisted on driving Pei Wu home. Take a proper rest for half a month. I will hire a housekeeper, so you need not worry about cooking, he assured in the car. Pei Wu smiled softly. So I could be a freeloader? Lu Shiwing inwardly hoped he might indulge in such a role for once. As they passed a roast duck restaurant, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Pei Wu glanced outside, and Lu Shiwing deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, parking the car. Wait here. I will go buy some, he stated, clearly not requiring Pei Wu's input. For it was rare to see him interested in roast duck, having barely touched his meal the previous evening. Pei Wu exited the vehicle, watching as Lu Shiwing donned sunglasses and ascended the steps, his impressive stature standing out against the faded backdrop. With few patrons, Lu Shiwing swiftly completed the transaction. Just as Pei Wu was about to re-enter the car, a sharp voice called out, "Hey, brother." The tone was laced with excitement and barely contained greed. Pei Wu turned to see Zhang Wenxiu accompanied by Pei Ming and Pei Zhen nearby. Pei Ming, clutching a skewer, eagerly offered it to Pei Zhen before rushing forward. His eyes glued to the car, his face reddening with enthusiasm. "Brother, is this your car?" Pei Wu's mood plummeted, as if a sunny day had abruptly turned stormy, suffocating him with an overwhelming sense of dread. "Do you think I could afford it?" Pei Ming seemed oblivious, having just spotted Pei Wu exiting the car, and now want to climb in. Surely, as friends, it wasn't too much to ask to borrow it for a few days. He was practically salivating, leaning in to touch the car's surface, only to hear a cold voice interject, "If you dirty it, that will cost you 100,000. The Pei family had just purchased a home, and Pei Ming's desire for a pair of 5,000 yuan sneakers had gone unanswered by Zhang Wenxiu, who typically indulged his whims. The mention of 100,000 sent a shiver down Pei Ming's spine, and he quickly steadied himself. Zhang Wenxiu, who detested others commenting on her son, was about to retort, but found herself looking up at Lu Shiwing, an evident alpha presence, and fell silent, forcing a smile as she turned to Pei Wu. "Xiao Wu, is this your friend?" "My superior," he replied. Pei Wu exhibited a distinct lack of patience. "We just returned from a business trip, and there are matters to attend to." Pei Ming had already returned to Zhang Wenxiu's side, giving her arm a gentle nudge. Zhang Wenxiu understood Pei Ming's intentions, but as Pei Wu had stated, he was her superior, a figure of great authority, beyond their reach, and not someone they could afford to offend. However, having finally seized Pei Wu's attention, Zhang Wenxiu was unwilling to let go. Her maternal expression emerged, tinged with a hint of vulnerability and a plea for understanding. "Xiao Wu, why not come home for dinner tonight?" Pei Wu instinctively responded, "Are we short on money again?" This remark caused a flush of embarrassment to color Zhang Wenxiu's face. But she quickly reasoned that it was natural for Pei Wu, her son, to contribute financially to the household. Thus, she continued, "Do not say such things. It has not been easy for your mother to raise you. There should be no lingering grievances between us. You cannot simply sever ties with your mother over a disagreement." A chill swept through Pei Wu's heart. Had the person standing beside him not been Lu Shiwing, how would he have reacted upon hearing such words? Since discovering his loss of control, Zhang Wenxiu had only sought to exert her authority, never caring how Pei Wu wished to navigate his own life. As she spoke, she cautiously gauged Lu Shiwing's expression, treating it as a warning to Pei Wu. To her surprise, Lu Shiwing chuckled derisively, "Excuse me, but might I inquire if your younger son has yet weaned?" Both Zhang Wenxiu and Pei Ming froze at this remark. "This vehicle costs 38 million. Would you like to drive it?" "Very well. In consideration of Pei Wu, I shall rent it to you for 8,000 a day. What do you think?" Although Lu Shiwing wore sunglasses, his piercing gaze unsettled Pei Ming profoundly. Under ordinary circumstances, Pei Ming would have erupted in anger. He was a man who preyed on the weak. Yet Lu Shiwing's commanding presence silenced him. And more importantly, he could feel Lu Shiwing's overwhelming pheromones. Terrifying. "We want to drive it." "Absolutely not," Zhang Wenxiu interjected hastily. "How dare you claim to have raised Pei Wu?" Lu Shiwing scoffed. "What utter nonsense. The repercussions of Pei Wu's differentiation have lingered for 7 or 8 years due to missed opportunities, and yet you expect the world from your younger son. Given Pei Wu's recent struggles, It is disheartening to realize that you have raised nothing but a failure, relying on such a being for the continuation of your lineage. Perhaps I should see your family heirlooms soon. Pei Wu accepted the roast duck and ushered Lu Shiwen into the vehicle. Pei Zhan, who had remained silent, subtly shook her head at Pei Wu, signaling him to leave promptly. There are matters at the company, Pei Wu stated calmly. You may enjoy yourselves. This time, Pei Ming refrained from causing a scene, remaining nestled beside Zhang Wenxiu until the car had driven a considerable distance away. Mother, do you think elder brother has become successful? Pei Ming, still dazed from the silent pressure of Lu Shiwen's pheromones, spoke with a hint of trepidation. Pei Zhan replied, Elder brother has already mentioned he is working for his boss. Do you not comprehend? Zhang Wenxiu remained silent, the sensation of weightlessness washing over her once more. They had granted Pei Wu a life, yet he had proven to be unworthy, falling ill repeatedly. As parents, was it not reasonable to opt for conservative treatment to maintain the greater good? The debt of gratitude for giving life is immeasurable. After all, he had pursued extensive education. Surely he understood this? A child can never fully repay their parents, for without them, Pei Wu would not have survived these 20-plus years. Lu Shiwen felt that the mother and son would be plagued by misfortune for the next 3 months. Aside from your sister, there isn't a good soul among them. Lu Shiwen scolded. Pei Wu did not argue. While waiting at the traffic light, he peeled the orange given to him by the project manager in the morning for Lu Shiwen to eat, planning to make sweet and sour fish for dinner. I won't, he replied. Feeling unwell, Pei Wu had little appetite, and an aunt would be coming over. Chapter 59. I will break his legs at 8:30. The room was illuminated only by a small bedside lamp, and Pei Wu had fallen asleep against a soft pillow. Lu Shiwen stood by the bed for a long time, a wave of inexplicable panic washing over him. However, the last examination Pei Wu had undergone was conducted by the most esteemed doctor in the hospital, who had only mentioned excessive fatigue coupled with physical issues, suggesting that a period of rest would suffice. Lu Shiwen leaned down, cradling Pei Wu against himself with one arm, while gently removing the soft pillow and laying Pei Wu flat on the bed. The youth's profile was slightly turned, his facial lines from brow to jawline smooth and delicate. Lu Shiwen retrieved a book and settled into the sofa, remaining there until dawn began to break. The aunt he had invited over was diligent and kind-eyed, exchanging a brief greeting with Lu Shiwen before bustling into the kitchen. She prepared simple home-cooked meals, yet they were clean and hygienic, imbued with the unique flavors of decades of experience. Lu Shiwen had an important meeting that day. After hastily finishing his meal, he instructed the aunt to knock on the door if Pei Wu had not awakened by 9. However, at 8:40, Pei Wu emerged from his room. Good morning, Mr. Pei. The aunt greeted him cheerfully. Pei Wu, now alert, stood on the second floor and nodded to her, hello. The aunt gazed at Pei Wu, thinking how handsome he was, appearing quite youthful. At a glance, he resembled an omega, yet the employer's records indicated that he was a beta. Breakfast consisted of white porridge, pickles, and steamed pork buns. And considering Pei Wu's discomfort, the aunt had also prepared a few vegetarian buns, artfully arranged on a delicate plate, which looked quite appetizing. Mr. Lu left for work at 7 and asked me to wake you at 9. The aunt continued, tidying the sofa and murmuring to herself. Pei Wu replied absently. Last night, he and Lu Shiwen had indulged in a rare moment of literary discussion, delving into their shared appreciation for a suspenseful classic. The alpha's pheromones were gentle and affectionate, filled with a soothing undertone. Pei Wu had initially intended only to lean against him for a moment, but unexpectedly, he had fallen asleep. Now awake, he realized that Lu Shiwen had gone to work again. Pei Wu also considered going to the office, but as this thought crossed his mind, he pressed his fingers to his brow. What is happening? He wondered, feeling a twinge of alertness. No matter how much he liked Lu Shiwen, he shouldn't be so clingy. After a moment, he chuckled lightly at his own helplessness and began to eat breakfast. Lu Shiwen returned home at 7 in the evening to find Pei Wu waiting for him. The beta sat on the sofa, dressed in casual home attire. Perhaps he had lost weight recently, as the sweater that once fit him well now appeared slightly oversized, with his collarbone noticeably sunken, accentuating the delicate pallor of his neck. This sight stirred a pang of pity in Lu Shiwen. alongside an unusual desire to protect him, cursing himself for the typical flaws of a top-tier alpha. Lu Shiwen's expression returned to normal. As the night unfurled its dark veil, Pei Wu's aura transformed. The once sharp and orderly edges of his presence softening into delicate hooks that seemed to draw Lu Shiwen wherever he might wander. Pei Wu, too, found himself immersed in the essence of Lu Shiwen's pheromones. After a week, a hint of color returned to Pei Wu's cheeks, though his spirit remained somewhat subdued. He reassured himself that with a little more time, all would be well. That evening, as his aunt took a leave of absence, she departed after dinner, promising to return early the next morning. Meanwhile, Lu Shiwen was to attend a banquet, leaving Pei Wu alone for the night. He sensed a surge of emotion threatening to overwhelm him, but he pressed it down, focusing instead on organizing the pertinent information regarding the future development of Jiguang Island. Not for the sake of the marriage Lu Shiwen spoke of, but due to the project's vast investment, which warranted meticulous attention. Pei Wu wasn't tea-hungry, deciding to wait until 7 to eat. The living room was eerily quiet, the only sound being the rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the keyboard. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone jolted him from his concentration. A strange number flashed on the screen. A wave of unease washed over him, yet he answered, "Hello? Who is this?" "Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, please come quickly." Zhang Wenxiu's voice was frantic, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Xiao Ming has been in a car accident with Xiao Zhen." "What?" Pei Wu sprang to his feet. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the hospital, his heart racing with trepidation, recalling Zhang Wenxiu's words about Pei Zhen's leg fracture. The young girl, who cherished beauty and had confided in him her dream of becoming a dance teacher, was not an art examination candidate. But Pei Wu had resolved that should she commit, he would bear all future expenses. Now, with her leg injured, he hoped the damage was minimal. At the entrance of Ward 707, he found Pei Gaosheng, agitated and smoking, seemingly oblivious to the prominent no-smoking sign nearby. Upon spotting Pei Wu, Pei Gaosheng scowled. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Disregarding him, Pei Wu rushed into the ward. The moment Pei Zhen caught sight of him, tears streamed down her face. "Gidge." Pei Wu ignored the sight of Pei Ming, his head wrapped in bandages, and Zhang Wenxiu anxiously hovering nearby, and went directly to Pei Zhen's side. The young girl bore bruises on her face and arms, and her leg was encased in plaster. Pei Wu fixed his gaze on the cast for a moment before asking in a low voice, "What did the doctor say?" Understanding his concern, Pei Zhen shook her head with a smile. "It's not serious. The doctor said I will recover well." Relief washed over Pei Wu. "Your brother is still over there. Why don't you ask him?" Pei Gaosheng snapped. Pei Wu turned to face Pei Ming, his expression cold. "I do wish to inquire. Why would you endanger yourself and bring Pei Zhen along? Just back from the brink of death." Pei Ming felt his heart racing at Pei Wu's words. Initially taken aback, his eyes soon brimmed with tears. He had always been subjected to Pei Wu's authoritative demeanor, but now he felt deeply aggrieved by the disparity in Pei Wu's concern. Was this not his family too? Shouldn't Pei Wu have been worried about him first? He pointed an accusing finger at Pei Wu, his voice rising in anger. "It's all because of you. Isn't it all because of you? I am your younger brother. What harm is there in you lending me 2 fine cars? Were it not for the insolence of your boss, would I have sought a way to borrow one? That waste of space. Pei Zhen refuses to experience something good. Had she not been weeping in the passenger seat, would I have found myself in this predicament? This ill-fated star." Pei Ming's words were abruptly halted by a sharp slap from Pei Wu. Pei Ming, clutching his face in shock, stood frozen. Zhang Wenxiu immediately exclaimed, "How could you strike him?" Pei Gaosheng retorted, "I have never laid a hand on my own son. Who are you to do so?" Silence. Pei Wu's voice was cold, yet commanding, shattering the suffocating atmosphere that filled the room. "With such a son, when will you awaken to reality?" Pei Wu's indifference was palpable. "You should be grateful that Pei Zhen is not gravely injured, or else I would have broken Pei Ming's legs." This was no idle threat. Despite being a beta, Pei Gaosheng lacked the courage to respond. His mouth agape and his complexion ashen. Pei Ming gently tugged at Zhang Wenxiu's sleeve. She stood up and said, "Xiao Wu, come with me." Chapter 60. Further division. The hospital corridor was eerily silent. Zhang Wenxiu, clad in garments purchased 7 or 8 years prior, appeared aged beyond her years due to Pei Ming's repeated misadventures. Yet, even in her weariness, she stood fiercely protective before Pei Ming, resembling an enraged mother bear. Was she truly unaware? Perhaps she was, but the hope of having an alpha son was akin to a faith she was willing to sacrifice everything for. She gazed up at Pei Wu, who had grown into an enviable figure, entirely unlike her own offspring. Xiao Wu. Pei Wu turned his attention. I will cover the medical expenses. With Pei Zhan still in the hospital, the Alpha Association would reimburse part of the costs. So Pei Wu found no need to fret over those details. Thank you, Zhang Wenxiu uttered, her voice breaking as tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Pei Wu sensed that matters were more complicated. Zhang Wenxiu continued, Xiao Wu, the car that Xiao Ming borrowed was wrecked. The other party demands 400,000. Where will we find such an amount? Pei Wu replied, Do I possess it? Zhang Wenxiu fell silent, her tears flowing more freely, unable to await Pei Wu's response. She choked out, But you are the most accomplished in the family. You are Xiao Ming's brother. The words reverberated in Pei Wu's mind, a phrase he had heard countless times throughout his life. Yet at that moment, they struck him with particular harshness, perhaps due to his ongoing discontent. After a prolonged standoff, Pei Wu declared, That 400,000 has nothing to do with me. Find a way to resolve it yourselves. After raising Pei Ming to be like this, if someone bails him out today, he will dare to act again tomorrow. If need be, sell the house. Zhang Wenxiu looked up in disbelief. If we sell the house, how will your father and I retire? Pei Wu responded, Then let Pei Ming serve time in prison. No, absolutely not. Zhang Wenxiu cried out, Xiao Wu, think of something. You are so capable now. Surely you can find a solution. If all else fails, borrow from your boss. He drives cars worth tens of millions. Surely 40,000 is nothing to him. A particular phrase struck Pei Wu, his expression growing increasingly severe. Absolutely not. Pei Wu could tolerate this family's relentless attempts to extract money from him. But when it came to Lu Shiwen, that was absolutely intolerable. Pei Wu's demeanor was so resolute that Zhang Wenxiu found no point of leverage. As her conciliatory approach proved futile, a fierce glint ignited in her eyes, transforming her into the ferocious mother bear defending her cub, baring her teeth at Pei Wu. Pei Wu, I am your mother. I gave you life. So what? Pei Wu countered, gazing at Zhang Wenxiu's menacing visage. A colossal stone that had weighed heavily upon his heart for over a decade shifted slightly. With an unnaturally calm demeanor, he inquired, Have you never considered reclaiming the life you bestowed upon me? Zhang Wenxiu did not grasp the meaning behind his words. Her bewildered expression mirrored a vivid memory. Back when they resided in a small town, the hospital was inadequately equipped, and a feeble bulb overhead cast a pale light. Young Pei Wu was receiving an intravenous infusion, feeling cold and instinctively yearning to burrow beneath the blankets, when suddenly an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfed him. His mind was already clouded, unable to discern what obstructed his mouth and nose. He believed his condition had taken a turn for the worse. Otherwise, why would the world remain shrouded in darkness even after he opened his eyes? The oxygen in his alveoli was swiftly depleted, and in a primal instinct he struggled, kicking at the sheets, the sensation of impending death growing ever more palpable. Perhaps even fate itself, witnessing his suffering, sought to claim him. In those final moments, a person instinctively clings to the one who brought them into this world. Pei Wu called softly, Mother. The whisper was barely audible, and he thought Zhang Wenxiu could no longer hear him. Yet, the pressure upon his face suddenly eased, and oxygen surged back into his lungs. He gasped greedily, the sound echoing in his chest as the oppressive darkness receded, revealing the hospital's yellowed, decrepit ceiling. Turning his head, he beheld a dazed Zhang Wenxiu sitting beside him. Did you intend to suffocate me? Pei Wu asked. Zhang Wenxiu's eyes widened in shock, a fear unlike any she had ever experienced tearing through her pupils, blood vessels appearing stark against her gaze. She regarded Pei Wu as though he were a monster, holding her breath for several seconds, her neck stretching as if to bore a hole through him with her stare. You are unconscious, Zhang Wenxiu murmured. Indeed, Pei Wu thought to himself. The nightmares of his childhood had finally struck him with the force of reality. It became evident that all the justifications he had concocted over the years for Zhang Wenxiu were mere fabrications. He had been trapped in a waking nightmare. In the dead of night, drenched in sweat, he could only reassure himself that his mother loved him. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Pei Wu's throat tightened, and he seized Zhang Wenxiu's wrist. She recoiled as if gripped by a malevolent spirit, initially attempting to shake off his hand. But Pei Wu denied her that chance, drawing closer as he pressed her with fervent inquiry. "Why didn't you just kill me then?" Zhang Wenxiu was driven to the brink of madness. "Do you think I didn't want to?" Her facial muscles quivered dramatically, as though she yearned to unleash years of pent-up resentment upon Pei Wu, believing it would bring her relief. "You are a harbinger of doom, a debt collector. Our family's wealth has been depleted by you. Do you know how my relatives and neighbors mock me? Yet you do not let me go, crying out for your mother like a ghost." I suddenly felt a lump in my throat, and my heart softened. "Pei Wu," Zhang Wenxiu exclaimed, "I hate you." Pei Wu slowly released Zhang Wenxiu. Staggering back a few steps, his face ashen, his pupils slightly unfocused, his heart racing violently, a tearing pain erupting in an instant. Pei Wu sensed the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, but concealed it completely before Zhang Wenxiu. He turned slowly, making his way down the emergency exit, step by step, leaving the hospital. All the while, Pei Wu felt as though he were in a daze, despite having wings fully grown at that moment. He longed for a sanctuary. It wasn't until the cold drizzle struck his face that he lifted his head, becoming somewhat more lucid. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, he allowed himself to be drenched. After a moment, Pei Wu managed a pale smile. Thankfully, everything had been made clear. The car moved slowly, Pei Wu's reason clinging desperately to certain things on the verge of spiraling out of control, safely returning to Yunlu Bay. Upon entering, he slumped weakly onto the floor, first rubbing his head, then his chest, and finally reaching for the nape of his neck, scratching the smooth skin until blood was drawn. Pei Wu struggled to rise and reach for his phone, only to find it missing from his pocket. He assumed it had slipped onto the car, blinking slowly, ultimately deciding against searching for it, instead grabbing the handrail and swaying up the stairs. A shower was in order. Pei Wu's mind felt like a malfunctioning machine, operating slowly, everything appearing hazy, separated by a veil. Afterward, he intended to retrieve his phone to call Lu Shiwen. Finally, he stumbled upon the bathroom doorknob and caught sight of Lu Shiwen's loungewear, left on the bed that morning. Realizing with a jolt that he had arrived in Lu Shiwen's room, Pei Wu struggled to breathe as he took a step toward the bed. It felt as if he had been struck heavily in the chest. He couldn't suppress a muffled groan, bending over as the world spun, while the long-repressed pain in his neck brutally erupted. Pei Wu's eyes lost focus entirely, his complexion resembling that of a corpse. Moments later, he knelt on the floor, instinctively reaching for the back of his neck. It was no illusion. A flower-bud-shaped mass had formed on the left side of his formerly smooth neck, swollen and burning. The veins pulsating vigorously, each throb akin to 1,000 needles piercing his brain. It felt as though something was striving to break free. Soaked to the skin, Pei Wu pressed his forehead against the floor, one hand's veins bulging as he struck the ground with force. How could it hurt so much? His retina felt scorched by the increasingly intense heat, his vision fading to white. In one final rapid, violent heartbeat, Pei Wu couldn't help but throw back his head and howl, while a rich fragrance finally burst forth from within him, cascading outwards. Pei Wu welcomed another transformation. Chapter 61. A lifetime of regret. Pei Wu felt as if he had been cast into a world besieged by ravenous wolves. The lights, reflections, and furniture seemed to hunger for him. All reason was forcibly stripped away, leaving him to face reality in the softest, most ineffectual manner. Pei Wu could hardly stand. He reached for the coffee table, but accidentally knocked over a cup. Bang! With a sudden crash, the fragments shattered into countless pieces. Pei Wu, startled, retreated forcefully. His fear of the unknown reminiscent of being thrust back to the age of 3, where even the slightest whisper of wind could drive him to despair. The room was engulfed in silence, save for Pei Wu's ragged breaths, each bead of sweat plummeting to the floor. The scene before him swayed incessantly, and he struggled to wipe the perspiration from his brow. Reason offered him a fleeting refuge, yet his body and mind remained adrift upon a tempestuous sea, teetering on the brink of collapse with each impending wave. This was differentiation, he thought, as he pressed a hand against his stomach and retched twice. Upon realizing this, a searing heat compelled him to assume an embarrassing posture. It was as though his brain was wholly ensnared by pheromones, reducing his humanity to primal instincts, driven solely by the urge to mate. Get away! Pei Wu forcefully waved his arm forward, only to graze against the shards, drawing blood from his palm. Why had differentiation occurred? Why had it happened so suddenly? The bedroom door creaked open, allowing a refreshing breeze to waft in, accompanied by a surge of pheromones escaping into the air. What are you doing sneaking around in my room? Lu Shiwen's voice was laced with amusement and a touch of arrogant pride, but his words abruptly ceased. Pei Wu held his breath. Lu Shiwen pushed the door wide open, the mirth in his eyes dissipating as his expression grew grave and serious. He stood there, thoroughly assessing Pei Wu. As a top-tier alpha, how could he not perceive the pheromones? Yet, the figure before him was Pei Wu. Pei Wu endeavored to appear as natural as possible, wishing to convey that he, too, was uncertain, that he wished for Lu Shiwen not to be afraid. Meanwhile, he had been enveloped in Lu Shiwen's pheromones for some time. Not seeing him was one thing, but upon laying eyes on his physique, the primal urges began to roar, incessantly brainwashing him with a reminder that Lu Shiwen was his alpha. His mind felt as if it were being torn asunder, and Pei Wu admonished that voice within. If it were not consensual, then Lu Shiwen could not be his alpha. He was certainly not prepared to embrace his identity as an omega. Shiwen, Pei Wu began, but Lu Shiwen took a step back. Pei Wu froze in place. The smile had vanished from Lu Shiwen's face, his gaze upon Pei Wu akin to that of a stranger. In that moment, it felt as though a nightmare had materialized. Time stretched infinitely, and Lu Shiwen's voice emerged, strangely altered. You deceived me. Pei Wu felt as though struck by 1,000 arrows. I did not, he protested. But Lu Shiwen was unwilling to hear even a single word. He cast a dismissive glance at Pei Wu, as if regarding discarded refuse, and turned to leave. In the aftermath of that brief turmoil, Pei Wu's world fell into an oppressive silence. He knelt despondently on the ground, allowing the waves of pheromones to surge over him, his thoughts corroded by this relentless assault. Under such an intense onslaught of pheromones, it was expected that no omega could remain tranquil. Overwhelming sorrow and tears were the most common responses. Yet, Pei Wu's eyes were vacant, as if all emotion had been siphoned away. If the abrupt differentiation had left him in a state of confusion, it was Lu Shiwen-esque cold, indifferent gaze that truly incited his resentment towards his transformation into an omega. Pei Wu was oblivious to the negative psychological aftermath of being forsaken by his alpha, instead immersing himself in a somber mood, reminiscing about a lifetime of misfortunes, feeling as though luck had never been on his side. At crucial moments, he found himself devoid of choices. Or was he truly bereft of options? A fierce resolve pierced through the abyss in Pei Wu's eyes. He caught a glimpse of the shards beside him, and his expression abruptly shifted to one of peculiar intensity, a cryptic smile escaping his lips. Destruction, extraction. He mused that even if it would shorten his lifespan, it would be preferable to living under the threat of this unseen force, reliant on his alpha-S pheromones for survival. He refused to resign himself to fate. Pei Wu's thoughts plunged into a radical extremity, rendering him incapable of rational contemplation. His pale fingers trembled as they grasped the shards, yet with a newfound determination, he pressed them slowly against the glandular area. The recently formed gland was exceedingly fragile. The rapid flow of blood would send searing pain coursing through every vein, making even the slightest touch intolerable, let alone inflicting a wound. In that moment of action, the agony would multiply 1,000-fold. The amalgamation of negative emotions and unspeakable pain twisted his very character, as the sharp edge pierced the gland. Blood gushing forth in an instant, Pei Wu gritted his teeth, enduring the torment, contemplating that if this was the pain he faced, a direct stab to his chest might be preferable. He thought to himself to endure a little longer. After all, he had always navigated life in this manner. A copious amount of blood streamed from the gash across the gland, flooding down his neck and dripping onto the ground. The maddening pain began to subside. It was over. Pei Wu let out a quiet laugh. Lu Shiwen pressed the accelerator to 140, the engine's roar reverberating through the streets. Abruptly halting as the speed reached a terrifying peak, the tires screeched against the pavement, a heart-stopping sound echoing in the air. The sunroof opened fully, the wind whipping through his hair until his mind felt frozen, at which point Lu Shiwen finally calmed himself. It was not an illusion, nor a dream. That Omega was Pei Wu. Pei Wu was an Omega. Lu Shiwen found it utterly unacceptable for an Omega to be in his room, yet as he turned around, the image of Pei Wu's eyes, filled with despair, lingered in his mind. Lu Shiwen slammed his hand on the steering wheel, realizing that Pei Wu's post-differentiation symptoms indicated another transformation was imminent. Pei Wu was clearly oblivious to this reality. He swiftly turned the car around and pressed the accelerator once more. Even in his fury, he knew he must first take Pei Wu to the hospital. The dangers of an Omega's differentiation far surpassed those of an Alpha. Upon parking the car, Lu Shiwen stepped out briskly. The entire villa permeated with Pei Wu's pheromones. Dismissing the distractions of his PTSD, he activated his pheromone barrier and ascended the stairs, his pace quickening, only to suddenly halt at a certain moment. Where was the scent of blood coming from? Panic surged within him as his pupils dilated, nearly leaving a shadow of himself behind. The door stood ajar, light spilling from within. With just a turn of his body, he froze on the spot. The body reacts more swiftly than the mind. He cannot move at first, then began to comprehend the scene before him. Pei Wu lay a short distance away, blood still oozing from his neck. His exposed skin, be it his face or fingertips, was pale to the point of translucence, stray strands of hair obscuring his brows and eyes, rendering him as if he were merely asleep. Lu Shiwen's internal alarms had never been so overwhelming, the terror far surpassing that which he had experienced during his time at the differentiation management facility. He struggled to shift his feet, his legs feeling as though they were bound with immense weight, stumbling towards Pei Wu and ultimately kneeling unsteadily beside him. At last, Lu Shiwen discerned that Pei Wu had lacerated his gland. The bud, which had only just begun to bloom, was forcibly drained of blood, already withering significantly. Lu Shiwen's world abruptly fell silent. A desolate wind howled from the distance, whisking away all his composure and warmth, rushing toward the heavens. Months.General. Pei Wu slowly opened his eyes. Lu Shiwen's heart jolted, and he hastily lowered his head. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. This was a voice that almost did not belong to him. I'm sorry, Pei Wu struggled to articulate. I've caused you this distress. Just call 120 for me. It's all right now, it doesn't hurt anymore. Unbeknownst to him, he was in shock from excessive blood loss. Lu Shiwen's hands trembled uncontrollably. When he reached out to embrace Pei Wu, he first felt the warm blood pooling in his palm. He steadied Pei Wu and rushed out through the door. Pei Wu leaned against his shoulder, witnessing the Alpha's heart-wrenching terror and pain. Let there be a fleeting moment of clarity, Pei Wu thought. The Lu Shiwen who gazes at me as if I were refuse is the true one. Lu Shiwen had contacted the hospital in advance, pushing the car to its limits. He occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, seeing Pei Wu lying on the back seat, covered with a coat, one hand limply dangling, initially pale, then blood trickling down his fingertips, as if he were becoming mist, on the verge of vanishing. At the hospital entrance, a stretcher was swiftly rolled out, and Lu Shiwen placed Pei Wu upon it. The doctor immediately leaped onto the scene to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Lu Shiwen stumbled, then hurriedly followed behind. Just before the operating room door closed, a nurse halted him. He heard someone ask, "Is the patient a beta? What is your relationship with the patient?" "Not a beta," Lu Shiwen replied, his eyes reddening, his voice trembling. "He is an omega." Then, with newfound determination, he declared, "I am his alpha." Chapter 62. Take him away. The nurse passed by. For a full 2 hours, that alpha stood like a statue. The blood in Lu Shiwen's palm had grown cold. Yet the initial searing pain had etched itself deeply into his soul. He cursed himself internally once more. You fool. He clearly understood Pei Wu's nature. The operating room door opened, and Lu Shiwen's gaze shot up. The doctor emerged, removing his mask, succinctly stating, "His condition is grave. The gland just differentiated is incredibly fragile, and such a severe laceration nearly necessitates removal." Instinctively, Lu Shiwen exclaimed, Do not remove it. You're his alpha, correct? The doctor inquired with disapproval. Why did you not provide him with pheromones at such a crucial moment of differentiation? Even without pheromones, what about inhibitors? The suppression patches? Lu Shiwen had always been the one to mock others. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly speechless. He rubbed his face vigorously, questioning what he should do. The doctor regarded him with skepticism, inquiring about his rank. Top tier, Lu Shiwen asserted. What? The doctor responded in disbelief. Lu Shiwen reiterated. If I were to nourish with my pheromones, could we avoid the removal of the gland? After a moment of shock, the doctor nearly erupted in anger, incredulous that a top-tier alpha could not care for his own omega. In an alpha-omega relationship, the higher the alpha's rank, the more comfort the omega would experience during discomfort or heat periods. The doctor's mind raced with various thoughts, recalling a trendy phrase among the youth, cremation ground. However, before taking any drastic measures, he resolved to report to the Omega Association first. The doctor could hardly fathom the depths of despair that would drive an omega to harm their own gland. Dressed in sterile attire, Lu Shiwen entered the operating room, determined to attempt a solution. The doctor gestured towards the erratic indicators on the monitor, instructing him to stabilize them first. Pei Wu lay on the surgical table, oxygen mask in place, the gland already treated for hemorrhage, appearing significantly weakened. You should attempt to provide him with your pheromones to see if it can restore some vitality to the gland, the doctor suggested. Lu Shiwen's gaze remained fixed on Pei Wu, and after a moment, he leaned down, removing his mask. The assistant attempted to intervene, but the doctor raised a hand to halt him. The connection between alpha and omega remains shrouded in numerous enigmas. The mingling of pheromones and profound emotions often culminates in unforeseen outcomes. The instant Pei Wu encountered Lu Shiwen's pheromones, he instinctively frowned, writhing in discomfort, instinctively tilting his head to expose the gland. The visible wounds were a painful sight, twisting Lu Shiwen's heart in anguish. Pei Wu had shown no mercy to himself in his self-harm. I'm sorry. Lu Shiwen's voice trembled as he removed his mask, enveloping both of them within his pheromones. The pheromones penetrated the gland, bringing a spring rain to the parched region, yet excruciating pain ensued. Pei Wu slowly awakened from his stupor, dully contemplating why he had not been released. The first thing he saw was the glimmer of tears in Lu Shiwen's eyes. They exchanged a gaze for a moment, and Pei Wu, feeling weak, raised a hand to gently brush against the corner of Lu Shiwen's eye, the mist of his breath fogging the oxygen mask. His words were barely audible, yet Lu Shiwen understood. Pei Wu asked, "Why are you crying?" The mixture of bitterness and anxiety surged within Lu Shiwen, requiring several deep breaths to regain composure as he hoarsely replied, "I'm going to touch your gland. It might hurt a bit, but do not be afraid." Pei Wu, momentarily forgetting the chaos of the room, found it impossible to piece together his thoughts. Yet he continued to trust Lu Shiwen implicitly. For reasons unknown, he added, "Don't force it." Unable to endure any longer, Lu Shiwen closed his eyes and bowed his head. It doesn't hurt, Pei Wu thought, feeling as if his soul had been cast into the air, unsure of when it would descend. With a slight exertion, Lu Shiwen could sense blood oozing from the wound, while Pei Wu presented himself in a posture of willing sacrifice. This scene is profoundly impactful, akin to a top predator finally subduing its coveted prey. Yet, Lu Shiwen's mouth is filled with bitterness. Their initial temporary mark should not have manifested in this manner. The vital signs have stabilized, prompting a collective sigh of relief. The doctor raised an eyebrow, noting that this was not merely an ordinary top-tier pheromone. Lu Shiwen was discarded after use, cast aside like an afterthought. Minutes later, a nurse emerged to announce a critical shortage of blood, and it would take 20 minutes to transfer from the neighboring hospital. Lu Shiwen mechanically retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Where are you? Have you been drinking? Are you clear-headed? Hurry over," he commanded. Just as Kwang Junming was about to retort, he heard Lu Shiwen's voice falter, revealing an unprecedented vulnerability. "Please, hurry." Kwang Junming replied, "Wait for me." 10 minutes later, he arrived, accompanied by a bewildered Chao Guan. Kwang Junming shared the same blood type as Pei Wu, a topic they had discussed casually over dinner. It was established that a simple blood draw would not affect pheromone levels, and an A-level alpha, being robust and vigorous, would certainly have blood more potent than the average. "Is it Pei Wu in there?" Kwang Juming asked, suddenly grasping why Lu Shiwen had lost his composure. He nudged the nurse and insisted, "Quick blood test. If all is well, draw as much as possible." Kwang Juming was taken by the nurse, and after 7 or 8 minutes, he emerged with a cotton swab pressed against his arm. For him, this minor blood draw was inconsequential, while Chao Guan returned with sugary drinks. Lu Shiwen remained in a daze. Though Chao Guan hesitated to inquire, emboldened by Kwang Juming's recent valor, he ventured, "What happened to Pei Wu?" "He differentiated," Lu Shiwen replied. Kwang Juming was puzzled. "Differentiated into what?" "He has become an Omega." "Chao Guan." "Kwang Juming." It was Chao Guan who reacted swiftly, a few moments later exclaiming, "Wait, are you saying that Assistant Pei differentiated into an Omega? There are cases of delayed differentiation, which I understand. But you have been together all along. You provide him pheromones. How did it escalate to this point of blood loss?" Lu Shiwen murmured, "It's all my fault." The surgery lasted 8 hours, and at 4:30 in the morning, Pei Wu was finally wheeled out. His neck was encircled with a thick bandage. Yet due to the infusion of top-tier pheromones, he was temporarily out of danger and placed in a VIP room. At that moment, Guanyin also arrived. Piecing together the fragmented account of events from Lu Shiwen, perplexed by the latter's erratic behavior at such a critical juncture. Pei Wu had always been shielded by Lu Shiwen's pheromonal barrier. During the differentiation phase, the craving would only intensify. At this precarious moment, an Omega was akin to walking a tightrope, every breath a torment, and Lu Shiwen had fled. He remained by the bedside, his expression focused, when a knock sounded at the door. "Hello, Omega Protection Association." Guanyin pointed at Lu Shiwen. "Take him away." Chapter 63. Forgive me, Pei Wu felt no pain. He merely drifted through an extensive dream. Upon arriving at Changrong, Pei Wu first encountered Lu Shiwen. Alpha observed him quietly, a discerning glint hidden within his beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Pei Wu diligently fulfilled every task, striving to take on the burdens of the project department. By the time Lu Shiwen recognized his capabilities, Pei Wu had already been working for free countless times. Once he had gained insight into the core projects, Pei Wu found himself with more time and inadvertently drawn to Lu Shiwen. Yet, that flicker of attraction paled in comparison to Lu Shiwen's indifference. Pei Wu was not one to seek humiliation, yet gradually, he realized that Lu Shiwen regarded him differently. Aware of their disparities, Pei Wu had been informed prior to joining Changrong that such a prestigious company would not hire betas. Not only had he secured a position, but he was also performing admirably. Lu Shiwen's status was of no concern to Pei Wu. He thought that such an easy-to-please person could be made happy with a simple sweet and sour fish. With some effort, he believed he could bear their future together. Such naivety was evident, but Pei Wu had been grounded in reality for over 20 years. He willingly plunged into a splendid dream, only to awaken to the cold. Rejecting gaze at its conclusion, Pei Wu stirred from his reverie. Sensing movement, Lu Shiwen abruptly turned. Their eyes met, and Pei Wu's momentary confusion dissipated within seconds, restoring clarity. Lu Shiwen's heart raced violently, a tumult that left him at a loss for joy. Yet, just as he took a step forward, he heard Pei Wu silently call out, "President Lu." These simple words marked Pei Wu's retreat to the shore, reverting their relationship to one of superior and subordinate. Lu Shiwen paused for half a second, seemingly unfazed, before stepping closer to press the bedside bell and check the bandaging around the gland for any signs of bleeding. He instructed Pei Wu not to speak. His voice was hoarse, and as Pei Wu looked into his eyes, he noticed faint bruising beneath them. "How many days?" Pei Wu managed to produce a barely audible sound. Lu Shiwen understood. "You've been unconscious for 5 days." After such a duration, Pei Wu wished to say more, but a tickle in his throat compelled him to cough uncontrollably, aggravating the injury at the nape of his neck and resulting in a cacophony of ringing in his ears. Concerned that Pei Wu might choke, Lu Shiwen gently lifted him. By the time the doctor and nurses arrived, Pei Wu was nestled in Lu Shiwen's embrace. Their forms almost perfectly aligned, with pheromones softly soothing the air. The doctor thought to himself that this was finally an alpha in action. After reviewing the monitoring data, the doctor conducted a brief examination of Pei Wu, his brow furrowing slightly. Fortunately, the gland had not become infected. Otherwise, the prospect of removal would have been dire. Pei Wu managed a faint smile, surprised that the gland could be preserved. However, he remained weak. The doctor remarked, "The pheromones must not be interrupted." Lu Shiwen readily accepted this, nodding at the doctor in acknowledgement. Pei Wu's right hand, bandaged from a scrape, lay pale atop the blanket. Once the medical staff departed, he attempted to shift his position, but was immediately restrained by Lu Shiwen. "Do not move." Pei Wu remained silent for a moment, realizing this was untenable. "President Lu," Pei Wu spoke, expressing his gratitude. "I appreciate your help these past few days, but you need not concern yourself with me. I am capable of hiring a caregiver." He could not see Lu Shiwen's face, yet he sensed a peculiar shift in the man's demeanor. Lu Shiwen, displaying little emotion, replied, "Pei Wu, the doctor has stated that the pheromones cannot be interrupted." Pei Wu acknowledged, "I understand. I can procure a high-grade alpha pheromone extraction." "That is not permissible," Lu Shiwen interrupted, his restraint faltering as he felt the chill of Pei Wu's distant demeanor pierce through him. Pei Wu patiently reasoned, "Mr. Lu, you are the highest caliber. Once I have adapted to your pheromones, I may develop an immunity to those of other alphas." Lu Shiwen buried his head in Pei Wu's neck. "Must you speak to me in this manner?" Pei Wu was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that it was Lu Shiwen who had brought him to the hospital. Yet what lingered more vividly was the cold indifference in Lu Shiwen's gaze when he had taken a step back. Now, due to Pei Wu's condition, Lu Shiwen was compelled to yield, but the recovery of the glands would require time. What if Lu Shiwen grew impatient during this period? It would only lead to further awkwardness between them. Pei Wu cherished his position at Changrong, acutely aware that he might not be able to retain his assistant role in the future. However, given Lu Shiwen's appreciation for his talents, he was likely to be reassigned to another department where he could still apply himself diligently. Pei Wu was striving to ensure both their comfort. Yet at that moment, Lu Shiwen's warm breath brushed against his neck, laden with a sense of grievance. "Lu Shiwen," Pei Wu spoke softly, "I do not wish for us to." Suddenly, Lu Shiwen frowned and turned to leap from the bed. Had he not been supporting Pei Wu, he might have tumbled to the floor. The sudden wave of discomfort overwhelmed Pei Wu. Observing Pei Wu in silence, Lu Shiwen kicked the trash bin beneath the bed, declaring, "Stay here." Pei Wu found nothing to expel. The medication had induced a spasm in his stomach, and he felt darkness encroaching. With reddened eyes, Lu Shiwen enveloped Pei Wu from behind, his fingers encompassing Pei Wu's pale, slender ones that gripped the edge of the bed. Then, with his pheromones, he encased them tightly together, ensuring no pheromones escaped. The potent pheromones permeated Pei Wu's pores, swiftly alleviating all discomfort. Pei Wu took deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. "Shiwen, listen to me. You do not favor Omega partners, but I have unexpectedly differentiated and become an Omega. I have not deceived you. My attending physician even mentioned that should I continue to absorb pheromones, I might require an artificial gland. Thus, I find myself in a fortunate predicament." Lu Shiwen tightened his embrace, no longer requiring Pei Wu to support himself, but instead bearing the entirety of his weight as if cradling a precious silk. "If you can truly think this way, then how did the wounds on your glands occur?" Pei Wu tasted bitterness in his mouth. "That night, I was overwhelmed by the pheromones, and my pain and sorrow were magnified infinitely. I merely miscalculated in that moment. My departure was the final straw that weighed upon you." Lu Shiwen's voice was low and heavy, his lips almost muffled as if veiled, brushing against the glands. "Pei Wu, that night, I too was overwhelmed by the most profound fear and disgust within my heart, to the extent that I momentarily mistook your face. I was not entirely lucid. You must forgive me." His plea for forgiveness was choked with emotion, startling Pei Wu, who turned to look at Lu Shiwen, only to find himself immobilized by his grasp. "Pei Wu," Lu Shiwen declared, "I can accept that my partner is an Omega, for you are an Omega." In truth, the moment he witnessed Pei Wu collapsed in a pool of blood, the nightmares of the past disintegrated into nothingness. Yet now, a new nightmare emerged. Lu Shiwen could not bear the slightest consequence of losing Pei Wu. His composure evaporated entirely, the utmost calmness replaced by an overwhelming need to embrace Pei Wu tightly. as if he were on the verge of tears. Chapter 64. Excellence. Their conversation reached a halt. Pei Wu was too fatigued to process much further. He returned to bed and, within moments, fell asleep with a furrowed brow. When he awoke, it was the following afternoon. The skies over Hongdu had cleared. Pei Wu opened his eyes and hazily perceived a figure seated beside him. Instinctively, he spoke. Lu Shiwen, forget about that surname Lu. It would be best to let the Omega Association scrutinize him, came the voice of Guan Yin. The head of the bed was elevated, alleviating some of the pressure on his chest. Pei Wu pondered Guan Yin's words and looked at him, questioning the connection to the Omega Association. Lu Shiwen abandoned you and must certainly face accountability from the Omega Protection Association, Guan Yin explained. Pei Wu became more alert. Accountability? I suddenly differentiated. We have no ties. You were brought to the hospital covered in blood. The doctors could not ignore this, and it had to be reported. When the Protection Association arrived, Lu Shiwen took responsibility. Guan Yin continued. Pei Wu paused. Responsible for what? He admitted to being your alpha and that he had failed in his duty of care, Guan Yin stated. Thus, for an entire week, he must attend the Omega Association for retraining and reflection for 2 hours daily, incurring a substantial fine. At this, Guan Yin chuckled. Yesterday, out of curiosity, Jiang Junming and I drove over to see it. Our Lu was remarkably conspicuous among a crowd of grievances, sitting upright and diligently writing his reflection. Reportedly the most earnest of the 100 or so present, producing pages of reflections, behaving as obediently as a primary school student during the training. Pei Wu blinked, doubting that Guan Yin was speaking of Lu Shiwen. I've prepared an apple for you. I'll make it into juice, Guan Yin said. Thank you, Pei Wu replied. A few minutes later, he held a glass of apple juice and sipped slowly, wincing as he swallowed, the pain tugging at his wound, yet still bearable. Guan Yin sat beside Pei Wu. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Lu Shiwen's aversion to Omegas dates back to when he was 11, but he had not differentiated at that time, so he shouldn't have been troubled by it. We attempted to inquire later, but Lu Shiwen's expression turned ominous. This is perhaps the only matter he has concealed from us brothers. Does Guan Yin not know either? Pei Wu questioned. I'm not defending Lu Shiwen. I am equally upset about this, Guan Yin replied. Guan Yin basked in the sunlight, his hair softly framing the contours of his face. Yet to be fair, the burdens of his past still weighed heavily upon him, even after ascending to the rank of a top alpha. His heart harbored genuine affection for you, and the guilt he bore was profound, more than anyone could fathom. Since your incident, he had not rested even for a moment. If circumstances allowed, I hope you both can grant each other another chance. Pei Wu leaned against the headboard, gently closing his eyes. However, do not indulge the alpha too much, Guan Yin added. Pei Wu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lu Shiwen returned from training at 5:30 in the afternoon. Upon entering, he felt a headache upon seeing Guan Yin. With a dangerous squint, Guan Yin asked, Do you have an issue with me? No issue, Lu Shiwen replied. I brought you some food. That's more like it, Guan Yin said as he stepped aside, hands tucked into his pockets. Can you try some porridge? Lu Shiwen stood by the bed, his voice gentle, in stark contrast to how he had spoken to Guan Yin moments before. Pei Wu nodded. Given his current physical condition, he could only manage some plain porridge. Lu Shiwen fed him with great care, having never taken care of anyone before, yet he seemed to possess an innate understanding, avoiding any scalding or choking incidents. In fact, Lu Shiwen poured forth all his patience. Pei Wu's condition had improved slightly today. He could tell that Lu Shiwen was being exceedingly cautious, as if any request he made would be readily acquiesced to by the alpha. Pei Wu had absorbed Guan Yin's words, yet the pain from his glands constantly reminded him of the traumatic events from the day of his differentiation. The entire experience had been utterly dreadful. Upon awakening, he had attempted to address their issues, only to be wholly dismissed by Lu Shiwen. Now, he found himself devoid of the energy to confront these matters. Lu Shiwen did not pressure him. Instead, whenever Pei Wu felt discomfort, he promptly provided his pheromones. Whether Pei Wu agreed or not was inconsequential. When the top-tier pheromones enveloped him, his consciousness was swept back into the depths, the clear pheromones acting as a miraculous remedy for his glands. The bleeding had ceased entirely by the third day after Pei Wu's awakening. Moreover, The omega traits within him were gradually revealing themselves. He was already tall and fair-skinned, and now he resembled a tender bamboo shoot, drenched in rain. The sunlight illuminating him in a way that was simply captivating. Although damaged, the initial assessment of Pei Wu's pheromones by the doctor had been exceptional. In other words, with Pei Wu's attributes, finding a high-ranking alpha would be as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Guanyin busied himself with provoking Lu Shiwen, his words flowing like a well-wound clock. Though top-tier alphas were rare, their absence was equally unremarkable. Wouldn't you agree, Pei Wu? Lu Shiwen nearly crushed the vase in his grip. What a true brother, he thought, utterly useless in critical moments. Pei Wu lowered his head to eat yogurt, choking and losing the desire to speak. The embarrassing predicament caused by Kwang Jun compelled him to buy yogurt, yet he had chosen the dry, tangy kind, which Pei Wu felt obliged to consume a few spoonfuls of. Lu Shiwen took the yogurt from Pei Wu's hands and offered him a cup of warm water instead. That's enough for now. The water was just right, infused with a subtle hint of lemon. When did Lu Shiwen become so adept at caring for others? After Pei Wu finished drinking, Lu Shiwen took the cup away. Pei Wu felt a bit bland in his mouth. After repeatedly consulting the doctor, Lu Shiwen bought a fried potato cake from a vendor outside the hospital, where the queue was particularly long, sprinkled with a bit of salt but without any chili. The moment Pei Wu received it, he began to salivate and quietly finished it. As he crumpled the bag and turned around, he met Lu Shiwen's warm and joyful gaze. Devoid of any aggression typically reserved for outsiders, it was a look that spoke solely of his omega. Lanja brought fresh lilies, and Lu Shiwen, in a delightful domestic manner, began arranging the flowers, causing Kwang Junming and Chao Guan to chuckle as they secretly snapped photos. Get well soon, Lanja said. Handling all that work alone is quite exhausting. Pei Wu nodded with a smile. All right. Taking advantage of Lu Shiwen's distraction, Lanja leaned in closer, his tone imbued with a personal touch and a hint of disdain for capitalism. I support you on a spiritual level. Lu Shiwen turned his expressionless face towards him. I can support you with tangible actions, Lanja remarked, noticing that Omega seemed a bit tired, prompting Lu Shiwen to usher them out. Pei Wu needs to rest. You can come again next time. The ward quickly fell silent, and by the time Lu Shiwen returned after escorting them downstairs, Pei Wu had already drifted off to sleep. The phone buzzing beside the pillow caught Lu Shiwen's attention, and without hesitation, he picked it up to look. Pei Wu, if you really don't care, I'll cause a scene at your company. It was an unfamiliar number, but it was clear the sender was desperate. Lu Shiwen displayed little emotion as he typed a few responses. Chapter 65, completely dealing with the Pei family in one of the most prestigious venues in Hongdu, with private rooms starting at a 4-digit sum for just an hour. Everything from the plush carpet beneath their feet to the casually glanced wall art exuded an air of opulence. Pei Gaosheng and Zhang Wenxiu had never set foot in such a place in their lives. Pei Ming was even more out of his element. Had it not been for the manager accompanying them, he would have wanted to take a closer look at the artwork. Pei Gaosheng tugged at Pei Ming's shirt, and he immediately understood. The father and son walked in with pride, determined not to appear inferior. Little did they know, the manager looked at them with disdain. Zhang Wenxiu, always perceptive, felt a hint of anxiety. They were aware they were to meet Pei Wu's superior, who had stated that Pei Wu was in the hospital and had come to discuss the relevant compensation. On the way, Pei Gaosheng was filled with excitement. What does it matter if he's a beta? My lineage is beyond reproach. If he didn't care, would a busy executive bother to handle these trivial matters for a subordinate? Pei Ming's eyes sparkled. Dad, do you think that big boss can cover the car expenses? He must compensate. Pei Gaosheng's tone turned fierce. Since he was stepping in for Pei Wu, he couldn't afford to make no demands at all. Not only did he want compensation, but if the big boss wished to be with Pei Wu, he must also take responsibility for their entire family. Zhang Wenxiu attempted to rein in Pei Gaosheng's unreasonable assertions. Yet she couldn't help but entertain a similar line of thought. After the conversation that day, Pei Wu hadn't answered a single call from her. Zhang Wenxiu felt this child was truly stubborn. She had been overwhelmed by stress back then, but ultimately, she hadn't truly suffocated him. As the door to the private room swung open, Lu Shiwen was seen turning a teacup. Hearing the noise, he lifted his eyelids. casting a cool and disdainful glance at the figure of Lan just standing tall behind him. "Ah, the esteemed boss," Pei Gaoshang said, shrinking his neck and bowing repeatedly, which made Lan furrow his brow slightly. How could someone as illustrious as Pei Wu have such a family? "Please, take a seat," Lu Shiwen instructed. Pei Gaosheng pulled Pei Ming down to sit, completely disregarding Zhang Wenxiu, who, after several tentative attempts, managed to perch herself on the edge of a chair. "Boss, where's my Pei Wu?" "In the hospital," Lu Shiwen replied. "He has suddenly undergone a transformation and is now an Omega." Pei Gaosheng's eyes widened in shock, and moments later, the muscles in his face began to twitch uncontrollably, rendering it grotesque. At that moment, his alcohol-soaked brain started whirring, and Lanja could almost see the greed materializing in his gaze. Pei Gaosheng rubbed his hands together, his parched lips turning slightly red as he finally spoke. "Boss, may I inquire if you have taken a liking to my Pei Wu?" "Indeed," Lu Shiwen confirmed. "I am his alpha." Pei Ming leapt to his feet in excitement. "So, how much are you offering my family?" Zhang Wenxiu also looked up with eager anticipation. Yet, Lu Shiwen's eyes were deep and somber, reminiscent of a silent sea at night, hiding turbulent waves beneath its surface. A few nights prior, Pei Wu had suffered from nightmares, intermittently calling out, "Don't do this. I won't seek treatment anymore, Mom. Let go." It took 3 doses of pheromones from Lu Shiwen to eventually soothe him. At this moment, rather than considering their son's distress at having surpassed the optimal age for transformation and now being an Omega, which brought with it immense physical and emotional pain, these individuals were preoccupied with the monetary gains they could extract from him. Lu Shiwen, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, stated, "I require you to sever all ties with Pei Wu." "That's out of the question." Pei Gaosheng, like a rabid dog, realized Lu Shiwen's wealth. Having heard tales of his car worth tens of millions, he was prepared to embrace the life of the affluent. Perhaps Pei Wu wished to distance himself from them. Pei Gaosheng snorted dismissively, "Boss, Pei Wu is my son. He must honor me. If you are his alpha, then you should understand." "I do," Lu Shiwen replied, leaning forward. "It is you who do not understand." "What do you mean?" Pei Gaosheng asked, bewildered. Lanja tossed a stack of documents onto the table before them. Pei Gaosheng and Pei Ming initially assumed it was some kind of property transfer agreement and eagerly opened it. However, within seconds, their expressions shifted dramatically. Lanja spoke indifferently. "Pei Gaosheng, 2 years ago, the auto repair shop where you worked exploded, resulting in a 3-month hospitalization and compensation of $390,000. In reality, you conspired to steal and sell company parts, and later, fearing exposure, you recklessly blew up the warehouse, managing to evade detection until now. During that time, your illegal profits amounted to $61,000. I calculated, and with your multitude of offenses, you could face 20 years in prison." Lanja once again turned his gaze towards Pei Ming, remarking, "You are even more remarkable. Theft, robbery, though your mother has intervened with compensation. This is only due to the evidence not being submitted to the police. 3 days prior to the car accident, you forcibly marked an Omega in the alley behind Ninghai Vocational High School. Your intention to extort money was to settle this matter, but alas, you have reached adulthood. According to the Omega Protection Act, the minimum sentence is 5 years. Pei Gaosheng interjected sharply, "Impossible. These are all fabrications of yours." "Lanzes Gop, are you truly so naive? Your accomplice is still alive and possesses a plethora of chat logs and transfer proofs. The investigation would not be difficult." Pei Gaosheng retorted. "Has he lost his mind to divulge this information to you? I gave him 2 million and promised that this matter would not implicate him." Lu Shiwen spoke calmly. Under Pei Gaosheng's horrified gaze, Lu Shiwen stated, "Indeed, I would rather give him 2 million than spare you a single cent." This was a stark contrast to what Pei Ming had envisioned prior to this encounter. Pei Ming leaped up in panic, only to collapse to the ground moments later, convulsing violently as if struck by a stroke. "Do not be alarmed," Lanja reassured. "It is merely an aphrodisiac attack. Incontinence is inconsequential, and soon someone will come to clean up." Zhang Wenxiu was already ashen with fear, exclaiming, "Help! Murder!" Lanja replied, "Madam, the soundproofing in this private room is exceptional. Nothing could be heard from outside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenxiu scrambled towards Lu Shiwen, resorting to her usual antics, frantically bowing her head, begging for mercy, and striking her own face. In her mind, such gestures from a junior to a senior were unbearable. Lu Shiwen, desiring to be with Pei Wu, would certainly be cautious. Yet even as blood dripped from her forehead, Lu Shiwen merely observed in silence. Zhang Wenxiu's movements suddenly halted. She slowly raised her head, meeting the cold and indifferent gaze of the alpha, as if she were not even a living being. In the highest echelons of society, there existed only territory, expulsion, and plunder. Were it not for their blood ties to Pei Wu, Lu Shiwen had numerous methods to make them disappear without a trace. Zhang Wenxiu finally grasped the naivete of their assumptions. What? What do you want from us? She trembled. Please let us go. I've already stated. Lu Shiwen replied, from now on, do not disturb Pei Wu and leave Hongdu. Throwing a tantrum here will avail you nothing. Were it not for Pei Wu. Lu Shiwen let out a soft scoff. Zhang Wenxiu comprehended the unspoken implications of his words, nearly fainting from the realization. Make a scene once, and you will be imprisoned. Lu Shiwen stated matter-of-factly, trust me, once you are inside, there will be no way out. For people like you, a miserable existence is preferable to a good death. Zhang Wenxiu slumped to the ground. Chapter 66. Delphinium. The spring rains in Hongdu were unceasing. After a brief respite of a day and a half, the drizzle resumed. Lu Shiwen emerged from the club and instructed Lanja, keep a close watch. Should they act foolishly, issue a warning. If they seek their own demise, follow the proper procedures. Understood, Lanja affirmed. As night fell, the lights in the buildings across the street flickered to life. The chilling intensity in Lu Shiwen's eyes softened as he seemed to contemplate something, his sharp facial features becoming more gentle. Shall we go purchase some desserts? Lanze inquit, recalling Pei Wu's earlier suggestion before their departure. In truth, the sound was faint, as if Pei Wu, after a slight recovery, finally possessed the energy to probe into their relationship. Lu Shiwen wished he could transport a dessert shop closer, finding Lan just driving too slow. He pressed the accelerator himself, reducing the half-hour journey to a mere 20 minutes, including shopping. The hospital room door was ajar, light spilling forth. Lu Shiwen held a red velvet cake and 2 egg tarts, gently knocking before pushing the door open. Lan Zhe had already left, leaving just the two of them in the room. Have you changed the dressing? Lu Shiwen inquired. Pei Wu stared at him in silence, causing Lu Shiwen to feel an inexplicable tension throughout his body. He placed the cake and tarts on the bedside table beside Pei Wu, his mind echoing with Guan Yan's words about the emotional volatility of newly differentiated omegas. Even the placement of a water cup could incite anger. For someone like you, who cannot read the room, it is best to invest more thought. Taking the advice to heart, Lu Shiwen released his pheromones. The crisp aroma slightly alleviated the heaviness in Pei Wu's brow. Sensing some hope, Lu Shiwen seized the moment to sit beside Pei Wu, leaning in closer. Are you upset that I returned late? I had some matters at the company to attend to. Pei Wu remained silent, prompting Lu Shiwen to continue. Are you bored? If so, I can have Wan Yin come over tomorrow, but he won't speak well of me. You can choose what to listen to. He offered. Would you like to try a fresh cream tart or a chocolate one? His round eyes widened slightly, and the weight of his alpha presence diminished considerably. Pei Wu softly replied, the fresh cream one. A warmth surged inexplicably within Lu Shiwen. Once Pei Wu leisurely finished eating, he asked, did the doctor mention when I could be discharged? A few more days, Lu Shiwen answered. The house isn't ready yet. Pei Wu expressed surprise. What needs to be prepared? There is plenty to tidy up. Guan Yin, being a rather capable Omega, took half an hour to explain what was needed. You'll find out when you return. Lu Shiwen replied vaguely. Pei Wu remarked, I have a rental property. This was a question he had been pondering. Pei Wu was not being difficult. He could sense Lu Shiwen's regret and understood that the alpha wished to treat him infinitely better. The events of that night and the attentive care over the past month could somewhat soothe the past, yet interacting with Lu Shiwen as an Omega was a different experience. Once discharged, Pei Wu needed to readjust to his own pace of life, assessing his physical condition, stamina, and endurance, determining whether these had declined or remained at their previous level. Lu Shiwen's smile faded as he took a shallow breath. Is it not possible for you to relinquish that apartment? Pei Wu replied. Is it that you do not wish to live with me? As Lu Shiwen spoke, his expression fell, revealing a sense of despondency. In the end, you still do not wish to forgive me. Pei Wu responded, just wait and see. Suddenly, Lu Shiwen moved to the window and opened it. They were on the 7th floor. Pei Wu, still bewildered, heard Lu Shiwen demand, will you agree to return with me? Pei Wu thought that for an alpha, this height was trivial, but for Lu Shiwen, such an action seemed rather childish. Amused yet exasperated, Pei Wu grabbed a pillow from the bedside and tossed it at him. Lu Shiwen, with a fleeting smile, caught the cushion and closed the window before gently embracing Pei Wu. I comprehend that there exists a disparity in the rhythm between betas and omegas. However, I am certainly neither a disturbance nor a variable. I cannot bear the thought of you being alone. Pei Wu fell silent. Lu Shiwen thought to himself that he had stabilized the situation. Pei Wu pushed him away and reached for the velvet cake. He ate it piece by piece, concealing from Lu Shiwen that he had been somewhat displeased 10 minutes prior, an emotion that he could not suppress. Despite Lu Shiwen's assurance that he would return in no more than an hour, it stretched to 2. Due to the injury to his glands, the alpha's pheromones dissipated quickly, and as the barrier thinned, he felt like a fledgling bird that had fallen from its perch at dusk, helplessly watching the encroaching darkness with uncontrollable anxiety. Guan Yin assured him that such feelings were normal and that healing would bring tranquility, yet the multitude of changes left Pei Wu unsettled. In the afternoon, he was wheeled outside by a nurse to bask in the sun, and he could already perceive an array of scattered pheromones in the air, even distinguishing the emotions of their owners, as if he had suddenly activated his meridians. The clarity that washed over him compelled him to return prematurely, and he immediately sprayed a layer of blocking agent upon his return. The nurse entered just as Pei Wu finished his cake. She peeked in and sighed. You should really limit your intake of sweets. The doctor mentioned that it was fine occasionally. Lu Shiwen interjected, I bought it. I wanted to uplift his spirits. The nurse fell silent at this, recalling how dire Pei Wu's condition had been upon arrival, lacking phenomenal comfort and likely facing gland removal. However, his remarkable recovery was directly linked to the alpha beside him. The nurse unwrapped the bandage from around Pei Wu's neck, while Lu Shiwen stood nearby, his hand continuously clenching at his side. He meticulously controlled his pheromones to envelop Pei Wu's glands, effectively alleviating the pain. The gash that traversed the glands appeared less grievous now, though it remained distinctly visible. The doctor had assured Lu Shiwen repeatedly that once Pei Wu healed, the scar could be removed, yet witnessing it now still pierced his heart. Suddenly, Pei Wu grasped Lu Shiwen's hand and said, I would like some water. Lu Shiwen did not leave his side, replying, I will pour it once the bandaging is complete. Pei Wu tilted his head slightly to facilitate the nurse's work, feeling as though Lu Shiwen's fingernails were nearly digging into his flesh. He extended a finger to poke at the center of Lu Shiwen's clenched fist, and after a couple of nudges, Lu Shiwen released his grip. Pei Wu felt the 2 crescent-shaped impressions and could not resist gently rubbing them. What have I done to deserve this? Lu Shiwen pondered. The nurse, with a smile in her eyes, glanced at them and said, all done. Avoid water, maintain emotional stability. And as for the pheromones, I trust you both are aware. After the nurse departed, Lu Shiwen turned off the lights, leaving only the lamp by the bedside aglow. Recently, Pei Wu had been going to bed quite early, but before that, Lu Shiwen would embrace him from behind, as if enveloping him in the coolness of moonlight. Their lips brushed softly against the gauze, and the nurturing pheromones lulled Pei Wu into a state of drowsiness. Suddenly, he heard Lu Shiwen's deep voice remark, It smells of Lisianthus. Chapter 67. I fear you may harm me. A week later, Pei Wu was discharged from the hospital and returned to Yunlu Bay. It was then that he finally grasped the true meaning of Lu Shiwen's words about preparation. The layout of the villa remained largely unchanged, yet the decor experienced a significant transformation. The previously expansive gray walls were repainted in a delicate cream hue, meticulously blended to emanate a warm golden glow under the sunlight. An empty grid-style display cabinet was adorned with various Q-version trinkets, and Pei Wu even spotted a trendy figurine that had recently gained popularity. The sharp edges of the furniture were carefully cushioned, and as Pei Wu rested his palm on the staircase railing, he felt something intriguing, a carved design featuring a charming cat's head, beside which the words "Keep it up" were inscribed. Lu Shiwen stood nearby, his chin raised, exuding an air of understanding that required no praise. Unable to contain himself, Pei Wu inquired, "Who taught you this?" "Guanyin," Lu Shiwen replied, "though he often targets me. His aesthetic sense is impeccable." "What do you think? Quite nice, isn't it?" Pei Wu found himself at a loss for words, gaining insight into Guanyin's life at home beyond the office. "Do you like it?" Lu Shiwen pressed earnestly. Pei Wu could only nod in affirmation. "I do." In truth, his character had not changed. While Pei Wu was temporarily unable to return to work, he could not remain idle. Thus, he embarked on a morning jog at 7 o'clock. During his university days, running 10 kilometers was no challenge. Yet this morning, even 6 kilometers felt overwhelming. Lu Shiwen, trailing behind, offered reassurance. "Your body is still in recovery. There is no need to rush." Pei Wu took a deep breath, feeling better than he had anticipated, possibly due to the late onset of his differentiation, which meant his physical stamina had not significantly declined. Soon, Lu Shiwen's calming pheromones enveloped him, dissipating the heaviness in his chest. Undoubtedly aided by the presence of a top-tier alpha, Pei Wu updated his personal information at the Omega Protection Association, indicating that the company needed to synchronize accordingly. The revelation of Pei Wu's delayed differentiation into an Omega surprised many, yet they quickly accepted it, as genetic differentiation often entails unforeseen circumstances. In this information-rich era, such occurrences were no longer anomalies. Lanja hoped that upon Pei Wu's return, he would not face too many scrutinizing gazes. After about 10 days, Pei Wu felt he would begin to grow mold if he stayed any longer, and Lu Shiwen finally consented to his return to the office. After completing his morning routine, the gland patch on the back of his neck was personally affixed by Lu Shiwen, who meticulously checked it several times. Lu Shiwen tried to disregard the scar that nearly bisected the gland, reminding himself that it was reparable. He set down his trembling fingers, adopting a light-hearted tone. "Congratulations on your return to prominence, Pei Zhu." Pei Wu chuckled softly. "I appreciate your kind words." Upon arriving at the office, Pei Wu felt a brief sense of unfamiliarity, but it only took moments for the keyboard to resonate with the familiar rapid clicking of keys. He responded to the flurry of greetings from colleagues in the chat window one by one. During lunch in the cafeteria, he engaged in conversation with a few familiar executives. As he walked away, discussions erupted among the remaining staff. Did Pei Zhu genuinely differentiate? He seems unchanged. Did you not notice the gland patch on the back of his neck? Perhaps this is what it means to be strong. Pei Wu returned to his office after grabbing lunch, finding Lanja absent, likely off preparing steak once more. In truth, it was Pei Wu who was untroubled, while it was Lu Shiwen who felt the weight of anxiety. He had initially intended to fetch lunch, but Pei Wu snatched the lunchbox and departed, leaving behind the remark that this was the company. In accordance with his position, he hoped that Lu Shiwen would maintain a calm demeanor. Yet that was evidently not the case. That afternoon, Pei Wu lingered in the project department for merely 20 minutes before Lu Shiwen sought him out. The moment he laid eyes on Pei Wu, a visible sigh of relief escaped him. Upon their return, they ascended in the private elevator, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere, where Pei Wu softly inquired, "Are you very worried?" "Indeed," he replied. Pei Wu gently squeezed his hand, encouraging him to adapt. Pei Wu had retrieved some projects he had previously given to Lanja, which brought a refreshing air to the atmosphere. When it came to patience, no one could rival Pei Wu. There were certain incompetent individuals from the other party whom he truly wished never to encounter again. After organizing his thoughts, Pei Wu realized he needed to resolve a cooperative project with Guanyin. Coincidentally, Guanyin's call came through at that moment. "How has your recovery been?" "Very well," Pei Wu responded. Guanyin, with a languid tone, continued, "Perfect. Come with me for an on-site inspection. It's just in the neighboring city, a 2.5-hour drive." Pei Wu agreed. That evening, upon hearing the news, Lu Shiwen leapt up in surprise, exclaiming, "Why the sudden business trip?" "I did not consent." Pei Wu was in the midst of preparing dumpling filling when he paused at Lu Shiwen's words, turning to look at him. The assistant nearby, observing quietly, chose to remain silent, seemingly preoccupied as she exited. It's a normal work requirement. Why does President Lu disapprove? Pei Wu queried. A retort lodged in Lu Shiwen's throat. Yet he dare not voice it. Is it solely because I am an Omega? Pei Wu remarked, a subtle disdain flickering in his eyes, not directed at Lu Shiwen, but at such ingrained perceptions. He offered no further explanation, instead bringing the knife down onto the meat mixture with a resounding thud. Lu Shiwen felt a jolt of fear and refrained from speaking further. Before their departure, Lu Shiwen spent a full hour lamenting about Guan Yin to Pei Wu. Waking early had already set his mood on edge, and Lu Shiwen's incessant chatter only exacerbated his frustration. He found himself wishing to gag Lu Shiwen just as they headed to Yunlu Bay, realizing only then how much of a chatterbox Lu Shiwen truly was. You make it seem as though Pei Wu's departure will lead to erratic behavior, he remarked. It is I who becomes unhinged in his absence. Such a bold stance. Guan Yin retorted. No, it is not, Lu Shiwen replied. Sitting up from his bed, Guan Yin assured him, I guarantee to bring Pei Wu back safely. Do you not comprehend? Lu Shiwen wiped his face. I am concerned you might lead me into a pitfall. Guan Yin responded. Your remark about Pei Wu's pheromones attracting high-ranking alphas as if it were drinking water will linger in my memory forever. Guan Yin, Lu Shiwen warned. Should Pei Wu return to a tumult of alphas, I will don a red dress and hang myself at your doorstep, haunting you for eternity. Guan Yin, who harbored a deep fear of the supernatural, shuddered at the thought, exclaiming, You truly are unwell. Pei Wu set off at noon, with Lu Shiwen accompanying him for several miles, nearly following him inside the airport had it not been for the staff's intervention. Throughout, Guan Yin had paid Lu Shiwen no mind, and only when they turned a corner, leaving Lu Shiwen's sight, did he breathe a sigh of relief. Turning to Pei Wu to say, Let me interview you, Pei Wu replied, I never stated that my alpha would become clingy after my differentiation. Guan Yin chuckled softly, remarking that Lu Shiwen was inherently like that. Despite his typically aloof demeanor, once he recognized someone as his Omega, his territorial instincts would become exceedingly strong. Not to mention, the turn and departure that night had almost transformed into an unspeakable nightmare for Lu Shiwen. Chapter 68. When will you return? As soon as the plane touched down, almost immediately upon turning on his phone, Lu Shiwen's call came through to Pei Wu. Pei Wu listened quietly, occasionally responding with an MM and then assuring him that they would video chat in the evening. Guan Yin felt a tangle of emotions. He could sense that while Pei Wu did not openly blame Lu Shiwen, the intimacy between them had undeniably shifted. A hazy barrier had emerged. The reasons were not difficult to fathom. The substantial change in their identities signified a transformation in thought patterns, lifestyle habits, and even temperaments. Pei Wu had adapted remarkably well, often burdening himself without dragging others into his struggles. Yet, during his moments of greatest need, the lack of necessary reassurance from his designated partner was entirely understandable. Guan Yin mused that Pei Wu refraining from severely chastising Lu Shiwen was a testament to true love. The Kaiyu Commercial Center had long been in a state of loss. Upon entering the mall, one could see that from the first to the fifth floor, the majority of storefronts were shuttered, leaving only a handful of infant brands and restaurants to barely survive. The three adjacent buildings were devoid of any signs of life. It was said that the feng shui was problematic, a belief held by many business people, leading to a scarcity of interested buyers. However, Kaiyu boasted a prime location with ample connectivity, and with several product development projects slated for the future, foot traffic was expected to be considerable. Once revitalized, the profits could be quite substantial. Yet, the current proprietor of Kaiyu was adamant on pricing, evidently fearful of further losses and aiming to make one final profit. In truth, Guan Yin need not intervene in such acquisitions. His concern for Pei Wu compelled him to desire hearing Lu Shiwen sincerely call him Dad. The shadowy owner of Kaiyu, surnamed Su, quickly reserved a table upon learning of Guan Yin and the other's arrival. Mr. Su, in his 40s, appeared quite earnest, though his eyes darted about with a certain shrewdness. The establishment was an upscale entertainment club, with 7 or 8 Omega companions mingling nearby. In this atmosphere, both Guan Yin and Pei Wu, being Omegas themselves, felt a hint of awkwardness. Yet, it was evident that neither of them felt any significant discomfort. Among the crowd was a 30-something B-grade alpha who attempted to show off, only to fall short, and he was promptly corrected by Pei Wu on several missteps. As the evening progressed, the alpha's demeanor soured, and with a shift in tone, he remarked on how fortunate the alpha must be to have two such exceptional companions. Pei Wu, absorbed in his tea, did not respond, but Guan Yin, with his characteristic temperament that rarely afforded mediocrity any respect, leaned back on the sofa, exhaling a puff of smoke, and replied leisurely, "It certainly wouldn't be an alpha like you." The alpha's expression changed, and Guan Yin continued, "My worth could easily buy your life." Mr. Su's face fell, and he promptly dismissed the alpha. Behind Guan Yin stood a row of bodyguards. Following the unexpected incident during the previous peak period, he exercised even greater caution. The head of the bodyguards was of Class A, and it was unclear what Guan Yin had said to him, but his piercing gaze suggested he could easily send any adversary crashing into the wall. Boss Su was adept at playing the game of Tai Chi. He remained resolute on price, while warmly inviting them to enjoy a few days here. Pei Wu interjected, "No. Boss Su, your price lacks sincerity. There is more than one Caillou in Yun City. Let us simply be friends, and you may await the next fated encounter." "Please don't." Boss Su quickly poured tea, sensing that Pei Wu was not jesting, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. "You know, Caillou has nearly cost me everything. Let's negotiate a bit more." With a snap of his fingers, he signaled. Pei Wu, puzzled by his antics, only understood when he heard Guan Yin exclaim, "Wow." From both rows, a dozen alphas approached with smiles. Without exception, they possessed broad shoulders and slender waists, tall and handsome, without even considering their pheromone levels. It was evident they were all strikingly attractive. Yet, beauty is subjective. Pei Wu took a glance and returned to his tea, while Guan Yin lounged back on the sofa, appearing supportive, though his eyes betrayed no emotion. Pei Wu mused that perhaps it was better to admire oneself in the mirror. Guan Yin pondered that if he were to evolve into an alpha, what business would he have with them? Boss Su, witnessing this, felt deflated. The verbal agreement was established, and Boss Su exhaled in relief. Both Pei Wu and Guan Yin were men of their word, ensuring that they would not suffer losses this time. Although Boss Su's pheromones were nearly depleted, he still took a moment to revel on the dance floor. Guan Yin found it amusing and leaned towards Pei Wu to share a few words, eliciting a light laugh from Pei Wu as they clinked their teacups. Unbeknownst to them, despite the dim lighting, their presence was captivating. Before taking over the company, Guan Yin was akin to a dashing playboy, exuding charm as he sat with arms spread wide, his fox-like eyes captivating all who dared to gaze upon him. Pei Wu was more reserved, yet his graceful demeanor and attentive listening rendered him enchanting, particularly when his deep, warm eyes sparkled with sincerity, making hearts flutter. Waves of admirers attempted to approach, only to be fiercely warded off by the bodyguards. Suddenly, a video call from Lu Shiwen interrupted. Engaged in conversation with Guan Yin, Pei Wu inadvertently tapped to answer. Instantly, Lu's composed and gentle smile turned into a fierce scowl. "Where are you?" Lu Shiwen seethed. There was no need for inquiry. The pulsating music and flashing lights overhead filled the air with a vibrant energy that would have overwhelmed anyone. Pei Wu, choosing to be forthright, admitted, "We are at the place Boss Su booked. We'll be leaving shortly." "Guan Yin," Lu Shiwen shouted. Guan Yin leaned in, wearing a look of disdain that suggested Lu was out of his league. "With me watching, what do you have to fear?" However, as Guan Yin adjusted the camera, he inadvertently panned to a nearby row of male models. "Guan Yin, don't shout, don't shout," Guan Yin replied. "This place is as it is. But look, we are surrounded by bodyguards." Just then, a fearless alpha approached, handsome. "Give me your contact information. I'll take care of you," Guan Yin retorted. Look for me, look for me." Meanwhile, a drunken alpha extended his hand towards Pei Wu, saying, "Consider it, will you?" Pei Wu closed his eyes while Guan Yin covered his ears, listening to Lu Shiwen's impotent rage from the other end. The two exchanged pleasantries with Boss Su and hurriedly departed. Lu Shiwen's temperament was irritable. Guan Yin, once in the car, began to curse, his earlier enthusiasm thoroughly diminished. Upon returning to the hotel room, Pei Wu changed his shoes while initiating a video call with Lu Shiwen. "Are you there?" Lu Shiwen sat with crossed arms in his office chair, a foul expression marring his features. Pei Wu found it amusing. "In the past, I often attended similar occasions during business trips. But it's not the same, is it?" Lu Shiwen had marked Pei Wu as a temporary priority. A top-tier designation meant daily vigilance over one's territory, and without Pei Wu nearby, he felt an unsettling restlessness. His calm facade was crumbling. Suddenly, Lu Shiwen leaned over the table, his wide, cat-like eyes brimming with unanticipated longing that crashed into Pei Wu's chest, followed by the drawn-out question, "When will you return?" Chapter 69. Opportunity awaits the prepared. Lu Shiwen had memories from when he was 5 or 6 years old. At that time, his parents had not yet divorced, and family dynamics had not reached a point of inevitable breakdown. Tang Qingsu mostly accompanied him, and, as is natural for children, he often sought his mother's affection. There was a period when those around him remarked on his charm, noting his sweet tongue and good looks. Wherever he went, he was favored. As he grew older, his parents divorced and pursued their separate paths, leaving Lu Shiwen alone in the vast old residence. Once the dust settled, the most prominent traits had stripped away part of his humanity. Thus, Pei Wu was destined to be an unexpected occurrence. Lu Shiwen was acutely aware of his own complexities and his demanding nature, both in life and work. He often pondered how long Pei Wu could endure. As one's interest was piqued, one's gaze involuntarily gravitated towards the other. A meal, a cup of tea, once a habit was formed, it was difficult to relinquish. Before Pei Wu's transformation, Lu Shiwen could maintain a semblance of composure, but countless nights waking from nightmares, seeing Pei Wu lying in a pool of blood, left him with an overwhelming desire to grasp the other at all costs. He had once been quite sensitive about the omega pheromones, as they all bore a similar, cloying scent that reeked unpleasantly. Lu Shiwen recognized this as a bias, but had no intention of changing it. Yet, the fragrance of the delphinium dispelled the dust, and Lu Shiwen opened the door of his heart that had been shut for so long. He confronted his past and embraced everything, welcoming the delphinium to take root in the snow-laden pine forest. Lu Shiwen had previously doubted the concept of compatibility, but now he thought that his pheromone compatibility with Pei Wu must be absolute. Otherwise, there was no explanation for his obsession. The alpha, once fierce, had become a thoroughly tamed big cat, acting sweetly just to bring joy to Pei Wu. Late at night, Lu Shiwen's breath faltered. After a tense few seconds, he abruptly sat up in bed. The curtains were drawn back, and the moonlight starkly illuminated the terror in the depths of his alpha eyes. His chest heaved violently, sweat beading on his forehead and rolling down into his collar. Lu Shiwen wiped his face, threw off the covers, and headed to the bathroom. Cold water cascaded over him, jolting his senses. This was merely a dream, he reassured himself. Pei Wu was safe. That night, he had returned. After soaking for over half an hour, Lu Shiwen emerged, enveloped in a chill. He paid no heed to the damp strands of hair, settling on the edge of the bed as he retrieved his phone. Despite harboring no expectations, he instinctively knew that after ending the video call with Pei Wu, the latter would retreat into rest. However, as the screen illuminated, he found a photograph sent by Pei Wu, a blooming cactus on the windowsill. Without a word, it was an unadorned sharing of life, simply captured for Lu Shiwen's eyes. He pressed the phone to his chest, feeling extraordinarily fortunate. Subsequently, he messaged Lanja, informing him of his absence from the office and instructing him to manage things independently before securing a flight to Yin City. Waiting was futile. Opportunities favored the prepared. Dressed impeccably, Lu Shiwen stepped into the night. Pei Wu, on the other hand, had a restless night, perhaps accustomed to being embraced from behind. The crisp scent of the pine forest lingered in his nostrils, and he awoke at 6:30. After a brief shower, he emerged to work on his laptop and called the front desk to order breakfast. In about 10 minutes, the doorbell rang, and Pei Wu rose to answer it. Standing at the door was indeed a server pushing a meal cart, accompanied by a tall figure. Lu Shiwen glanced disdainfully at the sandwiches on the cart. Is this what you're eating? Pei Wu blinked, wondering if he was hallucinating. No need to deliver it. A one to eat? Lu Shiwen instructed the server. The server, perplexed by the unexpectedly handsome man, turned to Pei Wu for guidance. Pei Wu, regaining his composure, quickly replied, "It's fine, thank you." The server politely exchanged a few words before retreating with the cart, allowing Lu Shiwen to stride confidently into Pei Wu's room. "Did Guan Yin choose a decent place for you?" he remarked, dismissing the notion of being overly critical. "A presidential suite in a five-star hotel. What more could one desire?" Pei Wu, taken aback, questioned, "What brings you here?" Lu Shiwen turned around, his status and beauty serving as his finest weapons, particularly when directed at Pei Wu. His air of self-satisfaction radiated a childlike exuberance, not juvenile, but endearing. His dark brow arched slightly, the line from his prominent nose to lips flowing seamlessly, more fervent than the sun rising outside. "I missed you," Lu Shiwen proclaimed before stepping forward to embrace Pei Wu, without granting the Omega a chance to respond. He lowered his head, tenderly pecking at Pei Wu's lips, persistently inquiring, "Did you miss me? Did you miss me?" Blushing, Pei Wu turned his head away, only to have Lu Shiwen gently but firmly guide him back. The pheromones surged upward, rendering Pei Wu momentarily speechless. It was only when the sunlight fully illuminated the room that Pei Wu delicately pushed Lu Shiwen away, his breath still unsteady as he asked, "Are you hungry?" "Not particularly," Lu Shiwen replied. "Change your clothes. I'm taking you out for breakfast." Fortunately, Pei Wu had packed an extra set of casual attire. The light brown trench coat accentuated his slender waist and long legs, prompting Lu Shiwen to step forward and embrace him from behind tightly, his breath warm against Pei Wu's neck. Pei Wu offered a token struggle, reminding him, "Weren't we supposed to go out?" Lu Shiwen, breathing heavily, made a few sounds of protest before finally releasing him. Lu Shiwen then led Pei Wu out for dim sum. On regular occasions, when he ventured out, his subordinates would handle all arrangements. However, this time, he took Pei Wu to a highly reputable upscale restaurant, engaging in conversation with the staff. In this role reversal, Pei Wu felt an unusual warmth. At that moment, they were no longer superior and subordinate. Pei Wu needed no preparations, merely trailing leisurely behind Lu Shiwen, savoring the experience as an ordinary couple would. "The goldfish dumplings and black pepper beef ribs here are quite delightful, recommended by Chao Guan. You should try them," Lu Shiwen suggested. "All right," Pei Wu replied. "Let me also order a rich honeycomb cake and a portion of radish cake. Oh, and I'll pack some for Guan Yin as well. He hasn't eaten yet." "Do you have plans for this morning?" Lu Shiwen inquired. "No," Pei Wu answered. "Then there's no need to worry about Guan Yin," Lu Shiwen remarked. "He won't get up until noon." Lu Shiwen was not mistaken until they finished their meal. The messages Pei Wu sent to Guan Yin vanished into the void. As they drove past a certain location, Pei Wu expressed a desire for a popular ice cream. Lu Shiwen stood in line, donning sunglasses, engrossed in scrolling through the latest trending films, utterly oblivious to the intense gazes directed at him. Chapter 70. Candor of Substance. A handsome gentleman timidly approached. Lu Shiwen was so engrossed in his phone that he barely noticed the interruption, deeming the current romantic and artistic films rather foolish. Only a major sci-fi franchise seemed worthy of his attention. "What is it?" he casually replied. The individual hesitated. "Would you mind sharing your contact information?" "I would prefer not to," Lu Shiwen stated, prompting immediate silence from the other party. After weighing the overall reputation of the films, he opted for the sci-fi option, leading Pei Wu to a nearby large cinema, where the early showing had few patrons, ensuring their intimacy remained undisturbed. "Hey, do you have an Omega?" the gentleman queried. Lu Shiwen finally looked up. "Do I appear to be without one?" The Omega, appearing to be in his early 20s, could sense the sharp gaze of the Alpha even through the sunglasses and quickly concluded, though extraordinary, he was indeed difficult to approach. "Not yet?" Pei Wu stepped forward, tilting his head slightly, scrutinizing the interaction. It became evident that the exceptional required an equally exceptional counterpart. The Omega's expression cleared instantly. "My apologies," he said, turning on his heel and striding away. "It's almost my turn," Lu Shiwen remarked, "just the coconut flavor." When Pei Wu returned to the car, Lu Shiwen pondered the flavor. Isn't it quite obvious if it has or hasn't tea? Hee hee. Lu Shiwen returned with a coconut ice cream, beaming with delight. Knowing Pei Wu was shy, he chose not to mention it. After Pei Wu took a couple of bites and appeared somewhat disinterested, Lu Shiwen took the ice cream. Quickly finishing it off, it's rather mediocre, too much shaved ice, a strong artificial sweetener taste. Indeed, Pei Wu commented, it's all like that nowadays with trendy products. I booked tickets. Let us go watch a movie, Lu Shiwen announced. Pei Wu was quite content with this arrangement. I'll follow your lead. Before the film commenced, Lu Shiwen purchased a combo of popcorn and soda, initially harboring low expectations for the movie. However, the experience turned out surprisingly enjoyable, with Pei Wu thoroughly engaged. Albeit occasionally needing to manage the kisses, Lu Shiwen leaned in to steal. A pivotal moment nearly slipped by. Pei Wu gently pressed his lips against Lu Shiwen's. Lu Shiwen chuckled, and after a few moments, he leaned in closer. A despairing sigh emanated from behind them, prompting Lu Shiwen to turn around and inquire with genuine concern. What troubles you, my friend? The man remained silent and, after the film concluded, stormed out in indignation. The movie was brief, and the two meandered back to their hotel, arriving just past 12:30. As Pei Wu tidied the table, the doorbell rang, and Lu Shiwen went to answer it. Guan Yin, yawning with half-open eyes, asked, "Shall I take you out for some fun this afternoon?" The introductions from Boss Su last night were rather lackluster. "I know a place with male models." Guan Yan's voice abruptly halted, his eyes widening in surprise. I think I'll just catch a quick nap." Lu Shiwen, feigning a smile, responded, "I trusted you wholeheartedly, and this is how you repay me?" Guan Yin retorted, "I was merely indulging my curiosity." It proved futile. Lu Shiwen promptly apprehended him. Throughout lunch, Guan Yan's mind buzzed with thoughts. On the return flight, Pei Wu found himself mediating between them. "Your tongue could generate enough wind power for a turbine, Lu. Can't you endure a simple business trip?" He chided. Back when Chao Guan was in college. He had an Omega boyfriend, and you sat there on the couch, exuding arrogance, dismissing pheromone exchanges as a sign of intellectual decline. Now, are you ensnared by Pei Wu's captivating presence? Guan Yin interjected. "Because it's a boomerang because I like him. What of it?" Lu Shiwen asserted emphatically. "But is that a valid reason to betray your brother?" Guan Yin coldly retorted, adjusting his collar. "That might disappoint you, but any alpha who enters the Guan household must heed my command. Do you even recognize who Lu Shiwen is?" "Hold on," Pei Wu interrupted. "Would you care for a drink, juice, soda, tea, or coffee?" "No." Lu Shiwen continued to peruse the bill. Pei Wu surrendered. Having awakened early that day, he began to feel drowsy. Donning a sleep mask, he found both Lu Shiwen's and Guan Yan's voices quite soothing, soon fading into a comforting background hum. Occasionally, he would reflect on their banter before succumbing to slumber. Upon landing, Guan Yin vanished without a trace. Pei Wu recalled that Kwang Jun had mentioned how these two had always engaged in witty repartee, so he took no offense. Upon returning to Yunlu Bay, Pei Wu organized the documents, and in the midst of his busyness, evening arrived. The aunt had prepared a meal, a table laden with home-style dishes. The flavors were delightful, though the sweet and sour fish did not suit Lu Shiwen's palate, as he only consumed half. As night enveloped the sky, Lu Shiwen seamlessly guided Pei Wu into the master bedroom. After Pei Wu emerged from the shower, he stood by the window, gazing at the silhouettes of distant mountains against the darkened sky. "What occupies your thoughts?" Lu Shiwen's voice emerged from behind him. "It's been ages since I last saw Tuanzi," Pei Wu lamented. Spring has arrived. He should no longer be on the mountain. If Pei Wu had merely turned around, he would have seen the fleeting look of guilt on Lu Shiwen's face. Without responding, Lu Shiwen turned to pour himself a glass of water. By the time he finished the entire cup, Pei Wu was ready to retire for the night when Lu Shiwen suddenly asked, "Do you wish to see Tuanzi?" Pei Wu, perplexed, nodded in agreement. Lu Shiwen's expression was peculiar, tinged with hesitation. After a brief moment, he spoke earnestly. "Pei Wu, if I were to conceal something from you, it would undoubtedly pertain to matters beyond the bounds of reason. I fear it might frighten you, so please do not take offense." Pei Wu was not swayed by his words. "Whether it exceeds reason is for me to determine. Now, what is it that you are keeping from me?" Lu Shiwen remained silent, merely raising his right hand slightly. The tips of his fingers emitted a soft, white luminescence. Pei Wu, momentarily startled, thought he was imagining things. As the glow coalesced into a shape, it gracefully leapt into the air and landed on the bed, a fluffy bundle. In the next instant, a familiar head emerged from the white fur, complete with triangular ears and light golden eyes, which let out an excited yowl directed at Pei Wu. Pei Wu, momentarily disregarding the creature, turned his attention back to Lu Shiwen and tentatively inquired, "A magic trick?" "No," Lu Shiwen replied. "This is the physical manifestation of my pheromones." Pei Wu leaned closer, and the fluffy creature immediately jumped into his arms. As Pei Wu petted it, he realized it was indeed the familiar creature he adored, which he had initially encountered as a beta, lacking the perceptive abilities to fully appreciate it. Now, there was a distinct scent of Lu Shiwen's pheromones emanating from the creature. "I knew it. It never bathes, yet it's so clean," Pei Wu remarked, affectionately ruffling the creature's fur. Lu Shiwen took Pei Wu's laptop, swiftly wrapping up his work. The physical manifestation required no such effort. Having such a delightful companion must be quite entertaining, he mused. Closing the laptop, he contemplated for a moment before adding, "This is the first time you are meeting it since your differentiation ended. For over a decade, it did not exist." Pei Wu gazed at the man. "You must have been frightened," Lu Shiwen casually remarked. During the experiments back then, it was primarily subjected to electric shocks. A surge of anger welled up within Pei Wu. Chapter 71. The incident when differentiation concluded years ago, Lu Shiwen was still unconscious and unaware of the severance of their mental connection. The creature was placed into an isolation chamber, and after a minute of electric shocks, Lu Shiwen's pheromones erupted violently, shattering the steel wall that connected the two rooms amidst a deafening crash. Lu Shiwen gestured to Pei Wu, describing how the little creature's fur bristled, making it appear as if it had gained weight. "It took considerable effort to rein it in," he recounted. In truth, once the creature emerged, it had instantaneously grown larger. A top-tier entity could not merely be a charming little trifle, as it nearly bit an observing staff member to death. However, that detail remained unspoken, as Lu Shiwen harbored some reservations. That evening, Pei Wu slept cradling the fluffy creature. The proximity between the entity and its master was not infinite, but Lu Shiwen nearly adhered to Pei Wu every day. Occasionally, when fatigue from work set in, transforming into a fluffy form for the Omega to enjoy for a while posed no issue. On Saturday, with the housekeeper off, Pei Wu prepared sweet and sour fish for Lu Shiwen. Seated at the dining table, Lu Shiwen donned fitted attire, slightly rolling up his sleeves, and began deftly extracting the fish bones, discarding all sizes into the plate. As he bent over, his scapulae spread apart, accentuating his broad and sturdy back. Pei Wu sat on the sofa, gently stroking the creature while quietly admiring the scene. Humans are inherently visual beings. Though Pei Wu possessed a calm demeanor, it did not imply a lack of appreciation, particularly given Lu Shiwen's commendable behavior of late. As Lu Shiwen became engrossed in his meal of fish, he remained oblivious until the gentle nibble at the fish's tail brought him satisfaction, prompting him to notice Omega's profound gaze. Startled, Lu Shiwen rose abruptly, instructing, "You and Taoanzi wait for me in the room. I shall take a shower." "No need," Pei Wu replied, but Lu Shiwen had already whisked away like a whirlwind. He spent half an hour in the bathroom, emerging just as he was about to marinate himself. The first order of business was to reclaim Taoanzi, and the second was to lift Pei Wu onto the bed. He propped himself up on either side of Omega, his gaze focused and earnest. The two appeared to be afflicted by a certain longing for kisses. Although Pei Wu remained silent, he would never refuse Lu Shiwen's advances outside of work hours. Enveloped by a wave of dampened desires, Pei Wu, listening to Alpha's heavy breathing, inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" In the dim light, Lu Shiwen chuckled softly, "No need. This time, I shall assist you." Instinctively, Pei Wu shrank back, only to be firmly held in place by Lu Shiwen. "Pei, grant me a chance," Lu Shiwen murmured. "My hands are quite skilled." The sound of a roaring tide echoed in Pei Wu's ears. The following day, as Lu Shiwen arrived at the office, He observed Pei Wu's expression in the passenger seat and felt confident that his performance the previous night had been commendable. Meanwhile, Pei Wu silently marveled at the excellence of it all. With a composed demeanor, he avoided eye contact with Lu Shiwen throughout the morning. After the sparks had fizzled out the previous night, he awoke feeling quite bashful. In the afternoon, Pei Wu had a meeting with General Manager Zhang, and upon hearing this, Lu Shiwen decided to accompany him. Manager Zhang was amiable and perceptive, his gaze briefly sweeping over the two. Even though Lu Shiwen was seated and Pei Wu stood erect behind him, it was evident to Zhang that they had indeed shared something special. The prospect of an office romance blossoming between General Lu and his assistant was quite remarkable, Zhang mused. The three of them, including Zhang's assistant, engaged in conversation for an hour before heading out for lunch. Zhang proposed a round of golf in the afternoon, to which Lu Shiwen readily agreed. Jiguang Island was a significant project for Zhang, and their company's experts had already surveyed the island, confirming it as an excellent location. Once it opened, the promotional opportunities would be immeasurable. Pei Wu consumed little during lunch, planning to replenish himself with desserts and fruits at the golf course. Not far away, Lu Shiwen accompanied Zhang in a game, while Zhang's assistant, Xiao Chui, sat before Pei Wu, wearing a sympathetic expression. I've heard the workload at Changrong is astonishing. As General Lu's assistant, you must find it exhausting, right? Pei Wu replied candidly, yes. Isn't General Lu exceptionally demanding? Pei Wu responded, indeed. It's wise of you not to go to Changrong, Xiao Chui remarked. Manager Zhang is quite accommodating. The workload there is relatively light. Which school did you graduate from? Lu Shiwen happened to overhear this question from 10 meters away and casually inquired. Xiao Chui immediately sat up straight, replying, a university. Then you can't join us. Your qualifications are insufficient. Xiao Chui chuckled, and Manager Zhang laughed heartily. Pei Wu offered Xiao Chui some pastries, which he swallowed with tears in his eyes. This golf course was more spacious than the one Lu Shiwen frequently visited. At the edge of the verdant lawn lay vast, undeveloped wilderness, making security difficult to maintain. Pei Wu witnessed yet another scavenger being escorted away by the caddy. Zhang was unable to keep up. 40 minutes was his limit. He suggested they ascend to the upper floor for tea. As the group entered the hall, Pei Wu suddenly sensed an underlying disturbance. This feeling was difficult to articulate, akin to a perilous element being ignited within an otherwise tranquil atmosphere. His keen intuition pinpointed the source, a stooped man standing beneath a tall column. Dressed and faded, pale overalls typical of a cleaner, his hair was somewhat long, obscuring his brow and eyes, yet his gaze was unmistakably fixed in their direction. His gaunt, sickly outline, coupled with an unshaven visage that appeared to have gone weeks without grooming, exuded a sense of lethargy. Yet, abruptly, the man broke into a grin. Pei Wu felt an inexplicable surge of adrenaline, his blood rushing to his head. Before he could react, Lu Shiwen charged forward, his imposing figure exuding an unsettling aura. Wait, Mr. Zhang, Pei Wu instinctively intervened, then swiftly pursued Lu Shiwen. At that moment, Lu Shiwen had already seized the man by his collar, lifting him off the ground with a forceful grip. The man was forced to tilt his head back, his eyes reflecting both fear and a kind of madness incomprehensible to ordinary minds. His murky, unappealing pupils sparkled as he chuckled. After all these years, you're still blaming Uncle? I was merely joking back then. Lu Shiwen remained silent, his expression inscrutable. He extended his other hand to grip the man's throat, and with a squeeze, the sound of constricting bones echoed ominously. Kill and pay for murder. I'm a top alpha. The association will grant me some immunity for my contributions over the years, Lu Shiwen stated coldly. The man, upon hearing this, was overtaken by fear and began to thrash wildly. Pei Wu overheard their exchange and placed his hand atop Lu Shiwen's, gently kneading the bulging veins of the man's neck. Shiwen, release him, he urged. Lu Shiwen's face was taut, seemingly oblivious to Pei Wu's words. Shiwen, be obedient, Pei Wu implored again. If you continue to squeeze, this man will truly perish. Time stretched unbearably as Pei Wu increased his grip slightly, prompting Lu Shiwen to relent, releasing the man, who crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack. Due to his impaired glands, Lu Shiwen's pheromone assault did not appear to inflict significant discomfort upon him. The man clutched his bruised neck, avoiding Lu Shiwen's gaze, but casting a glance at Pei Wu. "Is this your Omega?" Chapter 72. Terrible Pei Wu. Lu Shiwen's voice was icy. "You should go upstairs." The man scoffed derisively, clearly unhinged, and instead of fleeing, began to mutter to himself, one after another. "All with partners. Just because my pheromones can't find a suitable match, I must endure this life. Why should it be so?" He forcefully yanked the mop from beneath Lu Shiwen's feet. "You merely felt my pheromones back then, yet you hold a grudge to this day. This world is truly mad. You fortunate ones possess not an ounce of empathy." Pei Wu's ears rang with a thunderous sound, and amid the sharp, elongated notes, scattered clues wove through the darkness, momentarily flashing brightly. At the tender age of 10, after his parents' divorce, Lu Shiwen found himself living alone in an old house. By 11, he began to develop a profound aversion to omegas. At 12, he differentiated into a top-tier alpha. Pei Wu slowly leaned down, suddenly gripping the man's hair with a fierce intensity, compelling him to meet his gaze despite the man's muffled grunt of pain. Pei Wu's tone suppressed an undercurrent of tremor, his voice soft and gentle, akin to soothing a child. "Have you allowed him to experience your pheromones?" "When was that?" Lu Shiwen's pupils trembled violently, a reflexive urge to intervene bubbling within him. Yet he merely twitched his fingertips, doing nothing. The man fixed his gaze on Pei Wu, as if ensnared in distant memories. After a moment, a satisfied smile graced his lips. "I remember now. That was when little Lu was 11. The man turned to Lu Shiwen, addressing him as uncle. Before he could complete his sentence, Pei Wu struck with lightning speed, delivering a punch that reshaped the man's left cheek. The man's words were drowned out by a howl of agony, and the clattering sound of his body colliding with a metal trash can, echoing loudly in the spacious hall. General Zhang was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered. Wasn't Pei Wu supposed to be restraining him? Why was Lu suddenly retaliating? Pei Wu wished not to ponder that direction. Yet the reality was starkly clear. Lu Shiwen's profound disdain for omega pheromones had escalated to an uncontrollable degree. Blood gushed from the man's nose as he raised a hand to wipe it away, only to recoil in terror and whimper. "How can you strike someone like this?" "Quit feigning ignorance." Pei Wu pressed down on the man's head, inspecting the nape of his neck, where he discovered a shriveled gland. Pei Wu's expression turned icily cold as he sharply slapped the man's cheek. "What were you flaunting when you looked at Lu Shiwen just now?" Perhaps the hardships of a discontented life had rendered this man slightly unhinged, yet the victorious grin he had flashed at Lu Shiwen was unmistakable. What was he so proud of? Had he left a deep, indelible scar on a child who had yet to differentiate? Or was he reveling in the fact that the once terrified boy had now become a formidable alpha, feared by all? Pei Wu's voice turned frigid. "I will not let this go." The man's expression shifted from shock to fear, and then morphed into overwhelming curiosity, his pupils no longer resembling those of a human. "What do you do to me?" He chuckled. "I'm not afraid of death. It's just one life to lose. Do as you will." "No," Pei Wu countered. "Those truly unafraid of death lie motionless on a hard bed, lacking even the strength to move a fingertip. Your words are meaningless. I must put them to the test." Feigning ignorance, the man replied, "I was merely joking." Pei Wu, in a fit of rage, dragged him to the trash can and delivered a fierce kick, embedding him into it. As Pei Wu prepared to strike again, Lu Shiwen intervened, lifting the man from behind. "You don't mind getting your hands dirty?" Lu Shiwen shifted his hold, cradling the man horizontally, and a nearby server, who had rushed over, suggested, "Let us book a room." He glanced back at General Zhang, along with Xiao Chui, appeared remarkably agreeable, indicating they need to concern themselves with the situation. Lu Shiwen nodded, making his way from the first floor to the third, momentarily accepting the room card presented by a rushing waiter. With a swift swipe, he ushered Pei Wu into the room. The initial struggle of Pei Wu subsided, and he remained motionless, his head bowed and lips pale from biting. Lu Shiwen gently placed him on the sofa, his thumb grazing the Omega's lips, uttering words that spilled forth. "It's not as dreadful as you imagine. When my parents divorced, we had a maid who cared for me for 7 years. That foolish boy you saw earlier is her son. The maid, intimidated by the power of the Lu family, struggled to endure the lengthy absence of Lu Shiwen's parents. In a household overflowing with fine wines and gourmet dishes, could a mere child consume it all? Initially, she only dared to let her son visit at night, preparing him sumptuous meals. Over time, after several visits, Lu Shiwen happened upon them while fetching water, and the child, silent, emboldened the maid. Simply put, he was just a child. How could he be controlled? She dared not skimp on his meals, diligently cooking and photographing them to send to Tang Qingsu. The maid recognized that Lu Shiwen, in his obstinacy, would not confide in his parents. Gradually, her son began visiting more frequently. During one of their conversations, the maid casually remarked, "Remarkable, I heard that child underwent genetic testing. He is destined to be a high-tier alpha." High-tier alpha? A realm utterly inaccessible to men. Not even a C-grade alpha was within reach. The man lamented the unfairness of life, burdened by mediocre looks and inferior pheromones. One evening, he observed the study light flickering on and impulsively entered. Though only 11, Lu Shiwen had already grown tall and strikingly handsome. The moment he approached under the dim light, his expression was utterly repulsive. Lu Shiwen demanded he leave, but then, with a sudden smile, asked if he could not detect the Omega's pheromones as he was on the brink of differentiation. Indeed, he was nearing differentiation, thus he could identify the scent. As Lu Shiwen recalled this, he frowned. It was unbearably foul, saturating the room like a pile of dying seafood in a stifling summer chamber, the air thick and suffocating. He urged the man to leave, but when he attempted to walk away, the fool seized his ankle. Pei Wu's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. What did he do? Lu Shiwen kicked the man away, the stench so overwhelming that he felt he could perish if he lingered even a moment longer. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar sound. Turning instinctively, his mind was struck as if by a heavy blow, freezing him in place. The man knelt on the floor, his body writhing slightly. Upon noticing Lu Shiwen's gaze, a glimmer of hope flickered across his face, his neck and cheeks flushed with color as he squeaked, "Uncle, am I handsome?" Lu Shiwen found it nearly impossible to articulate his feelings in that moment. The man crawled forward like a specter, utterly devoid of reason. Believing that being in the presence of a future high-tier alpha, residing in such a splendid villa, would elevate his own fate. The man spoke, "Xiao Lu, do you like your uncle?" Lu Shiwen seized a nearby stool and smashed it down in response. The maid hurried over upon hearing a commotion, and as soon as she opened the door, she let out a piercing scream. The man was bloodied from a blow to the head delivered by Lu Shiwen. Yet he continued to exude pheromones, lost in his own world, unable to extricate himself. Lu Shiwen found it somewhat difficult to continue, feeling less like a person and more akin to a dog in heat. This incident delivered a devastating blow to the pristine and luminous life he had always maintained. Thus, that night, it was not that he did not see Pei Wu. Rather, the rapid changes around him had transformed the environment into darkness, with a foul stench of pheromones saturating the air. Chapter 73. The chase. Lu Shiwen had never confided in anyone about this matter before. Had it not been for Duan-Duan's collision, he would have remained silent. His pride and shame were merely superficial reasons. The accumulation of emotions during this period was overwhelming. He had broached the subject with his parents, mentioning that Aunt Shin frequently brought her son home, and perhaps Tang Qingsu had inquired about it, but the conversation faded into oblivion thereafter. Lu Shiwen sensed that after their divorce, his parents had tasted a long-lost freedom, becoming engrossed in it and believing that their child had the best living conditions. Coupled with his independent character, they felt there was nothing to worry about. Before he could catch his breath, the disintegration of their family was treated as an experiment, and once the frailties of human nature were stripped away, Lu Shiwen was even less inclined to speak. After over a decade of silence, there was no need to revisit old grievances. That night, he had harmed Pei Wu, and he would exhaust every effort to make amends. Discussing it further seemed merely an attempt to elicit Pei Wu's sympathy. It was all in the past. Lu Shiwen gently patted Pei Wu's back, assuring him, "I will never hide anything from you again." Pei Wu quietly nestled against Lu Shiwen's neck. To pry into one another's pasts under the guise of pure love, in an attempt to dispel those shadows, is an act of great arrogance. Pei Wu murmured, "I am no longer angry." Regarding Lu Shiwen's retreat that night, he had long since let go of his anger. In fact, he would have preferred it if Lu Shiwen simply disliked Omegas rather than having to endure such experiences. "It was fine to be angry," Lu Shiwen said. "I'll soothe you." Pei Wu chuckled softly. The man named Zhou Tun was the one Lu Shiwen had sent to the hospital years ago, prompting him to forcibly dismiss Aunt Shun and warn her never to contact his parents again, or he would certainly take revenge on Zhou Tun. Aunt Shun, frightened, hastily left the old residence on a gloomy morning. Such individuals are seldom clean. A little investigation would reveal much. As Lu Shiwen poured water for Pei Wu, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why pay him any mind? Even being associated with him feels unlucky." Pei Wu replied, "Did you not see the smoke rising from my head? Calm down." Lu Shiwen handed him a teacup. "We will return home shortly." Pei Wu did not respond, merely bowing his head to drink. Zhang Zong had messaged Pei Wu, stating he was leaving early. Pei Wu first apologized and then offered to treat him to a meal another day. Zhang Zong cheerfully accepted, evidently eager to engage with Pei Wu. As they exited the hall, the disarray beneath the tall columns had been tidied up, and Zhou Tun was nowhere to be seen. Pei Wu did not believe a single word of Zhou Tun's supposed fearlessness. In the afternoon, the sky remained quite bright. Yet merely 5 minutes later, the temperature plummeted, and moisture coalesced in the air, heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. Just as the car reached mid-journey, rain cascaded down in torrents. The vehicle ahead activated its hazard lights, and despite the windshield wipers working fervently, visibility remained severely limited. While waiting at a traffic light, Lu Shiwen removed his jacket and handed it to Pei Wu, urging her to wear it to avoid catching a chill. When Pei Wu's fingers brushed against his warm fingertips, she did not refuse. A crisp breeze enveloped them, gradually uplifting her spirits. With only 8 kilometers left to traverse this stretch, Pei Wu contemplated taking a brief nap, her thoughts wandering to the eel in the refrigerator, which she intended to prepare for dinner. Suddenly, the blaring of a horn pierced the air, startling Lu Shiwen, who glanced in the rearview mirror. After a few moments, he pressed the accelerator. Pei Wu noticed that, despite the low visibility, the car behind them was tailing closely. As Lu Shiwen changed lanes, the vehicle behind them mirrored his actions, provoking an irate honking from a startled white car nearby. "Are you scared?" Lu Shiwen inquired. Pei Wu tightened her grip on the jacket, replying, "You do as you please." From an aerial perspective, one would observe that, under the relentless downpour, all vehicles were maneuvering cautiously, maintaining a relatively safe distance. This granted Lu Shiwen ample opportunity to showcase his driving prowess, deftly navigating through the gaps like a fish swimming effortlessly. Initially, the trailing car managed to keep up, but soon began to tire. "What audacity to take to the highway with such poor skills," Lu Shiwen remarked, turning the steering wheel sharply onto a narrow road leading to a suburban village. As expected, the car behind pursued closely, skidding at the entrance and violently swaying, nearly veering into a ditch. Despite the bumpy ride, Lu Shiwen navigated smoothly. Soon, seizing the opportunity, he executed a turn onto a muddy path, soaked by the rain and exceedingly soft. The sudden friction created a fan-shaped spray of mud, which promptly erupted, leaving a deep crater in its wake, perilously close to a drainage ditch that extended a meter deep. The following vehicle was bombarded by the cascading mud and debris, shattering its windshield. As visibility returned, the car lost control, its tires sinking into the crater Lu Shiwen had left, and with a sudden jolt, it lurched forward, crashing as anticipated. The mountain bike became partially ensnared, its tires buzzing desperately for a way out, yet showing no signs of escape, leading to a disheartening surrender. Lu Shiwen parked his car and stepped out. The pheromone barrier he emanated created a zone of absolute safety, shielding him from the falling rain. He lit a cigarette, and soon, a figure emerged from the beleaguered mountain bike. With flamboyant, wine-red hair and clad in mountaineering attire, the individual bore a striking resemblance to a wild fowl emerging from a ditch. The stranger swiftly activated their pheromone barrier, revealing themselves to be of high rank, which Lu Shiwen discerned at a glance. Evidently seeking to impress, the individual intended to leap across to the other side of the drainage ditch, confronting Lu Shiwen from a mere few meters away. However, the slick, rain-soaked ground betrayed him. He exerted too much force upon landing and stumbled forward, hastily using his hands to brace against the ground. Pei Wu observed as Lu Shiwen chuckled softly. Hong Mao appeared rather embarrassed, keeping his head lowered for quite some time. Once he regained his composure and dared to meet Lu Shiwen's gaze again, aided by the branches overhead, Pei Wu was able to discern his features clearly. He was exceptionally youthful, with a countenance radiating vitality and warmth, reminiscent of a carefree student making a stylish basketball shot, sure to elicit applause and cheers. His demeanor was rather carefree, though one could not overlook the sharp aggression lurking in his eyes. It was often said that those of high or elite status were more amiable. Why did Lu seem to possess such a fiery temperament? The other party initiated the conversation. Lu Shiwen took a puff from his menthol-infused cigarette, exhaling slowly, and when someone inside the vehicle spoke, he passed the remaining cigarette inside. Hong Mao watched as the window of the front passenger seat lowered, revealing a hand with distinctly defined knuckles, which then flicked away the ash. Almost immediately, he caught a glimpse of a pair of cool, clear eyes through the rearview mirror. Hong Mao offered a friendly smile, saying, "I merely wish to greet you, Mr. Lu." "Message received," Lu Shiwen replied. "With driving skills as poor as yours, it certainly leaves an impression." "It wasn't me driving," he quickly retorted. No sooner had he spoken than three men in black suits exited the vehicle, poised for action. "Are we about to fight?" Lu Shiwen inquired. Hong Mao waved his hand dismissively, no. Yet his slow speech could not keep pace with the sudden onslaught of phenomenal aggression emitted by Lu Shiwen. Chapter 74, A Hefty Beating. There exists a disparity even among the elite, let alone between the advanced and the elite. Hong Mao's three bodyguards were swiftly taken down, collapsing to the ground in mere seconds. They were three A-graded individuals, Hong Mao thought. The phenomenal assault grazed past his ear, akin to a seasoned predator toying with inferior prey, laden with evident mockery and provocation. Merely a slight clash with Hong Mao's pheromones set off alarm bells. Before this encounter, he had thought Lu Shiwen pretentious for traversing the world without a bodyguard, believing that those who often walked by the river would inevitably get their shoes wet. Now, it seemed that it was they who were left soaking. "My name is Chu Lin. I wish to make your acquaintance, Mr. Lu," Hong Mao stated. Lu Shiwen replied coolly. "Oh, is that so? I wouldn't have guessed." "Then please take a closer look," Chu Lin urged, remaining stationary, yet clearly poised to depart in the direction he had come from. "I apologize if I startled your Omega." Pei Wu exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice low. "You don't recognize him, do you?" Indeed, Lu Shiwen fixed his gaze on Chu Lin. "Whose are you?" Chu Lin chuckled lightly. "Mr. Lu, with your formidable methods in expanding your business, have you never considered that you might offend someone?" "There's no such notion. Only those lacking vision offend me." Lu Shiwen interjected bluntly. "Be straightforward, or the next wave of phenomenal aggression will surely pierce your very being." "Please, don't be like that, Mr. Lu." Chu Lin responded with a remarkably friendly expression. "Let's consider this a chance to make a friend." Before he could finish his sentence, the winds suddenly intensified, and a sharp stream of water erupted forth like a lethal arrow, descending upon Chu Lin in a deluge. The leaves were struck violently by the torrential rain, contrasting sharply with Lu Shiwen's indifferent yet profound gaze. The smile vanished from Chu Lin's face in an instant. Quicker than the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, evading the oncoming tempest. Pei Wu raised an eyebrow. The current society exerts stringent control over alphas, prohibiting any pheromone collisions in public spaces. The elite, those graded A and above, constitute only a minuscule fraction of the population, rendering such displays of prowess exceedingly rare. However, Chu Lin's exhibition of skill was not for the sake of show. It was a desperate bid for escape. Damn it, the intelligence was erroneous. Chu Lin guse inwali, vowing that if he managed to return home safely, he would shatter the jaw of the informant who had provided the misleading information regarding the supposed solitary nature of the top-tier individual, asserting that the chances of a successful ambush were high, especially given that he was entangled with a burdensome Omega. That Omega, swathed in a voluminous and comfortable coat, had not changed expressions since their first encounter. As for Lu Shiwen, one could only guess why he preferred solitude. Did the presence of bodyguards truly make a significant difference? Chu Lin was not unfamiliar with the elite. 3 years prior, in a distant land, he had encountered a remarkably gentlemanly top-tier individual whose pheromone manifested as a snow sculpture, non-aggressive and manageable. He felt confident enough to believe that a mere greeting would suffice as a warning. Yet he found himself ensnared in a disheveled predicament. Shadows from trees flitted past, and the cacophony of the world coalesced into a blurred, buzzing hum. With one hand braced against the ground, he executed a sliding maneuver around a bend, relieved to find no pursuers behind him. Just as he reveled in his perceived triumph, he collided with an invisible barrier that ensnared him. The pheromone shield of a top-tier individual could expand to a radius of 500 meters. Mine, even greater, approximately 800. Lu Shiwen approached leisurely from behind, asserting that he could not be outpaced. Chu Lin sought to buy time, but a sharp, piercing shriek drew near. The pheromone assault he had narrowly evaded was returning. Reacting instinctively, he rolled away, narrowly escaping as a barrage of rain-like projectiles struck the ground where he had just stood, sending mud splattering in all directions. Shock flickered in his eyes. He too could harness such power, but his coverage paled in comparison to Lu Shiwen's. Before he could catch his breath, another wave of projectiles descended upon him. With a thunderous roar, Chu Lin's confidence waned. He was compelled to retract his pheromone shield to enhance his speed, leaving him exposed to the torrential downpour that swiftly drenched him, rendering his vision unclear. As trees were violently felled around him, he narrowly avoided having his ankle crushed. The disparity was insurmountable. Wiping his face, he braced himself for what lay ahead. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming wave of terror seized his soul. He turned abruptly to find Lu Shiwen advancing with alarming swiftness. Chu Lin hastily retreated, his previously impregnable defense now riddled with vulnerabilities. He swatted away Lu Shiwen's hand, only to be yanked back by an immense force gripping the nape of his neck. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning his beloved windbreaker to escape. With a sharp rip, Lu Shiwen's pheromone shattered the fabric of a jacket as he yanked Chu Lin violently backward. The sheer force was astonishing, leaving Chu Lin with no room for resistance. He soared through the air for mere seconds before crashing against the trunk of a tree. With Lu Shiwen now standing before him, gasping for breath, Chu Lin fixated on Lu Shiwen, who remained utterly composed, his breathing steady and unperturbed. I'm not one to leave loose ends in my endeavors. Those I have bested in the past hold no relevance now. My focus lies solely on the biological research projects of Jiguang Island and the High City Fong family. I alone hold sway over Jiguang Island. I have not encountered you in Hongdu, so you must be from the High City side. Over the years, apart from the Fong family, numerous pharmaceutical families have profited immensely from the meager efficacy of their inhibitors. Recently, Fong Xiao shared with me that his research has yielded an inhibition rate of up to 72%. Is someone feeling envious? Lu Shiwen questioned, perplexed. Then why seek out Fong Xiao when you could come to me? Chu Lin, under the weight of his suppressed pheromones, felt his nerves fray. He did not anticipate that a mere exchange with Lu Shiwen could lead to such deductions. He had previously taken on similar jobs as an enforcer. These affluent individuals are terrified of threats that could endanger their lives. A single intimidation could instill a lasting fear, and should the incentives be sufficient, dragging someone down is not out of the question. However, the first to conceive of employing such a tactic against Lu Shiwen would undoubtedly be a fool. Chu Lin felt a twinge of anxiety. A significant portion of Fong Zhao's research funding was provided by him. At last, Lu Shiwen understood. Are you planning to deal with me here, Mr. Lu? Julin Feigen in Dai Feng. What are you saying? Lu Shiwen's expression remained impassive. I am a law-abiding citizen. Homeward bound. Good citizen, Chu Lin retorted. Pei Wu stood nearby with an umbrella as twilight approached. Those classified as a level and above must be prominently registered with the Alpha Association. Their disappearance would pose significant complications. Moreover, the commotion had already attracted the attention of nearby residents. Chu Lin, Lu Shiwen warned, you have but one chance. Chu Lin was in agony, having sustained a gash on his lower back during the earlier scuffle. This was a dire situation. Upon returning, he would withdraw from this assignment. Chapter 75, The Ability to Perish Gasping for Breath. Chu Lin steadied himself. Lu Shiwen approached Pei Wu and took the umbrella from him. "You can wait in the car for me." Instinctively, Chu Lin looked up, meeting Pei Wu's gaze. For a fleeting moment, Pei Wu seemed to recall his appearance, scrutinizing him with the same disdainful expression that Lu Shiwen often wore. Pei Wu quickly averted his eyes. The vehicle navigated the bumpy dirt road for another 10 minutes before rejoining the highway. Chu Lin had already revealed his identity with Lange's information network. Uncovering one's background was a trivial matter. Pei Wu remained silent for a considerable time, but as they neared home, he suddenly spoke. "While you are indeed formidable, one must always remain vigilant." "Understood," Lu Shiwen replied, visibly pleased, clearing his throat to assume a composed demeanor. "Since you arrived, my level of vigilance has been at its utmost. Once we return, I shall prepare that black fish for you," Pei Wu offered. "Very well." Approximately 40 minutes later, Lu Shiwen found himself seated at the dining table, holding a plate. The aunt was quite astonished, approaching the sofa where Pei Wu was engrossed in a book, and remarked, "Mr. Pei, Mr. Lu truly has an immense fondness for fish." Indeed, Pei Wu chuckled lightly. Moreover, according to Lu Shiwen, Tuanzi's moments of clarity within his psyche have been increasing, and after establishing a connection with his physical form, even if Tuanzi cannot partake in food, he can still experience the flavors and joys vicariously. That evening, Lu Shiwen remained in his study, engaged in phone calls. When Pei Wu entered with tea, Lange was in the midst of reporting pertinent information. Lu Shiwen waved his hand, casually placing his phone on the table and activating the speakerphone. Pei Wu set down his tea, intending to leave, but Lu Shiwen pulled him onto his lap, inhaling deeply the scent of the Omega's neck, reminiscent of the fragrant bellflower. He then instructed Lange to continue. Lange paused momentarily. "Pei assistant?" Pei Wu responded, "Yes, good evening, Assistant Lange." Lange had evolved. He could now convey emotions through brief silences. At that moment, Pei Wu felt as if he could hear Lange's unspoken thoughts echoing in his ears. "Toxic." Lange spoke in a low voice. "Chu Lin, high school education. Although he is of a higher rank, his academic pursuits are lacking. Naturally combative. He is long engaged in various shady enterprises. Previously, he was involved in the car accident that hospitalized the CEO of Hongyu Group, leading to his withdrawal from the bidding for the West City Garden project. According to the investigation, his employer this time is likely the Liu family from Haicheng, linked to Lin Chun Pharmaceutical and Ayla Biotechnology. General Fong from Fong Zhao's side has already faced 2 threats, and I have informed him about the troubles you encountered. He can focus on his research. Lu Shiwen instructed, "Keep a close watch on those 2 companies." "Understood." Once Lange hung up, Pei Wu softly remarked, "You seem to harbor little animosity towards Chu Lin." Indeed, during their first encounter, he had nearly beaten the man to a pulp. Yet Lu Shiwen had clearly shown restraint. "He is driven by money and possesses a fundamentally deranged nature," Lu Shiwen stated. "His pheromones resemble the scent of gunpowder. It is evident he is mentally unstable. What if he resorts to desperate measures and endangers you?" It hasn't reached that point. The threat appeared to have subsided. Given Chu Lin's temperament, survival would likely take precedence, prompting him to leave Hongdu. That afternoon, Pei Wu went to a club to deliver documents to the manager of Half Sunset. After sitting down and sipping half a cup of tea, he intended to return to the company. His schedule differed from Lu Shiwen's today, as the Alpha had taken Lange to attend to another matter. Just as Pei Wu exited the private room, he unexpectedly encountered Chao Guan across the way. "General Chao?" What a surprise. Chao Guan, who had been leaning against the wall with an air of aloofness, immediately put out his cigarette upon seeing Pei Wu, smiling as he greeted him. "What a coincidence. Here on business?" "Yes, delivering a document." "Perfect timing. Gao Guan, Ziplit, Kwang Junmeng, and the others are just upstairs. Come join us for a while." Pei Wu hesitated momentarily, but then agreed. Typically, securing a private room upstairs required a reservation at least half a month in advance, especially for regulars like Kwang Junmeng. As Pei Wu opened the door, a haze of smoke enveloped him. Kwang Junming, with a cigarette dangling from his ear, was animatedly shaking dice with someone, shouting, "You stepped out for a breather for over 10 minutes, Chao Guan. Don't tell me you're getting old. Is your mouth in need of slap?" Gao Guan Vito. When Kwang Junming turned to look, his gaze met Pei Wu's, and he immediately jumped off the table, calling to those around him, "Stop smoking, stop smoking." He snatched a cigarette from a guy who was inhaling deeply and extinguished it, saying, "In just 5 minutes, you've smoked 4. You're the epitome of a black lung. What brings you here so suddenly?" Kwang Junming invited Pei Wu to sit. "Care for a drink? Like you all." Pei Wu replied, "That's unacceptable." Kwang Junming instructed the server, "Bring a selection of juices, herbal teas, and sparkling water. Anything you have on the menu." Pei Wu found it impossible to refuse. Previously, Pei Wu's hospitalization startled both Kwang Junming and the others. It was perplexing how 2 individuals, who seemed perfectly fine just yesterday, could descend into such a dire situation. Upon learning the full story from Guan Yin, they could only sigh in lamentation. Lu Shiwen, in particular, was a source of disappointment. After much effort, the iron tree had finally blossomed, and Pei Wu was adept in navigating social complexities. At such a critical juncture, it was imperative to assist his brother in retaining Pei Wu's presence. Of course, Kwang Junming genuinely regarded Pei Wu as a friend. Before long, a variety of refreshments were arranged before Pei Wu, who casually picked up a glass of juice to sip. Meanwhile, Kwang Junming was engrossed in his phone, waiting for me to summon Guan Yin. Previously, he had expressed reluctance to engage with our group of boisterous alphas. Indeed, when alphas become overly excited, their pheromones can become overwhelming, mingling with the scents of smoke and alcohol, rendering the atmosphere rather unpleasant. One of the nearby alphas, who was familiar yet had never met Pei Wu, cautiously inquired of Chao Guan, "Brother Chao, are you certain he is an Omega? Why does he show no reaction to the scents in this private room?" Chao Guan replied, "What do you think? Do you believe the top-tier pheromone barrier is joking with you?" When Pei Wu was still a beta, Lu Shiwen only shielded him with a single layer of protection. However, after his differentiation, he was enveloped in multiple layers daily, as Lu Shiwen was overly cautious about others disturbing Pei Wu or the potential leak of his pheromones attracting undesirable attention. "Brother Chao, is it possible to engage in conversation?" The man pressed, for Pei Wu was indeed striking, his features illuminated by the vibrant lights above, with a pair of eyes exuding a tranquil, ethereal beauty reminiscent of landscapes. While Kwang Junming treated him with utmost care, their demeanor remained platonic, which only heightened the curiosity of onlookers. Chao Guan replied curtly, "It can lead to dire consequences." 20 minutes later, Guan Yin arrived, immediately scrunching his nose in distaste upon entering. "Could you refrain from such discouragement? We've had the air purifier running for quite a while." Kwang Junming remarked. "There's simply too many unpleasant pheromones," Guan Yin retorted. The collective AOE of alpha pheromones left the group feeling insecure, though no one dared to voice their grievances against Guan Yin, for harboring resentment against him could lead to severe repercussions. Guan Yin settled swiftly beside Pei Wu. Chapter 76. What afraid? Pei Wu sensed a hint of agitation from Guan Yin. "Are you in a bad mood?" he inquired, leaning closer. "Yes," Guan Yin admitted candidly. "The heat period is approaching, isn't it?" Pei Wu was taken aback. "Isn't that frequency a bit too rapid?" "Indeed," Guan Yin replied. "My attending physician mentioned the same and repeatedly suggested I try a high-grade alpha pheromone extraction liquid." At this point, Guan Yin's expression turned somewhat troubled. "Truth be told, I am not that obstinate. I am fine with something average, but the quality has declined over the years. Some products claim to be high-grade, yet a single drop of extraction is more precious than gold. Just a whiff leaves me unable to eat for 3 days, let alone using it." Pei Wu exchanged glances with Chao Guan and Kwang Junming, reassuring themselves that he was not referring to them. Kwang Junming's pheromones were sweet, reminiscent of ripe oranges, while Chao Guan's were akin to the crisp morning dew of a winter's day. They had been close friends since childhood, playing together in their youth, and their familiarity, coupled with Guan Yin's earlier dominance before his differentiation, left no room for any romantic notions to flourish. Kwang Junming tilted his head and asked, "What kind do you desire? I could keep an eye out for you." Perhaps a boost in pheromones, he suggested. Guan Yin retrieved a pack of cigarettes, eschewing floral, fruity, and blended fragrances. Even the scent of plants, likening it to the overwhelming presence of perfume. Huang Junming interjected, "Are you certain you are searching for a person?" Guan Yin replied, "Never mind. You wouldn't comprehend." Chao Guan understood that Guan Yin would not offer a pleasant demeanor, so he refrained from approaching. After surveying the surroundings, Guan Yin found Pei Wu the most agreeable. Curiosity struck him. If you were to evolve into an alpha, what would become of your relationship with Lu Shiwen? Huang Junming chimed in. Compulsory affection, of course. For Lu Shiwen, any sexual characteristics are inconsequential. Not compulsory, Pei Wu chuckled lightly. Come find me tomorrow, he suggested. Guan Yin remarked, consider it a companionable visit for your esteemed business partner. I find myself rather bored alone. Pei Wu, concerned for him, responded, a trivial matter. He just happens to have a break tomorrow and the day after. Lu Shiwen exhibited remarkable tolerance towards an omega in heat, even for Guan Yin, who could provoke a violent reaction at any moment. Thus, when Pei Wu spoke, he merely grunted in acknowledgement. The following day, Guan Yin sent a car to collect Pei Wu. The Guan residence sprawled impressively, contrasting with Lu Shiwen's more modest living arrangements. Guan Yin was distinctly more involved in their social circle, as Lu Shiwen had often noted to Pei Wu. The vehicle entered the estate and traversed for another 10 minutes before reaching the main building, flanked by clusters of flower beds, pavilions, and ornamental rocks adorned with rare black orchids. Upon alighting from the car, Pei Wu entered the grand hall, where the opulent yet understated redwood furnishings seamlessly blended with modern design. Such splendor could not be fabricated in a single generation. It required the accumulation of wealth over many. The edges of the tables and chairs were carefully cushioned, while the curtains and tablecloths radiated warm hues. Guan Yin lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a game, his feet resting on an exquisite carpet. You've arrived? He lifted his gaze, casting aside his gaming device in boredom. Let us enjoy some tea. I'll show you around. As Pei Wu approached, he was enveloped by a rich, sweet aroma. Have you used inhibitors? I have, Guan Yin sighed, but their effect is slow. Can you detect it? Indeed. The Guan estate was vast. Pei Wu spent over 10 minutes feeding the koi at the pond, watching as the plump fish splashed water with their vigorous tails. Guan Yin received a phone call and glanced at Pei Wu. Perfect timing. Pei Zhu is here. Pei Wu turned. Who? Guan Yin put away his phone. Boss Su from Chiao is here to sign a contract. He mentioned they found a new male model, guaranteed to be exceptional. Pei Wu remarked. Guan Yin merely indulges in talk. If faced with the actual model, he wouldn't even spare a glance. Before departing, Pei Wu cautioned once more. Perhaps I should go alone. You are in a special condition. Not yet, Guan Yin replied, donning his coat. If I were to abstain under such circumstances, the Guan family would not allow me to take charge. Guan Yin's demeanor was always leisurely and composed, his mischievous eyes brimming with anticipation for the next lively event. Yet he lacked not the aura of an individual in a position of power. However, influenced by pheromones, his mood darkened, the smile on his face vanished, and when he half opened his eyelids to regard others, it bore an air of warning. Startled, Boss Su feared that he might renege on the agreement, foregoing any casual banter and promptly inscribing his name. With trepidation, he cast a glance at Pei Wu, who merely shook his head gently. Guan Yin, with an air of elegance, reclined on the sofa, his gaze drifting toward the dance floor, dispersed and unfocused. The cigarette offered by the waiter lingered momentarily between his fingers before being crushed into a crumpled mass in his palm. Shall we go cycling tomorrow morning? Pei Wu suggested. That sounds agreeable. A breath of fresh air, Guan Yin replied. Just as Pei Wu was about to speak again, an eye-catching figure leapt into view. A striking red silhouette sprang from the dance floor, exhibiting a familiar leap, but today, the ground was dry. The individual effortlessly exuded coolness, instantly captivating the attention of those nearby. Ha, it's Chu Lin. He approached, a manic grin gracing his face. What a surprise to find Lu Shiwen's Omega here, and yet, Lu Shiwen himself is absent. Recalling the rain-soaked day when Lu Shiwen had bested him, he had returned home to discover a fractured tibia, a shattered ankle, and a broken rib. It was evident that Lu Shiwen had not exerted his full strength, like a defeated lion in the animal kingdom. Upon seeing the partner and offspring of his nemesis, the first instinct would be to strike. Of course, Chu Lin was not that deranged, but he certainly relished the thought of unsettling Lu Shiwen. Pei Wu, is it? Chu Lin's gaze was sharp as an eagle, fixated on him. Are you out here alone? Pei Wu felt a profound urge to rectify Chu Lin's loquaciousness, which was both pretentious and circuitous. As he vainly assumed, he was charming while engaging in conversation. Boss Su, displeased, interjected, "Are we not human?" Yet, Chu Lin did not spare him a glance. This individual looked down upon omegas and held betas in contempt, seemingly only interested in those of equal or superior rank, his combative nature laid bare. "Are you coming with me, or shall I escort you out?" Chu Lin continued, not allowing Pei Wu a chance to respond. Guan Yin interjected, "Let's converse elsewhere." Finally acknowledging Guan Yin, Chu Lin's demeanor shifted to one of caution, but after careful consideration, his expression morphed into one of disdain. "Omegas should refrain from speaking to me." Guan Yin narrowed his eyes. "Oh, is that so?" He then turned to Boss Su. "Your presence is no longer required today." Boss Su was eager to leave, ready to depart with his documents. "Very well, Mr. Guan," he acquiesced. As Guan Yin took a few steps forward, he noticed Chu Lin still lingering and smiled. "What's the matter? Afraid?" Chu Lin scoffed. "You an Omega? What I possibly fear?" Chapter 77. What a ruthless heart. Even with A-class bodyguards trailing behind Guan Yin and Pei Wu, Chu Lin remained unfazed. Upon ascending the stairs, the atmosphere swiftly turned somber, the only sound being the echo of their footsteps in the corridor. Chu Lin fixated on Pei Wu's retreating figure, contemplating the prospect of binding this Omega later. Such delicate skin. What a sight it would make. Perhaps a photograph to send to Lu Shiwen would suffice. Surely, it would provoke a reaction. Indeed, Chu Lin was that unrestrained. He adhered to the law of the jungle. Having ascended to a higher echelon, anyone who obstructed his path was destined for defeat. It was simply fate. Another Omega, accompanied by several bodyguards, made Chu Lin confident that he could incapacitate them all within half a minute. He could not help but stretch his shoulders, preemptively savoring the joy of revenge. The two crimson doors were pushed open, and Guan Yin gestured toward Chu Lin with a gentlemanly invitation. Inwardly, Chu Lin thought he resembled a vixen, and he did not hold back his words. Pausing as he walked past Guan Yin, he looked at him and said, "Has anyone ever told you that you look like a vixen?" The air was filled with the sound of bodyguards gasping in surprise. Guan Yin's eyes remained unfazed. "You are the first." Pei Wu felt that if Chu Lin possessed any discernible sharpness, he would have fled. However, someone was foolish enough to follow him to the second floor, heedlessly provoking him in person, clearly lacking such instincts. Chu Lin swaggered into the private room, and Guan Yin instructed the bodyguards to wait outside. Pei Wu was taken aback, only to see Guan Yin turn to him. "Choose someone you find pleasing from among them to escort you home." Even Pei Wu, quick-witted as he was, struggled to keep up at that moment. "What?" Guan Yin slowly closed the door behind him, blocking the entrance, casting a glance inside before saying to Pei Wu, "He is a high-ranking alpha." Pei Wu replied, "I know." Guan Yin continued, "His pheromones should not have been registered." Pei Wu was reluctant to grasp Guan Yin's implication, but the thought that surfaced in his mind drove him to a rare state of agitation. That person was an unregistered individual, engaging in perilous activities, previously colliding with their car as a warning due to the collaboration between Chong Rong and the Hai Chong Fong family regarding suppressants. Such audacity was not to be underestimated. Guan Yin acknowledged this, but added, "You do not understand my point. If I require the pheromones of a high-ranking alpha with the Guan family connections, they would go to great lengths to procure any suitable extraction liquid for me. Alphas, by their very nature, cannot resist boasting and pride. Thus, high-grade extraction liquids command exorbitant prices. Many of them, upon merely catching a whiff, I find utterly unremarkable, as they have been exhausted by others, failing to meet my standards." Pei Wu struggled to comprehend. "So he meets your standards?" "He is a novice." Guan Yin was quite forthright. "His pheromones are pure, not a high-priced imitation. When he threatened you earlier, I detected the scent of his pheromones, reminiscent of gunpowder, quite potent. Lu Shiwen remarked that it was similar to the scent of explosives, hardly different. Guan Yin reassured, rest assured, I possess a thoroughly mature mindset and can take responsibility for my actions. Yet it remained absurd. Pei Wu countered, Chu Lin is not a compliant individual. He simply acquiesced to your wishes. Guan Yin appeared surprised. It seems you do not quite grasp what high-quality omega pheromones signify. No, Pei Wu understood well. It meant that, aside from the elite, they could elicit the true nature of an alpha, causing even the most composed individuals to blush and race forward. And Guan Yin was no ordinary person. He would merely crack the whip, compelling the other to kneel and call him father. Pei Wu found himself momentarily speechless. Guan Yin slammed the door shut. Was this right? Was this appropriate? Chu Lin had just intended to eliminate him. Did he even comprehend his predicament? Pei Wu's mind was a whirlwind of vivid thoughts, struggling to process Guan Yin's sudden, erratic maneuver, his brain spinning to the point of overheating. He instinctively glanced at the head bodyguard, whose robust physique was reminiscent of the legendary warrior Zhang Fei. The alpha wiped away non-existent tears, lamenting, finally, General Guan has been found. Pei Wu interjected, no, this is wrong. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to knock on the door to intervene, knowing that Guan Yin had no understanding of Chu Lin's background. What if that person erupted in violence? Moments later, a distorted and terrified voice pierced through the crack of the door. What are you doing? It seemed to belong to Chu Lin. Stay away from me. Pei Wu mused. One might mistakenly think that Guan Yin had hung Chu Lin up. Pei Wu paced back and forth in the corridor twice, and as he approached the main entrance, he caught a whiff of an unmistakably uncontrolled pheromone. He called Lu Shiwen and Kwang Juming. Upon hearing that an omega was in Chu Lin's grasp, Lu Shiwen inhaled deeply but relaxed upon realizing it was Guan Yin, assuring, I'm on my way. Kwang Juming, after hanging up, bombarded the chat with messages, I'm coming, accompanied by a flurry of exclamation marks, and even picked up Chao Guan on the way. Approximately 20 minutes later, everyone gathered in the adjacent private room. Indeed, no one had disturbed them. Surely, everything is fine? Kwang Juming asked, his tone laced with concern, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Pei Wu could almost discern tears welling up. It was a reflection of the humiliation endured for years. Unable to retaliate even after transitioning into an alpha, a deep sympathy for someone else's misfortune, especially at Guan Yan's hands. Has Guan Yin ever been in trouble before? Chao Guan retorted, casually grabbing a handful of sunflower seed from the front desk as he entered, offering some to Kwang Juming, who declined. Influenced by their calm demeanor, Pei Wu gradually relaxed. Accepting a small handful from Chao Guan, he turned to Kwang Juming. What about that alpha? Lu Shiwen replied, stronger than you and Chao Guan. Chao Guan sighed, what can we do? This kid is destined to face this calamity. Suddenly, the head bodyguard poked his head in. It's over. The group sprang to their feet, hastily rushing out. Guan Yin had just opened the door, impeccably dressed, his long fingers adjusting his collar, and as he straightened his tie, his expression was calm, yet slightly squinted, exuding a sense of satisfaction. From Pei Wu's perspective, Guan Yin resembled a scoundrel who departs after a meal. Is it over? Kwang Juming inquired. What else could it be? Guan Yin replied nonchalantly. Kwang Juming's piercing gaze swept over Guan Yin. What happened? The pheromones were indeed potent, yet unruly, adorned with thorns that pricked the lips. Through the crack in the door, they could distinctly see Chu Lin slumped against the window, arms crossed, with a vacant expression, as if stripped of all innocence and devoid of purpose. Noticing something, Chu Lin raised his head, and when his gaze met Lu Shiwen's, he trembled and extended a hand. You are truly cruel. You are inhuman. Lu Shiwen retorted, what does that have to do with me? Chapter 78. Lu Shiwen pushed past Guan Yin, defiantly addressing Chu Lin. Did I do this? Chu Lin's pale, sluggish mind finally clicked, and he slowly turned his gaze towards Guan Yin, the true culprit. Guan Yin's complexion was rosy, his demeanor gentle. I have heard that you have a voracious appetite for wealth. So, how much do you desire? Name your price. Chu Lin, who initially bore a pallid expression, suddenly found the muscles in his face twitching violently at these words. rendering his visage seemingly on the brink of distortion. "Do you think this is a matter that can be settled with money?" He retorted. "Why not?" Guan Yin maintained a negotiating stance, promptly embarking on analysis of mutual advantages. A high-tier individual, though not the pinnacle, still required the soothing effects of omega pheromones. "I sensed it moments ago. You two are teetering on the edge of losing control. My premium pheromones can provide considerable comfort. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and I shall compensate you. You stand to gain regardless of the calculations." "Ah, by the way," Guan Yin stated matter-of-factly, "I find your pheromone scent rather appealing. Should you have any thoughts in the future, feel free to approach me, but on the condition that you will not seek out other omegas. Once you have been used by another, you shall be rendered obsolete in my presence." Kwang Junming tightly shut his eyes, realizing that his brother had entirely reduced Chu Lin to a mere mobile pheromone extraction reservoir, devoid of emotion and purely utilitarian. Chu Lin appeared dazed, seemingly struggling to believe the situation. The bodyguard Zhang Fei entered, handing Chu Lin a business card before departing alongside Guan Yin. In high spirits, Guan Yin proposed a meal. Engaging in face-to-face pheromone exchanges was undoubtedly the most effective. Fresh and potent, it would allow Guan Yin to navigate the heat phase with safety and comfort, leaving him feeling light and agile for an extended period thereafter. At the dining table, Kwang Junming could not help but inquire of Guan Yin. "Did you really just dismiss that alpha to the private room? What should I have done? Does a high-tier individual require my assistance in finding a psychologist?" Guan Yin replied, "Do not let his visibly distressed appearance fool you. I suspect it stems from inexperience with omegas, rendering him momentarily bewildered. Given the physical disparity between A and O, he could have easily pushed me away. Yet when I released my pheromones, he blushed and his heart raced with evident eagerness. If he truly disdained it, I would not resort to bullying. I simply do not comprehend why he later adopted such a coy demeanor. It is vexing to witness. So I opted for a more forceful approach." Chao Guan raised his thumb in admiration. "You truly are remarkable, Ah Yin. We are all adults here." Guan Yin lit a cigarette, pondering. "If he wishes to become my companion, that is not out of the question." "Do you like him?" Pei Wu inquired. "Consider it akin to keeping a cat or dog, but if he is to be by my side, his claws must be clipped." Pei Wu could not help but recall the day in the rain when Chu Lin had intercepted him, exuding an unruly air. Chao Guan was correct. This was a trial that seemed destined for him. Guan Yin promptly forgot Chu Lin's appearance. The next encounter would likely begin with that fiery red head. Or perhaps the other party would first offer some phenomenal cues. For Guan Yin, spending a bit of money for a pleasurable experience was exceedingly worthwhile. 2 days later, he successfully navigated the heat phase and experienced a remarkable surge in efficiency, collaborating with Pei Wu on 2 substantial deals. One of these transactions could be considered Pei Wu's personal asset. Over the years, Pei had worked diligently, and having ceased to be a mere blood bag, he had managed to save some funds. Although this initial capital was but a trifling sum to someone like Guan Yin, he was nonetheless pleased to facilitate connections for Pei Wu, for money, after all, is best amassed in small increments. It is worth mentioning that a few days ago, Pei Zhan called, serving as a notification prior to her moving. Pei Zhan appeared to be in good spirits, advising Pei Wu to take care of herself, while the discussion about the Pei family was brief and rather perfunctory. It seemed that Pei Ming and Pei Gaosheng had both entered the fray, which startled Zhang Wenxiu, who, in a rather perplexed state, contemplated relocating to the neighboring city of Hai. Pei Wu surmised that this matter was likely connected to Lu Shiwen, suspecting that the reckless Pei Gaosheng might have threatened Lu Shiwen without Pei Wu's knowledge, only to later discover that the small pot was made of cast iron. After sustaining injuries, they finally acquiesced. Pei Wu decided to go along with them, which was acceptable. She reminded Pei Zhan to call if needed, and thus she set her concerns aside. As May approached, the faint sounds of the first tentative cicadas could be heard, and the weather seemed to have transformed overnight into a sultry warmth. Pei Wu took a moment to reorganize her wardrobe, and by the following morning, around 6:30, the sun was shining brightly. After completing her morning routine, the sound of Lu Shiwen showering soon filled the bathroom. Pei Wu adjusted her cufflinks when she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye and turned towards the window. There sat Tuanzi, lounging and squinting in the sun. How delightful, Pei Wu thought as she approached. Tuanzi lifted its chin, allowing her gentle scratches. How obedient, she mused. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Lu Shiwen, with a damp head, peered out. His face, slightly flushed, whether from steam or something else, betrayed a fierce expression. Pei Wu realized something and chuckled. You could easily sever the connection. Lu Shiwen did not respond, retreating back inside. How awkward, Pei Wu pondered. Tuanzi, not wishing to leave, leaped onto Pei Wu's shoulder before she departed. Upon reaching the company entrance, Pei Wu found herself in a dilemma. Tuanzi was rather conspicuous. In the next moment, Tuanzi scurried down her back to her right side, and as it attempted to burrow into Pei Wu's pocket, it had shrunk considerably. The pocket bulged for a while before a head the size of a fist emerged. Pei Wu was both surprised and delighted. Adorable. Lu Shiwen let out a soft grunt, casting a glance at Tuanzi. That is its inherent ability. No one noticed Tuanzi, allowing Pei Wu to work throughout the morning while also indulging in some furry affection. Lanja took notice and wished to pet it too, only to nearly get bitten. Upon discovering it was President Lu's pet, he promptly turned away, no longer interested. Lu Shiwen, pressed for time and unable to have lunch, needed to meet with a local government official at an upscale cafe across the street. Pei Wu quickly resolved her meal in the cafeteria, and by 2 in the afternoon, as she passed by the enormous glass doors of the project department, she observed Lanja with an expressionless demeanor, as if he could pull out a submachine gun at any moment to confront these individuals. Pei Wu had just approved 2 core documents when a call came in from the reception area. The direct line indicated that those arriving were not ordinary visitors. Pei Wu instructed her team to prepare a meeting room and tidied the table before heading over. Such situations were common. Not everyone could engage in face-to-face discussions with Lu Shiwen, and occasionally, when time was of the essence, it fell upon her and Lanja to represent. The reception area did not provide any explicit information, leading Pei Wu to assume it was a familiar acquaintance. However, when the door opened, a tranquil figure was seated at the long table, flanked by 2 bodyguards. The face was unfamiliar, yet upon closer inspection, bore resemblance to Lu Shiwen, with 3 parts of similar brow and eyes. In mere seconds, Pei Wu deduced the identity of the individual. Lu Yi scrutinized Pei Wu from head to toe, lacking any semblance of politeness. With a lineage of excellence, Lu Yi himself was a figure of high stature. His legs were crossed, hands clasped before him, and his face bore the evident marks of time, yet there remained a sharpness akin to a well-honed blade, though the silver streaks at his temples suggested his age. By this period, one's pheromones would typically have faded significantly. Nevertheless, Pei Wu still felt a distinct chill emanating from him. Lu Shiwen has protected you too well. Unable to reach you, I had no choice but to come personally, Lu Yi stated. Fortunately, Changrong is a venture I established, so I'm somewhat familiar with it. This declaration was audacious. Changrong had only recently surged to prominence, claiming a leading position in Hongdu. At that moment, Lu Yi was presumably enjoying his freedom elsewhere. Pei Wu contemplated the notion of freedom, to leave a 10-year-old child alone at home, scarcely inquiring after them over the years. Mr. Lu, what brings you to me? Pei Wu inquired gently, though a closer listen would reveal a lack of amiable sentiment. A mocking smile tugged at Lu Ye's lips. Indeed, you are far from simple. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, instantly amplifying the pressure in the room. With a background that was ordinary to the point of being embarrassing, Pei Wu had been working diligently since high school, ultimately gaining admission to S University. At first glance, such a narrative appears inspiring. Yet the tale of the underdog transforming into a phoenix has been recounted too often. For someone of your ilk, the opportunity to leap into the Dragon's Gate would certainly be seized at any cost, especially after evolving into an Omega. It's as if your intent to entice my son is glaringly obvious. Logically, one would expect discomfort from Pei Wu upon hearing such remarks from a blood relative of Lu Shiwen, yet he remained unperturbed, gaining some understanding of how self-righteous parents often create tragedies that their children cannot forget. Lu Ye's gaze was heavy and pressing, yet Pei Wu merely nodded lightly and asked, "And then? Even if I am despicable, pretending to be close to Lu Shiwen to transcend class. What follows? At that moment, a staff member entered with tea, and Pei Wu gestured for her to place it down. Once the sitting room regained its tranquility, Pei Wu turned to Lu Yi, noting, "It seems you have come specifically to see me. Is there anything besides this?" Lu Yi's expression remained frigid, and upon hearing Pei Wu's words, his eyes regarded him as one might a small, oblivious creature. Lu Yi was in a marriage alliance with Tang Qingsu, a woman of beauty and intellect. Even when their relationship became untenable, she bore her tears with dignity, parting ways in an elegant manner. However, recent accusations from Tang Qingsu emerged in rapid succession, criticizing Lu Yi's failures as a father and declaring their collective inadequacies, claiming they could not even care for their only child. Lu Yi did not perceive himself as a failure. The marriage was a pragmatic solution born of circumstance. Only children indulge in romantic notions, if not for his diligent efforts. How could Lu Shiwen enjoy such a privileged life? In this world, 95% of individuals are born as mere cattle or horses, while Lu Shiwen entered the world in Rome. Shouldn't one express gratitude for such fortune? Lu Yi was struck deeply by the hysterical words of Tang Qingsu, pondering whether this woman was experiencing an early onset of menopause. Suddenly jolted from a life of ease, he realized his son had grown up. To Lu Yi, being at the pinnacle implied invincibility. He believed Lu Shiwen's existence surpassed that of anyone else, leaving him perplexed as to the source of Tang Qingsu's resentment. On the return journey, he instructed his aides to investigate Lu Shiwen's recent circumstances. Unexpectedly, the information was tightly concealed, as if Lu Shiwen had taken precautions in advance. Lu Yi scoffed lightly while noticing Pei Wu. Though a distinguished Omega, to the Lu family, such excellence was as commonplace as air. After a thorough search, it appeared that Pei Wu was the only anomaly. Considering his background, Lu Yi was astonished, unable to fathom that Lu Shiwen had been so thoroughly influenced by an Omega, resulting in his indifference towards his parents. It now seemed that Pei Wu was indeed quite eloquent. Lu Yi even detected a hint of provocation in his gaze. As a traditional alpha, Lu Yi embodied certain archaic ideals. At this moment, he could not tolerate Pei Wu's manner of speech, and with a slight gesture, two bodyguards approached the Omega. Pei Wu remained motionless. Before the bodyguards could reach him, an enormous figure suddenly emerged before them. Initially, it appeared as a white blur, followed by an overwhelming pheromone that rendered them immobile, and they were abruptly toppled. The pain of their heads striking the ground barely subsiding before they were confronted by a pair of gleaming white fangs. The beast's low growl was laden with chilling warnings. Pei Wu had anticipated that the first strike would come from the pheromone barrier, but to his surprise, Tuanzi leapt from his pocket, transforming into a colossal creature in an instant. It was astonishingly tall. Pei Wu had to tilt his head back, as Tuanzi's head nearly brushed against the ceiling. Its once short and rounded neck elongated, exuding a sense of power, while its strong back supported its weight, and its claws dug into the ground, sharp as blades, capable of effortlessly slicing through skin. The juvenile form resembled a small lynx, while the adult form bore a striking resemblance to a white wolf. Tuanzi, like a ferocious beast, intimidated Lu Yi and the other two alphas, seemingly eager to devour them. After a moment of restraint, it turned to Pei Wu, and its gaze became crystal clear. No longer baring its teeth, it hesitated for a moment before licking Pei Wu. Despite Pei Wu's attempts to stop it, they were in vain. The warm, moist tongue enveloped the upper half of his body, disarraying his clothes and hair. The entity's scent completely followed its master, although Pei Wu enjoyed it. He did not relish the idea of being subjected to a passive bath. "Calm down," he urged. Tuanzi squinted and licked him again. Lu Yi's expression finally shifted upon seeing Tuanzi. After a brief moment of shock, a palpable wariness took over, not the concern of father for his son, but rather an instinctive warning embedded within his very genes, a sense of helplessness when faced with the apex of power. As Tuanzi leaned in once more, Pei Wu delivered a light slap to its muzzle. On the ground, Alpha's face was filled with terror, while the small creature sat obediently, wrapping its tail around Pei Wu, shielding him at the center. Lu Yi gazed at this almost non-existent physical manifestation of pheromones and spoke solemnly. I am your father. So, what brings you back to the country so suddenly? Lu Shiwen entered, his expression dark and heavy. He quickly scanned the room, and upon confirming Pei Wu was unharmed, his anger surged even more. After years apart, Lu Shiwen displayed no warmth or familial affection towards Lu Yi, coldly interrogating, what gives you the right to meddle with my omega? If Tang Qingsu had, at least for a time, fulfilled some responsibilities of a mother, Lu Yi was merely an ne'er-do-well. Once the genetic testing indicated that Lu Shiwen would evolve into a high tier, it seemed as though the child grew up in the blink of an eye, freeing him from further worry. Chapter 80. You have no regrets. What do I have to regret? For the next 10 minutes, Pei Wu calmly observed the verbal sparring between the two men, a battle of wits. More accurately, it was Lu Yi being unilaterally besieged by Lu Shiwen. When Lu Shiwen chose to be ruthless, he spared no kindness. It was not necessarily a dreadful situation, but the audacity with which both Lu Yi and Tang Qingsu questioned, despite their ignorance, was truly baffling. What was even more perplexing was why both of them sought to trouble Pei Wu. It was as if his mere presence with someone he cherished meant he must bear the brunt of the Lu family's unfortunate blood ties. Lu Shiwen was genuinely concerned for Pei Wu's happiness. The small creature returned to its normal size, and Pei Wu stood by the cabinet at the door, where a platter of fresh nuts awaited guests. He selected a macadamia nut and offered it to the small creature, which seemed to have a commendable biting strength. The creature did not disappoint, cracking it with a satisfying crunch. Returning your company, how many generations has it changed hands? Lu Shiwen began, but upon hearing a commotion, turned to see the small creature spitting out the shell, craning its neck to swallow it. Frowning, he couldn't help but remark, though I usually don't feed you. You needn't be so foolish. Pei Wu cast a glance at Lu Shiwen, gently patting the small creature's head, prompting it to spit the shell again. This prompted Lu Shiwen to lose interest in further banter with Lu Yi. Pei Wu, too, did not wish to face Lu Yi. He still sought an explanation for the years of neglect that Lu Shiwen had endured. Just go play, Lu Shiwen's voice deepened. If I recall correctly, the dividends have been consistently deposited into your bank account every year, and you have some assets abroad as well. Continue your free life. I am now of age. Lu Yi's face darkened. After years apart, there was no semblance of polite conversation. Lu Shiwen's gaze was as frigid as if he were a stranger. Yet, the harsh reality struck Lu Yi, making him gradually realize something was amiss. The role of a father was not omnipotent. Over the years, he had only occasionally heard about Lu Shiwen's expanding business empire, feeling a mix of pride and relief that this was his son. However, beyond that, there was a void, no shared moments of father and son, no warm greetings. Lu Yi could barely recall what Lu Shiwen looked like as a child. He arrived with unwavering confidence, convinced that Tang Qingsu was merely a worrywart. Yet, the reality far exceeded his expectations. However, Lu Yi found it difficult to admit his mistakes. Gasping for breath, he glared at Lu Shiwen and questioned, "Do you not fear regretting speaking to me in this manner?" Lu Shiwen, taken aback, retorted, "Why should I regret when you do not? Regret for leaving my son alone in Hongdu for all these years? Regret for pursuing freedom on my own? Regret for suddenly awakening to the realization that our blood ties have grown so distant? Which of these should I regret?" Lu Yi was at a loss. After Lu Yi strode away, Lu Shiwen remained rooted in place. Pei Wu stepped forward, gently grasping his hand. Lu Shiwen instinctively tightened his grip. "Are you troubled?" Pei Wu inquired. "Not at all," Lu Shiwen replied. "I simply cannot fathom why they behave this way. They vanish when most needed, and now that stability has returned, they are eager to meddle in my life." "Do not be angry," Pei Wu suggested. "I shall prepare sweet and sour fish for you this evening. How about something else?" Lu Shiwen's eyes sparkled with amusement. "What about the old soy sauce fish? The one you made was delightful." "Very well," Pei Wu mused, considering that perhaps he should diversify his tastes, as Lu Shiwen tended to indulge in a singular preference for an extended period. Lu Shiwen draped his arm around Pei Wu's shoulders as they walked outside. "My father likely will not dare to interfere anymore, but if the distance permits, keep the dumpling close." Should any unexpected event arise, I wish to sense it immediately. Pei Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Shiwen showed little concern for matters of the previous generation. This was a prolonged cycle of karmic retribution. Once Lu Shiwen truly relinquished the burdens of the past, the entanglements of love and hate became inconsequential. He simply cherished sitting at the table, savoring the fish prepared by Pei Wu. As Lu Yi once remarked, "You are an adult now. Cannot you regulate your own emotions?" Lu Shiwen managed to do so, believing his parents would be fine as well. A plate of old soy sauce fish accompanied by 4 flour rolls. Lu Shiwen devoured every morsel, soaking up the broth with the rolls. The aunt watching could not suppress a chuckle. She had initially thought Mr. Lu would be difficult to please, appearing quite particular, yet here he was, effortlessly polishing off a whole plate of fish. "Fang Xiao is coming tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" Lu Shiwen inquired. Pei Wu neatly folded his clean clothes and casually replied, "Sure." He dressed casually at home, and, given the warm weather, his loose-fitting fabric accentuated his slender waist with every movement. Lu Shiwen first gestured in the air, finding it delicate, then could not resist stepping forward to grasp it. Pei Wu turned back in exasperation. "Hurry up," Lu Shiwen urged. It was merely a matter of closeness and affection. Even a large cat would feel content. After some time apart, Fang Xiao had noticeably slimmed down, his skeletal frame becoming even more pronounced, appearing rather intimidating when expressionless. Chu Lin sought to create trouble for Lu Shiwen, while Fang Xiao faced his own continuous dilemmas. Just yesterday, there were issues with faulty brakes, and today he had been drugged. Once the Fang family suppressants hit the market, they would pose a significant threat to those expensive and slow-acting industries. In the face of profit, many were willing to take risks. "If such troublesome matters come my way, allow me to handle them," Lu Shiwen asserted. In a bright private room, adorned with a lavish spread, Fang Xiao leaned against the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling traffic below, realizing he had indeed accomplished what he set out to do. "Here you go," Fang Xiao said, his tone slightly weary. "I truly need a rest for a while." The gates of the research institute seemed destined to be trampled upon by him, with repeated failures leading to restarts, far less bothersome than the intrigues outside. Lu Shiwen, however, remained undeterred by the tempest. He had heard of a certain mercenary from the black market, Chu something, who had stumbled significantly at Lu Shiwen's hands, returning in a frenzy, declaring he would no longer participate. When Fang Xiao mentioned Chu Lin, Lu Shiwen lightly scoffed. "You seem well informed. I am right here in Haishu. If I were not, those 2 families would have devoured me whole." Fang Xiao sipped his tea. "By the way, did you employ the strongest pheromone suppression against that Chu fellow? Otherwise, why would he quit?" "Not me. It was my brother." Fang Xiao understood immediately Chao Guan. "But Kwang Junmeng doesn't seem that vicious." "So, Chao Guan is truly formidable?" Lu Shiwen replied, "No, it's Guan Yin." Fang Xiao choked, his expression one of disbelief. Lu Shiwen, disinterested in further explanation, knew that those who underestimated Guan Yan's Omega identity ultimately reaped no rewards. "Arrange a few days of relaxation activities for me," he requested. Fang Xiao stretched lazily. "I'm utterly exhausted these days." "All right, go play with Kwang Junmeng. He has all sorts of novel activities." Fang Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Sure, sure." Chapter 81. A fateful encounter when Kwang Junmeng met Fang Xiao. They exchanged playful embraces, calling each other brother with a casual affection. "Stay close to Dad. He'll help you unwind." "Sure, my dear little brother," Fang Xiao replied. After their successful meeting, Lu Shiwen stayed behind with Pei Wu to share a meal. The dishes were rather spicy. Pei Wu set down his chopsticks after a few bites, accepting the chicken soup offered by Lu Shiwen and taking a sip. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw Fang Xiao lounging on the sofa, a flush of color gracing his cheeks from the drink, revealing the pent-up stress he had endured for quite some time. Pei Wu recalled the inhibitor developed by the Fang family, which had received a substantial investment from Changron. More importantly, it proved to be highly effective. Furthermore, Pei Wu had noted Lu Shiwen's pricing, which was significantly lower than that of inferior medications available on the market. No wonder those individuals were driven to desperation, resorting to pursuit and ambush. Once they returned to reorganize the project plan, It was likely that Pei Wu and the employees responsible for the project would be thoroughly inundated for the next fortnight. Though Pei Wu managed to keep up with the relentless pace, Lu Shiwen and Lan Zhe remained initially cautious, knowing the toll such rigorous work could take on an Omega's health. However, Pei Wu was one who could draw radical energy from demanding tasks. After calculating the potential bonuses to be gained, he contentedly closed his phone and resumed typing on the computer. Rest when you're tired, Lan Zhe suggested from across the table. Pei Wu's eyes reflected a flurry of data. If you could, please bring me a portion of pasta from that steakhouse you frequent. Lan Zhe replied, why don't you join me? It'll be a good chance to stretch. No, Pei Wu said, I can't focus until I finish this review. After finishing his meal and working until 3 in the afternoon, Pei Wu stepped out for coffee with Guan Yin, who happened to be passing by. Did Shiwen send you? Pei Wu inquired as he took a seat. Guan Yin chuckled lightly. No one besides you understands Lu Shiwen this well. He is simply too tense. Tension can be a good thing, Guan Yin added, ordering an oat milk latte. After the waiter departed, Pei Wu recalled something. You haven't seen Chu Lin again, have you? Guan Yin inquired. Who? Pei Wu paused momentarily. The one with the strong pheromones. No, Guan Yin remembered. I noticed he seemed quite upset that day. He likely won't be seeking me out. What a pity about those exuberant pheromones. Pei Wu felt a sense of relief. Chu Lin was a perilous element, and it was indeed prudent for Guan Yin to maintain his distance. After conversing for 40 minutes, Guan Yin received a call from the company, and the two parted ways at the entrance. For a while, Lu Shiwen was able to attend to Pei Wu, but soon he became overwhelmingly busy. Although he left a little dumpling nearby, he would be unable to manage it tomorrow due to a business trip to Haicheng. Lu Shiwen meticulously checked Pei Wu's itinerary once more, reassured that she only had a dinner engagement in the afternoon. I will return by tonight at the latest, Lu Shiwen declared. Pei Wu replied, I'm unafraid of the dark. You could easily stay over for the night without rushing. Lu Shiwen departed before dawn, whereas Pei Wu felt more comfortable remaining in Hongdu. By 8 a.m., the office had become unbearably stifling without air conditioning. At noon, Pei Wu and Lan Zhe had a light meal, intending to indulge later at the dinner gathering, especially since they both enjoyed the restaurant they were heading to. On the way, they chatted jovially, and Lan Zhe candidly asked, when do you plan to get your marriage certificate with President Liu? I'll treat you. Pei Wu felt a bit shy. Then I must prepare a generous red envelope. Upon parking, Lan Zhe noticed that the vice president from the partnering company had also arrived. The dishes served were indeed delectable, albeit in modest portions, artfully arranged, particularly the steamed grouper and the 8 treasure gourd duck. Pei Wu savored a bit more, and the discussion flowed amiably. No one drank alcohol, and as they exited, a refreshing breeze greeted them in the corridor. Lan Zhe went to settle the bill, and after exchanging polite remarks with Pei Wu, the vice president departed. When Lan Zhe returned, they decided to head straight to the company. The elevator at their end of the corridor was under maintenance, necessitating a trip to the other end or through the connecting passage to the adjacent building. The red carpet muffled their footsteps, so when a hurried, light footfall echoed, it was strikingly pronounced. Pei Wu and Lan Zhe exchanged glances but did not turn back. Let us go to the adjacent building, Lan Zhe suggested. I need to buy something. Pei Wu agreed. The two swiftly navigated through the security passage, and upon hearing the footsteps behind them, they instinctively broke into a run. Within mere seconds, Lan Zhe was already retrieving Pei Wu's coat. He wrapped it around himself hastily, saying, You know how to get down? Don't worry about me. Pei Wu affirmed with a nod. Just as the goods elevator door opened, the workers were preoccupied with tying ropes, oblivious to him, as Pei Wu calmly stepped inside and pressed the close button. The garage was tranquil, and Pei Wu quickly made his way to Area F. They were driving the company's new car today, and he had a key on him. However, just as he turned around, he bumped into someone. The sensor light overhead flickered on. Both Pei Wu and Chu Lin exchanged exasperated expressions. Pei Wu's disdain was evident. This person was indeed persistent, while Chu Lin seemed to bear the psychological scars inflicted by Lu Shiwen. Chu Lin glanced upstairs. Did they not catch you? Pei Wu scrutinized Chu Lin's hair color. Why have you dyed it black? The words may seem casual, yet Chu Lin felt an unsettling sense of being scrutinized. as though his true intentions were laid bare. He became agitated, exclaiming, "My hair is my prerogative. Must I seek your approval?" "That isn't necessary," Pei Wu replied. "I'm merely curious." After all, given Chu Lin's temperament, his crimson hair was an outward manifestation of his flamboyant character, suggesting that he was a rebellious spirit, difficult to manage. Pei Wu perused Chu Lin's profile, noting that he had sported red hair since the age of 18. Such a habit would likely be arduous to alter. "What do you mean?" Pei Wu tilted his head slightly. "Let me go." In the next moment, Chu Lin indeed stepped aside, granting passage. He hesitated, then lowered his voice. "Do not assume I am targeting you. It's merely a matter of business protocol. My lackluster performance has already tarnished my reputation. Who would have imagined I would encounter you while merely coasting along?" Pei Wu inquired. "Who sought me out?" "Not just you," Chu Lin replied, "but also that alpha accompanying you, who is a trusted confidant of Lu Shiwen, correct? How much information does he possess regarding the Fong family suppressants? Do you comprehend now?" Chu Lin remarked, "As long as this product remains unlaunched, countless individuals will strive to thwart your efforts." "Understood." Pei Wu nodded. "Thank you." Chu Lin lit a cigarette, and once Pei Wu had distanced himself, he whispered, "Today, I'll assist you, but make sure Lu Shiwen apologizes to me afterward." Pei Wu responded, "Shouldn't an apology be delivered with dignity?" Chu Lin inhaled deeply. "Just leave." Engaging with these two was decidedly perilous. Chu Lin watched Pei Wu's retreating figure, seemingly on the verge of asking something more, yet ultimately refrained, turning instead to enter the fire escape. Chapter 82. Inescapable. Pei Wu drove away without delay. His pheromones were non-threatening. Remaining behind would only burden Lanja. Upon arriving at the company, a call from Lanja came through almost immediately. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, and you?" Lanja replied evenly. "I managed to shake them off. During the scuffle, I overheard mention of a high-ranking alpha, which startled me for a moment. Fortunately, I didn't encounter any trouble while escaping." Pei Wu mused that it was likely not luck, but rather Chu Lin's nonchalant approach to the situation. Nowadays, Pei Wu found himself perplexed by Chu Lin's demeanor. The security at Chongrong Building was top-notch, with round-the-clock surveillance ensuring safety. Lanja hurried back to check on Pei Wu, satisfied with his well-being before promptly departing. Those individuals who dared to stir trouble at home were not to be taken lightly, and Lanja felt it necessary to extend his hospitality. Pei Wu sat calmly at his workstation, meticulously reviewing the relevant data on the Fong family's research. The night breeze surged, causing him to draw in a sharp breath, followed by a brief cough. Rising to close the window, he beheld the distant mountains at the edge of the city, their peaks undulating as the sun sank behind them, leaving only a dull blush of twilight. The night enveloped the surroundings, and the Chongrong Building grew increasingly desolate, evoking a sense of solitude. Today's agenda for Lu Shiwen was of great significance, and Pei Wu chose not to intrude. Gradually, he had come to accept his identity as an Omega, and despite the inherent dangers, he felt no discontent. As the twilight faded entirely, the streetlights flickered to life, and Pei Wu lingered in thought for an extended period before finally closing the window. He inexplicably felt a chill, attributing it to the draft, and thus approached the wine cabinet in the office of Lu Shiwen, selecting a bottle he had long desired from the collection. Pei Wu did not have much of a penchant for alcohol, yet having been exposed to it, he could appreciate its nuances. He poured himself a modest half-glass, gently swirling it to dissipate the initial potency of the aroma, and took a sip, which indeed was delightful. As the warmth of the liquor coursed down his throat, alleviating the cold slightly, Pei Wu intended to take a second sip. At that moment, the office door was thrust open. "Xiao Wu." It was Lu Shiwen's voice. Pei Wu nearly choked, his composure faltering for the first time. In a critical moment, he downed the remainder of the drink in one go, swiftly concealing the glass beneath a cushion. After transforming into an Omega, his senses had sharpened, and the likelihood of an alcohol allergy had significantly increased. Lu Shiwen typically imposed restrictions on him, particularly concerning the beverages in the cabinet. He hastily drank some tea, striding out. "What brings you back so soon?" Lu Shiwen, still carrying the chill of his hurried return, enveloped him in a warm embrace. Pei Wu felt that his physique fit perfectly with Lu Shiwen's. Every time they assumed this position, it was as if they were seamlessly intertwined, and no matter the worries or longings, they found solace in the warmth exchanged between them. As Lu Shiwen's heavy breathing steadied, he spoke. "Lanja called me, so I rushed back. Everything all right?" "Everything fine." Pei Wu gently patted the man's back to soothe him, assuring him not to worry excessively. "At the restaurant, we couldn't be too conspicuous. I left quite smoothly. Oh, by the way, I ran into Chu Lin. That unfortunate soul is still here?" Lu Shiwen replied, his tone laced with disdain. "He didn't trouble me," Pei Wu said, deliberately omitting any mention of Chu Lin's request for an apology from Lu Shiwen to avoid further conflict upon their next encounter. Lu Shiwen stepped back slightly, the overhead light illuminating the space, making the area inside the office quite bright. He lowered his gaze, catching sight of Pei Wu's delicate ear and the graceful contours of his face, all remarkably beautiful. Lu Shiwen mused that since Pei Wu had transformed into an Omega, the changes had been subtly profound and somewhat astonishing. The cold aura he exuded was particularly evident, yet when facing him, Pei Wu's ears would flush, and his gaze would shyly avert, an allure that was difficult to articulate. Lu Shiwen leaned in closer, but suddenly his expression shifted, the warmth evaporating from his eyes. With a swift, sharp glance around, he released Pei Wu and strode into the office. Pei Wu followed. "Hey?" Lu Shiwen first glanced at the wine cabinet and, employing his formidable memory, noted that the second bottle on the third shelf had diminished by 5 milliliters. His alpha instincts kicked in, as he focused all his mental acuity on his sense of smell. Within mere seconds, he discovered the incriminating evidence Pei Wu had concealed beneath the sofa. Lu Shiwen returned with a wine glass, his expression impassive. Pei Wu blinked. Is it so wrong to indulge occasionally? Lu Shiwen felt a surge of frustration, yet hesitated. In this 40-degree heat, couldn't you have chosen something around 11 or 12 degrees? But I wanted this one, Pei Wu replied, donning his coat as he accompanied Lu Shiwen home. This small amount of alcohol wouldn't intoxicate Pei Wu, yet as the warmth of the car's heating enveloped him, he began to feel drowsy. He stifled a yawn, covering his mouth as he asked Lu Shiwen, "Are we still going to the seaside?" "Not anymore," Lu Shiwen responded. "The Drug Administration will soon issue a notice, and once the clinical trials conclude successfully, it signifies a path through official channels, which those individuals would not dare to traverse." Many presumed that Feng Zhao's collaboration with Lu Shiwen would yield substantial profits, yet upon careful consideration, it appears that these two are merely motivated by altruistic intentions. Pei Wu also contemplated this notion, a faint smile gracing his lips. When Lu Shiwen and Feng Zhao resolved to develop an inhibitor, they were still unable to accept Omega. However, Lu Shiwen's attitude towards Omega was not one of schadenfreude at their suffering. He was cognizant of the predicaments faced by this group. Perhaps it was a mere passing glance. Yet when Feng Zhao made the suggestion, Lu Shiwen did not hesitate to agree, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. It was neither a condescending pity nor a whimsical act of charity. Beneath Lu Shiwen's fastidious and acerbic demeanor lies a pure essence. Otherwise, mere physical allure would not have captivated Pei Wu. Upon arriving at the Yunlu Bay garage, Pei Wu was already in a daze. "We have arrived," Lu Shiwen announced. Pei Wu merely murmured in acknowledgement, showing no inclination to move. Understanding this, Lu Shiwen cheerfully went around to the other side and lifted Pei Wu into his arms. He also took the opportunity to mend the pheromone barrier, acutely aware of its accelerated depletion. Lu Shiwen inquired gently, "Are you feeling unwell?" "A bit cold," Pei Wu replied, still with eyes closed, resting his face against Lu Shiwen's shoulder, instinctively nuzzling. "It's not too uncomfortable. The weather had been unpredictable lately. He would take some cold medicine soon." "All right," Lu Shiwen replied. Pei Wu, feeling rather lethargic, typically would rush to shower upon arriving home. But today he changed clothes and dozed off for a brief moment before finally making his way to the bathroom. By the time he emerged, Lu Shiwen had already prepared the cold medicine. Pei Wu took it promptly and, upon putting down the cup, noticed Lu Shiwen gazing at him with a deep, somber expression. He discerned the emotion within, concern. I'm perfectly fine, Pei Wu reassured him. Lu Shiwen was aware of this, yet having been away for merely half a day, Pei Wu was already in this state. You truly cannot do without me, Lu Shiwen mused. Chapter 83. A big gamble. The next morning, Kwang Junming urgently called for help. Knowing that Lu Shiwen was adept at turning a blind eye to others' plights, he chose to contact Pei Wu directly. Theoretically, Pei Wu should have been awake by this hour, but today was an exception. Without Lu Shiwen by his side, Pei Wu turned over lazily in bed, his voice hoarse from sleep. Kwang Xiao, what is it? Kwang Junming fell silent for a moment, then cautiously continued. Am I interrupting something? Pei Wu replied, what are you thinking? I just woke up. Then could you lend me a hand? Immediately, Kwang Junming began to lament. That scoundrel Fang Xiao, was he truly at the Research Institute and not at a temple? How did he manage to stifle the child like this? These past few days, I've been with him, and it's nothing but drinking, dining, or skydiving and skiing. I think the owner of that artificial snow park has been looking at me with gleaming eyes. I strained my back yesterday. I really can't keep up anymore. Pei Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Where are you? I'll come over shortly. You're really coming, right, Pei Zhu? You can't be lying. Of course, he assured. Just as he hung up, Lu Shiwen entered the room. Whose call was that? He casually inquired, approaching the bedside to check Pei Wu's forehead. Kwang Junming called us over. Pei Wu said he can no longer handle Fang Xiao. This was rather peculiar. Lu Shiwen furrowed his brow slightly. Is he having a mild fever? Pei Wu sat up. Sensing it, it's nothing. Pei Wu went to wash up, attributing it to the prolonged exposure to the wind yesterday. After breakfast, Pei Wu told Lu Shiwen, if you have work, do what you need to. I'll check in and return to the company. I'll accompany you. Lu Shiwen was resolutely unwilling to leave Pei Wu's side. Kwang Junming and the others were at a high-end entertainment venue, having booked the entire top floor, which boasted a private swimming pool. Upon entering, they spotted a well-dressed individual floating in the pool alongside several liquor bottles. What spectacle, Pei Wu thought. The floating figure was none other than Chao Guan. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned over and lazily drifted past Pei Wu, weakly greeting, good morning. Pei Wu waved. But you certainly do not appear well. I've been drinking for 3 days, Chao Guan replied, gesturing with his fingers to indicate 5, his gaze clouded. I wish I had never met Kwang Junming. Pei Wu mused that this did not hinder his availability at all. When he and Lu Shiwen found Kwang Junming, he was admonishing the swaying Fang Xiao. Do you realize this is retaliatory consumption? Kwang Junming pressed his hand against his side, clearly not joking about having hurt his back. One must have principles. More importantly, if you wish to perish, do so alone. Do not drag your brothers with you. Brothers walk together for life. Fang Xiao popped open another bottle of liquor with a loud crack. Kwang Junming groaned in agony. Lu Shiwen stepped forward and kicked Fang Xiao's foot. That's enough. Fueled by liquor, Fang Xiao retorted, what is it to you? Come at me. Lu Shiwen chuckled, replying, very well. Fang Xiao, belatedly realizing his words, found it too late to escape as Lu Shiwen swiftly restrained him. They still needed to discuss the upcoming clinical trials for the inhibitor, and Fang Xiao, grimacing in pain, assured, I will definitely pass. I guarantee it with my head. Lu Shiwen, who drank as if it were water, replied, all right, I can arrange everything from here. Grateful for Pei Wu's loyalty, Kwang Junming attempted to toss peanuts into his palm, but after several attempts, they fell to the ground instead. Pei Wu couldn't help but chuckle. You all should take a rest soon. Had Fang Xiao known Lu Shiwen would show up, he would have fled earlier. Now, no matter what Lu Shiwen asked, he had to strain his nearly exhausted mind to respond. Pei Wu took a break to find some pastries, having just spotted a server bringing them to a nearby table. He picked up a piece of Chinese auspicious cake and blueberry mousse, but just as he was about to return, he overheard some hushed discussions. I just saw President Liu has arrived. Who? That one from Changrong? Of course. Honestly, how can there be such a disparity among alphas? Someone lamented, top tier. It seems there is only this one top tier. A circle of people gathered around a round table playing cards, clearly intoxicated. Among them was a familiar face. Pei Wu recognized Lu Tongxiu, Chao Guan's cousin, who had nearly been kicked by his own cousin into the buffet table at Fang Zhao's yacht gathering in Haisher. Lu Tongxiu appeared to have poor card-playing skills, frowning for long while before casually discarding a card. prompting his next player to gleefully follow suit. It is merely a matter of fortunate reincarnation. What is there to envy? The young man beside Lu Tongxiu remained indifferent, adorned with an incongruous earring on his left ear, his elongated face and triangular eyes presenting an odd first impression. After a moment of silence, someone half-jokingly remarked, "Zhuo Wenxing, you certainly have an audacious attitude." Indeed, Zhuo Wenxing scoffed lightly. Reincarnation is a skillful endeavor. If I had a high-ranking father and an exceptional mother, perhaps I too would be of the highest caliber. Rather than just a B, wouldn't you agree? Get lost. Zhuo Wenxing lightly kicked the table, his expression darkening. It's the truth, don't doubt it. Although Lu Shiwen often presents himself as exalted, he is merely buoyed by his pheromones. Bring in a few more high-ranking individuals, and he too could learn his place. Lu Tongxiu, feeling irritated, retorted, "One would think you're offering to teach him manners. Stop boasting and play your cards." Zhuo Wenxing, now amused, replied, "You could simply concede." Why the sour face? Just as Lu Tongxiu was about to speak, someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned, expecting to confront the inconsiderate individual, only to be met with an exceptionally handsome face that seemed vaguely familiar. The other person's expression was friendly, yet Lu Tongxiu felt an inexplicable unease. "I'll take your place," Pei Wu said gently. "If I win, it's yours. If I lose, it's mine." A few people exchanged glances, sizing up Lu Tongxiu and this Omega, expressing their surprise. Lu Tongxiu stood up, finally recalling who this person was, Lu Shiwen's assistant. However, according to his cousin's account, the two were currently in discussions, while Zhuo Wenxing had foolishly let his words be overheard by the boyfriend of the person in question. Lu Tongxiu cautiously inquired, "You're here?" "Yes," Pei Wu replied, pulling a chair to sit down. "Shall we play for higher stakes?" Zhuo Wenxing felt a pang of jealousy. He and Lu Tongxiu appeared to get along superficially, but shared little camaraderie. In truth, he found fault with everyone, viewing Lu Shiwen as pretentious, and Lu Tongxiu as no exception, a mere wastrel basking in the comforts of wealth, with a cousin in a position of influence, living a life of utmost ease. Why should such favorable circumstances not be his? The Omega before him radiated quality. What could he possibly see in Lu Tongxiu? With this thought, Zhuo Wenxing cleared his throat, leaned back, crossed his legs, and assumed a commanding demeanor, asking, "How do you wish to play?" Pei Wu slightly raised his gaze, an unusual intensity in his eyes. Chapter 84. You cannot even defeat me. Pei Wu swiftly shuffled 2 decks of cards, his movements fluid and deft, the cards flowing through his fingers like stream. With a crisp sound, they landed neatly in his palm before being placed on the table. He fixed his gaze on Zhuo Wenxing and asked, "Texas Hold'em, shall we?" So Wenxing met his cold, indifferent eyes and inexplicably felt a sense of elation. "All right, I can teach you if you're unfamiliar." Lu Tongxiu, unable to bear the sight, closed his eyes in resignation. Had I known, I wouldn't have brought this fool along. To ensure fairness, they selected a typically straightforward individual, Zhao Quan, to deal the cards. As soon as Zhuo Wenxing received his hand, he cautiously examined a corner, revealing a king of diamonds and an ace of spades as his whole cards, then calmly placed them on the table, awaiting Zhao Quan to continue. In the first round, he received a heart 3. Casting a glance to his side, he noticed Pei Wu had drawn a diamond 3. Zhuo Wenxing chuckled inexplicably, stroking his chin. "It seems we are quite fated. Is that so?" Pei Wu replied, "I hadn't noticed." In the second round, Zhuo Wenxing drew a club 3, his excitement palpable, causing his breath to quicken. Instinctively, he glanced sideways, only to find Pei Wu had drawn a diamond ace, of little use. Zhuo Wenxing mused that with just a king or ace in the next round, he could form a full house. Of course, he also had to consider the possibility of misfortune. Thus, he called out to Zhao Quan, "Hold on, I'd like to cut the deck." Lu Tongxiu frowned in response. Zhuo Wenxing had a penchant for trickery in this game. He had been caught before, but perhaps due to his growing skill, he could now manipulate the cards to his advantage. Lu Tongxiu wished to learn, but was unable to do so. Zhao Quan, hesitant to voice any objections, acquiesced to Zhuo Wenxing's request to cut the deck. After Zhuo Wenxing sat down, he felt assured of victory. as if he could already envision Pei Wu's astonished and subtly admiring expression. Such a face, with just a hint of emotion, would be even more captivating. "I'll cut as well," Pei Wu remarked. Zhuo Wenxing watched intently, noticing that Pei Wu merely made a light cut. Nothing unusual. Zhao Quan dealt another round of cards. The others conceded defeat, having no chance to compete. Pei Wu mingled two decks, struggling to form either a full house or four of a kind, let alone a straight flush. Zhuo Wenxing received his cards and flipped one over, a club king, instantly igniting a spark in his eyes. Without hesitation, he revealed his whole card, only to uncover that the spade ace he had previously held had been replaced by a spade king, forming a complete full house. A gracious concession, he boasted, feeling buoyant, his gaze repeatedly darting toward Pei Wu, as if to say, "Impressive. I senti it?" Pei Wu remained silent, revealing his entire hand. Zhuo Wenxing's smile abruptly vanished. Pei Wu's 5 cards were a complete set of aces, along with the initial diamond 3, an unassailable 4 of a kind. Moreover, in this game, 4 aces triumph over 4 kings, ensuring Pei Wu's victory over Zhuo Wenxing. The troubling aspect was that the spade ace in Pei Wu's hand was the very card Zhuo Wenxing had just cut from the deck. Zhuo Wenxing was certain that the spade ace must have been at the very bottom, implying it was theoretically impossible for it to have reached Pei Wu's hand. A chill ran down Zhuo Wenxing's spine, and he blurted out instinctively, "You're cheating." "The cards can be verified," Pei Wu replied coolly. His expression remained calm, yet the depths of his eyes held no warmth, appearing dark and foreboding. Zhuo Wenxing felt a shiver run through him, momentarily at a loss for words. "Enough," Lu Tongxiu interjected. "Are you allowed to win, but not others?" Zhuo Wenxing thought to himself that it was not as simple as that. His card manipulation had become quite adept. While he did not dare compare himself to the elite players, casually winning a full house should not be an issue. Yet, the spade ace, which had stealthily found its way into Pei Wu's hand, indicated that his opponent was indeed a master, far surpassing his own skill level. Zhuo Wenxing lost, parched and tongue-tied. Amidst the anxiety, there lingered an inexplicable thrill as he cast a hurried glance at Pei Wu, feeling as if fate had dealt him a staggering blow. It had been ages since he encountered such an omega, and an overwhelming sense of destiny enveloped him. If the delicate allure of his wrist and the silence that followed could be deemed fated, then a queue of people would be awaiting their own destinies. "Not bad at all," Zhuo Wenxing stammered, his heart racing as he inquired. "What is your name?" Pei Wu turned to him, responding cryptically, "Even if I grant you a favorable start, you could never reach the heights of Lu Shiwen. You wouldn't even be able to surpass me." Zhuo Wenxing's smile faltered, his mood instantly cooling. "What do you mean?" The implication was clear. One could gossip behind another's back, but only if they were superior. Pei Wu tossed down his cards and stood up. Zhuo Wenxing paused for 2 seconds, then abruptly followed suit, his movements exaggerated as he kicked the corner of the table. "Repeat that?" he demanded. "If you can't handle it, then leave," Lu Tongxiu said coldly. This table was his arrangement, and if anything happened to Pei Wu, his cousin would skin him alive. Not satisfied, Pei Wu retorted, "Shall we do this again?" The outcome would remain unchanged, and Zhuo Wenxing was acutely aware of this. He was deeply provoked by Pei Wu's disdainful indifference. "Ah, I see. You're just a sycophant for Lu Shiwen, aren't you? Jealous?" Pei Wu countered. "But with your beta pheromone level, it's unlikely anyone would be fond of you." In truth, beta is not considered a low tier. It is the C and D grades that truly struggle to find a compatible omega, as their pheromones are nearly non-existent and fail to satisfy omega needs, leading most to prefer beta partners. Pei Wu's deliberate remark indicated that neither beta nor omega would be drawn to Zhuo Wenxing. He had indeed been bottling up his feelings for a considerable time. He often boasted about how many omegas pursued him, yet in reality, he found himself on arranged blind dates where he barely exchanged 2 words with his counterpart before they departed. Zhuo Wenxing firmly believed it was a matter of taste on their part. Originally, he was quite exhilarated to meet Pei Wu today, but to his dismay, he realized Pei Wu held him in contempt. Growing increasingly anxious and flustered, he nearly resorted to grabbing Pei Wu by the collar, only to be preemptively restrained by Pei Wu's firm grip on his shoulder, rendering him utterly immobile. Was this truly an omega? Zhuo Wenxing thought, just before he was abruptly slammed onto the table. Can you manage to keep your mouth shut? Pei Wu asked. Damn. Zhuo Wenxing felt utterly humiliated, his eyes reddening with anger, while an unpleasant blend of sun-baked wild grass and a sharp scent surged forth from him, an odor far from pleasant. Pei Wu, shielded by a barrier, felt little impact, but Zhuo Wenxing's pheromone assault triggered a maximum retaliatory response from the barrier. The chilling winter wind instantly cleared Zhuo Wenxing's mind, a top-tier intimidation akin to a giant overlooking an ant. In terror, Zhuo Wenxing gazed upward, as if his sight transcended the resplendent ceiling, catching a glimpse of a fearsome, intangible figure looming above. Pardon my intrusion, Pei Wu said as he turned to bid farewell to Lu Tongxiu. Yet, upon turning away, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Lu Shiwen stood not far away, his stature upright. A faint smile graced his lips, yet his eyes were tumultuous, brimming with an almost uncontrollable affection. Chapter 85. Embrace Me. Pei Wu felt a twinge of shyness, uncertain of how long Lu Shiwen had been watching him. Since Pei Wu began to cut the cards, Lu Shiwen and his companions had been standing behind him. When Pei Wu revealed his 4 cards, Quang Jun playfully nudged Chao Wan's shoulder, impressed by his skill. The arriving Guan Yin internally clicked his tongue. Despite having lost interest in that regard, he couldn't help but admire Lu Shiwen's good fortune. Come here, Lu Shiwen spoke. Pei Wu's heart quivered slightly. Lu Shiwen typically did not address him in such a manner. Only in moments of emotional intensity did he shed his restraint, adopting a commanding yet destructive demeanor. Pei Wu was concerned about the crowd. He hoped not to act out of line, remembering that the next level was a lounge where they could retreat. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Pei Wu's body swayed uncontrollably, and he instinctively grasped the nearby table, feeling his strength rapidly drain away. The sensation was peculiar. His legs weakened as an indescribable wave of heat surged from his mind, prompting him to instinctively cover his glands. His palms became astonishingly hot within mere seconds, quickly becoming damp with perspiration. Shiwen, Pei Wu whispered. I am here, Lu Shiwen replied, half supporting, half holding Pei Wu, enveloping them in an even denser barrier. Pei Wu looked up, his vision still somewhat hazy. I understand. Lu Shiwen's voice was gentle. Come with me. Zhuo Wenxing, witnessing the scene, turned pale as death. It was no wonder he finally realized. Lu Tongxiu looked on with disdain, commenting that the two were mutually affectionate, while Pei Wu was merely venting for his boyfriend. Yet here he was, prancing about. Lu Shiwen guided Pei Wu to the innermost room on the next level. This space was designed with the potential emergencies of alphas and omegas in mind, equipped with pheromone shielding devices. Of course, alphas, being inherently destructive, often had to be transferred to hospitals or specialized institutions, while omegas faced far less complexity. Pei Wu, feeling utterly drained, was engulfed by an unexpected fever. As consciousness began to detach, the moment Lu Shiwen stepped away, Pei Wu clutched his chest and tumbled towards a bed, nearly falling off, only to be caught by a fluffy creature. Pei Wu reached out to feel it. It was a soft bundle. Lu Shiwen locked the door, poured a glass of water, and strode over. In the brief span of half a minute, Pei Wu's eyes turned red, shimmering with unshed tears. He glanced slowly at Lu Shiwen, who was instantly rooted to the spot. The words he longed to express were difficult to utter, yet Pei Wu's rationality seemed to sink into the mire, enveloped in a gentle cocoon of pine needles. His throat tightened as he hoarsely asked, Why must you leave? Why not hold me? Lu Shiwen kicked the fluffy creature aside, disregarding its protests as he forcibly retracted his physical presence. I haven't left. I am merely preparing, Lu Shiwen fervently explained, then offered Pei Wu some warm water, cautioning, Try not to become too emotional. Crying can easily lead to dehydration. Pei Wu turned his head to the side, declaring, I am not crying. All right, Lu Shiwen reassured him. Lu Shiwen urged him to finish his water and spoke rapidly. Xiao Wu, it seems your heat has arrived. Pei Wu suddenly shivered. His thoughts yanked back to the day of differentiation. High fever, excruciating pain, and Lu Shiwen's indifferent gaze as he turned away. Emotions surged uncontrollably. With a gasp, Pei Wu exclaimed, Suppressants. What suppressants do I need? Lu Shiwen grasped his hand, as if understanding something profound, and enveloped Pei Wu in a tight embrace. I'm sorry. That situation will never occur again. I've out with my life. Xiao Wu, this process may be lengthy, but do not fear. You need only to trust me wholeheartedly. Do you understand? The anxious pain in Pei Wu's heart began to ease, and the alpha's pheromones brought him a glimmer of hope. He coughed softly, the delicate tips of his fingers tinged with a rosy hue. Lu Shiwen, he murmured, I feel unwell. Lu Shiwen gazed deeply into Pei Wu's eyes. After all, we are to register our union, destined to be together for a lifetime. Each of Lu Shiwen's words fell like sparks, igniting the air. Pei Wu, I cannot hold back any longer. It was as if he had ignited a small universe, the sharp scent of his pheromones mingling with the fragrance of the eustoma, filling the room in an instant. Pei Wu was his omega, and he was Pei Wu's alpha, a fact already registered with both protection agencies. If it was inevitable, why delay? Only the spineless would wait until the end of the line. Wait, Lu Shiwen. Pei Wu, sensing his fierce demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. Just as he reached out, Lu Shiwen deftly wrapped his hand with his removed tie, fashioning a butterfly knot and tossing it onto the bed. Pei Wu was taken aback. Lu Shiwen slowly rose, towering over Pei Wu. Perhaps it was the light, but the alpha's pupils glimmered with a pale, golden hue akin to a dumpling. Pei Wu struggled to gather his thoughts. He recalled reading somewhere that this was the manifestation of an alpha maximizing their pheromones. Unsure of his own words, Pei Wu instinctively sought to delay for a couple of minutes, fearing he would be left with nothing if he was not prepared. Lu Shiwen stated emphatically, I am ready. Shadows on the pristine ceiling cascaded down towards Pei Wu as Lu Shiwen leaned in, something within him igniting with a scream as it surged through his veins. The explanation is locked away. Let your imaginations run wild. Pei Wu slept soundly, his breaths deep and steady. Meanwhile, Lu Shiwen, draped in his clothing, hummed softly while boiling water. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. Lu Shiwen brewed himself a cup of coffee and gazed out the window, where the moon hung full and bright, casting a serene glow. In the latter half of the night, the scent of eustoma intensified within the room. The heat of an omega typically lasts from 3 to 7 days. Lu Shiwen approached the bedside, feeling a mix of joy and the realization that he was indeed sacrificing for love. For consecutive days passed, Pei Wu initially lacked awareness, feeling as though both his soul and body were submerged in a caustic liquid, enveloped in an overwhelming sensation of being unable to rise again. In his dazed state, he consumed whatever Lu Shiwen offered him, only recalling the distinctly sweet taste of a particular millet porridge, yearning for more yet unable to articulate his desire. By the evening of the 4th day, Pei Wu finally opened his eyes. Lu Shiwen had ensured that his experience was devoid of any discomfort, even though the previous night, for reasons unknown, he had violently collapsed a section of the bed frame. At that moment, Lu Shiwen had barred anyone from entering. There was a way to adapt to the collapse, and it had sufficed until today. Lu Shiwen emerged from the bathroom, having just showered, and Pei Wu slowly propped himself up. After a slight wave of dizziness, his vitality began to return at a perceptible pace. He attempted to clench his fist and then exhaled slowly, having successfully weathered the heat phase. Chapter 86. Flattering words. Lu Shiwen emerged, enveloped in warmth, and changed into casual attire at the doorway, his broad shoulders giving him the appearance of a youthful male. Pei Wu sat at the head of the bed, sipping the floral tea from Lu Shiwen's thermos, his gaze attentively sweeping over the alpha. Unconsciously, Lu Shiwen shifted his shoulders and neck slightly before remarking, "Be careful. It's hot." Pei Wu sighed internally. It was merely the heat phase, not a state of disability. "Less ominous talk, please." Lu Shiwen approached, playfully ruffled Pei Wu's neatly arranged hair until it became tousled. Then, satisfied, he headed to the refrigerator for a beer. Throughout this, he scarcely made eye contact with Pei Wu, yet an aura of delight enveloped him. Pei Wu perceived something and chuckled softly. Lu Shiwen turned his head, asking, "What is so funny?" He laughed at the thought of the once stern Lu, who had mercilessly critiqued a senior executive for their chaotic feng shui practices in the office. Uttering such superstitious words, and found it amusing that the dignified Lu Shiwen could appear shy. Not at all. Lu Shiwen quickly finished his beer. Pei Wu watched with longing. Give me a can, too. Lu Shiwen briskly closed the refrigerator door. Not a chance. Having guessed his intentions, Pei Wu rose from the bed, planning to shower. At that moment, Lu Shiwen eagerly approached. Do you have the strength? If not, I'll accompany you. Pei Wu shot him a sidelong glance. Didn't you just wash? I can wash again. Nonsense. Pei Wu thought. Allowing Lu Shiwen inside meant he would have to continue sleeping afterward. Although his physical condition had not declined, it was no match for the peak level. At the bathroom door, Pei Wu blocked Lu Shiwen's way. Almost encountering disappointment, Lu Shiwen, unfazed, instead called the front desk, urging them to expedite the delivery of food. Pei Wu fully relaxed in the bathtub, gazing at the pristine ceiling with a gentle smile. After his transformation into an Omega, he often frequented various forums where many Omega individuals expressed their greatest fear, the heat phase. Some faced glandular issues, while others suffered from low alpha pheromone levels or insufficient compatibility, resulting in a thoroughly unpleasant experience. It is crucial to understand that unmet glandular needs can lead to an excruciatingly suffocating heat phase. In the context of genetically determined AO relationships, there is little to be done, rendering suppressants a necessity in such circumstances. After Pei Wu completed his cleansing ritual, he emerged feeling rejuvenated, as if the weight of the damp sponge that had pressed upon him had been lifted, making his steps considerably lighter. He savored a simple bowl of chicken noodle soup, relishing its warmth until the bowl was spotless. Was it sufficient? If not, he would request another. Lu Shiwen leaned nearby, watching intently, his lower face momentarily buried in the crook of his arm, which accentuated the wide-eyed wonder in his gaze. Sufficient indeed. Pei Wu exchanged a brief glance with him and could not resist the urge to inquire. Are you anticipating the submission phase? This, he mused, could be considered a peculiar interest of many alphas. Whether during the heat phase or after marking, an Omega tends to become profoundly dependent on their alpha, yielding to the allure of their pheromones to the extent of complete obedience. Some tasteless alphas boast about this as a point of pride. No, my pheromones are quite gentle. There will be no submission phase. Lu Shiwen had a measure of self-control, yet he felt a touch of shyness as he added, Darling, you are truly enchanting. Pei Wu retorted, Since when has your sharp tongue turned to sweet nothings so effortlessly? Clenching his chopsticks, Pei Wu closed his eyes and braced himself for a moment before catching a whiff of the crisp pheromone scent. In an impulsive gesture, he flung the chopsticks aside, grasped Lu Shiwen's collar, and pulled him close. Flattery, Pei Wu remarked. Lu Shiwen immediately leaned in for a kiss. The room felt stifling, and Pei Wu craved the fresh air outside. After they tidied themselves, they stepped out, and upon reaching the lobby, they spotted Kwang Junming and Guan Yin engaged in tea and conversation. Lu Shiwen expressed admiration. You both have waited until today just to witness the spectacle? Kwang Junming wore an expression that spoke volumes. Guan Yin, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remarked, Mr. Lu, is it possible that the gathering had already dispersed and we convened here today for business? Lu Shiwen replied, Is that so? Guan Yin glanced at Pei Wu's flushed complexion, which radiated vitality. Pei Wu pulled out a chair beside Guan Yin and, with the windows wide open, allowed the breeze from Hong Hai to envelop him as he settled in with a comfortable squint. A server approached to inquire about their drinks. Orange juice, please, Pei Wu requested. I would like orange juice as well, Lu Shiwen added, remaining still as he turned to Guan Yin. Shall we switch seats? Guan Yin narrowed his eyes. Are you that clingy? Lu Shiwen scoffed lightly. Pei Wu has just concluded his heat phase. I have marked him, you understand? And what of it? Guan Yin teased. Have you entered the submission phase? Although the concept of a submission phase does not apply to a top-tier alpha, Lu Shiwen chose silence. Guan Yin rose, nodding in acknowledgement. What Fang Xiao? Lu Shiwen settled comfortably beside his Omega. He returned to Haicheng long ago. Kwang Junming replied, That day, you taught him a lesson with 2 bottles of Baijiu. After he vomited, he bought a ticket home without even spending the night. Lu Shiwen chuckled. Chao Guan will arrive shortly, Guan Yin mentioned. Speaking of which, regarding your Jiguang Island project, the brothers. Before he could finish, the roar of an engine interrupted them. Everyone turned to witness a black car crashing through the glass doors, shattering them into a cascade of fragments. Fortunately, there were few people around, save for two startled servers nearby. "Isn't that Chao Guan's car?" Kwang Junming exclaimed, rising abruptly. In the next moment, Chao Guan, clutching his bloodied forehead, descended from the vehicle, revealing a pair of chilling eyes. "Let us go." This seemed to serve as a signal. The windows facing the street were instantaneously locked with a distinct click. A throng of individuals surged down the staircases on either side. Lu Shiwen, sharp of mind, discerned that if it were merely these people, Chao Guan would not have displayed such a loss of composure. It is well known that even a single tier of difference among alphas is akin to an insurmountable chasm, and when confronted with the elite, sheer numbers become futile. Would it be too late to consider escape now? Someone spoke with a smile. A fierce barrier of pheromones enveloped the entire restaurant. The hall had inexplicably fallen silent. Apart from Lu Shiwen and his companions, another group had emerged, and the waitstaff had vanished without a trace. The crowd before them parted, revealing a lean, middle-aged man, tall in stature, with crescent-shaped eyes that seemed amiable, yet exuded an aura of profound unease. At that moment, Chao Guan was abruptly pulled forward by Kwang Jun. "Has my appearance been marred?" He pondered, though he hoped not. He immediately glanced into a decorative mirror nearby, for he held a certain fondness for his visage. "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me a word," the middle-aged man continued. Chao Guan whispered, "That man is Wu Yan." Chapter 87. Unacquainted at first glance. It appeared to be an unremarkable name, yet Pei Wu suddenly recalled a significant matter. Alphas are inherently combative beings, and the stringent limitations imposed by contemporary society on alphas are predicated upon past bloody events that have transpired. 8 years prior, when regulations were not as stringent, brawls among alphas were commonplace, with the black market arena being the most notorious venue. Lower-tier alphas were often barred from entry, for the arena represented a realm devoid of restrictions, where life and death hung in the balance, and ruthless tactics and pheromone assaults were permissible. Frequently, a single bout would conclude with chaos reigning supreme. The number of alphas who met their demise in these encounters reached an astonishing and undisclosed figure. Wu Yan, as the instigator, had been wanted for a time. The black market arena had stirred up considerable turmoil, but as regulations were instituted and the societal atmosphere gradually stabilized, Wu Yan's name continued to be idolized by certain fervent alphas. Pei Wu had heard of him, rumored to have left the country. Lu Shiwen scrutinized Wu Yan, wondering if this was in relation to the soon-to-be-released inhibitor from the Fong family. Wu Yan did not refute this. Facing Lu Shiwen, he eschewed any form of subterfuge. Smiling amiably, "Mr. Lu, I have a contract that requires your signature." Lu Shiwen replied coldly, disinterested, a 1T sign. "It would be wise for you to heed my counsel." "Mr. Lu," Wu Yan retorted disapprovingly, "a clever individual should not bear the cost of their own arrogance." Lu Shiwen, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, allowed his once clear aura to intensify dramatically, sweeping forth like a tempest in every direction. Apart from the individuals sheltered within the barrier, everyone outside was indiscriminately affected. The overwhelming onslaught of top-tier pheromones was utterly ruthless. The restaurant's ceiling, shrouded by several high-ranking alphas, resembled the aftermath of a massive explosion, with a cacophony of sounds akin to a symphony of chaos. The tea sets and furniture erupted into disarray, as if countless bombs had been buried beneath. From a lofty vantage point, the barrier initially held its ground, but soon fissures began to form due to the terror-inducing destructive force. Pei Wu and the others found themselves within a semicircular area of approximately 5 meters in diameter, miraculously unscathed. As the explosive sounds grew increasingly intense, Kwang Junming could only shout hoarsely to Chao Guan. "Who struck your head?" "It was an accident," Chao Guan replied, equally raising his voice. "I ran into something, but 2 high-ranking individuals have been pursuing me. Did you not notice? There has been no signal here for nearly half an hour. I rushed over in a panic because I couldn't reach you." Kwang Junming turned to Wu Yan, who was also sheltered within the pheromone barrier. "Did you block our signals?" "You can't catch Lu Shiwen." Wu Yan appeared to find such shouting rather foolish, and chose to ignore it. Finally, with a resounding boom, the barrier shattered into countless fragments under the brilliant sunlight, scattering like confetti and reflecting the shimmering surface of the nearby Honghai, before being swept away by the sea breeze. The restaurant's roof was completely torn away, revealing a splendid sunny sky, while the minor henchmen lay sprawled across the ground. The high-ranking alphas, who had been maintaining the barrier from three corners, were also exposed. One of them, having endured Lu Shiwen's most potent pheromone attack, bore a rather grim expression. At the moment the barrier collapsed, the support beneath him gave way, causing him to wobble precariously on the exposed rebar, desperately attempting to regain his balance. Yet he became an easy target for Lu Shiwen, who casually brushed him with a pheromone attack. The equilibrium was shattered, and the alpha plummeted to the ground. From a height of 3 stories, this fall was merely an inconvenience for a high-ranking individual. However, his landing was rather ungainly. Sprawled on the floor and closer to Guanyin, Pei Wu found the back of the man's head somewhat familiar. Moments later, Pei Wu exclaimed, Chu Lin then lifted a face, covered in dust and brimming with resentment. "It's really you," Chu Lin retorted. "You mother." "Who is Chu Lin?" Guanyin inquired. Tilting his head slightly, the name sounds familiar. Under the watchful eyes of many, Chu Lin sprang to his feet like a fish out of water. Landing as stiff and unyielding as a steel plate, his entire demeanor seemingly drenched in a cement-like, dreadful emotion, with an expression that was grotesquely contorted. Pei Wu sensed that discussing this matter at present was inappropriate, yet Chu Lin's countenance was impossible to overlook. Thus, he quietly prompted, "How did you endure your last heat period?" "I caught a red-haired one," Guanyin interjected. Pei Wu gestured subtly towards Chu Lin. "That's him." "Are you colorblind?" Guanyin asked. "Isn't black-haired?" He died aback. Pei Wu replied, "Look at his face." Guanyin indeed turned to scrutinize Chu Lin closely. With a demeanor resembling that of a second-rate performer and a hairstyle reminiscent of the Shammate style, Guanyin made an effort to disregard the Gothic leather jacket adorned with a circle of studs, finally managing to fix his gaze upon Chu Lin's face. To be fair, the countenance was indeed commendable, befitting a person of high standing. However, it was evident that the individual's background was rather humble. At least prior to the division, he had not been afforded any formal education. Guanyin could even discern the distinct earthy scent emanating from him. This was not a derogatory remark, for the farmer class holds its own greatness. Having concluded this thought internally,